In a concealed base nestled within the deep mountains surrounding the land of Chuan, numerous enigmatic figures clad in black robes, adorned with a triangular silver pendant, were diligently engaged in their tasks. Akagi Shinji, Hidan, once the blood draw is concluded, let us commence today's physical combat training, commanded a figure. Understood, Lord Takiji, came to reply. Bang, bang, within a spacious chamber, illuminated by flickering flames. Two silhouettes engaged in an intense physical duel, the sound of flesh striking flesh echoing incessantly. One figure was knocked to the ground, only to retaliate immediately. The same was true for the other. The battle progressed. Their stamina waned, resulting in increasingly erratic movements, culminating in a contest of sheer willpower. Each delivered blows and kicks, vying to see who would be unable to rise again. This scene, while lacking in grandeur, showcased two boys, appearing around 14 or 15 years of age, whose martial skills were rather rudimentary. However, the raw power and resilience they exhibited revealed that their physical prowess surpassed that of their peers significantly. Thus, amidst the observing black-robed figures, even though the clash lacked noteworthy elements, the recording continued unabated. After all, this was not merely a physical training session, but rather part of an ongoing study requiring meticulous observation. Enough for today. Take an hour's respite. Then we shall proceed with the study of incantations, announced a middle-aged man, seemingly in his 40s or 50s. Unlike the others donned in black, he wore a dark red robe and bore a benevolent smile, resembling a kindly neighbor from the countryside. Yet, unbeknownst to many, this seemingly gentle man was the architect of the cult of the Dark God, propagating the doctrine of endless slaughter while surreptitiously amassing power and ruthlessly plundering those around him. Unbeknownst to them, the existence of the cult of the Dark God had become a taboo across the land of Chuan and beyond. The two boys, poised to unleash their fists upon each other's faces, ultimately halted their movements. Their hands mere centimeters from contact. TCH, consider yourself fortunate this time. Otherwise, I would have surely smashed your skull with this punch, exclaimed the silver-haired boy with purplered eyes, sporting a slick-back hairstyle and the headband of the rogue ninja from Soup Hidden Village around his neck. Despite his breathlessness and battered appearance, his words carried a weight of intimidation, an authenticity that on the other side stood a similarly aged boy with short, pointed brown hair and a somewhat stern visage. Contrary to his delicate appearance, he had fought with reckless abandon during their recent skirmish, displaying a ferocity that was both alarming and astonishing. Furthermore, a deeper understanding of his character would reveal that this seemingly gentle youth possessed a rather vicious temperament. Upon hearing the taunts, he retorted, with fists as soft as honey bread, "If your intent was to sweeten my demise, then I must concede, you have succeeded, Hidan. Akagi Shinji, you bastard! I shall kill you." Hidan's eyes blazed with fury. "How dare you describe my iron fists in such a manner? By the Dark God, you are doomed today." "Oh, my apologies. I truly should not have said that. After all, compared to those who merely tug at hair and scratch faces, at least you do not scream for your mother when struck." Shinji showed no signs of retreat, even pressing his forehead against Hidan's chest, and with every word, he shoved forward, forcing Hidan to stumble back, his eyes growing increasingly red. When Shinji finally lifted his head, displaying a smirk that seemed to say, "You're hopeless," Hidan could no longer contain himself. West Inner, with a fierce shout, Hidan produced a dark spear from his cloak and, under the resigned gazes of the others, thrust it through Shinji's heart. Thud. The pain was excruciating. Though this was not his first encounter with death, the agony of having his heart pierced remained unbearably vivid. Simultaneously, as Hidan stabbed Shinji, the latter swiftly plunged a kunai into Hidan's neck, embedding it deeply. Clearly, from the outset, Shinji had anticipated Hidan's move and, rather than evading, had chosen to retaliate lethally. He was a man who was merciless to others, and even more so to himself. Thud! Both Akagi Shinji and Hidan collapsed onto their backs, one with a pierced heart and the other with a severed throat. For an average individual, such fatal injuries would spell certain death, even with immediate intervention. Yet, curiously, the onlookers showed no inclination to assist, remaining indifferent and expressionless. as the two met their demise. Moments later, Hidan, lying lifeless, suddenly raised a hand to grasp the kunai lodged in his neck, extracting it forcefully. Thud, clatter, cough, cough. Huh, ugh, it hurts. It really hurts, you bastard. Hidan cursed internally as he stood, once more, bloodied, kunai discarded. Remarkably, he was not dead, he was alive and healing rapidly. On the other side, 3 seconds after his death, Shinji regained consciousness. Under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd, the seemingly lifeless Akagi Shinji abruptly opened his eyes, sprang to his feet, and effortlessly removed the dark spear from his heart, flinging it aside. Since fate had inexplicably thrust him into this perilous world of ninjas, he resolved to adapt at any cost, whether through killing or being killed. Spitting out blood-tinged saliva, the recently deceased Akagi Shinji declared, "Is that all? Surely, my grandmother was stronger than you when she was alive." Hidan gritted his teeth in frustration, yet felt helpless. As survivors of that ceremony, they had both acquired a semblance of immortality, undoubtedly a gift from the Dark God. In truth, this was not the first time Hidan had resorted to killing Shinji in a fit of rage. Yet, as if Shinji were his nemesis, he had never emerged victorious. Each encounter ended in mutual destruction or a counterattack. Even when he managed a successful ambush once, he faced Shinji's relentless retribution. Afterward, the sensation of having one's head severed and buried deep underground was an experience Hidan had no desire to relive. At that time, the cult of the Dark God had spent 3 days and nights in a treasure hunt, only for Lord Takagi to intervene in a fit of rage, leading Shinji to point towards a certain tree. From that moment onward, their enmity was irrevocably sealed, and many within the cult were compelled to re-evaluate the character of the fearsome Akagi Shinji. This is also one of the reasons why Fadewan spent most of the time earlier engaging in idle chatter, only resorting to action when pushed to the brink. Otherwise, given Fadewan's nature, had anyone else dared to stand before him and prattle on, they would likely have been dismembered long ago. The tiresome game must come to an end, children. I see your enthusiasm remains remarkably vibrant, so let us forego any further respite. Immediately proceed to room 2. The materials have been prepared. Master Takiki, who had enjoyed the farce without intervening, finally spoke. In truth, it was also due to the vengeful nature of these 2 individuals that they were able to amass such a wealth of precious experimental data within this brief month. Fadewan understood that continuing the altercation would yield no fruitful outcome. Thus, he let out a cold snort and turned to leave. The degree of mortality is exceedingly low, with a slight enhancement in chakra, willpower, and physical attributes. Task: the new Undying Duo. Content: interact with Hidan to forge a bond. Bond value: 100,100. First stage completed. Reward: Cursed Soul value x 1000. Randomly acquired Cursed Technique x1. Acquired Cursed Technique. Crimson Blood Manipulation. Task: the new Undying Duo. Second stage unlocked. Akagi Shinji listened to the voice emanating from the system, elated in his heart. As a competent traverser, how could one possibly lack a golden finger by their side? Due to an unforeseen incident, he found himself amidst the sinister god cult's ritual of the god's descent, resulting in this body being resurrected, along with the acquisition of an incomplete form of immortality and the successful activation of the system. However, the system he obtained was somewhat unorthodox. To say it was particularly peculiar would be an understatement. The activation condition was, rather absurdly, to be cursed at least once. Had he not fortuitously awakened during the god's descent ritual, thus being deemed cursed by the malevolent deity, it would have been exceedingly challenging for him to activate this bizarre system throughout his life. Of course, the so-called ritual of the god's descent was merely a taboo human experiment orchestrated by the cult. Logically, the world of Naruto should not possess such entities as evil deities. Yet since this peculiar system acknowledged him, he had no inclination to delve into the intricacies. Having received such an advantage, he would refrain from questioning it further. After all, if even the Shinigami existed, the presence of multiple evil deities seemed hardly remarkable. Nevertheless, he never anticipated the subsequent bizarre operations of this peculiar system would be so numerous. The novice gift package inexplicably yielded a curse, and the tasks issued were particularly perplexing. Naturally, there were absolutely no penalties for failure. One could choose to engage or not. To this, The system provided the rather astonishing explanation that it could not allow the host to become a puppet of the system, lest a sage emerge to nitpick, and so forth. This reasoning was truly invincible. Had he possessed any other options, he would have promptly uninstalled this eccentric system. At the very least, he would have preferred to self-destruct in defiance of it. Fortunately, he managed to restrain himself. After enduring countless trials, he finally completed the first stage of this troublesome task. Thus, he successfully acquired the urgently needed cursed technique and cursed soul value, a true relief in dire straits. System, open my personal interface. Host, Akagi Shinji curses. Curse of world will, permanent. Curse of the evil deity, permanent. Curse of the system, permanent. Cursed techniques. Crimson blood manipulation cursed spirits. None cursed objects. None cursed tools. None cursed soul value. 1,000 lottery. Single draw, 1,000 cursed soul value. 10 draws, 10,000 cursed soul value. Task triggered binding character. Hidan current task. The new undying duo, second stage. Curse of world will effect. Unknown PS. Your unexpected arrival has caused certain changes in this world. The curse of the malevolent deity, effect. A castrated version of immortality, with significantly enhanced self-healing capabilities. Any inflicted pain is doubled, and consciousness is restored 3 seconds after death. PS. An unknown malevolent deity cast a curious glance your way. The curse of the system, effect. With each death, a portion of one's chakra, willpower, and physical prowess is augmented. The enhancement's magnitude is contingent upon the dramatic flair of the demise. Suicide bears no effect. Cursed technique. Crimson blood manipulation effect. The ability to manipulate one's own blood and objects affixed to it. Domain, not yet activated. Quest, the new undying duo. Phase 2 initiated. Content, omitted. Bond value, 100,500. Quest rewards. Cursed soul points x 5,000. Cursed technique enhancement scroll x1. PS. Though my brother may torment me 1,000 times, my affection for him remains as fervent as first love. Alas, when the task was initially assigned, Shinji had indeed attempted to cultivate a rapport with Hidan. After all, unaware of the weaknesses of immortality and death by blood, Hidan's lethality undoubtedly bordered on the realm of a bug. It is not merely a matter of being a jonin. Even a Kaga-level powerhouse would find themselves swiftly dispatched if caught in his grasp. Furthermore, Hidan essentially embodies a peak existence, requiring no arduous training. Simply mastering death by blood suffices. Having such an ally at one's side naturally instills a sense of security, provided one can tolerate Hidan's arrogant, loquacious nature. Yet alas, this fool Hidan harbors an inexplicable disdain for him. Forget about establishing camaraderie. Merely avoiding conflict upon their first encounter would be a cause for celebration. Thus, he resolved to use subterfuge. To curry favor is out of the question. He shall never become a sycophant. Though my brother may torment me 1,000 times, my affection for him remains as fervent as first love. Very well, but the roles shall be reversed. He intends to mold Hidan to his design. Should Itachi learn of this, he would undoubtedly be impressed. Ultimately, with a thoughtful smile, Shinji decided to emulate the esteemed ninja of Konoha, ensuring that Hidan comprehends the consequences of offending the sage. However, while the theory may seem straightforward, the execution proves to be quite challenging, the balance difficult to maintain. After much provocation, he barely managed to achieve the requisite 100 bond value for the first phase of the task, which is indeed lamentable. Nevertheless, Shinji refuses to abandon this promising path. Having spent the past month honing his skills, he has gradually grasped some nuances, confident that with further mastery, his progress in completing the task will accelerate. Eventually, he will shape Hidan to his will, for the rewards of the task are simply too enticing. Bypassing the sorrowful and exasperating aspects of the 3 curses, Akagi Shinji primarily focuses on the newly acquired, and presently sole, curse technique at his disposal. Cursed techniques are inherently a power that lies hidden within one's bloodline, released through the amalgamation of spiritual strength. Generally propelled by cursed energy, this energy is, as the name implies, a unique form of spiritual force extracted from human negative emotions. The combination of the two often results in immense destruction or produces astonishing effects. For instance, the principle of sacrificing oneself to slay the enemy, known as the blood manipulation technique. Moreover, at this moment, Shinji has acquired the blood manipulation technique. Alongside this newfound skill, a wealth of related knowledge has been instilled in his mind. As one of the esteemed 3 families in the realm of Jujutsu Kaisen, the Kumo clan's inherited technique, the blood manipulation technique, should not be underestimated, despite appearing weaker in comparison to the other 2 families. However, for someone like him, who has thus far been devoid of any resources, he possesses no grounds to be overly discerning. More importantly, with this technique, he can finally breathe a sigh of relief. As for the reason is, of course, to begin. The leader spoke softly. Upon entering another chamber, 2 unfortunate souls, resembling sacrificial figures, were bound to a crucifix. Their wrists slashed, blood streaming into a bowl nearby, quickly filling it to the brim. In the face of such a scene, everyone in the room remained unmoved, including Akagi Shinji, who had grown accustomed to such circumstances over the days. Then, Fei Duan approached one of the unfortunate victims, and under the gaze of all present, he unceremoniously lifted one of the bowls of blood and drank it in a show of respect. The bowl shattered upon hitting the ground, spilling the remaining blood everywhere. With a sinister grin, Fei Duan stepped on the remnants and began to draw a peculiar pattern. Soon, a circular design encasing a triangle was completed with the blood on the floor. After finishing, standing within the pattern, Fei Duan felt an overwhelming excitement. Sensing that at this very moment, the chakra within him rapidly transformed into a unique power, surging forth and enveloping the blood he had previously consumed. Indeed, just like that, ha ha ha. Unable to contain his manic laughter, Fei Duan pressed his hand to his forehead and bent over in elation. When he straightened up, he had undergone a striking transformation. His skin turned black, adorned with rapidly appearing white patterns, evenly and distinctively distributed across his body, creating an utterly terrifying visage. Amid his laughter, Fei Duan once again retrieved a short spear from his possession and, with curious excitement, lightly traced it across his chest. Instantly, a long bloodied gash appeared. Was he merely indulging in self-harm? No. His eyes gleamed with increasing fervor, for the unfortunate victim whose blood he had consumed now bore an identical wound upon his chest. With a fervent gaze, Fei Duan plunged the short spear into his right leg. The silenced victim's leg erupted with a jet of blood, yet he could only emit muffled sounds of distress. It hurt immensely, but it was undeniably exhilarating. Ha ha ha, let us perish together. Amidst the cacophony of laughter, Fei Duan relentlessly brandished the sharp spear in his grasp, piercing his own flesh to create a multitude of sanguine wounds, blood splattering in every direction. Yet, his expression was one of ecstatic agony, as if he were on the brink of transcendence. Suddenly, with a thud, the curse technique was abruptly dispelled, and Fei Duan collapsed onto the ground in a starfish position, his face alight with satisfaction, seemingly unbothered by the need for a post-coital cigarette. At some point, the unfortunate observer nearby widened his eyes, succumbing to sheer terror and meeting his demise. Witnessing this scene, the acolytes of the evil god, who were observing and recording the event from a distance, displayed expressions of unrestrained excitement. They had triumphed once more. Even the esteemed leader could not suppress a smile of gratification. Fei Duan was indeed the most precious gift bestowed upon him by the evil god. Remarkably, in just a month, he had cultivated this cursed technique to such an extraordinary level. Although its duration was brief, it was nonetheless exhilarating. In stark contrast, another individual appeared to be a mere shadow of Fei Duan. The leader's gaze flickered momentarily towards Akagi Shinji and spoke. "It is your turn, Shinji." Akagi Shinji stepped forward a few paces, only to find the previously admiring eyes around him transformed into scrutinizing and doubtful glances. This shift in perception stemmed from the glaring disparity between him and Fei Duan, who had achieved such mastery over the curse technique, death through blood, in merely a month, while his own progress stood at a disheartening 0. In truth, even Akagi Shinji himself was astonished that he was unable to cultivate the cursed technique, death through blood. Despite overcoming his aversion to mental purity and persuading himself, with the absurd justification that drinking human blood would at least minimize the risk of parasitic infections, he found himself compelled to take a sip. Yet, it seemed that his very existence was an anomaly. An individual who should not have survived had inexplicably endured, fortuitously acquiring a diluted version of the immortal body. Thus, his inability to complete the cultivation of the curse technique, death through blood, appeared to be quite reasonable. Furthermore, he was not particularly inclined to drink blood, primarily due to his sense of revulsion. Heaven knows what infectious diseases the blood might carry, such as HIV. If he were to contract something, he might find himself unable to die, which would be utterly unfortunate. Consequently, Akagi Shinji was not particularly disheartened about dealing with the acolytes of the evil god. After all, he was a man with a golden finger. Moreover, the reward he had just received was sufficient to help him navigate through this predicament. As he approached, Akagi Shinji did not imitate Fadewan by drinking from the bowl containing potentially infectious blood. Instead, he suddenly produced a sharp shuriken and, with a swift motion, sliced across his left wrist. In the silence of the dim chamber, Akagi Shinji held his wounded left hand aloft, allowing the blood to drip steadily to the ground. Observing this, the leader of the evil god cult, Takigawa, first furrowed his brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features, before inquiring, "What are you doing?" Without attempting to offer an explanation, Akagi Shinji closed his eyes, seeking to attune himself to the power surging within. Chakra surged through the specific meridians with unprecedented speed, rapidly transforming under the influence of intense emotions into a different form of energy, namely, the power used for casting spells. Subsequently, Akagi Shinji suddenly opened his eyes and formed an incomplete seal with one hand. Crimson blood manipulation, to the astonishment of all present. The copious blood that had previously flowed from Akagi Shinji's body seemed to come alive, swirling around him in erratic bloodlines that moved with fervor. In the dimly lit chamber, with a corpse nailed to a cross, eerie religious symbols, and the blood that had seemingly animated itself, the scene exuded an inexplicable, otherworldly beauty. The question that Master Takakata could not fully articulate seemed no longer necessary. Yet to thoroughly impress those around him, Akagi Shinji declared, "This is the new spell. Crimson blood manipulation, bestowed upon me by the Lord of the Abyss." A new spell? Crimson blood manipulation? Master Takakata, regaining his composure from the shock, cast a deep gaze at his counterpart before returning to his benevolent demeanor, commending, "Excellent. Since the Lord of the Abyss has granted you a new spell, focus your efforts on it. Praise the Lord of the Abyss. Praise the Lord of the Abyss." The crowd echoed in unison, regardless of Master Takakata's inner thoughts, before others. The glory of the Lord of the Abyss surpassed all. Illogical? Precisely. Who would seek reason in the belief of a deity whose existence is still debated? Hence, to these cultists, any irrationality associated with the Lord of the Abyss is deemed the most rational existence. Doubt it. There are two glaring examples right before them. And if even the notion of immortality exists, what is truly impossible? It was precisely because Akagi Shinji understood the thought patterns of these cultists that he dared to employ their foolishness to attribute everything to the so-called Lord of the Abyss. After all, as long as it pertained to their faith in the dark deity, no one would dare question the veracity of his words. After all, if Akagi Shinji firmly asserted it, how could the deity, whom no one had ever seen, suddenly emerge to expose him? Of course, this only applies to praise and miracles. Should he dare to slander the Lord of the Abyss, there would be no doubt that these individuals would not seek verification, but would instead angrily tear him apart. The outcome unfolded as Akagi Shinji had anticipated. Even if some held private doubts, not a single soul was foolish enough to challenge him. Instead, they began collectively extolling the kindness and greatness of the Lord of the Abyss. In the art of feigning ignorance, they exhibited remarkable camaraderie. Once the formalities concluded, Master Takakata began to inquire about the newly bestowed spell from the Lord of the Abyss. Akagi Shinji, unperturbed, shared all he could, and for what he could not divulge. He simply stated ignorance, as he had only recently acquired this power from the system and had limited knowledge. If one desired more information, they could very well inquire with the system. Faced with Akagi Shinji's unabashed demeanor, Master Takakata found himself quite exasperated. It appears that this new sorcery can only be wielded by the opponent, rendering it temporarily unsuitable for dissemination or for transfer to Hidan. As for the veracity of the claims made by this individual, Master Takakata has chosen not to delve deeper for the time being. He is aware that, without escalating tensions, he is unlikely to extract anything of value and finds it more prudent to adopt a soft approach to continue influencing the other party. As long as this individual remains useful to him and fights for the cult of the evil god, other trivial matters become inconsequential. Master Takakata is under the impression that he has a firm grip on Akagi Shinji. Yet he remains oblivious to the fact that Akagi is unlike those he has previously controlled. Blood manipulation? Huh. My undying body, combined with the blood of the dead, is the ultimate power. After a prolonged period of immobility, Hidan, now somewhat discolored, stood up with a disgruntled expression and spoke. What are you laughing at? As long as I obtain blood, even the sage of 6 paths shall fall before me. You scoundrel. Yes, keep going. Aya, I will kill you. I swear I will end your life. Oh, do you have something else to say? Akagi Shinji's exceedingly dismissive demeanor repeatedly incited Hidan's fury to the brink of bloodshed. However, if Hidan truly had a means to counter his opponent, he would not have resorted to empty threats until now. As long as Akagi Shinji does not betray the cult of the evil god, Master Takakata cannot genuinely permit them to engage in a life-and-death struggle. Thus, he seethes with indignation, but all he can do is fume impotently. Just you wait, this matter is far from over. With a hasty remark devoid of any true menace, Hidan stormed out in a fit of frustration. Surely, no one of maturity would be intimidated by such juvenile threats. Nevertheless, the increase in bond value was indeed unexpected. Could this be the correct approach after all? Consequently, Akagi Shinji shrugged, refraining from further comment, and instead focused on securely sealing the blood that had oozed from his body in the provided containment bag. One of the drawbacks of blood manipulation is the finite quantity of blood within a person's body. To prevent the absurdity of succumbing to blood loss before defeating an enemy in battle, one typically accumulates a reserve of blood in advance for use during combat. Akagi Shinji, naturally, was cognizant of this, hence he decided to seal the blood promptly to avoid wastage. At that moment, although his pallor had intensified due to the significant loss of blood, his eyes shone with increasing brilliance. He suddenly realized that his undying form may allow him to better exploit the advantages of blood manipulation. The following day, aside from the mandatory experiments and training, Akagi Shinji was tasked with developing methods for the use of blood manipulation. Clearly, in contrast to the lethal nature of blood of the dead, blood manipulation was not so straightforward and brutal. On the contrary, blood manipulation was far more versatile, with its destructive potential entirely dependent on the skill of the practitioner. This necessitates him to dedicate more time to its development, unable to remain as carefree as Faden. Moreover, it is worth mentioning that, whether due to the incomplete nature of the forbidden experiments conducted by the cult of the evil god, he and Faden, who have survived the transformation, still possess chakra within their bodies, yet the difficulty of unleashing ninjutsu has increased 100-fold. It is as if they were akin to Naruto during his time at the Ninja Academy, where every attempt to perform ninjutsu is thwarted by some unforeseen factor, leading to failure. Concerning this matter, Akagi Shinji learned from the researchers of the evil god cult that it is highly likely that a mutation in the chakra pathways within their bodies has occurred, resulting in an abnormal flow of chakra during hand signs, which frequently leads to unsuccessful attempts at ninjutsu. This has been the interim conclusion drawn by the cult of the evil god through their observations and studies of them during this period. Of course, the curse technique, blood puppetry, is a complete anomaly. Akagi Shinji is even uncertain whether the practitioners of the evil god cult first developed the peculiar curse technique, blood puppetry, before contemplating human modification, or if it was specifically created for the purpose of achieving immortality. He suspects that his inability to master blood puppetry stems from the fact that he is, in essence, a failed product, a mere incomplete entity. Had it not been for that fateful crossing, Akagi Shinji would have met a tragic end like many other unfortunate souls. If not for his fortunate acquisition of crimson blood manipulation from the system, he would likely have soon been branded as a half-failed specimen. In this regard, Akagi Shinji feels a mixture of relief and melancholy, relieved to have navigated through the challenges and, to some extent, secured a measure of self-preservation in this terrifying world, yet disheartened by the prospect that he might only tread the dark path of curse techniques from here on out. Am I engaging in curse techniques in the Naruto world? It is truly overwhelming, eliciting an urge to complain. After concluding another day of training, Akagi Shinji resolved to enjoy a hot spring after dinner. Despite the menacing demeanor of the individuals within the cult of the evil god, who are notorious for their brutality and disregard for life, they never fail to indulge themselves in pleasure. Behind the expansive base lies a grand outdoor hot spring. However, he preferred not to soak in the hot spring with this group of individuals. Thus he veered off to a more secluded and discreet, small hot spring pool. Yet, upon his arrival, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Idiot Faden? Bastard Shinji? What a narrow path for enemies. Shinji clicked his tongue, observing Hidan in the hot spring, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Although his heart churned with distaste, he did not immediately turn to leave. If he were to depart at that moment, Hidan would undoubtedly interpret it as fear, interpreting his exit as a signal of retreat, thereby bolstering his arrogance. Such behavior would contradict the fundamental principles of PUA. He must first instill self-doubt in Hidan, allowing him to indulge in his own thoughts, before attempting to offer a morsel of sweetness. After repeating this process several times, he might finally witness some results. Embracing the principle of having come this far, Shinji disregarded Hidan entirely, swiftly shedding his garments and immersing himself in the water at the farthest distance from Hidan. He exhaled a sigh of relief. Observing Shinji enter the water and gradually close his eyes, Hidan too seemed to release a breath. Initially, he had assumed that Shinji was deliberately seeking trouble, given the formidable nature of the latter, which he had experienced firsthand. However, it now appeared that this was merely a misunderstanding. He had been overly paranoid. Could it be that this individual had simply come to enjoy the hot springs? How unfortunate. The thought of encountering Shinji, that insufferable scoundrel, in such a remote location vexed Hidan even further. The more he contemplated it, the more irked he felt. Retreating only led to greater resentment. Was another confrontation truly necessary? They fought daily. What difference would one more skirmish make? Even if he were to win, it would be exceedingly difficult to drive Shinji away. More importantly, his desire to luxuriate in the hot springs would be utterly thwarted. Was there any other means to reclaim his dignity? As Hidan pondered, an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. If he could outlast that scoundrel, would that not prove that he, Hidan, was indeed superior? His eyes brightened with determination. And without informing Shinji, he resolved to engage in this absurd contest. Whoever faltered first would be deemed the lesser. A sly grin spread across Hidan's face, and even his taut body relaxed, embodying a sense of psychological victory. Sensing a shift, Shinji opened his eyes, bewildered by the strange demeanor of his opponent. What was with that lecherous gaze? A frown creased Shinji's brow. Could it be that Hidan was some sort of pervert? A chill ran down his spine, raising goosebumps. Alas, why bother engaging with an imbecile? It was better to leave. Just as Shinji could no longer tolerate Hidan's intense stare and prepared to depart, an unusual system suddenly triggered a new task. He paused for a few seconds before examining the task details. The character Hidan, bound by the bond of fate, has challenged you. Task: God of the Hot Springs. Objective: to endure longer in the hot springs than Hidan. Reward: Cursed Treasure Map X1, Cursed Soul Value X500. Bond Value 20 PS. This pond is exclusively mine. Only one victor shall emerge from this hot spring. Historically, courage prevails in narrow encounters. So draw your sword. Young one, will you accept? Damn it. Although there had been precedents, Shinji was still overwhelmed with incredulous frustration. Draw your sword indeed. Was this a fencing match? Did they not realize that the river deity could emerge at any moment to swallow them whole? Moreover, what on earth was Hidan thinking? Did he truly believe this was a bathhouse or a sauna? For the sake of some inexplicable masculine pride, he would refuse to leave, even if it meant being stewed alive. How juvenile. Will you accept? Accept. Shinji unhesitatingly accepted the task at hand, underscoring a rather amusing principle. Despite his grumbling, he recognized that he must fulfill the task, for even the smallest reward was welcome. Ah, Don, you truly are a good son to your father. Shinji couldn't help but reflect. This was not the first time he had taken advantage of Hidan. Moreover, this unreliable system had yet to trigger a task for anyone else. Isn't that infuriating? Thus, even though he understood the folly of endlessly milking the same sheep, he found himself powerless to resist, opting instead to allow Hidan a preview of the world's tribulations. With a deep breath, Shinji closed his eyes once more. Resolute in his determination to soak in the hot spring for as long as it took, no persuasion would sway him. Meanwhile, Hidan was secretly matching this resolve, intent on exhausting his counterpart. Thus, the two embarked on a bewildering contest of willpower. As time trickled by, it was not until the following morning that Master Takikiji arrived at the training chamber, perplexed to find neither Hidan nor Shinji present. Where are they? Why haven't they come yet? He inquired, his expression impassive. One bystander hesitantly replied, they are soaking in the hot spring. What? At this hour? What are they doing in a hot spring? Go fetch them immediately. Actually, Master, they have been in there since last night. I sent someone to find them earlier. But it seems they have become quite entrenched in their stubbornness, unwilling to emerge first. Utter nonsense. This is preposterous. Master Takikiji appeared somewhat irked as he turned to leave, eager to discover what antics these two were up to. Upon reaching the vicinity of the hot spring, he noticed a considerable gathering of disciples, likely drawn by the news of the duo's all-night soak and their refusal to come out. What are you two doing? Why aren't you in the training room? Master Takikiji called out, pushing through the crowd to address them directly. Truthfully, being the center of such attention would overwhelm most, requiring immense fortitude and thick skin to endure. Yet, it was evident that neither Shinji nor Hidan were the types to be fazed by the gazes of onlookers. One sought the task rewards, while the other simply refused to concede defeat. Thus, even when the master himself intervened, they remained resolute in their absence. After all, they both possessed an immortal body, so they could afford to linger. Honestly, at this hour, and you still refuse to leave? Hidan took the initiative. Shinji chuckled, feigning distress. Don't mind me. My leg has cramped up. I need a moment to recover. You go on ahead, I'll follow shortly. Hidan retorted, damn it, I'm not buying your nonsense. Though uncertain of why, Hidan was convinced that Shinji was harboring the same sentiments as he was, which was quite frustrating. It's fine, I'll wait for you. No need for you to wait, just go. I want to go. Then I want to go either. The surrounding onlookers mused. Are these two possibly suffering from some sort of madness? The master of Takakata, utterly disregarded in a splendid manner, suddenly darkened his expression, a mix of frustration and amusement crossing his face. Fine, if you refuse to come out, then remain inside. He ordered a few individuals to keep watch over them, instructing that anyone attempting to emerge should be forcefully sent back. Moreover, every hour, draw a sample of blood. The experimental data must continue to be recorded without interruption. Understood. The remaining individuals immediately displayed sinister smiles. Not coming out, are we? Very well. We shall see how you fare when I extract your blood until you can endure no longer. After the master of Takakata departed, both Shinji and Hidan felt their facial muscles twitch involuntarily, yet neither was willing to concede defeat. After all, both possessed immortality. A few vials of blood would not be their end. However, 6 hours swiftly elapsed. Hidan and Shinji showed no inclination to exit. Their complexions had turned ashen, clearly a result of the blood extraction, compounded by their prolonged soak in the hot springs, leaving them with severe dizziness. At that moment, an individual approached, brandishing a syringe the size of a child's arm, with a malevolent grin. It's time again, gentlemen. Will you emerge to apologize to the master now? Or shall you contribute more of your precious blood? He emphasized the word precious, knowing that after 5 extractions with such a large syringe, little remained. How could it not be precious? Ordinary individuals would have succumbed long ago, yet these two, with their unique physiology and accelerated blood production, alongside their immortality, had managed to endure. Yet, if this continued, they might soon find themselves drained of their very marrow. As the dreaded mandatory blood donation approached, Hidan's pale face took on an even greener hue. Yet, surrendering was not in his nature. Still holding on. You appear to be on your last legs, he teased, unable to conceal his discomfort. Meanwhile, Shinji feigned nonchalance, smiling lightly. It's quite comfortable. I could almost drift off, if only the water were hotter. Hidan did not buy Shinji's pretense, and despite his own discomfort, he retaliated. Indeed, I could swim in boiling water at the age of 6. How did you not scald yourself? Is boasting now devoid of logic? Shinji chuckled. Have you ever tasted magma? It's exquisite. Hidan's expression contorted. Magma? You'd have burned your mouth off. Let us count to 3 and go out together, shall we? Hidan reluctantly proposed. All right then. 1, 2, 3. An amusing scene unfolded as neither moved, both exchanging disdainful glances, as if to say, I knew you wouldn't keep your word. Why aren't you going out? You haven't moved either. Hidan found himself utterly outmatched. It was evident that Shinji was prepared to endure this stalemate indefinitely. Ultimately, he decided to push through. Gritting his teeth and closing his eyes, muttering, drawl Shinji, ever more resolute, said nothing and simply extended his arm. Draw then. Who is afraid? At this moment, the acolyte felt a burgeoning sense of admiration, yet his hands moved with unwavering speed as he and a companion began to draw blood. However, as he continued, a disquieting realization struck him. Why had the syringe suddenly ceased to fill with blood? Turning back, he found Shinji had slumped to the side, breathless, his skin shriveled, resembling a husk drained of vitality. With the blood completely extracted and the man lifeless, it was indeed impossible to draw more. The acolyte was immediately seized by panic, exclaiming that something had gone awry and urgently beckoning for the Grand Master. Forthwith, someone dashed out to seek the Master Takagi. What should they do now? The acolyte who had just drawn blood from Hidan bore a look of sheer terror, nearly losing his grip on the syringe brimming with blood. If anything were to go wrong, their punishment would not suffice to quench the wrath that would ensue. Until the miraculous replication succeeded. The significance of Hidan and Shinji equated to that of a substantial portion of the evil god sect. How could they not be frightened? What now? They must quickly carry the man out. Especially Hidan. Nothing could happen to him. Oh yes, save the person. The two hastily began to lift him out in a flurry of activity. At that moment, a faint smile of genuine joy finally graced Hidan's pallid visage. And he did not resist being carried away. For in the end, victory belonged to him, Hidan. Shinji, oh Shinji, you rascal, look at you now. However, Hidan was undoubtedly celebrating too soon. Just as he believed the matter was settled and he had triumphed, his eyes widened in shock. No, you deceitful scoundrel. Let me go? Quickly. In the midst of Hidan's frantic shouts, Shinji, who should have been in a state of near death from blood loss, suddenly pushed away the acolyte who was about to carry him out with unexpected strength. He then plopped back into the hot spring, a sly smile dancing at the corners of his mouth as he cast a glance at Hidan, mouthing the words, "Take care." By the time Hidan comprehended that this scene could very well be Shinji's cunning ruse, it was already too late. The acolyte, fearful of further mishaps befalling Hidan, disregarded his feeble struggles, exerting just a bit of force to extract him entirely from the spring. In an instant, Hidan became dazed, akin to a limp wax figure. Defeated. He could hardly believe that he had lost, and in such an insubstantial manner. Akagi Shinji, you lack honor. Hidan yearned to confront his opponent with such accusations. Yet defeat was defeat. In the harsh reality of combat, no one would care whether you had chosen to ambush or employed underhanded tactics. For only those who remained standing, those who lived, were the true victors. Moreover, Hidan could not fathom how his opponent still possessed the strength to break free at that moment. After all, they had both soaked in the spring for so long and drawn so much blood. Wait, if memory served him correctly, it seemed that in that final instance, Shinji had not been drained of much blood at all. Everyone had been deceived by his appearance. After contemplating the reason for his defeat, Hidan could no longer endure and promptly fainted, his vision fading to darkness. At that moment, Shinji finally received the long-awaited notification from the system indicating the completion of his task, which brought him a sense of relief. He had indeed resorted to a clever ruse, exploiting the properties of the blood manipulation technique to forcibly retain the blood within his body, preventing it from being extracted. His intention was to create a false impression of his demise at the critical moment, thus disorienting everyone. Given the significance of both himself and Hidan, even if those nearby were aware that he might not be truly dead, the fear of bearing the blame would compel them to believe the illusion, achieving the desired outcome. Had he executed this tactic too early, it would have failed to deceive everyone and would have risked exposure. Conversely, if he had delayed too long, he might have lacked the strength to escape, resulting in total failure. Fortunately, his final judgment proved accurate, and he succeeded. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from a distance, accompanied by the furious inquiries of Master Takiki. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and rescue him. Not wishing to confront the wrath of the ex-instructor at that juncture, Shinji immediately relaxed his mind and succumbed to slumber. 7 days later, having just emerged from confinement, Shinji was enjoying his lunch. Today's meal consisted of curry chicken, which was quite palatable, particularly due to the generous portion size and ample meat, leaving him quite satisfied. To be fair, his time spent in the cult of the Dark God since his arrival had been relatively harmonious and fulfilling. Each day involved diligent training, blood draws, and meticulous documentation of experimental data. Once accustomed to these routines, it was rather pleasant. After all, it was undoubtedly a far superior existence compared to the war orphans and refugees who perpetually teetered on the brink of death. At least his life was secure, with no worries about food or clothing. He had even entertained the thought that if he could continue to live in this manner, simply biding his time, it might not be such a bad fate. As long as he avoided reckless actions, he could feasibly persist in this state indefinitely. Even if extraterrestrial beings were to invade the ninja world one day, there were others, like Naruto and Sasuke, who would bear the brunt of it. Surely, he would not be among those called upon. However, upon reflecting more deeply on the information regarding the cult of the Dark God, he could not help but sigh lightly, realizing that such a notion might be somewhat unrealistic. Although he was uncertain of the timeline, the eventual fate of the cult was undoubtedly annihilation. He vaguely recalled an episode from the Unburnable transmission, where a fool had stumbled upon some remnants of the cult's teachings and foolishly aspired to attain immortality. By that time, the cult had long since vanished. Shinji was not well versed in the specifics of how the cult was destroyed, as the memories were too distant. But he faintly remembered reading online that all members of the cult had been sacrificed to the Dark God by Fadewan. That certainly seemed within the realm of possibilities for Fadewan, and if such a day were to come, Shinji would undoubtedly lend a hand. At that point, the world would be his oyster, and he would revel in the freedom to soar high and dive deep. Should Master Takik Flag learn of this fellow's current thoughts, he would undoubtedly choose to obliterate him without delay. After painstakingly nurturing two undead, only to find them both traitorous, is it not a tad excessive? Clang. A sudden noise interrupted Shunshur, who, while savoring curry, couldn't help but sigh before lifting his head. Lo and behold, the woolly individual, Hidan, had just kicked over a chair and was now glaring fiercely at him. Clearly, the days of confinement and recuperation had left Hidan feeling quite disgruntled and irate. Following their tacitly dull competition, Master Takik had separated them and imposed confinement, subjecting them to no fewer than 10 sessions of ideological education. Fearful they might cause even greater chaos in the future, it was also a means to ensure they recuperated well. After all, being undead does not mean one is impervious to injury, and the circumstances of that incident had been nothing short of exasperating. Regrettably, if he were to avoid instigating trouble, Hidan would not be himself. Hence, having just been released, he was already inquiring around, eagerly seeking to confront Shunshur. "Hey, have you eaten? Perhaps we could sit down and share a meal?" Shunshur greeted, hastening his actions to prevent hunger from setting in during their impending scuffle. Yuan had long instilled in him the importance of not wasting food. "You bastard, Shunshur! You coward!" Hidan brandished his obsidian spear, gritting his teeth as he charged forward. He was willing to endure confinement again if it meant exacting revenge for his previous humiliating defeat. However, as they engaged, Hidan's expression suddenly shifted. Logically, their strengths should have been comparable. At least, prior to their confinement, each encounter had ended without resolution. Yet this time, the situation was entirely different. Hidan's multiple thrusts with the dark spear were effortlessly evaded by Shunshur, who even took advantage of the openings to quickly lower his head and devour the remaining curry on his plate. It was as if he held Hidan's attacks in utter disdain. Infuriated, Hidan gritted his teeth and escalated his assault. At that moment, Shunshur, who had been dodging, finally raised his head. Hidan then noticed an unfamiliar crimson scar in an X shape adorning Shunshur's forehead, as if stained by blood. Crimson blood manipulation. Boom. With a mere punch after setting down his plate, Shunshur caught Hidan off guard, sending him crashing against the wall, where he uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of blood, his obsidian spear slipping from his grasp and clattering to the floor. How could this be possible? With both hands on the ground, Hidan's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how, in just a few days, Shunshur's strength could have surged so dramatically. Could it be that the master had clandestinely bestowed special training upon this scoundrel during his absence? Sensing Hidan's confusion, Shunshur calmly explained, "My crimson blood manipulation allows me to freely control components within the blood, including body temperature, pulse, and the count of red blood cells. I merely accelerated the flow of my blood to enhance my physical strength, thus augmenting my speed and power. In this state, you could scarcely brush against the hem of my garment." The fallen Hidan, sliding down the wall, could hardly believe that merely a few days could widen the chasm between us to such an extent. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly retrieved the ebony spear that had clattered to the ground and, wordlessly, charged towards Shinji once more. Observing this, Shinji shook his head. Had it been a few days prior, he would indeed have found himself embroiled in a fierce struggle. However, after experiencing severe blood loss that brought him to the brink of death, followed by several days of quiet contemplation, he serendipitously discovered a method to enhance his own capabilities. It was, as he had articulated, an acceleration of blood flow to fortify his physical prowess, boosting both speed and strength. The principle bore some resemblance to Luffy S. Gear 2nd. Yet there were distinctions. The cost, however, was significant damage to oneself, with frequent use potentially shortening one's lifespan. Thus, it could only be said that Hidan had chosen an ill-timed moment to seek trouble with him. Feeling the power coursing through him in the state of crimson blood manipulation, crimson scales, Shinji resolved to impart an unforgettable lesson to Hidan. He deftly tilted his head, evading the swiftly thrust ebony spear, and then unleashed a concealed yet lightning-fast strike with his right fist, landing squarely on Hidan's abdomen. In an instant, Hidan was engulfed by a searing pain, his eyes bulging as he doubled over with a gasp. Following this, Shinji's knee loomed large before him. Bang! Hidan's face was instantly blossomed with a myriad of contusions as he was lifted off the ground, his head tilting backward. Yet the onslaught did not cease there. Determined to make Hidan acutely aware of their disparity in strength, Shinji swiftly closed the distance, first delivering a crushing blow with his iron elbow to Hidan's chest. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed. As Hidan was propelled backward, Shinji expertly seized one of his arms and forcefully hurled him upward. With a powerful push against the ground, he soared into the air, his hands gently pressed down upon Hidan, while his right knee pressed against Hidan's spine. With a mere application of weight upon landing, he could easily cleave Hidan in two, with the back of his head and heels tightly aligned. With a thunderous crash, the impact on the ground caused the earth beneath Shinji to fracture in a spiderweb pattern. However, to everyone's astonishment, the anticipated gruesome outcome did not materialize. At the last moment, Shinji unexpectedly restrained his force, sparing Hidan from being snapped like a twig. With a thud, Shinji discarded the heavily injured Hidan, exhaling a breath that was slightly heated as the crimson streaks upon his forehead vanished. Defeated. Once again, he had suffered a defeat, and this time, it was an unprecedented catastrophe. Lying on the ground, Hidan felt an overwhelming surge of resentment swelling within his chest, especially when Shinji had refrained from delivering the final blow. He had deeply provoked Hidan's sensitive nerves. Ha ha ha, I cannot perish. Even if I am reduced to mere fragments, with only this head remaining, I shall claw my way out of hell to sever your throat. If you dare, then let us see. Yet, currently, you are far too feeble, so weak that I am reluctant to expend much effort to eliminate you entirely. With that, Shinji turned on his heel and departed. What do you mean by that? Are you mocking me? Listen, next time, I will undoubtedly take you down. Hey, Akagi Shinji, you scoundrel, come back here. Hidan's unwilling roar echoed throughout the entire base, and he was promptly escorted to the medical room by the disciples who had heard the commotion. The following day, after receiving treatment, Hidan emerged. He had anticipated facing severe repercussions for defying the Master's orders by instigating trouble with Akagi Shinji, and for having been thoroughly beaten in a most humiliating manner. However, to his astonishment, he had not encountered Master Takagi upon his return. Yet, given his disposition, he did not dwell on the reasons for this, quickly dismissing it from his mind. It was not until mealtime that the discussions around him made him clench his fists. Hey, did you witness it? Of course, the Master's methods of punishment are nothing short of art. They stir the blood. Damn, you pervert. But that Akagi fellow is indeed tough. He didn't utter a word throughout. If you ask me, he is merely relying on the immortality granted by the great evil god. Otherwise, he would have surely been terrified. Perhaps that is the punishment for defying the Master's will. No one is exempt. Bang! Hidan abruptly stood, toppling his chair, and seized the collar of the man who had spoken with disdain, lifting him into the air. Hey, Hidan, what do you intend to do? The man's companion exclaimed, his voice trembling. What punishment? Are you referring to Akagi Shinji? What happened to him? The man, now suspended in the air, turned crimson, ready to retort. But upon meeting Hidan's cold, lifeless gaze, he quivered and quickly explained, it's about that Akagi Shinji fellow. I'm not entirely sure what transpired, but it seems to be related to yesterday's fight with you. The master was furious, so he publicly punished him. Yesterday? Hidan paused, momentarily perplexed. Wasn't that incident instigated by him? If the master were to punish anyone, it should be him, not that Shinji fellow. Unable to comprehend, Hidan resolved to investigate further. Where? What? I'm asking where he is. In the main hall. Bang! Hidan forcefully threw the man aside, his malice undisguised as he said, next time you speak ill of others behind their backs, choose a more secluded place. Even if that scoundrel Shinji lacks immortality, he is not someone a weakling like you can provoke. Do you understand? I understand, the man muttered, his eyes filled with resentment as he lowered his head, bewildered as to why Hidan would defend his nemesis. However, if one wishes to avoid death, it would be prudent not to further provoke the opponent. Fadewan strode away, swiftly entering the Great Hall. This was the place where the evil god cult typically worshipped their dark deity, but now it bore some peculiar changes. Before a colossal statue of the evil god, devoid of facial features, a figure was pierced by 18 ebony spears, suspended in midair, with blood continuously dripping and flowing into the grooves on the ground. This was the divine punishment of the evil god cult, where the condemned was pierced in their limbs and torso by 18 spears, all while avoiding vital areas to ensure the condemned's life remained intact. Only if the blood spilled filled the grooves depicting the evil god on the ground could one attain redemption, signifying that, under the gaze of the dark deity, one's transgressions had been cleansed by blood. Yet, in truth, no one had ever survived this punishment before. Upon closer inspection, Fadewan recognized that the person undergoing this divine punishment was indeed Akagi Shinji. Sensing someone approaching, Shinji instinctively lifted his bloodied face, and upon recognizing Fadewan, he broke into a smile. Seeing me in this ghastly state brings you joy, doesn't it? Ah, indeed, it is utterly delightful. Yet, I am more curious about what you did. Why do you ask? Because someone informed me that you were punished for that incident yesterday. Hey. You don't think I would take the blame for you, do you? Don't be ridiculous. I am eagerly awaiting the chance to strike you down further. Perhaps soon you will share my fate. So if I were you, I would obediently return to sleep, to still have the energy to insult. It seems this so-called divine punishment is not as formidable as it appears. After delivering a mocking remark, Fadewan departed. Behind him, Shinji was once again engulfed by darkness, with the sound of dripping blood incessantly echoing through the hall. However, on his way back to his quarters, Fadewan's expression continually shifted. Eventually, he halted, turning towards the location of the leader, Takakata. Although, as that scoundrel Shinji said, it was fortunate that the other did not take the opportunity to strike him down. How could he possibly bear the blame? Yet, Fadewan felt that unless he clarified this matter, he would be unable to sleep soundly for the entire month. Moments later, Fadewan emerged from the room, fists clenched, teeth gritted. Damn it. It is merely a divine punishment. I, Fadewan, do not require others to meddle in my affairs. Truly infuriating. Meanwhile, as Fadewan stormed away in indignation, a sudden smile graced Shinji's downcast face. For just moments ago, the system notification had chimed. His bond with Fadewan had surged by a remarkable 80 points, adding to the 20 points earned from the previous hot spring task. He had completed the monthly task quota within just 10 days. Clearly, he had become increasingly adept at maneuvering Fadewan. It was worth the price of being pierced by 18 bloody holes in front of so many people. Moreover, just prior to Fadewan's arrival, he experienced a fleeting demise, receiving a rather lackluster evaluation of his death's brilliance, which consequently afforded him a modest enhancement in chakra, willpower, and physical prowess. This prompted him to ponder the essence of a truly spectacular death. Was it a demise marked by a head exploding into a kaleidoscope of colors? Or must it carry profound significance to be deemed remarkable? The confusion was palpable. The long-standing myth of the divine punishment, which had never seen a survivor, was shattered as Akagi Shinji became the inaugural individual to endure such a fate and emerge alive. However, this revelation was hardly surprising. After all, it merely involved sustaining a few punctures and losing some blood. Certainly, an immortal being could withstand such trivialities. Thus, many regarded it with indifference. And the internal activities of the evil god sect resumed their regular course. In the following days, Fadewan refrained from troubling Shinji, instead engaging in an unexpected pursuit of refining his physical techniques. Clearly, he had not relinquished his ambitions. Rather, he seemed poised to strengthen himself before seeking retribution against Shinji. This transformation in Fadewan's demeanor delighted figures such as Master Takiji, who secretly rejoiced. They had contemplated the separation of Fadewan and Akagi Shinji for distinct training, yet unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon them, a testament to the evil god's favor. Consequently, a substantial allocation of resources began to flow towards both Fadewan and Shinji. Master Takiji understood that despite the rapid growth of the evil god sect, they were merely able to intimidate smaller nations. In a serious confrontation, the 5 great nations could extinguish them with the slightest effort. This was precisely why he chose to remain secluded, avoiding provocation of the great powers. However, The emergence of Hidan and Shinji rekindled his hopes. The combination of two immortal beings, bolstered by the potent curses of death by blood and crimson manipulation, promised that once they matured, they would undoubtedly rival even the strongest of shadow-level warriors. Only with such formidable forces at their helm could the evil god sect truly expand and solidify its presence as a formidable power within the ninja world. It must be said that Master Takagi harbored grand ambitions and calculated schemes. Yet, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen changes. Shinji, how long have you been here? After collaborating on an experimental blood draw, Shinji paused momentarily, reflecting, perhaps 3 months? Master Takagi nodded knowingly, acknowledging the passage of time since Shinji's integration into their ranks. Now, I have a task to assign to you. Initially taken aback, Shinji forced himself to regain composure. Was this a sign of genuine trust, or merely a test? Yet, upon further contemplation, he found it inconsequential. After all, he had no intention of abandoning the small vessel of the evil god sect just yet, should he choose to depart. It would be only after extracting every ounce of value. Thus, whether his presence was met with initial trust or served as a means of assessment, he felt no trepidation. He would simply be himself. Upon this realization, Shinji immediately declared, I shall heed Lord Takaki's command entirely. I am willing to offer everything to the Dark God, even my life. Seemingly pleased with Shinji's show of loyalty, the cult leader's smile grew increasingly benevolent. You and Hidan are the future of our Dark God sect. Heavier responsibilities will soon rest upon your shoulders, so do not hastily seek to serve the Dark God. My followers and I have long awaited that day. It is not your time yet. Yes, Lord Takagi. My apologies for my impudence. Inwardly, Shinji scoffed at the notion of serving any dark god. Let such a fortunate endeavor be yours. You should promptly take those followers to meet the dark god. Externally respectful, he was internally mocking the situation. After gently patting Shinji's shoulder, the cult leader continued, in truth, this is not a daunting task. In the land of waves, there is a wealthy benefactor who has been secretly supporting us. Recently, he has encountered some troubles that require our intervention. We have observed your and Hidan's diligent training. However, merely secluding yourselves here will not expedite your growth. Only through sufficient battles and trials can you develop into formidable individuals. Therefore, for this mission, I have decided to send only you and Hidan. I hope you both will not disappoint me. Gazing at the cult leader's kind smile, Shinji responded solemnly while internally rolling his eyes. What a farce. I refuse to believe you have no ulterior motives for sending Hidan and me out together. What an audacious risk to trust us with this task. If things go awry or we flee, you would have nowhere to lament. He scoffed at the thought of partnering with Hidan, who would want to undertake a mission with that scoundrel. Similarly, Hidan, having received the same directive from the leader, silently echoed his frustration. However, since this decision had been made by Lord Takagi, it would not be altered based on their personal preferences. The cult leader perceived the animosity between Hidan and Shinji as mere childishness, a result of mutual disdain. He believed that shared experiences would inevitably mend their relationship. For instance, who would have anticipated that Shinji would voluntarily plead on Hidan's behalf, even willing to accept punishment for him? Who could have foreseen that Hidan, completely unaware of the situation, would nearly harm a follower who spoke ill of Shinji? Thus, Lord Takagi was steadfast in his belief that his arrangement was just. The key to overcoming immortality was not out of reach. However, if two powerful sorcerers were to partner together, the synergy would undoubtedly surpass mere addition. To cultivate Shinji and Hidan into true allies, they must begin to fight side by side, nurturing that bond and connection. Regardless of Shinji's reluctance, he set out alongside Hidan. Moreover, as Lord Takagi had indicated, it appeared that no one was sent to accompany them, as if he possessed unwavering confidence that they would successfully complete the task and return safely. However, unless Shinji is truly delusional, he would never find such notions credible. The more plausible scenario is that the cult of the evil deity has dispatched individuals to covertly protect and monitor them. What are you looking at? Hidan asked impatiently, clearly preferring not to undertake missions alongside Shinji if given the choice. Nothing. Let us go, Shinji replied, averting his gaze without further explanation and proceeded forward. Hidan clicked his tongue in annoyance and followed suit. According to the map, they needed to traverse the land of fire before boarding a vessel to the land of waves. Though the journey was lengthy, for ninjas, traveling at full speed would take merely a few days. Of course, This mission was not urgent enough to warrant such haste. Thus, they ambled along, only delving deeper into the land of fire after 3 days. Upon entering this land, Shinji's behavior grew increasingly peculiar. He had no intention of abandoning Hidan or seeking refuge in Konoha. Rather, he realized he was drawing closer to the location marked on the cursed treasure map. Should he venture forth to investigate? He hesitated, fearful of exposing his greatest secret. Yet, upon reflection, he considered that if he did not seize this opportunity, it could be ages before he found himself in this vicinity again. Moreover, his curiosity about what treasures the cursed map might reveal was overwhelming. What was there to ponder and hesitate about? If he were to unearth something, he could always claim it had been hidden there by him previously. Such a pretense should pose no significant issue. Shinji's confidence was not blind. He understood that the cult of the evil deity had invested considerable effort in him and Hidan. As long as he did not betray them, it was unlikely they would act short-sightedly to seize his findings. On the other hand, considering the system's unreliability and the ominous implications of the curse, he was apprehensive about potential complications arising during the excavation. He certainly did not wish to unearth a mummy and inadvertently find himself in a tale reminiscent of a Tomb Raider novel. Looking up at the sky, he noted that night was fast approaching. Nonchalantly, he remarked, "It's getting dark, according to the map. There's a small village nearby where we can purchase some food and perhaps find lodging for the night." What a hassle, Hidan grumbled, yet did not oppose the suggestion. After several days of subsisting on rations and enduring the outdoors while being devoured by mosquitoes, he was growing weary. The prospect of a warm meal and a good night's sleep was certainly appealing. Naturally, he still felt compelled to mock Shinji. "Can't believe you're already struggling after just a few days. Some people are truly pampered." Not one to indulge Hidan, Shinji retorted. "Then you can stay here and feed the mosquitoes. I'm going to check over there. There might be fried pork cutlets." With that, he set off without hesitation, leaving Hidan in a state of inner turmoil. Should he follow, it would feel like a blow to his pride. Yet, if he stayed behind, what if there truly were fried pork cutlets? As a born carnivore, Hidan had an aversion to all vegetarian fare, with fried pork cutlets being his absolute favorite. Why should he be the one to endure the hardship while that scoundrel Shinji indulges himself? With a stern expression, Fadewan immediately dashed after him. Noticing Shinji's gaze upon him, he quickly interjected, "I truly have no choice. I shall reluctantly indulge you this once, but there shall be no second chance. Do you hear me?" What a prideful fellow. His words harsh, yet his actions sincere. Shinji clicked his tongue, opting not to further expose him. After all, most of his thoughts were consumed by the treasure map before him. Engaging in a feud with Fadewan was a long-term endeavor, not something one could achieve in a day. So there was no rush. They could take their time. "Keep up. We need to quicken our pace." With a clear sense of direction, Shinji stowed the map and began to accelerate. In the original narrative, Fadewan was the slowest member of the Akatsuki organization, yet that was merely in comparison to those monsters. When measured against ordinary ninjas, Fadewan's speed was anything but lacking. Thus, the two swiftly veered off their intended path, heading northward. After running for a full hour, they finally caught sight of a village, and darkness had enveloped the sky. Upon halting, Fadewan could not contain his sarcasm. "Is this the so-called small village you mentioned? Where have we ended up?" Indeed, for ninjas of their caliber, an hour of full-speed travel could hardly be deemed nearby. Fadewan felt utterly deceived. That mention of fried pork cutlet was nothing but Shinji's deliberate bait to lure him in. How foolish of him to fall for it and run so far. Had he known, he would have preferred staying behind to battle the mosquitoes. Shinji was aware that his reasoning was somewhat absurd, but he had no other options. After all, he was following the location indicated on the treasure map. So even if his excuse was flimsy, he had to make a detour to take a look. "So, are you leaving?" "Leave? Not a chance. If I don't get my fried pork cutlet today, I shall offer all of you as sacrifices to the great evil god." Fadewan exclaimed in a fit of rage before charging headlong into the village. Shinji felt a headache coming on. He had no doubt that Fadewan, in his fury, could indeed commit such acts, but that was not the outcome he desired. He needed to devise a way to placate this troublesome companion. Fortunately, his crimson blood manipulation effectively countered Fadewan's capabilities, ensuring he could maintain control over him. "Young men, are you here in search of someone?" As they aimlessly wandered through the village, an elderly elder appeared before them, inquiring. Just as Shinji was about to speak, Fadewan cut in, "Hey, old man. What delicious food and drink do you have?" Hurry and bring it out, or else Fadewan will burn your village to the ground. Shinji hurriedly stepped forward and covered Fadewan's mouth, then donned a smile and said, "Please don't misunderstand. My brother here has had some water in his head as a child and often rambles nonsensically. We did not come here in search of anyone. We merely happened to pass by, hoping to procure some sustenance and perhaps find a place to rest for the night." Upon hearing this, the elderly man's anxious demeanor relaxed somewhat. "Ah, that explains it. Your brother appears to be quite unwell." The moment this was uttered, Fadewan's eyes widened, and he began to struggle fiercely. I'll kill you, old man." With considerable effort, Shinji managed to prevent Fadewan from taking drastic action against the elderly gentleman. The old man continued, "As guests from afar, your presence here is serendipitous. Let us not dwell on matters of money, if you two do not mind. You may accompany me to my home for a meal and a place to spend the night. What do you think? We are immensely grateful. We shall stay for just one night and will not be a burden." "Burden? What troubles you, sir?" "Ah, you must keep an eye on your brother. The village is filled with women and children. We wouldn't want him to frighten anyone. Rest assured, although my brother may not be the brightest and his words may not be endearing, he possesses one redeeming quality. He has no interest in women. He finds them bothersome and would rather avoid them altogether. That is reassuring. What a waste of such a robust physique, but alas, he is a fool. Women are a wonder, yet a fool cannot comprehend." The elderly man seemed to carry a wealth of stories, sighing deeply as he led the way. "I must eliminate that old fool. Release me, or I shall take you down with him. If you do not fear being dismembered and cast into the sea to feed the fish, you may act as you wish." Fadewan faltered, seemingly reminded of his current inability to overpower his adversary, and begrudgingly replied, "You are formidable. What do you intend?" "Simply remain here for the night, and tomorrow we shall depart." "Very well, but mark my words, I will eventually slay that old man. Chop, chop, chop. All you know is to threaten with your blade. Do you take pride in challenging an elderly man who struggles to walk?" Fadewan immediately covered his head, glaring as he shouted, "You scoundrel! You and that old man are doomed. Is that so? Speak one more word, and I shall harvest your kidneys and stir-fry them with vegetables. You, Fadewan instinctively fell silent, hands clasped protectively over his waist, clearly not fond of the thought of having his own kidneys prepared in such a manner. Seeing Fadewan finally acquiesce somewhat, Shinji breathed a sigh of relief. Despite his affiliation with such a fearsome organization as the cult of the evil god, he still maintained his principles. He could not bring himself to harm innocent villagers or partake in mass slaughter. Of course, if someone were to threaten him first, he would not hesitate to defend himself. The notion of killing had once felt distant to him, but now he found himself compelled to brace for it. After all, this is a world where the large prey upon the small, and the small devour the minuscule. Lacking sufficient strength for self-preservation, one might fear succumbing to an unknown calamity, oblivious to the identity of the assailant. Furthermore, no one would rise to champion their cause for justice. Before long, Shinji and Hidan followed the elderly gentleman back to his abode. "Grandfather, give me a hug." Upon entering, the old man swiftly and gently lifted his exuberant grandson, who bounded towards him with his little legs, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "Lift me high. Yes, yes, lift me higher. Higher still. Father, the meal is ready." Who are these two? The elderly gentleman reveled in the joys of family life, nearly forgetting Shinji and Hidan at the doorway until his daughter-in-law emerged to inquire. "Ah, yes. How could I forget? These two young men just passed through our village. Please prepare an extra set of bowls and chopsticks, and tidy up that room. They shall stay the night." "Understood, father," his daughter-in-law replied, clearly a dutiful and home-oriented individual, albeit somewhat unaccustomed to conversing with strangers, as she quickly retreated to the kitchen. "Make yourselves comfortable. If you desire water, there are cups available for you to help yourselves." The elderly man beckoned, then resumed playing with his grandson, eliciting joyous laughter from the little one. Witnessing this scene, Shinji began to doubt the old man's earlier words, suspecting they harbored a deeper meaning. "You must keep an eye on your brother. The village is filled with women and children." Was he genuinely concerned that Hidan might pose a threat to his family? Such worries seemed unfounded, for Hidan had not even glanced at the women in the house. Instead, he was gulping down cold well water, appearing truly parched. Of course, one could also speculate whether his mind was parched, in need of replenishment. Soon, the woman returned, carrying a modest meal. The dishes were simple: scrambled eggs with green peppers, a wild vegetable soup, and pickled radish. Not a trace of meat was to be found, and it seemed the scrambled eggs were hastily prepared, likely due to the unexpected guests. With the rice barely sufficient, cooking more would have been too cumbersome. Fortunately, Shinji and Hidan had some leftover provisions, perfectly suited to supplement their meal. It was evident that this family's living conditions were somewhat strained. They were not destitute, but their means were limited. As an emotionally intelligent individual, Shinji understood that they were offering their best to host him and his brother, deserving of gratitude rather than scrutiny. However, Hidan clearly did not share this sentiment. After a mere cursory examination of the dishes with his chopsticks, he lost all interest. His expression soured, as if to disdainfully declare, "Is this what you serve to Lord Hidan? I demand pork chops, not this swill." Quick to act, Shinji covered Hidan's mouth once more and jovially remarked, "My foolish brother's affliction has flared up again. He tends to speak nonsense. MMM. You're the one with a problem. Do you dare threaten my family, you scoundrel?" "What did he say?" "Oh, he just remarked that the dish was so delectable, he bit his tongue." "Humph, such swine fare. The esteemed Faidwan wouldn't deign to consume it." The old man nodded, acknowledging that despite his unfortunate brother's apparent lack of intelligence, he at least possessed some taste. Ayako's culinary skills are renowned throughout the village. Every time there is a feast, those so-called master chefs eagerly volunteer to assist her. "All right, grandfather. No need to dwell on the past. It's all behind us now," the woman said, a hint of shyness causing her cheeks to flush in her urgency. Seizing the moment while the attention was diverted, Shinji leaned in and whispered to Faidwan, "Do not provoke any trouble. Once we reach the land of waves, I shall ensure you have your fill of slaughter." "Humph." Faidwan swatted Shinji's hand away with a disdainful grunt, yet he truly refrained from acting impulsively. Perhaps this is what is meant by the saying that one thing can subdue another. Shifting the topic, Shinji curiously inquired, "Grandfather, where's your son?" Upon hearing this, both the elderly man and the woman paused in their actions, and soon the old man let out a heavy sigh. "He is gone. A few years back, 2 groups of ninjas appeared out of nowhere and turned our village upside down. A fireball the size of a house fell, and my poor, unfortunate child did not have time to escape. Alas, if only I had been faster. If I had been able to save Shoyuta." The woman was already discreetly wiping away tears. The old man then said, "This is not your fault. After all, you were with child at the time. It is merely the misfortune of this world, and my child's ill fate." With that, the old man, his expression forlorn, set down his chopsticks and retreated to his room. Such calamities befall those who are unfortunate. Moreover, there is no avenue for justice, no one to voice grievances. Even those 2 groups of ninjas who clashed here likely regarded the villagers as insignificant. It has only been a few years since the last great ninja war ended, a time when human lives were as inconsequential as straw. Now, at least, they are fortunate to be alive, with food and drink to sustain them. The final meal was tasteless and quickly concluded. Shinji was no altruistic fool, believing that sharing a meal necessitated avenging another's grievances. He simply intended to leave a bit more for their hospitality upon departure. Faidwan, even less concerned, dismissed the old man's lamentations. What of losing a son? What does that signify? In this world, death is an everyday occurrence. After the meal, Shinji and Faidwan returned to their quarters to rest, while the old man's daughter-in-law took the child back to her family home, likely to avoid gossip. Unbeknownst to them, the night wore on. Suddenly, Shinji opened his eyes, preparing to stealthily slip away. To his surprise, he found someone sitting outside the door, seemingly waiting for him. As the night deepened, the old man's calm visage in the moonlight greeted him. "You and your companion must be ninjas, am I correct?" The old man did not respond to Shinji's question, but instead posed a rhetorical inquiry in an affirmative tone. "Our village is exceedingly remote. Rarely do merchant caravans pass through, and thus, unfamiliar faces are a rarity. I began to observe you shortly after your arrival." Upon hearing this, Shinji raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "Why?" The old man sighed. "Out of fear." Shinji pondered this, seemingly grasping the underlying meaning. The old man continued, "I cannot ascertain whether your presence will bring harm to this village. Aware that you might be perilous individuals, I felt compelled to approach you, feigning ignorance while bringing you back. Are you afraid of a repeat of that tragic incident?" Shinji inquired. "Alas, we have only recently enjoyed a few years of peace. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of ropes for 10 years. How can one not fear? So you stand here hoping to deter me?" Shinji asked, intrigued. What can an old man like me possibly prevent? The elder shook his head. It is merely a gamble. If I win, I return to my slumber. If I lose, it is but an eternal sleep. At my age, I have come to terms with such inevitabilities. Shinji nodded. No wonder you sent your family away after dinner. You feared for their safety. The old man fell silent. Originally intending to secure the two outsiders, and then take his daughter-in-law and grandson to hide for a few days. However, the outside world was fraught with danger, with wild beasts and bandits lurking about. Their group consisted of an elderly man, a child, and a lone woman in her prime. Should they encounter any predators, survival would be unlikely. Yet, after spending a little over half a day in their company and through several deliberate tests, he realized that the situation might not be as dire as he had feared. Although the other individual appeared to be of ill repute, the one before him exhibited a remarkable restraint, repeatedly subduing his companion's more violent tendencies. This demonstrated that he was capable of rational discourse and bore a significant likelihood of not being a mindless killer. Thus, the old man chose to remain and ascertain the true intentions of these newcomers. Old yet resolute. This is a discerning man, Shinji thought to himself, impressed by the elder's audacity. In this world, the most lamentable aspect is that ordinary people cannot dictate their own fate. It hinges solely on the goodwill or malice of uninvited guests. Rest assured, I harbor no interest in your affairs. We shall depart at dawn. With this reassuring response, the old man finally exhaled in relief. As for why these individuals had ventured out at such a late hour, he did not inquire. He had no desire to know. The adage that the more one knows, the faster they meet their demise was not lost on him. All he needed was confirmation of their benign intentions, which sufficed to placate him. However, at that moment, Shinji suddenly asked, "Is the story you told earlier true?" "Every word of it," the old man replied. "Do you harbor resentment towards those ninjas? Or have you ever considered seeking vengeance against them? At my age, does it truly matter whether I harbor resentment? As an old man, who am I to confront anyone on behalf of the widows and orphans?" The elderly gentleman let out a bitter laugh and continued, "I have never entertained thoughts of vengeance. Nor do I dare to. My sole desire now is to peacefully navigate my twilight years while watching over the children as they grow." Understanding this, Shinji nodded gently before departing in a certain direction. Yet, as he gazed at Shinji's retreating figure, a fleeting shadow of anguish crossed the old man's eyes. Clearly, the pain of losing a child cannot be so lightly dismissed as he had just suggested. But what could he do, even in the face of such unbearable grief? In the aftermath, he had indeed discreetly gathered information about the identities of those ninjas, but what then? The two factions responsible for the calamity that befell his village were a group of mist ninjas from the land of water and another group of leaf ninjas pursuing their adversaries. The colossal fireball that claimed his son's life was unleashed by a leaf ninja fighting to protect his comrades. What could an old man do? Being inadvertently caught in the crossfire of the guardians from his own nation? As a citizen of the land of fire, he was powerless. The subsequent reparations amounted to merely aiding in the village's reconstruction and providing some financial and material compensation. The deceased, however, remained forever lost. This is the reality of war. Thus, thoughts of vengeance were beyond their reach. All they felt towards the ninjas was fear, nothing more. Even if one were to take a step back, whom would one seek for retribution? Would it be the mist ninjas who fortuitously found themselves here, or the leaf ninja whose fireball mistakenly struck his son? From the perspective of the former, during wartime, they naturally would not be concerned with the lives of enemy villagers. Conversely, from the latter's standpoint, one must give their all against adversaries. To hesitate out of fear of collateral damage could jeopardize comrades or oneself. In this light, it appears that none were truly at fault. So who is to blame? Perhaps it is simply this wretched world we inhabit. The moon tonight is particularly full. Get lost. You're blocking my path, exclaimed a voice behind him, disrupting the old man's moment of reflection. Startled, he turned to see Hidan's ghastly visage, resembling that of a corpse just risen from the banquet table. "What brings you out as well?" the old man inquired, hastily donning a facade of cheerfulness. He suddenly realized a grave concern. The tiger that had once shielded him had just departed, leaving him a feeble old fox devoid of any martial prowess, to confront a wild wolf that had once sought his demise. Alas, it would be prudent to soften his stance and utter a few kind words. This fellow appeared rather dull-witted. Perhaps he could be placated. However, to the old man's surprise, the other seemed entirely uninterested in him. "You two have been chattering at the entrance for ages. Do you think I am deaf? Make way quickly. Which direction did he go? Fadewan said impatiently. The old man decisively sold Shinji out, pointing in a direction, over there. If you dare to say my mind is feeble again, I will kill your entire family. Did you hear that? After glaring ferociously, Fadewan hurriedly pursued, his figure swiftly vanishing into the night. The warned old man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and as if suddenly recalling something, he gritted his teeth and turned to leave as well. Following the sensation from the treasure map, Shinji soon arrived at a desolate well in the village. The well had been abandoned for years after it had unexpectedly ceased to yield water, with its mouth blocked by a large stone to prevent anyone from accidentally falling in. According to the treasure map's guidance, Shinji knew that what he sought lay below. Without hesitation, he moved the stone aside, lit a torch, and leaped into the abyss. As he fell, Shinji swiftly produced a sharp kunai, spreading his legs to brace against the walls, increasing friction to slow his descent, while embedding the kunai into the crevices of the well. In the blink of an eye, he reached the bottom and successfully hovered above the mud. This must be the place. Shinji meticulously searched the surroundings, but upon finding nothing, he began to dig downward with the kunai. Oddly, after excavating several meters, he still uncovered nothing. Strange. He paused, puzzled, and took out the cursed treasure map, hoping to check for any omitted information. However, the moment he revealed it, a sudden change occurred. The once pitch-black scroll disintegrated into ash, swiftly merging into the soil beneath his feet. Then, the earth seemed to come alive, rapidly coalescing into an ancient black chest. So that was it. Upon witnessing this astonishing transformation, Shinji pondered deeply. He had previously speculated about what treasures could be unearthed from the map provided by the system. Was the so-called treasure always at that coordinate? What if someone else stumbled upon it? Moreover, if it merely consisted of mundane items like gold and jewels, it would indeed be rather disappointing. But now, seeing this spectacle reignited his interest. Although he remained unaware of the chest's contents, there was at least something to anticipate. The treasure was not truly located here. It was only upon his arrival at this coordinate that the treasure map in his possession could be activated. In essence, the treasure map itself was the genuine treasure, merely awaiting to be unlocked. Even if others stood in the same spot as him, they would find nothing. Based on the recent occurrence, Shinji was inclined to believe that whatever lay inside the chest was certainly not ordinary. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to the spectacular event he'd just witnessed. As he contemplated these matters within his mind, his hands moved with remarkable swiftness, decisively opening the object before him. Yet, he had persistently overlooked, or rather instinctively chosen to disregard, a crucial detail. The prefix of this treasure map was cursed. Suddenly, near the abandoned well, Fadewan was startled. He then beheld a somewhat disheveled figure emerging from the dry well, a mass of black tendrils clawing and pursuing from behind. What on earth is this ghastly apparition? If you ask me, I'd be at a loss for an answer. Hurry and come to my aid. As Shinji evaded the onslaught, he maneuvered to lead the entity towards Fadewan. Only then did Fadewan clearly discern the nature of the chaotic black mass. It was hair. He longed to shout, "Don't come any closer." However, knowing Shinji's character, he was certain that the latter would drag him into the fray. To make matters worse, he realized he couldn't outrun that scoundrel. With no other options, Fadewan steeled himself for confrontation. He initially drew forth his obsidian spear, but in frustration, he stowed it away, opting instead for a shuriken. While a spear is undoubtedly effective for inflicting grievous wounds, could it sever hair? As he struggled to cut away the raven locks ensnaring him, he gritted his teeth, vowing that once they returned, he would procure a weapon of far greater lethality. Swish, swish, swish. Shinji wielded his shuriken with precision, deftly parrying the hair's assault. Each severed strand immediately lost its vitality, falling to the ground and vanishing in an eerie manner. As they fought and retreated, the seemingly endless hair, though appearing boundless, exhibited limited strength and a singular attack pattern, allowing them to maintain their ground for the moment. After retreating approximately 50 meters, the frenzied black hair abruptly became taut, ceasing its pursuit of the two, and began to retract slowly back into the well. It appeared that the range of this ghastly entity's attack was indeed finite. Was its maximum reach 50 meters? In addition to the well's depth of approximately 90 to 100 meters? As Shinji analyzed the situation, contemplating strategies, he heard Fadewan exclaim, "What on earth was that thing?" "I truly do not know," Shinji replied with a shake of his head. Fadewan was incredulous. Don't tell me you ventured out at this hour merely to admire the moon. I saw it chasing you out of the well. Do you think I am a fool? Upon hearing this, Shinji was astonished. Well, he seems to have gained some wit. Has the water in his brain finally dried up? You scoundrel. I shall take you on. Fadewan rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Shinji. However, Shinji had pressing matters at hand, so he shifted the conversation, stating, as for that ghastly thing, I genuinely do not know. I only ventured here to retrieve something I had once hidden within that well. Who would have thought that in the search for something lost, they would unearth such a ghastly entity? What have you concealed in the well? Fadewan inquired skeptically, casting a scrutinizing glance. Some old savings. That was long before I joined the cult of the evil god. Noticing that Shinji had no intention of elaborating, Fadewan lost interest in further questioning. However, he soon caught a whiff of something peculiar and displayed a strange expression. Do you smell that? It's delightful. Something was amiss. Shinji, whose sense of smell was perfectly intact, detected the alluring aroma as well. Even before arriving in this realm, he had never encountered such a fragrant scent. It was an aroma that defied description, as if all conceivable beauty was encapsulated within it, drawing one ever closer, ever nearer. Gradually, a look of intoxication appeared on Shinji's face. Yet, he swiftly recognized an overwhelming sense of danger. With his last shred of clarity, he drove a kunai into his thigh. The blade pierced through, and blood flowed from the wound, allowing Shinji to break free from that bizarre state through a double dose of pain. Upon regaining his senses, the sight before him sent chills down his spine. Retreat. Shinji urgently grasped Fadewan and pulled him back, creating distance. Without hesitation, he struck Fadewan twice, rousing him from his stupor. In that brief moment of distraction, they had unknowingly advanced several meters forward. Fadewan jolted awake. Didn't he have time to settle the score with Shinji, as he was stunned by the scene unfolding before them? That strange aroma had an inexplicable allure, drawing all nearby poultry towards it. They both observed as the eerie black hair emerged once more from the well, swiftly and precisely ensnaring the captivated chickens, ducks, pigs, and dogs. Deprived of the sensory stimulus, the animals began to thrash in terror. Yet, it was too late. Their struggles proved utterly futile. Soon, they fell silent. After a while, the strange black tendrils gradually retracted, and perhaps it was merely an illusion. But Shinji felt that the hair now possessed a greater sheen and resilience than before. The unfortunate livestock appeared as though drained of life, reduced to desiccated corpses, their demise grotesque. This scene left both Shinji and Fadewan utterly astounded. By the evil god, this abomination actually feeds? Fadewan nearly exclaimed in outrage. Shinji's demeanor turned grave, realizing that the treasure he had unearthed might indeed be a harbinger of doom. Moreover, did you notice? That peculiar fragrance re-emerged. Fadewan, initially taken aback, then touched the side of his face that Shinji had struck, incredulously murmuring, "Is this aroma meant to lure prey? What on earth is this creature?" The thought that he had nearly fallen into its trap darkened Fadewan's expression. If truly ensnared by that ghastly entity, it was uncertain whether he could ultimately escape. Even if the worst-case scenario were to unfold, would he not be consumed for an extended period? The mere thought of it sends shivers down one's spine. "Let us hasten our departure while this wretched creature is confined to this area," proposed Fadewan. Faced with a mere human, or even a deity, Fadewan would harbor no fear. However, when confronted with such a monstrous entity, he had no desire to engage in a protracted struggle. It was utterly unnecessary. Shinshur concurred with Fadewan's sentiment. Yet in the twilight, numerous indistinct silhouettes had inexplicably emerged nearby. These were villagers, lured by the peculiar fragrance emanating from the well, clearly having lost all semblance of reason. Should he and Fadewan abandon the scene, it was likely that not a single soul in the village would survive. Although Shinshur did not consider himself a virtuous individual and rarely intervened in others' affairs, he could not simply walk away from the chaos he had instigated, leaving behind a multitude of unfortunate souls. That would be akin to cowardice. Furthermore, he felt an unwillingness to leave without trying. While it seemed that excavating treasure had unearthed a monster, who could guarantee that this so-called monster was not, in fact, a treasure? Moreover, it has been a timeless tradition to vanquish monsters, tailed beasts, to reap rewards, Jinchuriki. If he did not at least attempt it, Shinshur would be deeply unsettled. Thus, he calmly inquired, "Are you afraid?" "Huh, I, with my fiery temper, afraid?" Fadewan retorted, bristling with indignation. "Fine, Then you go first. I will handle these villagers. On what grounds? Fadewan exclaimed, flustered. However, upon meeting Shinshi's peculiar gaze, he quickly amended. What I meant was that these villagers could serve as bait, drawing the creature's attention away from us. Shinshi shook his head. No, did you not notice? After consuming, that ghastly thing has evidently changed. The intensity and number it exhibited earlier already posed a challenge for us. If it were to devour these villagers, do you truly believe we would still be able to contend with it? Fadewan, upon hearing this, recognized the logic but was reluctant to concede, merely grunting. Then why not have you go first while I deal with the villagers? I am confident I can handle them swiftly without causing any disturbance. Can you? What can I do? At worst, I would simply slaughter them all and offer them as a sacrifice to the malevolent deity. Shinshi shot him a derisive glance, replying, by the time you finish killing them one by one, it will be too late. Truth be told, you are simply afraid. Bastard. Fadewan has never known the meaning of fear. He exclaimed, just open your eyes and witness how I dismember that wretched creature. In a fit of rage, Fadewan retrieved 2 shurikens from his pocket, cursing as he strode towards the desolate well. Meanwhile, Shinshi contemplated that Fadewan was essentially illiterate. Not only was he unfamiliar with the word for fear, but he likely could not write many other characters either. After this internal monologue, Shinshi redirected his focus to the task at hand. He casually drew forth a kunai, slicing open his own wrist, and with a vigorous flick of his hand, a copious amount of blood floated before him, swiftly coalescing into a spherical form. With a decisive gesture, Shinji formed his right hand into a pistol shape and unleashed several compressed blood bullets into the ground, calibrating their potency. Only then did a faint smile grace his lips. Compared to being devoured, a mere mild concussion seemed trivial. With a flurry of swift movements, under the activation of Shinji's cursed energy, a series of compressed blood bullets erupted from the sanguine sphere before him. Although many missed their mark, the majority found their targets in the villagers' heads. Almost every villager struck fell to the ground, eyes rolled back in unconsciousness. No matter how enchanting the aroma emanating from the well, it could not revive those who had lost consciousness. That was not mere seduction, it was complete control. Clearly, the malevolent entity within the well was not as formidable as it seemed. Thus, akin to a player in a shooting game, Shinji swiftly eliminated all the zombies, ensuring they did not breach the safety zone. The efficiency of his actions was commendable. Meanwhile, what was the clever Hidan up to? Seizing the opportunity while the entity remained hidden in the well, he had moved a large stone nearby and placed it atop the well. There was no way he could descend. It was impossible for him to do so in this lifetime. Hidan mused. Sealing this creature beneath would be the perfect solution. Mission accomplished. He dusted off his hands with pride, resembling a self-satisfied genius. Yet, he couldn't shake the peculiar itch at his feet. Glancing down, he was horrified to see the strange black hair had already slipped through the gaps and grasped his ankle. With a thunderous crash, the stone struck the ground, causing a deluge of black hair to surge forth. Caught off guard, Hidan could only scramble in desperation, barely managing to defend himself. Had he not acted swiftly, disregarding the risk of self-harm to slash at his ankle, he would have surely found himself swallowed by the entity by now. Nevertheless, even at such proximity to the well's mouth, he was in dire peril. Moreover, his most potent curse, death by blood, proved utterly ineffective against this malevolent being, which undoubtedly filled Hidan with immense frustration. Noticing that Shinji had dealt with the surrounding villagers, Hidan could not help but shout urgently, "How do we deal with this thing? It feels endless." At that moment, Shinji did not rush to assist Hidan. Instead, he began to carefully reflect on the sequence of events. From the opening of the treasure chest to the sudden ambush, and then the escape from the well, accompanied by the irresistible, eerie aroma that compelled creatures to feast, there must be no insurmountable enigma. He must have overlooked something crucial. "Hey, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and come help. I can't hold out much longer." Hidan's frantic voice echoed, and in a mere moment, he found himself reduced to wielding only one kunai, the other lost to the chaos. Had it not been for the creature's apparent reliance solely on its instinct to attack, exhibiting a rather rigid assault pattern, Hidan might have long been overwhelmed by the dense mass of black hair. Despite Hidan's desperate efforts, defeat seemed inevitable, for he could never inflict any significant damage on the creature's true form. Severing its attacking tendrils proved utterly futile. In response to Hidan's plight, Shinji paid him no heed, instead shouting, "Hold on a little longer. I'm studying this creature's weaknesses. Akagi Shinji. You bastard. I'll remember this. Hidan cursed vehemently. Realizing that his counterpart had no intention of assisting him, he steeled himself once more and resumed his frenzied strikes. Meanwhile, Shinji, having been momentarily disrupted in his thoughts by Hidan, began to reorganize his observations. Based on his previous assessments, this bizarre entity seemed devoid of genuine intelligence, acting purely on instinct. Moreover, a crucial observation emerged. During its offensive maneuvers, they had not detected any fragrance. It was only after retreating into the well that it emitted an alluring scent. If it could have released the aroma at will, there would have been no reason for such a delay. Indeed, had it initially released the fragrance and then attacked, both he and Hidan might have fallen victim immediately. Thus, logically deducing, the creature appeared to possess two distinct behavioral modes. One was the alluring mode, enticing prey into its hunting range by emitting scent, while the other was the predatory mode, ensnaring its quarry with its dark tendrils. Thus far, it seemed that these two forms could not coexist simultaneously. Yet, this knowledge alone was insufficient to definitively resolve the threat posed by the creature. What, then, was its true vulnerability? Shinji took several deep breaths, striving for composure, dismissing all distractions. After all, even if Hidan were to falter and be captured, he would not perish immediately, thus affording Shinji additional opportunities for observation. He resolved to abandon his previous conclusions and began to reassess. What provoked the attack when I opened the box? Shinji recalled the moment he was assaulted upon opening the box and suddenly recognized a detail he had long overlooked. The initial target of the black tendrils was not himself, but rather the torch in his hand. Yes, indeed, in his startled state, he had been solely focused on escaping the well, neglecting this crucial point. Had he been the primary target from the outset, he would have been caught completely off guard, making escape exceedingly difficult. Reflecting now, the creature extinguished the torch before turning its attention to him, which allowed him to escape, albeit somewhat disheveled. Dismissing the absurd notion that the creature bore a grudge against the torch, the most plausible conclusion emerged. Shinji, you fool. If you don't come help, it's fire. Huh, what? The creature's vulnerability was likely fire. Are you sure? Trust me. Quickly, use fire ninjutsu to burn it. Alright, I'll burn your whole family. I don't even know how to use fire ninjutsu. The roar of Hidan left Shinji feeling quite embarrassed. Damn, in a moment of excitement. He had completely forgotten this crucial detail. Not to mention using fire release. Neither of them even possessed the most basic of ninjutsu skills. The mere thought of this prompted Shinji to turn and flee. You bastard. You're just going to run away? At least take me with you. Damn it. Hidan initially displayed a look of disbelief, which quickly morphed into a barrage of curses. Though I am not human, you truly are a dog. I'm done with this. I'm returning to the cult of the evil god. Feeling abandoned, Hidan suddenly wavered in his resolve, no longer willing to fight. He sought to retreat from the range of this terrifying attack and escape. However, while entering was easy, exiting proved to be a different struggle. How could the ravenous black hair allow its only source of nourishment to escape? Thus, Hidan found himself ensnared. He realized he was trapped. The previous occasion he managed to escape was due to their combined efforts and the distance they had maintained. But now, he was alone and had foolishly ventured near the enemy's lair. How could he possibly flee? His heart racing, his hands grew erratic. What he had been able to fend off with some effort suddenly became a significant blunder, and before he knew it, his legs were ensnared by the black hair. As he attempted to sever the strands once more, the surrounding black hair seized the opportunity, overwhelming him in an instant. Despite his desperate attempts to wield his kunai, the weapon's limited range ultimately failed him, and he was captured. An abundance of black hair coiled around him, swiftly encasing Hidan in a cocoon. He could feel those monstrous entities attempting to invade through his mouth, nose, and ears. In that moment, he grasped the grim fate of those creatures that had met their end in such a horrific manner. Even Hidan began to doubt whether his immortal body could withstand this onslaught. All of this was due to that bastard Shinji. He actually fled at such a critical moment. If I survive this, I will surely take his life. Just as Hidan closed his eyes, cursing Shinji 1,000 times over in his mind, he suddenly felt an intense heat, as though his skin might ignite. Unbeknownst to him, Shinji had returned, carrying 2 wooden barrels, and began to douse the black hair with the liquid inside. He then retrieved a fire starter from his waist and hurled it into the fray. Boom. A brilliant fireball erupted into the sky. His prior departure hadn't been a true abandonment of Fadewan. Rather, he had rushed to the village to gather fuel upon realizing neither of them could perform fire release. This task proved quite challenging, which delayed his return. Nevertheless, he arrived just in time, bringing back all the fuel he could scavenge before Fadewan was devoured. Damn, let us see you survive this. Watching as the black hair twisted and writhed in the blazing inferno, consumed entirely, Shinji decisively poured the remainder of the fuel into the dry well and tossed in his last fire starter. Amidst the soaring flames, he seemed to hear the mournful wails of some spectral entity, a sound that resonated with an oddly enchanting allure. These eerie strands of black hair appeared to be intensely fearful of fire, as if they were inherently combustible. Despite their frantic thrashing in a desperate attempt to extinguish the flames engulfing them, the fiercer their struggles, the swifter the flames consumed them. Coughing, he wondered if that ghostly being had been vanquished. The disheveled Hidan emerged from the conflagration in a pitiful state, his body charred black, and even his hair and eyebrows reduced to ash. The silver lining, however, was that he had not been devoured as sustenance. As for the matter of Shinji burning alongside him, he felt no sense of injustice. After all, the greatest advantage of possessing an immortal body lay precisely in not having to worry about collateral damage, even to the extent of exterminating foes along with oneself. Were the roles reversed, Hidan would have similarly dispatched both Shinji and the enemy without a second thought. Uncertainty lingered, but after this inferno, the specter would either be dead or severely weakened. Wait for me above. I shall descend to assess the situation. If any unforeseen events arise, ignite the flames as I just did, without concern for my safety. Shinji prepared to venture down, ready to strike if necessary, and perhaps even seize any spoils left behind. Hidan was his insurance, ensuring absolute safety. Do as you wish. I shall not hold back. Hidan lay sprawled on the ground, panting heavily, devoid of dignity. Shinji was confident that, given an opportunity for revenge, Hidan would not hesitate, which eased his mind. Furthermore, Hidan's recent act of fleeing only to return as a savior had inexplicably elevated their bond by 50 points, reaching a total of 251 points. They were now halfway to the next milestone of 500 points. This was undeniably good news. Lighting a torch, Shinji wasted no time and leapt back into the well, where charred remnants were strewn about. Upon reaching the bottom, he found no signs of a desperate counterattack nor any shadows of the black hair. Only a palm-sized glass vial lay intact on the ground. Shinji's heart quickened. He was certain that upon his initial descent, the well had been devoid of any objects. This meant that the glass vial was likely either a treasure from a chest or an item dropped upon vanquishing that spectral creature. Regardless of the scenario, it signified that this object was anything but ordinary. With utmost caution, Shinji picked up the vial, and at the moment of contact, his perplexing system stirred to life once more. Acquired cursed object, perfect perfume, a cursed object indeed. Surprised, Shinji began to examine it closely. Cursed object, perfect perfume, origin, a flawless perfume distilled from the essence of 99 young maidens. Ability 1, emits a fragrance that most flesh and blood beings find irresistible. Ability 2, catalyzes the generation of abundant black hair, capable of consuming and absorbing biological flesh for enhancement. Ability 3, regeneration weakness, fire P.S. How do you suppose this fragrant essence has been preserved? Shinji's eyes widened in astonishment. He never imagined that the sinister entity he had been battling with Fudo was none other than the exquisite vial of perfect perfume now in his grasp. Had he chosen to depart earlier rather than persevere, this cursed relic would have remained forever beyond his reach. Yet, he could only hope that the description of this artifact did not align with his darkest fears. Regardless, when the occasion arises, he would not hesitate to employ it. There was nothing to ponder further. After quietly securing it, Shinji conducted another thorough inspection, confirming the absence of any other items before making his exit. Was this a positive turn of events? Upon Shinji's return, Fudo appeared visibly relieved as he inquired, clearly weary of confronting that relentless malevolent force. Shinji's countenance reflected a similarly relaxed demeanor as he nodded in affirmation, having decisively obliterated the threat, leaving no remnants behind. That's a relief. But what on earth was that? I've never encountered or even heard of anything like it. Perhaps it was the recent rescue that rendered Fudo's tone less aggressive than before. Alternatively, it could be attributed to sheer exhaustion. After all, He had been the one engaged in relentless combat with that wretched entity, nearly becoming its meal, and had even been scorched by flames. Following such a tumultuous ordeal, it was understandable that any aggression would wane. As for Fudo's inquiry, Shinji had indeed arrived at a conclusion. Yet he found himself unable to articulate the entirety of the situation, ultimately shaking his head in genuine uncertainty. Fudo, upon hearing this, rolled his eyes, but chose not to press further. Are we even able to leave? What do you think? Then you can just lie here. I'm going back to sleep. You bastard. Akamizu Shinji, you are inhumane. You have no heart. Very well, quite spirited. Maintain that energy. Shinji yawned and departed. The recent inferno had incinerated all the poultry carcasses surrounding the dry well, and it had arrived and extinguished itself swiftly, ensuring that the flames did not encroach upon the nearby villagers or their homes, undoubtedly sparing them considerable trouble. Hey, are you really just going to leave like this? After a lengthy tirade, perhaps exhausted from his outbursts, Fudo finally fell silent, gasping for breath. Suddenly, a flash of red darted before him, swiftly binding him. And before he could fully comprehend the situation, he was yanked away with a whoosh. Looking up, Fudo realized it was none other than that rascal Shinji. Hey, can't you be a bit gentler? Must you always employ such coarse methods? Shinji swiftly fashioned a rope from the crimson blood manipulation technique, effectively sealing Fudo's mouth, finally bringing about a moment of silence. With a satisfied smile, Shinji tugged on the rope and continued onward, bound and dragged along. Fudo emitted muffled sounds in an attempt to curse, but it was evident that this peculiar language was nearly incomprehensible to all. Upon their return, they discovered the old man was nowhere to be found. Shinji remained indifferent, whether the other party doubted him and fled or for any other reason. It mattered not to him. After a while, the village was suddenly filled with a cacophony of terrified screams. Clearly, those unfortunate souls lured by the enticing fragrance had awakened after being knocked unconscious by Shinji. They had been enjoying a peaceful slumber, only to awaken and find themselves outside, their heads throbbing painfully, and confronted with a scene of utter darkness. It was a stroke of luck that they did not succumb to panic. As for the livestock that had gone missing from various homes, they were likely lost for good, with little hope of recovery. Thus, in the dead of night, the village became lively due to this collective somnambulistic incident. The night passed in a noisy tumult, and the sun rose as usual. Since no one had been harmed and the sight upon awakening was truly alarming, even with the loss of many animals, few were inclined to investigate further. Accepting misfortune was surely preferable to losing one's life. After Shinji and Hidan got up, they prepared to leave and continue their journey, only to be surprised by the unexpected return of the old man they had not seen all night. He was carrying a simple lunchbox. Goodness! Had a chicken egg come to life? Although Hidan's external injuries had mostly healed overnight, the hair and eyebrows singed by the fire had not regrown so quickly. Therefore, when the old man opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of Hidan's smooth, round head, which could easily be mistaken for a peeled egg that had come to life. You dare to return, old man? Hidan glared, his tone menacing, not having forgotten the events of the previous day. Now, with old grievances and new animosities intertwined, this matter was bound to escalate. As for Shinji, having undergone professional training, he maintained composure regardless of how amusing the situation might be, unless he could no longer contain himself. Ha ha ha, the egg spirit. Shinji laughed until his stomach hurt. In truth, upon seeing Hidan's current appearance, he had longed to laugh, but out of respect for Hidan's murderous glare and his own sense of responsibility, he had restrained himself. Now, released from his restraint, he laughed heartily, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Hidan, hearing that grating laughter, felt his face shift through shades of green and white. His eyes filled with murderous intent, wishing he could devour these two rascals whole for relief. Sensing the impending danger, the old man awkwardly smiled, quickly lifting the lunchbox to divert the conversation. Oh, everyone up. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Come, try this. It was a labor of love from Miyako. Hidan initially thought to retort that he had no interest in such swill. However, when the old man opened the lunchbox, his eyes widened in surprise, and his stomach audibly protested. Inside the box lay a perfectly arranged layer of his favorite fried pork cutlets, golden and inviting. Exuding a mouth-watering aroma, he realized he had unconsciously swallowed several times. Do not think that bringing food would suffice to smooth things over. Fadewan unceremoniously snatched the food box, his words sharp and unrelenting. Without hesitation, he began to indulge. The sizzling sound of the golden, crispy pork chop, complemented by a savory sauce, elicited a look of pure delight on Faidwan's face. Delicious. For the past few days, his palate had grown weary of blandness. Furthermore, the culinary skills of the old man's daughter-in-law were undoubtedly impressive, compelling Faidwan to continue devouring piece after piece. Could it truly be that delectable? Allow me to have a taste. Seeing Faidwan relish the food so thoroughly, Shinji felt a twinge of envy. However, he was taken aback when Faidwan, that scoundrel, showed no intention of sharing. What a dream. The possessive Faidwan had no desire to let anyone else partake, swiftly blocking Shinji's outstretched hand before darting away. Shinji, hands on his hips, was left both angered and amused. You scoundrel, just wait until I extract your kidney for dinner. After muttering this under his breath, Shinji redirected his attention to the old man, curious as to why he had returned despite already leaving. Don't tell me you're unaware of what transpired last night. It was merely a few lost livestock. As long as no one was harmed, that suffices, the old man replied dismissively. Shinji realized the old man was deliberately downplaying the situation, wishing to avoid further complications. Then he observed the old man, with a twinkle in his eye, recounting how the livestock had gone mad last night, crashing through the barriers in their frantic escape. And guess what? That hefty sow ended up colliding with a tree and fainted. The old man's grin was wide enough to split his face. Shinji was left speechless, realizing that the old man had taken advantage of the chaos to procure a sow for himself. How fortunate he was to have evaded such danger and secured a pig without consequence. Judging by the old man's smug demeanor, he likely had no intention of returning the pig to its owner. After all, with so many livestock lost last night, losing one more hardly mattered. Time to go, Faidwan. Shinji called out, only to see Faidwan approach, wiping his mouth and tossing the empty food box back to the old man. Consider yourself lucky. The Lord of Evil has no need for sacrifices as ancient as you. But next time, who knows? With his head held high, Faidwan strutted away, exuding an air of defiance. The old man, unperturbed, reminisced about how Faidwan had clamored for fried pork chops the previous night. Clearly, this was no mere coincidence. Even the small fry have their own means of survival. A few days later, Shinji and Faidwan traversed the land of fire and then boarded a small boat bound for the land of waves. After a bit of casual conversation, Shinji gleaned some preliminary insights into the current state of the land of waves from the boatman, including the familiar name of the antagonist, Kaido. However, at this stage, the land of waves was not solely under Kaido's dominion. The Mira family was once the wealthiest and most powerful clan in the region. However, with the rise of Kaido, who covertly employed assassins and rogue ninjas for unscrupulous business competition, the once stable Millipon family found themselves momentarily bewildered. Fortunately, the frail yet resilient Millipon clan soon realized that Kaido was orchestrating chaos behind the scenes, disregarding all decorum, prompting them to unleash a series of fervent counterattacks. Particularly after an unexpected incident linked them to the evil god cult, this nefarious organization became a secret weapon for the Millipon family, one they had refrained from utilizing lightly. However, this time, Millipon resolved to no longer endure the provocations. Approximately 20 days prior, his beloved youngest daughter perished in a terror attack aimed at him. Though he managed to escape unscathed thanks to the valiant efforts of his bodyguards, his cherished daughter, still in her bloom, departed from this world forever. Consumed by a dreadful fury, Millipon prepared to do whatever it took to ensure that Kaido paid with his life, even if it meant leveraging the power of the evil god cult for vengeance. He was fully aware that this was akin to nurturing a tiger, yet he was undeterred. On that fateful day, an inconspicuous small boat docked at the shores of the kingdom of Bo. Two agents from the evil god cult, shrouded in malevolence, finally set foot on this land that was destined to be stained with blood. Is this the kingdom of Bo? I detest the damp air and the lingering, nauseating odor. Upon disembarking, a figure resembling a character from a certain superhero series, Hidan, couldn't help but display his disdain. As a small island nation reliant on the sea, it was evident that the fishing industry in the kingdom of Bo thrived, leading to an unavoidable stench of dead fish wafting through the docks. For the villagers who had long made their living at sea, this was likely a familiar scent, hardly worth noting. However, for Shinji and Hidan, who had spent their lives on land with little exposure to the ocean, it was far from welcoming. Thus, Shinji covered his mouth and nose slightly and lamented, "Let's complete the task swiftly so we can return home." This time, Hidan did not retort, but instead glared menacingly at anyone who dared to look their way. The suppressed thirst for bloodlust igniting the remnants of his already frayed sanity. Were it not for the fear of jeopardizing their mission, he might have already embarked on a killing spree. Just a little longer. First, find the contact person, and then you can unleash your fury. As they searched, they finally discovered a symbol etched on a column before a certain building. A circle with a triangle inscribed within it. Undoubtedly, this was the emblem of the evil god cult. In this remote island nation of Bo, few were aware of the evil god cult, and it was likely that this was indeed a contact point. Of course, even if it were a trap for newcomers, they felt no fear. The reasons were understood by those who knew. Without knocking, they pushed the door open. Inside, a young man in his 20s was dozing off, and upon being startled awake, he immediately shouted, "Who are you? What do you want?" Shinji, without uttering a word, revealed the amulet of the malevolent deity that hung around his neck, solemnly proclaiming, "The suffering of mankind endures, and the malevolent deity shall forever persist." Upon catching sight of the amulet and hearing Shinji's pronouncement, the young man shivered, promptly stepping outside and murmuring, "But what of the two, gallant heroes trained by the malevolent deity?" Shinji nodded and instructed him to lead us to Mirapen. Indeed, Lord Mira had been awaiting us for quite some time. But what of the others? Is it merely the two of you? The young man appeared hesitant to voice his thoughts. Suddenly, a sharp kunai was pressed against the young man's throat, and Hidan, with an air of impatience, declared, "Utter another word, and I shall end your life." "Why yes, I shouldn't speak out of turn. Please, allow me to guide you," the young man stammered, his face drained of color, desperately pleading for mercy, fearing that a mere tremor from Hidan could spell his demise. In that moment, a trickle of crimson liquid began to seep from his neck. Observing the young man's cowardice, Hidan scoffed derisively before retracting the kunai. The young man, now too frightened to inquire further, hurriedly pressed his hand against his neck and lowered his gaze. Leading the way outside, he wished to distance himself from the imposing figure of the bald man, who exuded an unmistakable aura of menace. Useless. A congregation of utter incompetence. Bang. Crash. Within the opulent chamber, a strikingly handsome middle-aged man, exuding authority even in his fury, was in the throes of a furious outburst. As exquisite ornaments and porcelain shattered upon the floor like refuse. Although he appeared to be in his early 40s, Mirapen was, in truth, 56 years old. Despite his well-maintained appearance, the inexorable passage of time was evident as he faced the reality of his gradual decline. As one ages, there is an increasing tendency to reminisce about the vibrant days of youth, and the focus inevitably shifts to family. His youngest daughter, born to him in his later years, was the apple of his eye, and the joy of familial bonds was perhaps the most profound happiness one could experience. Yet, all of that had been obliterated. The flash of a blade, the pool of blood, and the bewildered gaze of his daughter as she fell. These haunting images replayed in his mind, demanding answers as if his beloved daughter were reproaching him for failing to avenge her death. Yes, vengeance. For days, he had pursued retribution against Cardo at any cost. A mere competition in business? No. The moment his cherished daughter perished before his eyes, it escalated into a war. Yet, compared to underhanded tactics, Cardo seemed to possess the upper hand. It's merely money. If Cardo could hire 100 men, then he would gather 1,000. Have you all become so foolish that you cannot even outspend the opponent? The walls reverberated with Mirapen's furious roars, as he struggled to comprehend why his substantial expenditures yielded no results. His patience was nearing its limit. He could no longer endure the sight of Cardo's smug countenance. He only desired Cardo's demise. That scoundrel was evidently in cahoots with those rogue ninjas for a portion of the men we hired, despite the exorbitant fees. Consistently shirked their duties, even betraying us when least expected. This has led many individuals to hesitate in accepting the entrusted tasks issued by our company, as they fear the danger of being betrayed by their own. Mirapen wore a grim expression. Have the personnel sent to Konoha returned? Most fell victim to ambushes along the way, with only a scant few managing to escape. Moreover, Konoha may not even entertain our assassination requests. At best, they would send a handful of individuals for a limited protective detail. The demeanor of his subordinates was one of deep shame. During times of war, the 5 great shinobi villages strictly prohibit their ninjas from slaughtering ordinary civilians, as the majority of the world consists of common people. Without such constraints, Those who wield absolute power could monopolize all wealth, rights, and status, treating the average person as mere livestock. If society were to devolve into such chaos, it would have long since crumbled. Therefore, hiring ninjas to assassinate an ordinary person is typically a request that formal ninjas from established villages would decline. Of course, exceptions exist. For instance, during times of financial strain, some may covertly seek a lucrative opportunity. As long as they are not caught in the act, even the higher echelons of the village would likely turn a blind eye. Furthermore, rogue ninjas, defectors, or bounty hunters operating within the underbelly of the black market harbor no such reservations. Slaughtering civilians poses no burden for them, and can even be considered one of their preferred assignments. The tasks are straightforward, entail minimal risk, and often yield substantial rewards. Kato appeared to be well prepared, simultaneously depleting the resources and reputation of the Mirapen family, while drawing more rogue ninjas and defectors into his fold. He also dispatched individuals to encircle and eliminate those sent by Mirapen's family in search of aid, intending to quash any potential variables before they could arise. If Kato's strategy continues unabated, it is likely that the Mirapen family will face not only annihilation but a rapid decline. Just as Mirapen was left seething in impotent fury, his long-awaited saviors finally arrived. After bringing Shinji and Hidan, the young man swiftly departed as if liberated from a great burden. Has the cult of the evil god sent only the two of you? To be frank, at that moment, Mirapen felt a twinge of disappointment. Since unexpectedly establishing contact with the cult, he had clandestinely funded these merciless killers in their bloody endeavors, hoping that one day they would prove invaluable. Moreover, there lingered a small ulterior motive. After all, the allure of eternal life always attracts those willing to pay for it. While he understood the improbability of such a notion, he could not help but wonder, what if it were true? If so, the funds he had expended could afford him a significant advantage. However, he had not anticipated that after investing so much, when he was in dire need of assistance, the cult would send merely a handful of individuals to placate him, clearly showing a lack of respect for him as their benefactor. This left him feeling quite humiliated. Once again underestimated, Hidan's gaze turned exceedingly perilous. Shinji raised his hand gently, suppressing Fadewan's motion to draw a weapon. With an expression devoid of any change, he calmly stated, "Provide me with the target list for this mission, and then find a place to rest. When you next open your eyes, everything will be concluded." Mirapen, taken aback by Shinji's unexpected composure, regarded him with curiosity, regardless of whether his confidence was genuine or merely the folly of arrogance. Mira had no grounds for refusal. Success would be a remarkable outcome, and even in failure, he would provoke the wrath of the cult of the evil god against Cardo, requiring merely a modicum of information in a day's time, an enterprise worth undertaking. Thus, he promptly shifted his stance, offering all intelligence regarding Cardo, and added that if there were any areas requiring his cooperation, he would gladly oblige. "As long as you can eliminate Cardo, I shall double the reward promised by your cult and grant you my personal friendship and gifts." Shinji glanced at the information in his hand before turning to exit, dismissing any need for collaboration. "Ensure your men maintain a safe distance from the target. We are professionals at this." These two are utterly audacious. One of Mirapen's subordinates could not help but exclaim, "Go, send 2 men to follow them. I want to know their every move. Remember, do not engage them." "And where might you be headed?" Mirapen inquired. "To find a place to sleep." "I am eager to witness the capabilities of these two who dare to utter such words," he replied, having not slept for several days. "A bunch of fools daring to underestimate Lord Fadewan. Why did you stop me earlier? I shall offer them all as sacrifices to the evil god." Fadewan continued to grumble as they exited. "That one named Mirapen possesses some value. Otherwise, the master would not have dispatched us to assist him. If you are unafraid of the evil god's wrath, you may return now and eliminate him. I shall not hinder you. TCH, consider it his good fortune." After committing Cardo's likeness to memory, Fadewan carelessly discarded the image. In the next moment, a burly man picked it up. "Hey, you dropped this," he said. Fadewan glanced at him, showing no intention to respond, and turned away to proceed. "Wait, are you searching for the person in this picture?" The robust man, instead of departing, blocked the path of Shinji and his companion. Shinji raised an eyebrow slightly, but before he could speak, Fadewan impatiently stepped forward. "What's it to you? Move aside." The smile on the burly man's face stiffened momentarily, Yet he continued with keen enthusiasm. You intend to seek out Lord Cardo, right? I know where he is at this hour. I can guide you there. Huh. The illustrious Lord Fadewan would seek the favor of a useless MMPH. Shinji, what are you doing? Let go. Are you willing to lead us there? Why? Is everyone in the land of waves as helpful as you? Before long, a robust man broke into a hearty smile, scratching the back of his head. It is not the case that many are unaware. In fact, it is widely known that during this period, Lord Cardo has been diligently seeking assistance. As long as I can escort you there, and you ultimately remain, I shall receive a handsome commission. Shinji scrutinized the man several times, then replied with a smile. So be it. I appreciate your help. Not a bother at all. Please follow me. The sturdy man responded eagerly, leading the way while occasionally probing for information about Shinji and his companion's origins and capabilities. In response, Shinji did not disappoint, claiming that both he and his brother were rogue ninjas from the hidden hot springs village, and they had come to the land of waves in hopes of finding fortune. Along the way, under Shinji's subtle cue, Fadewan reluctantly tugged at his collar, revealing the rogue ninja headband of the hidden hot springs village. Upon seeing this, the robust man appeared convinced, his enthusiasm noticeably heightened. However, when it came to their self-promotion, boasting of their formidable prowess, the man merely let it go in one ear and out the other, fully aware that such claims often hold little weight. After meandering through a series of twists and turns, guided by the robust man, Shinji and his companions gradually left the town and entered a secluded forest. Where exactly are you taking us? This desolate place hardly seems fit for the affluent, Fadewan remarked, having discerned the oddity of their path long before, yet had held his tongue until now due to Shinji's silent admonition. Unperturbed by Fadewan's accusatory tone, the robust man merely smiled cryptically and replied, You are unaware, are you? Ever since the conflict erupted between Cardo Corporation and the Mira family, Lord Cardo has taken refuge in various hideouts. I am leading you to one such location. If fortune smiles upon us, we may encounter Lord Cardo directly. If not, rest assured there will be someone in charge there. Fadewan raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical of the man's words. However, Shinji subtly shook his head, signaling Fadewan to refrain from action. After approximately 10 more minutes of walking, a 3-story wooden villa finally came into view. Halt! You are trespassing on private property. Intruders will be dealt with. A voice rang out, and within moments, a dozen individuals surrounded Shinji and his companions. See, I told you I was not deceiving you. The robust man turned to exchange a knowing glance with Shinji and Fadewan before warmly calling out, Brother Okamoto, it's me. Is Lord Cardo inside? The man referred to as Brother Okamoto instinctively furrowed his brow. Why have you returned? Who are these two? How dare you inquire about Lord Cardo's whereabouts? The robust man, still smiling, leaned closer to whisper a few words, prompting Okamoto to maintain his stoic demeanor as he inquired, Where is the item? Right here. The robust man replied, producing an image bearing the likeness of Cardo. Okamoto took a glance and nodded, commanding, Take action, apprehend them. The nearby individuals immediately surged forward, their expressions twisted with malice as they brandished various weapons, closing in on Shinji and Hidan. At this moment, the burly man revealed his true nature, his face contorted with mockery and cruelty, as if he could hardly wait to witness the gruesome demise of these two men. Yet, in the face of such a situation, Shinji and Hidan remained completely unfazed. Perhaps the burly man believed his clumsy act had deceived them, but in reality, they had long discerned the truth and were merely playing along with his charade. Who, when applying for a position at a company, would carry the chairman's photograph? Clearly, only those seeking trouble would do so. Both the burly man and Shinji understood this, yet everyone believed they could easily overpower the other, thus tacitly agreeing to this confrontation. Now, as the situation unfolded and the hidden dagger was revealed, who truly was the hunter? A shuriken slipped from Hidan's sleeve, but as he took a step forward, intent on eliminating the entire foolish lot, he inexplicably turned to glance at Shinji. Only upon receiving a nod of approval from Shinji did he allow himself to display a cruel, bloodthirsty excitement, charging toward the throng of adversaries. This subtle shift was so minor that even Hidan himself was unaware of it. It was evident that Shinji's training was beginning to yield results. Throughout their journey to the land of waves, he had alternated between coercion and gentle persuasion, successfully curbing Hidan's impulsive tendencies to kill out of whim. This was done not only to minimize complications, but also to subtly condition Hidan to obey his commands, reducing his rebellious inclinations. However, merely suppressing Hidan was insufficient. It was also necessary to loosen the reins and offer him some rewards to achieve the ultimate goal. As he pondered this, Hidan had already engaged the enemy. Kill! 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 He bellowed with wild laughter, slashing open the throat of an unfortunate soul. He kicked another away and seized one by the head, lifting him effortlessly. With his other hand, the shuriken was relentlessly thrust in and out, transforming the body into a tattered sack in the blink of an eye. Weak, weak, weak. You lack even the qualifications to be offerings. He disdainfully discarded the mangled sack at his feet, causing the remaining assailants to momentarily falter, none daring to advance. At that moment, Okamoto, seething with rage, shouted, "What are you afraid of? They are but two. Attack together, surround them, and slay them." Only then did the remaining individuals awaken from their stupor, gritting their teeth and exchanging glances before shouting as they lunged forward with their blades. Those unable to push through remained outside to prevent the bald man from escaping. However, Hidan had no intention of fleeing. Indeed, he harbored no desire to evade at all. He was like a relentless beast, solely focused on slaughter, mercilessly reaping the lives of the three in front of him, allowing the remaining blades to pierce his own body. Upon witnessing this scene, Okamoto, who had previously been startled, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. It was indeed unfortunate to have encountered a reckless madman, resulting in the loss of 7 or 8 subordinates. What a stroke of misfortune. However, it seemed that the adversary was not particularly astute. Otherwise, the losses could have been far greater. Just as Okamoto was caught in a dilemma between despair and relief, his pupils suddenly dilated in horror. "Hey kid, stop twisting the knife. It hurts." The seemingly condemned Hidan unexpectedly spoke up, startling everyone around him. With a menacing grin, he deftly reversed his kunai and precisely pierced the hearts of several individuals nearby. Clang, clang. Hidan withdrew all the blades embedded in his body, discarding them carelessly, then rolled his neck and proclaimed his ominous declaration of death. "No one will escape. I shall reduce you all to a pulpy, mangled mess." With that, he unleashed a one-sided massacre. There was no evasion, no defense. If you stabbed me, I would retaliate in kind, fair and square, deceiving none. Yet, regardless of the number of wounds he sustained, Hidan remained vibrant and full of life, showing no signs of impending demise. Conversely, the others had to pay the ultimate price. Without exception, this group of thuggish miscreants, hardly resembling ninjas, was swiftly obliterated under Hidan's merciless onslaught. "Monster! Someone help me, save me. I don't want to die. Run. I'll fight back." This time, Shinji chose not to intervene in Hidan's rampage, allowing him to vent the pent-up frustrations of the past. Only when he noticed the man who had led them here and the one named Okamoto attempting to escape amidst the chaos did he spring into action, pursuing them immediately. "Why the hurry? Are you eager to introduce me to Kato?" Shinji confronted them directly. Okamoto's expression darkened, realizing that what he thought would be a triumphant moment brought by his underlings had turned into a life-threatening nightmare. The bald man was terrifying enough. And although this man before him did not appear particularly strong, it was clear he would not be easily trifled with. If possible, he wished he could strangle this fool beside him. "Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." Okamoto forced a grim smile and quickly added, "I was deceived by this bastard. And I have no idea where Kato is." "Okamoto, shut your mouth. Who's your elder brother? You fool. You brought this trouble upon yourself. I'm leaving." "Hey, when you were eyeing my sister, what did you say? Now you turn your back. Fine. Since you show no compassion, do not blame me for my lack of loyalty. Don't think I don't know you're involved with the butler's daughter. Where do you think Kato is? You must know." "Nonsense. I'll incapacitate you first." Dogs fighting amongst themselves, all barking. Even Shinji was taken aback by the chaotic relationship between the two, and he inadvertently found himself entangled in their drama. With a casual gesture, he crushed a small pouch of blood, transforming it into 2 ropes that shot straight towards the 2 men. The burly man was swiftly bound and thrown to the ground. Yet Okamoto unexpectedly exhibited an extraordinary reaction time, leaping backward to evade capture, and promptly began to form hand seals. To the astonishment of all, he was indeed a ninja. It was no wonder that Shinji had been somewhat careless. The prior behavior of these individuals bore no resemblance to that of true ninjas. Who would have thought that this man, who had just moments ago been pleading for mercy, was a genuine ninja? With a swift crouch, Okamoto slammed his hands into the earth, unearthing a massive stone slab, over 10 meters in diameter, which he hoisted above his head before forcefully hurling it forward. The unfortunate bound giant could only watch in horror as the sky darkened. Boom! The colossal stone descended. Although it was merely a C-rank earth technique, the ability to lift such a substantial boulder indicated that Okamoto was at least a Chunin-level ninja. In this diminutive land of waves, even a Chunin was a remarkable find. Just like Shinji, who had been captured by the cult of the evil god for human experimentation, was only a Chunin at that time. Of course, Shinji's current prowess had long surpassed his former self. "I now believe you can lead me to Cardo," he murmured, having evaded the attack and reappeared atop the boulder. At this moment, an X-shaped blood mark had manifested on his forehead, signifying that he had entered the state of Crimson Scale Surge. Such a trivial mistake, once made, would not be repeated. Henceforth, he would bring his opponent to despair. Blood barrage. 2 blood bags were crushed, and the spattering blood instantly transformed into high-velocity projectiles, hurtling toward Okamoto. Realizing escape was futile, Okamoto ceased to flee and, forming hand seals, pressed his hands to the ground. Earth release, earth return. In the next moment, a large stone slab erupted from the ground before him. A formidable barrier measuring 2 to 3 centimeters thick, exhibiting considerable defensive strength. Yet, Okamoto had underestimated the ferocity of Shinji's assault. Under the relentless barrage of blood projectiles, the surface of the stone slab quickly became pockmarked, and it began to thin at an alarming rate, likely to be shattered into pieces within mere seconds. Upon realizing this, Okamoto's expression shifted, and he gritted his teeth, unleashing his only B-rank ninjutsu, Earth Release, Earth Wall. Just as the slab was about to be obliterated, a sturdier, taller wall rose from the ground, successfully intercepting all subsequent attacks. Beneath such formidable defense, Shinji's blood barrage was indeed unable to penetrate easily. However, it should not be forgotten that Shinji had never intended to rely solely on this technique to vanquish his foe. As Okamoto continued to erect earthen walls to shield himself from Shinji's assaults, he simultaneously forfeited his line of sight in the battle. In other words, Okamoto had completely lost track of Shinji's position, forced to infer his location solely based on the attacks he was blocking, presuming that Shinji remained directly in front of him. However, one of the most significant distinctions between the sorcery employed by Shinji and the ninjutsu lies in the fact that most ninjutsu are merely one-off releases, while his sorcery can be controlled throughout its entirety. At this moment, the blood bullet assaulting Okamoto is not launched by Shinji himself, but rather a blood sphere infused with his magical energy. Seizing this opportunity, Shinji, empowered by the state of Crimson Scales in motion, has deftly maneuvered around the earth flow wall, materializing spectrally behind Okamoto. A dagger forged from coagulated blood is ominously aimed at the vulnerable area of Okamoto's back. However, after a brief contemplation, Shinji chose to redirect his weapon, deliberately avoiding a fatal strike. Before he encounters Kato, this individual still holds some value. With this thought in mind, Shinji mischievously murmured, "Let us eliminate him, divine marksman." In an instant, the short dagger elongated, transforming into a slender, sharp lance. Upon hearing the sound behind him, Okamoto instinctively sensed danger, yet it was far too late to react. A gaping wound was opened in his abdomen. From a distance, it appeared as though Shinji had pierced Okamoto's belly with a blood-red needle. Subsequently, Shinji withdrew his magical energy, allowing the elongated needle to revert to ordinary blood. Due to the piercing, a portion of the blood remained within Okamoto's body. In pain, Okamoto emitted a muffled groan before swiftly leaping back to create distance. He was terrified. The previously indestructible bald man had merely posed a troublesome challenge, leading him to think that running away would suffice. However, this adversary not only wielded peculiar ninjutsu, but had also approached him without his notice, indicating a disparity in their prowess. There was no time to linger, otherwise, he would be risking his life here. With this realization, Okamoto immediately retrieved 2 smoke bombs from his bag, smashing one to the ground with a resounding bang. Preparing to flee. However, just a few steps into his escape, he felt a sudden wave of dizziness, his body succumbing to weakness, before collapsing to the ground. Poisoned. How infuriating. When did this happen? Struggling to maintain a semblance of consciousness, Okamoto found himself unable to utter a word. As the smoke dissipated, a measured cadence of footsteps approached. Shinji looked down upon Okamoto from his elevated position, noticing the utter confusion in Okamoto's gaze. He raised a finger as if to elucidate the enigma, coalescing the remaining blood into a sphere above his fingertip, and remarked, "I merely infused the toxin into this blood beforehand and sealed it. When the time for battle arrived, it would yield unexpected effects, much like now." Upon hearing this, Okamoto recalled the moment he had been injured earlier. It was evident that the toxic blood residue within him had led to his current state of incapacitation. Faced with such an opponent, he had abandoned any thoughts of resistance. Thus, when confronted with the two choices presented by Shinji, he became exceedingly compliant. He agreed to lead me to Cardo, blinking twice in rapid succession. Death held no terror for him. At most, it would merely waste a little more time. Upon finishing his statement, Shinji pointed his raised index finger at Okamoto's head, and the blood orb began to spin at an alarming speed. Okamoto had no doubt that a moment's delay in his actions would result in his head being mercilessly obliterated by his adversary. So he hastily mustered all his strength to blink twice, even squeezing out tears from the exertion. Observing this, Shinji's face betrayed an unmistakable look of regret. In the next instant, the blood orb shot forth. However, the intended target shifted from beneath their feet to a distant figure. With a resounding bang, one individual collapsed, their head exploding into a grotesque display. Hey, that was my quarry," exclaimed Hidan, visibly displeased, as he turned his head to shout after dispatching the last of his adversaries. In a secluded, diminutive manner within the land of waves, several maids presented an array of sumptuous dishes, arranging them respectfully before standing at attention on either side. At the grand dining table sat only one individual, Cardo, the very person Shinji and Hidan were seeking. At that moment, Cardo, adorned with brown-tinted round glasses and draped in a white napkin, wielded his knife and fork to tackle a blood-soaked steak, rudely tearing into it and chewing with abandon, an unsettling sight for any onlooker. Yet, none dared to display even a hint of disgust. All heads bowed in deference. After a while, once the plate was cleared with the swiftness of a tempest, Cardo wiped his hands, lifted a nearby glass, and drained its contents of red wine in one gulp. "The meat today is exquisite. Inform the chef that his family's lives are spared. However, as a punishment, they shall be sold into slavery. Oh, and I shall grant him 1 day a month to visit his family. Yes, Master Cardo, your mercy illuminates the very heavens." The butler's praise was timely, albeit slightly exaggerated. Cardo clearly relished it, even believing himself to be exceedingly benevolent. He had initially intended for the entire family to meet their end, yet had settled merely for their lifelong servitude. Was this not a testament to his compassion? Feeling he had performed a monumental act of kindness, Cardo began to survey the maids around him, ultimately nodding towards two recently arrived sisters. The two maids trembled, their expressions vacant, and promptly knelt before crawling toward him. Soon, a repugnant smile graced Cardo's face, reflecting his satisfaction. Sensing Cardo's favorable mood, the butler seized the opportunity to speak. "Captain Okamoto has contacted us, stating that he has captured 2 ninjas hired by the Mirapen family and wishes to know your decision." Without a moment's thought, Cardo, indulging in the service, replied, "Is there any need for consultation? Just kill them, and remember to return their heads to their rightful place, hanging at that old fool's doorstep. I shall convey your message to him. However, it appears that Captain Okamoto also wishes to seize this opportunity to meet you, as a display of loyalty." "Display loyalty? I suspect he seeks to claim credit instead." With a shiver coursing through his body, Kato's thoughts swiftly shifted. Let him come, and bring those 2 along as well. It would be a welcome diversion, as I find myself rather bored. "Indeed, Okamoto, Lord Kato has consented to meet you this time. If you perform well, you shall undoubtedly be rewarded in the future. At that time, I shall be able to rest assured in marrying my daughter to you." Upon seeing Okamoto, the steward's eyes gleamed with appreciation. Okamoto immediately seized the moment, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed father-in-law. Without your intervention, Okamoto would not be where he is today." The steward, pleased by his compliance, felt a surge of satisfaction. Were these 2 oblivious fools the ones who attacked the estate in the northern woods? The steward turned his gaze to the tightly bound Shinji and Hidan. Indeed, in the pursuit of capturing live prey, many sustained injuries. As he spoke, Okamoto lifted his garment, revealing the blood-stained bandage wrapped around his waist. The steward, convinced by this display, whispered, when you meet Lord Kato, be sure to narrate the events with flair and dramatic intensity. He is somewhat fatigued and bored at the moment. Perhaps you could use these two to entertain him." Okamoto understood, recognizing the need for his father-in-law's guidance in the future. That is readily agreed upon. However, you must remember, Lord Kato despises being contradicted. No matter how outrageous his demands may be, you must find a way to fulfill them. Do you understand? "Yes, I shall remember," Okamoto replied dutifully. After a series of discussions and admonitions, the steward finally led the group through several concealed transit points, ultimately arriving at Kato's location. Throughout the journey, Shinji and Hidan remained silent and exceedingly compliant, allowing Okamoto to take the lead. Meanwhile, with his life precariously in the balance, Okamoto dared not attempt any trickery, remaining entirely cooperative. At last, Kato, donned in the attire of a mafia godfather, appeared before them. Just as the steward prepared to speak, Kato, cigar in mouth, interrupted him. "I know you are merely employed by that old fool, so I shall grant you a chance to survive. However, this opportunity is exceedingly rare. Only one among you may claim it. Now, express your gratitude for my mercy. Will you choose to live for yourself or allow the other to survive?" As he exhaled clouds of smoke, Kato revealed a sinister smile, relishing such scenes of mutual destruction. In the struggle for survival, all familial bonds and friendships could be forsaken. In the aftermath, one might even find themselves grotesquely kneeling, weeping over the corpse of one they had slain, while secretly reveling in the thrill of having escaped death. Kato harbored no qualms about employing the most malicious thoughts to gauge the human heart. Oh, and once these two engage in their deadly conflict, he would instruct Okamoto to eliminate the surviving one, turning their fleeting joy of survival into instant despair. At that moment, the Void's hand severed the guilt and remorse of its companion, gnawing at their souls like ants, a torment that could even surpass death. The mere thought of such a scene was exhilarating. Why hasn't it begun yet? Kato furrowed his brow in mild dissatisfaction. No one intervened as Okamoto untied the ropes binding Shinji and Hidan, for they all understood Kato's expectations. Moreover, they were unconcerned about any potential turmoil these two might unleash. After all, including Okamoto, there were 5 chunin among the bodyguards present, not to mention the hidden rogue ninjas numbering over 100 within the estate. In the face of such formidable power, who would concern themselves with 2 prisoners? What vexed Kato was that these two did not adhere to the script he had orchestrated. Instead, their eyes glinted with unmasked malice and eagerness. At that moment, Shinji pulled out a photograph and, after a quick comparison, declared, "So you are Kato? It seems I was correct. The target is confirmed." For reasons unknown, Kato's heart raced, as if he sensed a looming peril enveloping him. Thus, he abandoned any trivial distractions and shouted, "Kill them." Simultaneously, Shinji commanded, "You may proceed, Hidan." "Ha ha ha, Lord Hidan shall offer you all as sacrifices to the evil deity." With Hidan's maniacal laughter, 2 of Kato's chunin bodyguards immediately charged forward. To them, the opponent's actions were nothing short of dismissive. After all, how could they falter against foes even Okamoto could defeat? Yet, no one noticed that the instant the battle commenced, Okamoto was already scrambling to escape. These 2 monsters were far beyond the capability of mere chunin. "Apologies, dear father-in-law, but I shall take good care of your daughter henceforth, so please die here alongside Kato." Shinji observed the man's actions but paid little heed, as his objective was right before him. Water release, water whip. Wind release, gale slash. Hidan was initially ensnared by the water whip, yet astonishingly, he broke free through sheer brute strength. Of course, this might also be attributed to his opponent's lack of skill. Faced with the incoming gale slash, Hidan could have withstood it, but instead, he calmly sidestepped and closed in for close combat. The rigorous physical training he had undergone daily over the past few months, coupled with the arduous practice following his humiliating defeat by Shinji, culminated in this moment of brilliance. Bang, bang, bang. His heavy yet swift fists rained down relentlessly, and within mere seconds, his adversary crumpled to the ground like a tattered sack at Kato's feet. Even without weapons, Hidan's fists could claim many lives. Shinji was equally active, unleashing 2 bags of blood that exploded in midair. Under his manipulation, all the blood transformed into orbs, floating gracefully before him. In the next moment, countless blood droplets shot forth. In the blink of an eye, the several bodyguards standing in front of Kato were reduced to mere sieves, including the 2 chunin. faced with such an area of effect assault, while others remained calm. Hidan was the first to panic. Wasn't it agreed that he would handle it? How could they all be annihilated in the mere turn of a moment? No. He must prove himself as the most devoted follower of the Lord of Evil. Thus, the lone remaining Chunin skilled in water release met a grim fate as Hidan seized him and smashed his head to bits. The blood droplets swirled chaotically, deftly avoiding Hidan's position. Soon, nearly everyone in the room had perished, and those outside who heard the commotion and rushed in to assist met a similar fate. One by one, they fell. In his insatiable thirst for carnage and fearing Shinji would continue to seize the offerings, Hidan boldly emerged, wielding two colossal cleavers used for slicing watermelons as he charged outside. To the unknowing, it would appear as if the spirit of Huqiang had possessed him. After dispatching all enemies within the room, Shinji summoned the remaining blood back to him, whimsically manipulating it into various shapes, a customary form of his training. Come forth. I believe my previous attack has evaded your hiding place. Boom. The solid wooden desk erupted into splinters. A disheveled Cardo promptly crawled out from beneath, his face still etched with terror as he shouted, "Please, don't kill me. Regardless of who sent you, I can offer you double, no? 5, or even 10 times the commission." Seeing Shinji remain silent, Cardo continued to tempt him. "If you would assist me in utterly eliminating the Mirapin family, I would be willing to share the Kingdom of Waves with you. Together, we could become the true, crownless kings of the Kingdom of Waves, possessing power, status, wealth, and women, everything one could desire." Shinji tilted his head slightly in contemplation upon hearing this, but in the next moment, he made his decision. Whoosh! The eerie, blood-red blade swept across Cardo's neck. Thud! A head, eyes forever open in disbelief, rolled at Shinji's feet, the lingering gaze seemingly questioning him. "Why? I apologize. Though your proposal sounds enticing, it holds no value for me. Moreover, I have promised someone else to bring back your head, to reign supreme in this small corner of the Kingdom of Waves." Had he been in a state of poverty, he might have considered it seriously. However, having come to understand the true nature of this world and possessing a unique advantage, he naturally sought to pursue a life far more extraordinary. Years later, when he stood invincible, he might behold even more magnificent vistas. But of course, it was too early to ponder such dreams. Listening intently to the sounds of battle outside and the unsettling laughter of a certain individual, Shinji resolved to wait until Hidan had dealt with everyone outside before making his move. He did this solely to allow Hidan to vent his frustrations, not out of laziness or a desire to avoid trouble. No, certainly not. After a period of time, tranquility finally enveloped the surroundings, replaced by an overwhelming and pervasive scent of blood. It must be about time. Grasping Kato's severed head, Shinji stepped outside. Along the way, dismembered limbs and splattered blood littered the ground. Any ordinary person witnessing such a scene would likely faint on the spot. Upon reaching the outside, the sight was even more gruesome, bodies strewn everywhere. The armed personnel Kato had left behind for protection had been ruthlessly slaughtered by Hidan alone. With a grunt, Hidan stood amidst the numerous corpses, baring his teeth and inhaling sharply, as he began to extract the various lethal weapons embedded in his body, casting them aside. Coupled with his blood-soaked attire and his bald head devoid of hair and eyebrows, he epitomized one word: ferocity. "Feeling better now?" Shinji inquired without lifting his eyelids. At that moment, Hidan resembled a sage in a state of post-battle euphoria. Though his face displayed satisfaction, he appeared quite hollow. "Too weak. I require better offerings for Lord Jashin. Moreover, I found that more straightforward weapons suit me better, whether it's shuriken or a black spear. Their lethality is far too lacking." Shinji raised an eyebrow. "So what kind of weapon are you envisioning?" To be frank, it's improbable to find a weapon in the entire Naruto universe that boasts more swagger and charisma than the bloodstained scythe of March. Could it be that Hidan was already contemplating this? "This one," he exclaimed. "I never realized how effective this cleaver could be. A single strike, and it reduces the head to pulp." As Shinji observed Hidan brandishing two cleavers he had retrieved from the ground, he fell into a contemplative silence. Images of Hidan wielding the two cleavers, slicing his way from the eastern edge of the hidden leaf village to the western side, began to form in his mind. This imagery was distinctly off-kilter. I believe you should consider how to more simply and conveniently procure your enemy's blood," Shinji gently suggested. "Why? With one strike, I can kill them outright. Is there a need to collect blood?" Hidan glared incredulously. "Forget it." Shinji resignedly closed his eyes, surrendering to the absurdity of the situation. Mirapen experienced a dream where he was joyfully playing with his young daughter when suddenly, a group of thugs emerged from the shadows. Just as he shielded his daughter with despair, a fair-skinned, handsome young man and a fearsome bald figure descended like divine retribution, swiftly dispatching all the assailants. Amidst Kato's pleas for mercy, the young man severed the scoundrel's head with a single stroke. Who would have thought you'd meet such a fate? Mirapen seethed with rage, picking up Kato's head with both hands. Yet, at that moment, Kato's severed head revealed a sinister smile and began to speak. The suffering of the world endures, and the evil god lives on. Join me in serving Lord Jashin. Ha ha ha. With that, he opened his mouth wide and swallowed Mirapen whole. Mirapen jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat, his bedding soaked through. Recently, he had been unable to enjoy a restful slumber. Today, after much effort, he finally drifted into sleep, only to be abruptly awakened by a nightmare that was markedly different from his usual ones. As he stirred, he could not help but express a sentiment of mixed emotions, uncertain whether to feel regret or relief. However, as he sat up, his demeanor suddenly stiffened, for in his hands, he cradled a severed head, none other than that of the loathsome Cardo, a figure he despised with fervor. The head seemed to be in a state of unquiet repose, with its eyes betraying the fear and confusion it had experienced in its final moments. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the visions from his dream, prompting him to recall the moment when Cardo had lunged at him with his gaping maw. A shiver coursed through him, and he instinctively shrieked, flinging the head away. I must be dreaming. This cannot be real, he chanted to himself in a daze, only to then notice the blood staining his hands and the grim environment surrounding him. This was no dream. The villain Cardo was indeed dead. The two individuals from the cult of the evil god had truly accomplished their grim task. As Millipon muttered in disbelief, he recalled their parting words from earlier that day. Find a place to rest. When you awaken, all will be resolved. Resolved. It was genuinely over. The nightmares that had plagued his sleep were at an end. Yet, a more terrifying realization dawned upon him. If the cultists could so easily slay Cardo and silently deliver his head into his grasp, they could undoubtedly employ the same method to eliminate him. Thus, this severed head served not merely as a macabre gift, but also as a foreboding warning. In light of his earlier dissatisfaction with the cult's decision to send only 2 operatives, Millipon could not suppress a bitter smile. Now, he found himself uncertain whether his deep entanglement with the cult of the evil god was a boon or a bane, and he resolved to proceed cautiously. Taking one step at a time. Bring me someone, he called out, and immediately, the bodyguard stationed outside burst through the door, greeted by the sight of his bloodied hands and the severed head that had rolled to the entrance. Prepare a sumptuous banquet at once, and fetch every rare vintage from my collection in warehouse number 1. Furthermore, summon the most exquisite geishas in the city. Money is of no concern. Why are you still standing there? Hurry, he ordered. Oh, and take that severed head down, hanging it from the highest flagpole in the courtyard. Ensure it is well guarded. I wouldn't want any crows to snatch it away, for I intend to use it to honor my daughter in a few days. The bodyguard promptly complied, saying, Yes. Master. Cardo's demise signified a seismic shift in the realm of Bo, heralding a return to tumult. The toll of death was yet to be fully realized, particularly for those who had underestimated the Millipon family and chosen the wrong side. As Millipon instructed preparations for the feast, news of Cardo's death began to spread with remarkable swiftness, borne both by those who had uncovered the truth and by Millipon himself, who had intentionally set the rumor in motion. However, what truly incited the uproar was undoubtedly the severed head prominently displayed upon the flagpole. The war among the self-proclaimed kings of the Wave Country ultimately culminated in an unexpected victory for Mirapan, leaving many astonished and bewildered. As for the clandestine act of assassinating rivals, most informed individuals saw no issue with it. After all, it was Cardo who first disregarded the rules by employing rogue ninjas and other armed forces to eliminate members of the Mirapan family. Had it not been for Mirapan's fortuitous luck, with his youngest daughter inadvertently taking a fatal blow for him, it is likely that he would have perished, and his entire family would have been swiftly dismantled by Cardo, leaving nothing in their wake. Thus, to many, Mirapan's actions were merely a form of retaliation, a quest for vengeance. It is unreasonable to expect one to reason with those who have initiated a massacre against one's family. Moreover, Cardo's brutish and tyrannical nature which often led to the destruction of others' homes, further fueled public sentiment. In contrast, the populace naturally yearned for the triumph of the comparatively reputable Mirapan family. Consequently, the walls began to crumble, and before Mirapan could even dispatch his men, discord erupted among Cardo's subordinates. Some were preparing to abscond with stolen wealth. Others clamored for revenge against Cardo to seize power, while a few suggested outright allegiance to the Mirapan family. Before any resolution could be reached, the oppressed villagers, incited by certain individuals, united and began to assault various companies under Cardo's banner. Among them were those eager to capitalize on the chaos, as well as those seeking retribution. Like the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back, the once mighty Cardo organization collapsed in an instant. When Mirapan received the news, he was momentarily taken aback. He had initially feared that the tenacious Cardo would not easily succumb and had been contemplating how to assimilate Cardo's assets with minimal loss. Now, however, his troubles were alleviated, as he could effortlessly claim the remaining spoils once the villagers had vented their frustrations. From his elevated perspective, the wealth stolen by Cardo's subordinates and the possessions seized by the villagers were inconsequential. Once he consolidated all resources, he could recover them 1,000-fold, such is the difference in vision. Presently, his priority was to properly host the two valiant individuals responsible for Cardo's demise, and to prepare provisions to maintain a favorable relationship with the cult of the Dark God. He required their assistance to eliminate any lurking dangers at the appropriate moment, just as the cult needed substantial funds for their expansion. Thus, their relationship was one of mutual benefit, at least for now, still basking in a honeymoon phase. On the following day after Cardo's death, two unfamiliar faces arrived in the Wave Country. "We have arrived, Lord Jean. Let us hope we can evade pursuit this time," spoke the diminutive youth, whose delicate features, upon raising his gaze, revealed an exquisite beauty that might easily confound one's perception of gender should he don feminine attire. "Enough of this feeble and futile talk," was the retort. The towering figure of the man lowered his hat, seemingly displeased with the youth's remarks. "I apologize, but we must not linger, Lord Zaibu-Jean. We shall depart to meet our employer." The two of them diligently sought the designated markers until they arrived at the agreed rendezvous point. However, the residence was already deserted, and upon inspection, it became evident that its occupants had fled in haste, leaving behind a scene of disarray, as if they had made a desperate attempt to abscond with every valuable possession. "Lord Zaibu-Jean, it appears we have encountered a problem." Indeed, Zaibu-Jean's expression remained impassive, his words few and far between. Having spent considerable time together, I immediately sensed that Zaibu-Jean was not in a favorable mood, prompting him to suggest, "I have acquired some information about our employer. I could investigate further before we decide our next course of action." Zaibu-Jean, not wishing to have made the journey in vain, nodded in agreement, permitting Bai to proceed. In such a small nation, there existed little to no force capable of threatening either him or Bai. Thus he felt at ease allowing Bai to seek intelligence. Bai did not disappoint him, returning shortly with the gathered information. "Lord Zaibu-Jean, it seems we may have indeed come in vain. Our employer, who contracted us for the assassination, was killed yesterday, and their entire faction has disintegrated." Bai recounted the intelligence he had uncovered, including the contentious relationship between the Cardo society and the Mirapan family. As for the identity of Cardo's killer, opinions varied widely, but it was certain that the assailant was a formidable individual hired by the Mirapan family. Zaibu-Jean could scarcely believe that they had arrived too late. With the employer deceased and the faction in disarray, the assassination mission was naturally nullified. Otherwise, they would be laboring for naught, having taken a life without a place to claim their reward. What a stroke of misfortune! Zaibu-Jean couldn't help but exclaim. "Lord Zaibu-Jean, should we remain in this country for a while or venture elsewhere?" Bai inquired, his expression devoid of disappointment. For him, the destination mattered little, nor did the task at hand. As long as he could remain by Zaibu-Jean's side, it sufficed, even if he were merely a tool, easily discarded. "Let us go? But before we depart, I must eliminate a few individuals." Zaibu-Jean's gaze transformed into one of lethal intensity and bloodlust. There was no need for further explanation. Just as during his graduation exam as a ninja, when he had whimsically eradicated all the students of that cohort, he acted upon his desires without hesitation. Cruel, quick-tempered, arrogant, cold-hearted, he cared not for the labels his adversaries affixed to him, for he embraced the essence of who he was. It is likely that even Shinji and Hidan could not have anticipated that they would once again be drawn into this turmoil for such reasons. Within the Mirapin family's company warehouse, numerous individuals busied themselves with various tasks. Though Shinji and Hidan had rejected the monetary and carnal offerings presented to them, Mirapin bore no ill will. Instead, he lauded them, augmenting the supplies originally intended for the evil god sect by an additional 30% as a gesture of goodwill. In this instance, Shinji did not refuse again. He lacked the authority to do so. After all, this was intended for the cult of the evil god, not to win him over. Once everything was successfully loaded onto the ship, the bustling activity came to a temporary halt. Furthermore, upon disembarking, there would be dedicated personnel responsible for transportation, though the security aspect relied solely on Shinji and Fadewan. Both parties held great confidence in this arrangement, believing that no errors would arise. Will you truly not stay for a couple more days? Although the kingdom of Bo is not vast, it is a treasure trove in its own right. I can arrange anything you desire, Mirapin said with utmost sincerity. Fadewan's eyes instantly brightened at the prospect, contemplating a request for 1,000 sacrifices to present to the lord of the evil god. However, just as he was about to speak, Shinji discreetly elbowed him, silencing his exuberance. Ugh, what is wrong with him? Fadewan inquired, bewildered. Nothing much. Probably just a poor soul who has never tasted last night's delicacies and has now upset his stomach, Shinji replied, observing as Fadewan bent over, clutching his abdomen, his expression ominous enough to kill. We shall take our leave now, Shinji said, pulling Fadewan away. Just then, a flurry of shurikens shot towards them from a distance, targeting Mirapin. Reacting instinctively, Shinji hurled Fadewan aside. Mirapin must not perish, at least not until they return to the cult of the evil god. Swish, swish, swish. Thud, thud, thud. Akagi Shinji, what the hell are you doing? Fadewan exclaimed, oblivious to the unfolding chaos, as shurikens pierced his back and rear, causing him to cry out in pain. Shinji felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that his actions had been rather foolish. But circumstances had dictated the necessity of such an act. Ultimately, the outcome was favorable, was it not? Assassins, quickly, protect the master. A flurry of bodyguards hastily surrounded Mirapin, rendering him immobile, presumably out of fear that their employer might meet his demise too swiftly. Shinji understood that unless they dealt with the assailants, the mission would not be deemed completely successful. Thus, he instructed, you all stay inside and don't cause any trouble. Fadewan, ensure his safety. With that, he dashed in the direction from which the attackers had fled. After a few swift movements, Shinji's figure vanished from sight. Yet, just as the remaining individuals began to breathe a sigh of relief while escorting Mirapin to safety, a dense fog rolled in unexpectedly. A troublesome hat was carelessly tossed aside, and a towering man unsheathed a 2-meter-long executioner's blade from his back. Taking a deep breath, he caught the scent of bloodshed. In the next instant, he vanished like a specter, and when he reappeared, 3 heads lay severed from their bodies. Strangely, neither the slain nor their companions had heard a sound from the enemy's movements. The absence of pain and the silent nature of death, perhaps this was the final mercy granted by the man known as the demon. Within mere seconds of the fog's arrival, Mirapin's guards began to fall one by one, the heavy scent of blood permeating the air. Some could not endure the agonizing weight, and with a loud cry, they dashed in a singular direction, only to fall silent abruptly. Whoosh! Tap, tap, tap! A diminutive figure, clad in a mask, was fleeing rapidly, occasionally turning to unleash a barrage of shuriken to hinder pursuers. Behind him, Shunsher, enveloped in a sanguine mist, relentlessly pursued. Had he not meticulously planned his escape route and set various traps in advance, he might have found himself with no way out by now. This man was indeed formidable. Water release, 1,000 killing water surge. Confronted by a deluge of shuriken, Shunsher immediately raised his right hand. The blood swirling around him bifurcated, coalescing before him into a crimson crystalline wall that deflected the incoming projectiles in an instant. This was an alternative application of the blood manipulation technique, solidifying blood into a robust form for offense or defense. The drawback was that once solidified, the blood could not revert to liquid for repeated use. At this moment, Shunsher sensed something amiss. It was likely that his opponent was deliberately luring him away. Fortunately, he had prudently stationed Fadewan behind. With Fadewan's capabilities, there was little cause for concern. Though a flurry of thoughts momentarily flickered in his mind, they did not impede his actions. He suddenly pressed his palms together, compressing all remaining blood into his hands, then opened them at an angle, targeting the swiftly fleeing adversary. Blood manipulation. Supernova? Boom. The compressed blood erupted instantaneously, spraying towards the target in a wide arc, akin to a shotgun blast. There was no escaping this onslaught. Upon sensing the imminent threat from behind, I had no time to evade such a broad attack range. Thus, he halted and made the most prudent decision. Seals execute. Ice release. Ice rock dome. A substantial, bowl-shaped ice wall surged forth, enveloping by within it. In the next moment, a cacophony of sounds erupted. Although the torrential blood projectiles shattered the ice upon silence falling, a portion of the ice wall remained intact, undestroyed. Huff, huff. I gasped for breath, blood dripping swiftly from the wounds on his arm. Despite his quick response upon sensing danger, he was still a fraction too late and was struck by several blood projectiles. His right arm now hung limply, stained crimson. And worse yet, he felt a tingling numbness at the wound site, accompanied by a blurring of his vision. The recent attack was poisoned. Ice release. Who are you? Shinji too paused, a fleeting surprise flashing in his eyes. This stature, this mask, and most crucially, the presence in the land of waves. Coupled with the ice release technique, barring unforeseen circumstances, Shinji had deduced the identity of this individual. The question now arose, with by here, where was Zabuza? Evidently, Zabuza was likely on the verge of confronting Hidan, and it was entirely possible that they were already engaged in battle. As for the outcome, it was truly uncertain. It depended on whether Zabuza would first employ his silent killing technique to sever Hidan's head, or if Hidan would manage to extract Zabuza's blood first, thereby completing the ritual with the blood of the deceased. Whomever seized the initiative would claim victory. However, it was certain that when he eliminated Kato, Zabuza had not yet brought White into the land of waves. So what could this possibly mean? Why had White suddenly appeared and ventured to assassinate Mirapin? Was it conceivable that others had also issued assassination contracts that White and Zabuza fortuitously accepted? Shinji found himself momentarily perplexed, yet even if the formidable Zabuza arrived, he would not retreat a single step. White remained silent, yet his gaze and demeanor revealed that he had not relinquished hope. It seemed you held a great deal of faith in the individual executing the decapitation, believing he could arrive in time to rescue you. However, I fear you shall be disappointed, for my partner is far from a mere weakling easily slain. Reluctantly, I must acknowledge that his terrifying prowess is beyond your imagination. Enough of this idle chatter. It is time for me to showcase my true abilities. As soon as the words left his lips, an eerie X-shaped blood mark appeared upon Shinji's forehead, instantly altering his aura. The crimson blood manipulation technique. The red scales surged. In an instant, Shinji's figure vanished from sight. Despite White's vigilant observation of every move, he could not discern the trajectory of Shinji's movement. Suddenly, a searing pain struck White in the lower back, jolting him back to reality. When did this happen? White's face twisted in horror as he collided with a tree, immediately forcing his body to adjust and land on the ground. Yet before he could lift his head to locate his adversary, a voice echoed from behind him. Do you know the average blood flow rate in a normal human? Without hesitation, White rolled forward. In the next moment, a blood-red curved blade sliced through the ground, cleaving it as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. Had he hesitated for even a moment, that strike would have divided him from head to toe. Shinji, wielding the blood blade, did not rush to pursue. Instead, he appeared to be engaged in self-reflection. Under normal circumstances, the blood flow rate ranges approximately between 125 centimeters per second and 14 centimeters per second. When an individual engages in intense physical activity, the blood flow accelerates to meet the demands of the body's organs. Thus, when the blood flow reaches a certain threshold, the limits of human capability can be transcended. Even though such an extraordinary state cannot be sustained for long and inflicts considerable damage to the body. The next question arises. How long do you think you can endure against me in such a condition? An overwhelming pressure bore down upon White, making him feel as though he might suffocate at any moment. Yet, confronted by such a terrifying foe, he did not flinch, did not plead for mercy, nor did he allow himself to be crushed by the adversary's words. The countdown had begun. Ice release, secret technique, ice mirror crystal. With a fierce bite of his tongue, Bai forced himself to regain his willpower, extracting the last remnants of chakra from his body, wagering everything on this final strike. Master's Eye, forgive me. but I may no longer be able to stand by your side. 3 seconds later, a multitude of ice mirrors shattered instantaneously, transforming into a flurry of crystalline shards. Meanwhile, the true form of Bai, concealed within the mirrors, succumbed to Shinshir's relentless assault and collapsed from exhaustion. Surely, it cannot be too late to return now? I hope that foolish one has not been torn to shreds, awaiting my rescue. As the bloodstains on his forehead vanished, Shinshir muttered to himself before effortlessly lifting Bai and retracing his steps. The appetizer had been savored, yet the main course still awaited him. The clang of clashing weapons resounded like a tempest. One figure wielded a massive executioner's blade over 2 meters long, each swing exuding an overwhelming sense of dread. Opposing him was a bald man armed with 2 hefty cleavers. Surrounding them lay a gruesome array of dismembered corpses. As the eerie mist dispersed, it consumed the lives of all Mira Pen's guards. Fortunately, Mira Pen himself managed to escape with his life under the protection of Hidan. Had it not been for Shinshir's prior admonitions before he rushed out, Hidan would have shown little concern. After all, he was adept at killing, but had never learned the art of protection. Thus, it seemed Mira Pen was fortunate. When Zai Butcher arrived, Hidan, relying on instinct, managed to kick him down, averting a fate of being cleaved in two. Then, he wielded his cleavers and began his onslaught. Despite the dense fog surrounding them, Zai Butcher's attack revealed his position. Though fleeting, the moment was enough for Hidan to launch his counteroffensive based on instinct. Perhaps angered by Hidan's strikes, Zai Butcher chose to abandon his mist concealment and engaged in a fierce duel. Hidan, relishing the hunt, thought that if he could present such a splendid sacrifice, the Lord of the Evil Gods would surely be pleased. Kill, kill, kill. Hidan's demeanor grew increasingly frenzied, his blade striking faster and faster, momentarily seeming to overwhelm Zai Butcher. Yet throughout the entire ordeal, Zai Butcher's gaze remained unchanged, his movements unaltered, as if the notion of being pressured was entirely non-existent. In his eyes, there existed only 2 kinds of people, the dead and those who were about to die. And this boisterous, arrogant youth was undoubtedly the latter. Clang, clang, clang. I've made up my mind. I will offer you as a sacrifice to the Lord of the Evil Gods. Amidst his maniacal laughter, Hidan's dual blades aimed for Zai Butcher's neck and waist, heedlessly stepping into a puddle. Now, Zai Butcher's eyes sharpened, and the countermeasure he had stealthily prepared sprang into action. The puddle morphed into his water clone, which suddenly embraced Hidan from behind. Despite the fleeting moment of hesitation, Faden was forcefully freed, allowing him to narrowly escape the grasp of Zaibuzen's deadly blade, which now soared toward him with a menacing whistle. With a sickening thud, one of Faden's arms was severed, flying away from his body. Under normal circumstances, anyone faced with such a terrifying executioner's blade would instinctively seek to evade or parry, striving to avoid being cleaved in two. However, at that pivotal moment, Faden chose to advance rather than retreat. This reckless maneuver not only cost him an arm, but also afforded him a chance to counterattack. With his remaining hand grasping the cleaver tightly, he lunged at Zaibuzen's head, disregarding his own peril. Even the battle-hardened Zaibuzen, who had taken countless lives, felt a momentary tremor of doubt in the face of Faden's madness. He knew he could simply slice horizontally to sever his opponent in half. But was it worth the risk? Reluctant to meet his end alongside Faden, Zaibuzen hesitated for just a heartbeat before opting to withdraw and evade. After all, his adversary was now missing an arm and steadily losing blood. If he could regroup and strike again, victory was almost assured. In such circumstances, why trade lives? Had his mind faltered? Zaibuzen's reasoning was sound. Anyone in his position would likely choose the same. Yet, the variable emerged here. Faden's desperate strike did not claim Zaibuzen's life. It merely left a shallow cut on his face. Yet, as he watched the droplet of blood precariously balanced on the blade's tip, Faden could no longer contain himself and erupted into maniacal laughter. Are you prepared to face divine retribution? You are already cursed by me. Let the ritual commence. With a grotesque grin, Faden extended his tongue to lick the blood from the blade, then violently flung his injured arm, splattering blood everywhere. He then stepped in the crimson puddle to inscribe a unique symbol, a circular outer shape encasing a triangle. In the brief moment it took to complete this ritual, Faden underwent a profound transformation. His dark skin was now adorned with white stripes, and his ghastly visage resembled a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Blood for death. At this moment, Faden was truly serious. Zaibuzan felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom, though he could not pinpoint its source. Merely gazing upon Hidan's transformed appearance hinted that he had invoked some forbidden technique. He could not allow his foe to complete the incantation. His instincts screamed at him that should Hidan succeed, the consequences would be horrifically dire. Thus, he resolved to prevent it at all costs. Once more, Zaibuzan unleashed the mist concealment technique. This time, he intended to decisively end Hidan's threat. The silent assassination technique was activated. From an external perspective, Hidan, seemingly at a disadvantage, remained unfazed by the thick fog that enveloped them. In fact, he relished the opportunity to torment his opponent before delivering the final blow. A particularly delightful thought seemed to have crossed his mind, as Hidan gazed eagerly at the mist, anticipating the breathtakingly lethal strike. It arrived, in a moment of silence. Zabuza materialized behind Hidan, raising his executioner's blade high. At the instant it descended, Hidan's instincts had already sensed the impending threat. Yet unexpectedly, he made no attempt to evade. Standing there as if utterly unaware, eagerly awaiting the separation of his head from his body. Unbeknownst to him, the corners of his mouth had begun to curl upward. Come, swiftly, bring it down. How curious it would be to witness the expression on his own face as he was slain by his proudest method. A gentle breeze wafted through, and the figure wielding the executioner's sword suddenly dissipated into a cloud of mist. In that final moment, Zabuza astonishingly chose to halt his strike. At that moment, as he distanced himself from Hidan, beads of sweat began to form on Zabuza's forehead. Just moments ago, he had an unsettling feeling that had he delivered that blow, it would have been his own demise. Reflecting on Hidan's seemingly defenseless stance, which suggested a readiness to be killed, was indeed troubling. Such a precarious situation stirred within Zabuza unsettling memories of past humiliations. That incident had left him akin to a stray dog, fleeing from the hidden mist and embarking on a life of wandering. Within the thick fog, Zabuza continuously altered his position, launching tentative attacks towards his foe time and again. Yet each time, the executioner's blade in his hand found nothing but air. The less Hidan defended himself, the more hesitant Zabuza became to strike. Both the intense sense of danger from his initial attack and the enigmatic demeanor of his opponent indicated that this was likely a trap designed to provoke him into action. However, if he continued to remain at a standstill, not only would he risk danger, but when Hidan's companions returned, he too would find himself in peril. Suddenly, Zabuza took a deep breath, sheathing his executioner's blade once more, and drew a short knife from within his cloak. Even knowing it could be a trap, he was determined to take the risk and uncover his opponent's intentions. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to retreat immediately. Meanwhile, within the ritual, Hidan was growing increasingly bored, his patience waning rapidly. Had it not been for his keen desire to witness the moment of his own death at the hands of his enemy, he would have long since dispatched Zabuza. Suddenly, his expression shifted. Here it comes. Will you not make your move? This time, Zabuza even refrained from employing his silent killing technique, deliberately allowing Hidan the chance to detect his presence early. Yet to Zabuza's dismay, Hidan remained calm, standing completely still, as if extending his neck in invitation for the kill. Tighten your grip, strike. With a swift slash, a gaping, bloodied wound appeared on Hidan's back. If you have struck me, then let me see what happens next. In Zaibuzan's mind, a fleeting thought crossed just as he landed a blow on Hidan. In the next moment, a sharp pain surged from behind, causing him to widen his eyes in disbelief. Zaibuzan's figure swiftly vanished into the mist, and upon retreating to a safe distance, he reached back to touch his wound, discovering a long gash from which blood flowed profusely. Strikingly, the location and length of the wound mirrored the very cut he had inflicted on his adversary. So this was it, a forced mutual demise. Zaibuzan murmured to himself, seemingly comprehending the reason behind the prickling death warning he had felt earlier. If that blow had landed, the outcome for his foe was uncertain, but he was certain he would not survive. The situation had become perilous. Zaibuzan furrowed his brow, pondering his next move. However, at that moment, a sudden eruption of blood from a gaping hole in his left leg caught him off guard. Then, with a sickening sound, another wound appeared in his right thigh. His legs trembled, nearly collapsing beneath him, but with sheer willpower, he managed to regain his footing. Was this foe inflicting self-harm? Furthermore, the ability to disregard spatial distance and rebound harm back onto him was a troubling predicament. Zaibuzan raised his head, his expression as dark as the depths of water. Meanwhile, Fadewan, having lost his patience, resolved to take matters into his own hands. With a black spear in hand, he chose to inflict 2 wounds upon his own legs to prevent Zaibujan from fleeing. What followed would be a punishment for the adversary's lack of cooperation. He positioned the spear against his chest, aiming for his heart, and slowly, deliberately began to penetrate his flesh. The pain elicited a twisted pleasure from Fadewan. He desired for his opponent to feel the encroaching specter of death, helpless to intervene, merely watching as despair consumed him. Yet, as Fadewan reveled in that moment, a ferocious water dragon suddenly struck him with tremendous force. The black spear flew from his grasp, and he was hurled several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. As the thick smoke dissipated, Zaibujan, supporting himself on the ground, coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. He had narrowly escaped death, almost succumbing to a pierced heart. Nevertheless, in that dire moment, he remained composed, recalling how his enemy had previously drawn a pattern on the ground with blood and noting that the foe had not moved since. Thus, he formulated a hypothesis. The enigmatic ability of his adversary likely required activation within that very pattern. Immediately, he unleashed the water dragon bullet technique, wagering his life on this gamble. It seemed fortune favored him. The ferocious water dragon not only sent his opponent flying, but also inflicted grave harm upon himself. However, the subsequent injuries no longer rebounded back to him. "I have seen through your technique," Zaibujan declared fiercely, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. Despite the blood cascading from his body, and even as his internal organs felt dislocated, he harbored no thoughts of retreat. Instead, he yearned to seize this opportunity to eliminate Fadewan. Coincidentally, Fadewan, having just risen from the ground, shared the same sentiment. It was a matter of life or death. Either he would slay his opponent, or he would perish. There was no alternative. The damp, chilling sea breeze howled through the air, enveloping both men in an atmosphere thick with murderous intent. "What a pitiful state you found yourself in, Fadewan," a voice suddenly echoed, causing both Zaibujan and Fadewan to turn their gazes. "Shinji, do not interfere. I intend to use him for the ritual. What's wrong with you, Bai?" As Shinji appeared, carrying the severely injured Bai, the scales of victory had decisively tipped in their favor. A faint voice escaped Bai's lips. "Zaibujan, to endure such grievous wounds, yet still remain conscious despite my mixed toxins. What a terrifying obsession," Shinji remarked with earnest admiration. With a resounding thud, Zaibujan pulled out his executioner's blade, smashing it into the ground. "Return him to me." "Hey, you bastard. Your opponent is me," Fadewan shouted in dissatisfaction. However, at that moment, Zaibujan's focus was solely on Bai and on Shinji, who held Bai's life in his hands, seemingly deaf to Fadewan's protests, elegantly ignoring him. Then, Shinji spoke up. "Since you both regard me as superfluous here, let us strike a bargain." "What deal?" Zaibujan inquired solemnly. "Hand over your executioner's blade, and I will return Bai to you. Furthermore, I shall not interfere in your skirmish thereafter. If you emerge victorious, you may leave with your companions. If you lose, then you shall forfeit your life as well. What say you? Shall we seal this deal? Why should I trust you? You may wager your faith. The worst outcome would mirror the present situation. Should I intervene, not only will this young man perish, but you, despite your grievous injuries, will meet the same fate." At that moment, Bai weakly urged, "Do not worry about me. Just go, Zaibujan." Zaibujan fell silent for a moment, then abruptly hurled his executioner's blade into the air. Shinji forcefully tossed Bai to Zaibujan. A blood thread immediately shot forth, adeptly ensnaring the airborne blade and bringing it back. As he grasped the weapon, the system's notification chimed. "Special weapon detected in the current world. Consuming 5,000 curse soul points will allow for curse tool transformation. Current curse soul points insufficient for transformation." Shinji felt as if his emotions were on a tumultuous roller coaster ride. Who would have thought the system possessed a curse tool transformation feature? However, it was astoundingly expensive. To date, he had amassed only 1,500 curse soul points, intending to save more for a tenfold draw to test his luck. Now, he was confronted with the knowledge of yet another use for curse soul points. What would he do in the future? Should he prioritize the tenfold lottery or the curse tool transformation? Alas, neither was sufficient. Thus, it mattered not. Shinji, clutching the executioner's blade, promptly distanced himself, making his stance of non-involvement abundantly clear. Since Hidan was unwilling to allow him to intervene, he naturally relished the ensuing tranquility. More importantly, with the absence of the decapitating blade, the deterrent power of Zabuza had diminished significantly. Furthermore, both of these individuals were currently in a dire state, and Hidan, with his immortal body, was at a considerable advantage, unperturbed by the prospect of exchanging injuries. Should victory elude them, Shinji was prepared to dispose of Hidan by casting him into the sea to feed the sharks. With the troublesome presence removed, Zabuza carefully positioned by and then clutched a kunai in his mouth, simultaneously extracting 2 samurai swords from the pile of corpses on the ground. Zoro, witnessing this, could only exclaim in admiration. Hidan, on the other hand, retrieved his watermelon knife. During the clash, the black spear proved to be less advantageous, lacking the finesse of a cleaver. In the brief span of time, the numerous wounds on Hidan's body began to mend, though the severed arm remained an empty void. His self-healing abilities were remarkable, but not to be mistaken for instantaneous regeneration. As the two locked eyes, filled with murderous intent, they surged towards one another. The sounds of clashing weapons echoed. Clank, clank. The sound of blades piercing flesh followed. Swoosh. Blood gushed forth. Splatter. On the surface, Zabuza, employing 3 weapons in a frenzied assault, seemed to hold the upper hand, inflicting wound after wound upon Hidan. However, for the immortal Hidan, such injuries were trivial and did not impede his movements in the slightest, even if it meant paying 3-fold the price to inflict a single wound upon his foe. It was well worth it. Zabuza, of course, noticed Hidan's peculiar resilience. Logically, he should have immediately abandoned this tit-for-tat tactic in favor of a lethal strike. Yet, the pressing issue was that his severe injuries had led to excessive blood loss, inducing a profound dizziness that blurred his vision. If this continued, he might collapse without even needing his opponent's intervention. He was now relying solely on sheer willpower to engage in battle with Hidan. Retreat was not an option. He could not afford to wait. The only path to survival lay in swiftly vanquishing the enemy before him, thereby securing a chance to escape with Bai. Thus, he began to lead Hidan in a specific direction, step by step. Splash! A familiar spray of water erupted. The water in the puddles suddenly transformed into a water clone. This was all too familiar. How could I fall for the same trick twice? Hidan sneered, swiftly slashing with his blade to shatter it, having anticipated the move. However, he did not foresee Zabuza discarding his left-hand sword and beginning to form hand seals with one hand. Water release, water prison technique. In the next moment, the destroyed water clone morphed into a large water sphere, ensnaring the unsuspecting Hidan within its depths. Hidan was trapped. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Zabuza decisively discarded his remaining katana, maintaining his water prison technique with one hand while conjuring a water clone with the other. As soon as the clone materialized, it promptly seized the fallen katana and charged towards Hidan, ensnared within the watery confines. At that moment, a detonating tag, glowing ominously with white light, drifted within the prison. With a thunderous boom, the explosion engulfed both combatants in a swirling cloud of smoke. Hidan's possession of the explosive tag was attributed to Shinji, who often spoke in peculiar terms, even suggesting the concept of a human bomb. Initially, Hidan had dismissed this notion as utterly absurd, pondering the potential catastrophe should anything go awry. However, upon further reflection, he deemed it prudent to stow away a few tags for unforeseen circumstances. To his astonishment, they had proven their worth in this dire moment. Coughing and disheveled from the blast, Hidan bore several burns, yet was fortunate to have detonated only a single tag. Otherwise, he might have been utterly obliterated. Suddenly, a kunai pierced through Hidan's chest. Zabuza had taken advantage of the smoke from the explosion to execute his silent killing technique. However, the blast had also affected him, causing his hand to tremble slightly, resulting in a miss that fell short of Hidan's heart. In the next instant, Zabuza's pupils dilated as he felt a surge of blood erupting from his throat, each cough bringing forth crimson droplets. To his shock, he discovered a matching wound blossoming on his own chest. It turned out that while Zabuza was employing his technique amidst the chaos, Hidan had seized the opportunity to re-enter the ritual circle. The ritual was reignited. This time, Zabuza failed to notice this critical detail, as his once keen instincts had dulled from blood loss. The end was nigh. His vision blurred. Zabuza fell backward, gazing skyward. Thud! Hidan grasped the kunai embedded in his chest, poised to rend his own heart, when he sensed an approaching figure. Swiftly, he sidestepped. allowing the shadowy form to stumble past him and collapse atop Zabuza. Zabuza, I truly hope to accompany you to the same place, White murmured before closing his eyes. Hidan furrowed his brow as he approached, only to discover that both men had succumbed to death, their hearts stilled. With their passing, the ritual naturally concluded. He discarded the kunai and reclined on the ground, a profound sense of satisfaction washing over him after such a harrowing clash. Yet, unnoticed by all, the 1,000 needles once held by White had vanished. Is it over? Mira Pen emerged from her hiding place, her expression still tinged with anxiety and lingering shock. However, being a figure of authority, she quickly masked her unease and various negative emotions. Who sent them? Taking a deep breath, Mira Pen forcibly calmed himself. The pressing concern at hand was to ascertain who was conspiring against him. Could it be yet another rogue like Cardo? Shinji hefted the executioner's blade and shook his head. Uncertain, but suspecting it was likely an assassination mission issued elsewhere while Cardo was still alive. Since the news of Cardo's demise had not been promptly disseminated, the mission remained active, attracting unwelcome guests. Nonetheless, this should be merely an unforeseen circumstance. If you are apprehensive, we can arrange for someone to accompany us to confirm whether any assassination orders targeting you have yet to be rescinded upon our arrival. Mira Pen expressed his heartfelt gratitude, exclaiming how thankful he was, for they had once again saved his life. If possible, please allow me to express my appreciation. Do not decline just yet, as I believe your companion may require medical attention, and fortuitously, my estate houses some of the finest doctors in the entire realm of Bo. Observing the sincerity in the other's expression, as well as the dismembered remains of Hidan nearby, Shinji decided to accept Mira Pen's goodwill. He nodded and ventured. Let me guess, the finest tailor in the country is also at your estate? Mira Pen, taken aback, replied, a tailor? Are you in need of clothing? While I am unaware of who the best tailor may be, I can certainly summon them all. That would be splendid. I hope they can stitch that fellow's arm more attractively. Haha, are all members of the cult of the evil god as humorous as you? Please do not misunderstand. I am quite serious, Shinji replied with utmost gravity. Mira Pen was utterly astonished. By the way, when your people come to collect the bodies, ensure that those two are given a proper burial. The deceased ought not to be desecrated further. Mira Pen instinctively nodded. Such a minor request was hardly worth refusing. He was not so petty as to take out his frustrations on two corpses, save for Cardo, of course. After issuing his instructions, Shinji first retrieved Hidan's severed arm, then approached Hidan, wrinkling his nose. I have found the best tailor here. They will stitch your arm back on. Do not disturb me. I am in prayer to the evil god. What an irritating habit. Are you coming or not? Shinji, visibly impatient, extended a hand toward the prostrate Hidan. To show disrespect to the evil god, you are finished. I will ask the tailor to stitch your foul mouth shut as well. Humph. Hidan displayed a look of disdain. Yet his actions were swift. Just as Shinji was about to retract his hand, Hidan seized it, and, using the momentum, stood up. Since you refrained from interfering earlier, I shall grant you an opportunity to curry favor with me. Truly, a hard-headed one. Shinji felt a tinge of helplessness, yet seeing Hidan's unsteady demeanor, he sighed inwardly, deciding to let it go this time. Then I thank you. As he spoke, Shinji propped up Hidan's remaining arm and began to lead him forward, completely indifferent to the bloodstains on Hidan's attire. Hidan, who had been anticipating a retort from Shinji, was suddenly taken aback. This scoundrel Shinji had not countered his remarks? Moreover, how could such an intimate gesture occur? Fadewan felt a shiver run down his spine, immediately regaining his senses and beginning to struggle violently. Hey, let go of me. Do you believe that I will stab you with a knife right now? Fadewan was in a state of panic, his eyes betraying a bewildered anxiety. Shinji furrowed his brow and retorted, behave yourself. Don't get blood all over me. If I hadn't seen you in such a pitiful state, I wouldn't have even bothered to lend you a hand. It was rare for him to show kindness, yet this ungrateful creature failed to appreciate it. Let me go. I can walk by myself. Thud. Shinji actually released his grip, and Fadewan promptly fell to the ground in a most undignified manner. Show off. Walk away, then. If you utter another word, I will drag you along with a rope. Despite his grumbling, Shinji pulled Fadewan back to his feet. Perhaps recalling the tragic experience of being dragged along the ground, or perhaps reassured by Shinji's unbearable demeanor, Fadewan finally relented, snorting in resignation and allowing Shinji to lead him onward. Bond value, 10. Shinji cast an odd glance at him. Humph, a Tsundere creature. After walking for a while, Fadewan seemed to struggle with the unfamiliar silence and proactively initiated a conversation. That fellow's great sword appears to be quite remarkable. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, you must have heard of them. This sword is known as the decapitating sword, one of their infamous weapons. So, that bandaged-faced weirdo is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen? Fadewan suddenly felt a surge of excitement. After all, the name of the 7 ninja swordsmen was widely known. Fadewan had heard of them long ago while in the hidden hot water village, back when he was merely an ordinary chunin, utterly incomparable to them. But now, things were different. He had obtained the immortal body, learned killing with blood, and even killed a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen one-on-one. Indeed, this was the life he had always yearned for. That individual bears the fearsome title of Ghost Man. Who could have imagined he would fall to the hands of an inconspicuous nobody? I bet no one would believe it if it spread. Shinji remarked, then abruptly shifted his tone. Of course, I believed from the very beginning that you would win. Although your intellect may be lacking, I know that given the opportunity, you could slay anyone. Though being labeled a nobody irked Fadewan. Shinji's subsequent words ignited a different sentiment within him. His expression remained one of disdain, yet internally, he was filled with joy. Especially since these words came from the mouth of that scoundrel, Shinji, it was all the more precious. Hadn't it always been the acknowledgement of one's adversary that brought a greater sense of accomplishment? Fadewan felt this way now. Yet, as fate would have it, he was rejoicing too soon. Except for me. In an instant, Fadewan was infuriated, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. Indeed, all previous sentiments of gratitude had been mere illusions. This rascal was truly the Shinji Akamitsu he had come to know. One day, he would surely have his revenge. Even though Fadewan's actions and words towards Shinji were exceedingly disdainful, they could not substantiate anything, for the system's judgment is infallible. Upon returning to the Mirapun estate with Fadewan once more, Shinji began to assess the fruits of this endeavor. First and foremost was the bond value with Fadewan, which surged dramatically as if he had unexpectedly struck gold. The more reluctant Fadewan appeared, the greater the bond value increased, embodying the quintessential notion of being verbally unwilling yet physically compliant. This phenomenon can be aptly termed a juxtaposition of verbal denial and bodily honesty. Thus, for the first time, Shinji and Fadewan's bond value surpassed the threshold of 400, reaching an impressive 401 points. Compared to the last tally, this represented a substantial increase of 150 points. With the completion of the second phase of the task merely 100 points away, victory was tantalizingly close. Had he mastered the method for augmenting bond values earlier, he would not have spent an entire month barely elevating the value to 100 points. Naturally, bond values are inherently more challenging to enhance as one progresses. The initial phase necessitates the establishment of a relationship, achieving a breakthrough from 0 to 1. Something feels off about that analogy, but never mind, it's inconsequential. The latter phase requires a transcendence, transitioning from one form of relationship to another. It is akin to how everyone possesses friends. Yet how many can be deemed as life and death comrades? Thus, this bond task is destined to be a daunting pitfall. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, Shinji once again retrieved the beheading blade to explore its intricacies. He was not examining the blade itself, but rather the system's new functionality. Fortunately, he had prudently acquired the beheading blade in advance. Otherwise, he would have remained oblivious to the system's remarkable capability for curse tool transformation for an indefinite period. Yet, what does this specialized weapon signify? Is it that the materials are unique, or does it inherently possess extraordinary powers? Or perhaps it is something altogether different. He meticulously examined every item in the room, but could not evoke the system's interest further. Only this beheading blade seemed to harbor the potential for transformation into a curse tool. This raised a pertinent question. If that were the case, might the other 6 ninja blades also possess such potential? What about the 7-star sword or the 6 paths ninja tools like the red gourd? Clap, clap. Shinji inadvertently slapped his own face, realizing he was overreaching in his thoughts. Presently, he lacked even the funds to transform the beheading blade into a curse tool. So why indulge in such greedy fantasies? First, he must gather 5,000 curse soul points. Not long after, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Come in. I apologize for disturbing your rest. To his surprise, it was Mirapun, who had expressed a desire to retire upon their return. Shinji paused momentarily. The unexpected visit indicated that some unforeseen event had transpired. Could it be that his request to the tailor to sew Fadewan's mouth shut had been uncovered? Is there something amiss? Mirapun appeared troubled, his brows furrowed as he spoke. The two corpses have gone missing. Missing? What do you mean? Shinji was momentarily taken aback, only to realize which corpses Mirapun was referring to, and then his expression transformed into one of astonishment. Moments ago, the individuals I dispatched to retrieve the bodies returned, reporting a rather peculiar occurrence. Initially, everything appeared normal. However, upon transporting the corpses to their designated location and conducting a thorough inventory, they discovered that the bodies of the two murderers had inexplicably vanished. Strangely, no one could ascertain when or how this disappearance occurred. Finding this matter suspicious, I hastened to inform you. Shinji pondered for a moment before contemplating a possibility and inquired, "What do you think has transpired?" Mirapun offered a wry smile, suggesting that it could only be one of a few scenarios. Either someone had deliberately stolen the bodies, or someone was lying. It was hardly plausible that the corpses had simply fled on their own. Perhaps the bodies did indeed escape, Shinji remarked with a hint of implication. You need not concern yourself with this matter. I shall handle it. Then I shall rest easy. Mirapun sighed in relief, increasingly grateful for the decision he made earlier. Had it not been for the two sent by the cult of the Dark God, he might have met a rather grim fate. This made him regard Shinji and Hidan with even greater esteem, yet regardless of the promises of benefits and rewards he offered, both remained utterly unmoved, which caused him considerable distress. Were all those who worshipped the Dark God devoid of desires? How could that be? If Hidan were to answer that question, his response would undoubtedly be that Mirapun ought to provide him with offerings, and the more, the better. This exemplifies the disparities arising from differing worldviews and values. To put it simply, what Mirapun possessed held no allure for them, and what they desired was something Mirapun could not provide. The two parties were fundamentally incompatible. On the following day, while Hidan was still recuperating, Shinji took it upon himself to venture out alone, returning only by nightfall. Regrettably, despite the tailor's diligent efforts to stitch Hidan's arm back together under the guidance of a nearby physician, he ultimately lacked the courage to close the mouth of the fearsome bald man. The third day unfolded similarly. It was not until the fourth day that Hidan's injuries had mostly healed, and he had even gained some weight. At this point, Shinji proposed their departure. This time, Mirapun made no attempt to retain them, for he understood that such efforts would be futile. However, should he encounter any insurmountable challenges in the future, he could always seek assistance from the cult of the Dark God, the cost of which would merely amount to some material wealth that he truly did not care for. As long as he drew breath, these resources would never run dry. A grand vessel laden with cargo gradually set sail. Meanwhile, in a secluded cottage within a remote village of the Land of Waves, a youthful and strikingly handsome boy gently administered medicine to a man lying in bed. The man, tall and imposing, was swathed in bandages, his complexion pale and breath faint, clearly afflicted by a grave illness or severe injury. Has that fellow not returned? The boy paused momentarily in his ministrations, then, with a radiant smile, replied, "My poison has been neutralized, and Lord Zhang's wounds have begun to mend. Aside from that individual, no one is aware of our hiding place. We can live here incognito from now on. I refuse to resign myself to this fate." After a moment of silence, the man shattered the youth's illusions. "The next time I encounter that bald-headed man, I will not be defeated. And that scoundrel who deprived me of my beheading sword shall never be forgiven." The teachings of the Dark God remained etched in my mind. A fleeting sorrow flashed in the youth's eyes, only to be replaced by tenderness. Yes, everything is to be obeyed as per the decree of the Lord of no more decapitations. It is time to take my medicine. A rare hint of embarrassment appeared on the man's face, yet before he could utter a reprimand, the bitter concoction silenced him. 20 days later, Shinji and Hidan finally returned to the Dark God sect. The convoy's sluggish pace had compelled them to moderate their own speed, resulting in a leisurely return. Of course, Shinji had already relayed the news back via the birds nurtured by the Mira Trading Association, emphasizing stability. Outside the base, Master Takiki greeted them with a warm smile, his gaze benevolent. "Children, welcome home. Long live the Dark God." Both Shinji and Hidan reverently pressed the emblematic necklace of the Dark God sect to their foreheads, intoning their devotion. "How was your journey? Smooth sailing?" As they arranged for the transfer of supplies, Master Takiki conversed with a tone imbued with concern. Aside from encountering a few inconspicuous petty thieves, Everything went rather well, Shinji replied, opting to downplay the details. Hidan, on the other hand, was more straightforward, easily dispatched. Master Takiki cast a glance at the beheading sword strapped to Shinji's back, jokingly remarking, "A petty thief capable of wielding a beheading sword is no ordinary foe." He then patted Shinji on the shoulder, laughing heartily. "Well done this time. The correspondent praised both of you profusely in the letter. Even the previously agreed-upon funding has tripled. This is all your merit. Now, do tell, is there anything you desire? The Dark God shall surely grant your wishes." Upon hearing Master Takiki's promise, Hidan, brimming with eagerness, was the first to speak. "I wish to present the Dark God with a higher quality offering." The moment Hidan finished speaking, Shinji noticed the smile on Master Takiki's face momentarily falter before he resignedly replied, "You may choose any offering from the dungeon below." "I want high-quality offerings," Hidan retorted loudly. "Those scraps in the dungeon will only tarnish my faith in the Dark God." To put it plainly, he idolized the Dark God who had granted him a new lease on life, rather than the current leader of the Dark God sect. Faith is indeed a double-edged sword. It is likely that even Master Takiki himself did not anticipate the overwhelming success of his indoctrination, which had perhaps gone too far. This is not a good omen. Observing the signs of uncontrollable fervor emerging from Hidan, Master Takiki grew inwardly vigilant, yet continued to smile. Your faith in the Dark God is, of course, beyond reproach. However, high-quality offerings are quite rare and digest quickly. Henceforth, you will receive priority for the high-quality offerings we capture. Additionally, you may also procure offerings yourself. And should you capture particularly high-quality ones, I may even make an exception to hold a special sacrificial ceremony, just for you. I shall take my leave to rest." Faden, displaying a lack of respect, merely curled his lip and departed. This journey to the land of waves had profoundly revealed to Faden just how formidable he truly was. Had it not been for the presence of a certain individual who consistently overshadowed him, Faden would likely have felt even more invincible. Observing this, Master Takiki's expression momentarily flickered with dissatisfaction. As for Shinji, he naturally possessed a greater emotional intelligence than Faden, especially considering the current utility of the evil god cult. Thus, he deftly shifted the conversation. "Master Takiki, I wish to forge a weapon." "Oh, what sort of weapon? Besides, do you not already possess one?" Master Takiki inquired with curiosity. "This great sword is merely a temporary measure. It does not suit me well," Shinji replied with a hint of regret. Upon hearing this, Master Takiki found himself in agreement. After all, regardless of the weapon's prowess, if it did not feel right in one's hands, one's true potential could never be fully realized. Moreover, when compared to Faden, Shinji's request was undoubtedly reasonable. Without further hesitation, Master Takiki readily consented, stating that all materials from the cult's treasury were at Shinji's disposal, and he could discuss his ideas with the craftsman. Grateful, Shinji thought to himself. This was an opportune moment to explore the other conditions for the transformation of cursed tools. Days swiftly passed once more. Shinji returned to his busy routine of blood extraction, data recording, physical training, and sorcery cultivation. Although his days were fully scheduled, this lifestyle felt fulfilling. Of course, it would have been even better if the first two tasks could have been eliminated. After all, no one wishes to be perpetually treated as a mere guinea pig. Additionally, upon his return, Shinji refrained from attempting to deepen his relationship with Faden or increase their bond. In fact, he scarcely glanced at the fellow, preferring to avoid encounters altogether. He was certainly not seeking new attachments. It was simply that he had lost interest in the trivial skirmishes they shared daily. His trip to the land of waves had clarified the nature of his bond with Faden. Consequently, he decided to let Faden be for a few days, and then strike with a sudden force, hoping to swiftly complete the second phase of that troublesome task. Truly, what a rogue. Meanwhile, although Faden's intellect was not particularly sharp, he had nonetheless sensed Shinji's recent disdain towards him. From long ago, they had harbored mutual dislike, ranging from verbal sparring and post-school challenges to outright clashes, often resulting in mutual destruction over trivial disagreements. Logically, Faden should have been accustomed to this. Yet, the reality was that he was quite displeased. He could not articulate why he felt this way, but he simply did. His discontent led him to wish for Shinji to share in his discomfort. After enduring several days of this feeling, Faden could no longer contain himself and gleefully prepared to seek trouble with that fellow. At that moment, Shinji was in the artisan's workshop, meticulously examining the fearsome weapon that had just been completed. This is a striking scythe, entirely adorned in crimson, featuring a tripartite blade design crafted to maximize its lethality against adversaries. The handle culminates in a circular ring, allowing for the binding of a rope for remote throwing and retrieval. This is none other than the infamous weapon, the bloodied March Scythe, wielded by the formidable Hidan in the original narrative. Following the recent mission in the Land of Waves, Shinji has discerned yet another shortcoming of Hidan. The weapon's devastating power is severely lacking when he refrains from utilizing Death's Embrace. Thus, it is of utmost necessity for Shinji to expedite the creation of this iconic instrument of carnage. He is utterly weary of witnessing Hidan clumsily wielding 2 watermelon knives in a frenzied hacking spree. Truly, such antics are beneath his dignity. When it comes to combat, style is paramount. As Shinji brandished the freshly forged bloodied March Scythe, he felt quite pleased. The materials were substantial and of high quality. However, he lamented the absence of any response from the system. This indicated that the scythe in his possession could not be transformed into a cursed tool. For Shinji, a weapon that cannot be converted into a cursed object holds diminished value. It is akin to possessing 2 equally sharp blades. One merely serves the purpose of slashing, while the other can both slash and unleash flames or electricity. Which would you prefer? Hidan, well said. I choose the one that merely slashes. Just as Shinji stepped outside with his newly acquired bloodied March Scythe, a shadow unexpectedly darted from the nearby underbrush. What in the world? Startled into a reflexive reaction, Shinji instinctively raised his weapon and slashed. Hey, you thud. The shadow barely uttered 2 words before being pinned to a nearby tree. It was only then that Shinji recognized the figure and widened his eyes in astonishment. Hidan. Shinji, you little. Hidan was about to unleash a torrent of curses when he suddenly felt a warm trickle of blood in his throat, and he began to spit blood. What bad luck. After searching the base for an eternity without finding Shinji, it was ultimately Master Takefune who informed him of Shinji's whereabouts. Thus, he had stealthily approached, eager to discover what mischief Shinji had been up to, especially after days of avoiding him. Little did he expect such a warm welcome upon his arrival. It's all a misunderstanding. Why were you hiding in the bushes instead of using the main path, trying to scare me? Are we playing hide and seek? Shinji, feeling somewhat embarrassed to see Hidan pinned to the tree, chose to shift the blame. Naturally, he did not forget to release Hidan. Then thud. Blood began to spurt profusely from the wounds. Hidan had been pierced in the upper body with 3 significant gashes. Had Shinji exerted a tad more force, he could have easily been cleaved in 2. The pain was excruciating, and before he could even catch his breath, a colossal burden fell upon him. Hidan felt as though he might burst from rage. Stay away from me. He glared furiously. Why the sudden fury? Had you not startled me by leaping out from the underbrush, I would not have resorted to violence. Do not touch me. I never wish to see you again. Very well, I shall refrain from touching you. But do remember to tuck your intestines back in shortly. There are wild dogs lurking about, and I would hate for you to be left half intact. Akatsuki, I shall end your life. In a fit of rage, Hidan began to bleed profusely, a scene that appeared rather tragic. Shinjitsu could not help but feel a twinge of compassion, and with a resigned sigh, he squatted down to lift one of Hidan's legs. He then dragged him along the ground. No need to thank me. After all, we have worked together, and it is only right. In that moment, Shinjitsu felt as though he was illuminated by a radiant light. Yet, it was not light, but rather the furious gaze of Hidan that seemed to pierce his back, threatening to leave it riddled with wounds. And more dreadful still were the onlookers behind. The mocking disciple exclaimed, "Oh, isn't this little Hidan? How come he looks so disheveled after just a few days?" With a cheerful smile, Shinjitsu replied, as if this fellow has ever been composed. Enthusiastic disciple B chimed in, "Shinjitsu, you really ought to be more careful. You strike with such indiscretion. Look at how you've battered Hidan. His intestines are almost spilling out." With a beaming smile, Shinjitsu assured, "Indeed, I shall certainly be more cautious next time." Loud disciple C shouted, "Who is so lacking in public decency, leaving a pool of blood without a thought to clean it up?" With a sheepish smile, Shinjitsu apologized, "My sincerest apologies. It is my fault." Loud disciple C retorted, "I knew it was you, you rascal." Hidan. Both Shinjitsu and Hidan were momentarily bewildered. What do you mean? This pool of blood isn't yours? It isn't. What do you mean it isn't? With so many witnesses, do you dare to argue? Are you claiming that that drop of blood on the ground isn't flowing from the wounds in your body? Damn it. Enough. Let this slide this time. But do not let it happen again. Hidan was instantly incensed, rolling his eyes in frustration. A blood vessel that had only just begun to heal burst open again, causing blood to spurt forth. Just a few steps away, loud disciple C's expression darkened. Shinjitsu quickly interjected, calm down, calm down. The child did not mean it. He is simply hot-headed, and with all this blood, excessive spillage will lead to depletion. Indeed, one could not help but commend him for his mastery of the art of frivolous discourse. After finally sending away what seemed to be the duty-bound disciple C for the day, Shinjitsu engaged in light conversation about the weather with 5 others, inquired about dinner plans with 6, and praised the dark god with 7. Finally, after warmly greeting 18 individuals, complete with gestures reminiscent of a hip-hop artist, he managed to drag the barely breathing Hidan to the medical room. Heaven and earth bear witness. When Hidan laid eyes upon the doctor, tears nearly welled in his eyes. I swear, one day I, Hidan, shall repay this humiliation 1,000-fold to that scoundrel. I shall not live as a man if I do not kill him. And those who mock me, I will leave none alive. Ah! The doctor frowned upon witnessing the situation, expressing his dissatisfaction. What a brutal force was employed here. How could he be reduced to tears? Shunsher, filled with shame, replied, "It's my fault. I had no idea he was so fragile. Doctor, is there any hope for him?" The doctor merely shook his head, stating, "With such severe injuries, there is no salvation. He must await death or rely on self-healing. Yet, we cannot simply leave him unattended," he continued. "Indeed, I will fetch a tailor for you. By the way, you should ensure his intestines are placed back properly. We mustn't leave any parts exposed, or it will be difficult to stitch later." Understood. With the doctor gone, only Shunsher and Fadewan remained, exchanging bewildered glances. Before long, the intestines were restored, and the tailor was summoned. One might wonder why a tailor exists within the ranks of the cult. The answer is that the unfortunate souls in the dungeon are often quite versatile. This particular tailor possessed remarkable skills, despite initial trepidation and trembling hands. He ultimately completed the task beautifully after inducing a state of self-hypnosis. "It's akin to practicing on pigskin from days gone by," he declared. "All right, we are nearly finished." "Quite impressive," Shinsher remarked, giving a thumbs up. The tailor chuckled sheepishly, requesting, "Please pass me the scissors so I can cut the thread." "What scissors?" came the reply. "The scissors for cutting, of course. I haven't seen them. Did anyone take the scissors?" After exchanging glances, a sudden silence enveloped the room. Then, in unison, their gazes fell upon Fadewan's freshly stitched abdomen. Unbeknownst to them, the tailor's face had drained of color as he trembled in place. Meanwhile, Fadewan's expression darkened with murderous intent. On that day, the doctor had asked me while palpating my abdomen, "Do you feel anything here?" I responded, "It feels as if someone is touching my belly," and added, "Be careful, the intestines might rupture." Though the process was arduous, the outcome was ultimately satisfactory. The scissors were indeed found, inside the abdomen. Fortunately, nothing had been left inside this time, and the stitching was complete. Thus, the incident seemed to pass without consequence. However, that would be an oversimplification. Merely a day of rest had elapsed, and the still bandaged Fadewan began to ponder deeply, utilizing his rarely employed intellect. Revenge was not easily attained, for he could not overpower that scoundrel. Such a realization was disheartening, indeed. Just then, Shinsher entered, startling him into a brief, involuntary spasm, akin to the jolt one feels when caught in a clandestine misdeed while studying at the computer, only to have one's parents burst in unexpectedly. "What brings you here, you scoundrel?" "I wish to see no one," Fadewan exclaimed. "No need to be alarmed. I come bearing an apology, filled with sincerity," Shinsher proclaimed confidently. Though the bloodied scythe he carried suggested otherwise, making it hard for Fadewan to trust him even slightly. At that moment, rather than an apology, Fadewan was more inclined to believe this fellow had come seeking vengeance. After all, who visits a patient's room armed with a deadly weapon under the guise of an apology? As Fadewan remained skeptical, Shinji Shinki became somewhat agitated, immediately raising the bloodstained March scythe in his hands. "What do you think of this weapon?" At that moment, the blade was merely 0.01 centimeters from his neck. Faced with such an unmasked threat, Fadewan could only force a faint smile. "Not bad, quite impressive. Would you like it?" "Not at all, absolutely not." Fadewan instinctively yelped as the tip of the blade pricked his neck. My apologies, I trembled a bit. What did you just say? I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it? I said I don't want it. Fei Duan snapped, glaring furiously at Shinji. Why wouldn't you want such a formidable weapon? Cut the nonsense. You just want to mess with me. Do you think that if I say I want it, you'll actually give it to me? I would. Really? You wouldn't jest? Fei Duan fumbled to receive the blood-stained March scythe that Shinji tossed to him, his expression one of utter bewilderment. This blood-stained March scythe is custom-made for you. The 3 blades of varying lengths will make it exceedingly difficult for your enemies to defend themselves, allowing you to dispatch them with ease and complete the blood collection ritual. The circular ring at the base of the handle can be used to entangle a rope for ranged attacks, compensating for your lack of long-range capabilities, and can yield surprising results in battle. As Fei Duan observed Shinji earnestly elaborating, he found himself momentarily at a loss, his hands gently caressing the fearsome weapon that had nearly claimed his life the previous day. Once Shinji finished his exposition, Fei Duan could not help but inquire, "Is this truly for me? Was it not crafted for your own use?" The request Shinji made to Master Takakata about forging a weapon was not a secret. Fei Duan was well aware of it, yet he had never imagined that Shinji was crafting a weapon specifically for him. Could this be possible? Shinji shrugged nonchalantly. I already possess a decapitating sword. I currently have no need for other weapons. Fei Duan fell into silence, his gaze fixed on the blood-stained March scythe, while images from the land of waves began to surface in his mind. I find that a more straightforward weapon suits me better. Whether it be shuriken or a black spear, their lethality is simply insufficient. What kind of weapon do you desire then? Certainly this one. Watermelon knife, I believe you should consider a more straightforward and convenient way to draw blood from your enemies. Why? If I can cleave them in one stroke, why would I need to collect blood? Well, in the future. Forget it. So, you've been keeping this in mind all along? Humph. I have no interest in such an odd weapon. With a slightly inexplicable mood, Fei Duan mumbled a few words that held no meaning to anyone but himself. Then, gripping the blood-stained March scythe tightly with his right hand, he swung it excitedly, as if he were a child who had just received a new toy. As for the previous neglect and injuries he had suffered, Fei Duan, being magnanimous, decided not to hold it against that scoundrel Shinji. Shinji chose not to disturb him, preferring instead to embody the role of a serene and handsome gentleman, while simultaneously perusing the system notifications. Bond value, 99. Quest, the new immortal duo. Objective, interact with Fei Duan to gain bonds. Bond value, 500, 500. Phase 2 completed. Reward granted. Cursed soul points x 5000. Jujutsu enhancement scroll x1. Quest, the new immortal duo. Phase 3 activated. Objective, omitted. Bond value, 500, 1000. Quest reward. Cursed soul points x10, 000. Domain construction scroll x1. Upon witnessing the rewards at hand, Shinji felt an immediate surge of joy. His extensive preparations had not been in vain. He had employed tactics of neglect, provocation, and irritation, culminating in a delightful surprise. The strategies he learned from his brother, the Sea King, proved to be remarkably effective. The status of being a high-flying, affluent gentleman, along with the prestigious overseas university credentials and the lavish villa worth millions, were entirely irrelevant. Indeed, those disparaging comments were nothing but baseless criticisms. Fortunately, he remained unperturbed by them. Following the successful completion of the second phase, the third phase of the quest naturally unfurled. The bond value requirement increased from 500 to 1000. While this may seem a modest increment, the difficulty had, in fact, doubled. It was akin to a calculus exam where achieving 60 points was a walk in the park, yet attaining 90 was an arduous endeavor. As for scoring a perfect 100, well, that was a different story altogether. Those esteemed scholars from Peking University may kindly disregard this remark. However, when faced with the enticing rewards presented by the system, no matter how challenging the task, one must proceed. The urgent need for those 10,000 cursed soul points was only one aspect. The mere thought of the domain construction scroll was enough to ignite the imagination. If his suspicions were correct, Fei Duan, you shall be the cherished son of your father. Your father will support you for a lifetime. How does that sound? Meh, it's just average, Fei Duan replied, albeit reluctantly accepting the offer. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. His words belied his true feelings, as his heart brimmed with delight, a sentiment evident from the increase in bond value moments ago. Shinji chose not to expose this charade and turned to depart, as he too was eager to embark on the next step. Upon returning to his room, Shinji promptly secured the door. His current resources comprised 500 cursed soul points, a perfect Jujutsu item, perfumed essence, a Jujutsu enhancement scroll X1, and an unrefined beheading sword. Firstly, regarding the 500 cursed soul points, although insufficient for a tenfold draw, he could still attempt 6 draws. Alternatively, he could utilize 5,000 points to refine the beheading sword into a Jujutsu tool and postpone the lottery for later. Shinji had contemplated this for quite some time and ultimately decided to test the waters with 1 draw. If the likelihood of obtaining something valuable was promising, he would invest all his points in the lottery. Conversely, if the prize pool appeared lackluster, he would first allocate 5,000 cursed soul points to enhance the beheading sword, ensuring at least a minimum return. With resolve, he accessed the system's lottery page and initiated a single draw. The system interface erupted in dazzling golden light, nearly blinding him. Shinji could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Could it be that fortune had smiled upon him, leading him to a transformative moment? Soon, the radiance vanished. You have obtained a Mischief Maker's temporary curse card X1. Effect, guaranteed to trip while walking. Duration, 5 minutes. I cannot ascertain its charm, but my advice is to protect your face. After finally acquiring something worthwhile, you leave me utterly defeated. 1,000 cursed soul points exchanged for such a trivial cursed object. And a disposable one at that. This wretched system truly seems toxic. Of course, Shinji would not admit that his own luck was poor. He resolutely placed the blame on the system, knowing it would not refute him. Sigh, what a family that thinks it can prosper through chance. After a self-deprecating chuckle, Shinji resolutely abandoned the remaining cursed soul points, refusing to throw them into the abyss of lottery. Instead, he picked up the beheading sword and began the process of cursing it. 5,000 cursed soul points were swiftly deducted, and a dark energy enveloped the beheading sword, presumably during its transformation. Approximately 3 minutes later, the energy dissipated, and the modification was complete. Upon careful inspection, Shinji noted that the appearance had remained largely unchanged, save for a row of 7 translucent white dots added to the protruding part where the blade met the hilt. Beheading sword curse, self-repair, absorbs blood to rapidly mend damage. Soul prison. Enemies slain by this weapon will have their vengeful spirits imprisoned within the blade, illuminating one of the 7 killing lights. Breaking concealment strike can be unleashed once all 7 killing lights are illuminated. Within a linear distance of 100 meters, it allows for an invisible, instantaneous strike behind the target, inflicting double the destructive power. This moment, it's akin to a little cow soaring through the skies. Shinji's astonishment was palpable after examining the newly cursed beheading sword. Beyond the inherent ability of self-repair, the cursing process had bestowed 2 additional powers. The soul prison capability speaks for itself. It ensures that enemies vanquished by the beheading sword curse cannot be resurrected, akin to a counter to the likes of Edo Tensei, promising significant surprises for foes in certain special circumstances. However, it was the breaking concealment strike that truly impressed him. Once all 7 killing lights were ignited and all vengeful souls consumed, he could unleash a close-range strike reminiscent of a spatial teleportation technique, dealing double damage. This heralded a substantial enhancement in his combat mobility. Scenarios where enemies escaped with residual health or where he was ensnared and ground down would become exceedingly rare. If timed perfectly, it could even be employed to evade enemy ultimates. In this brief moment, he conceived numerous ingenious strategies, eagerly awaiting their validation. Thus, his hard-earned cursed soul points had dramatically dwindled, leaving him with a mere 500, rendering him unable to do anything further. After enjoying the spectacle for another half-hour, Shinji finally set aside the decapitating blade and retrieved the curse enhancement scroll. The name of this item was rather simplistic and crude, yet Shinji found himself filled with anticipation regarding its effects. After all, relying solely on his gradual development of sorcery was proving to be rather sluggish. Although reaping rewards without effort bore a hint of shame, the allure was undeniable. Who among us could resist the temptation of effortless gain? Curse enhancement scroll. Usage. Tier open. Effect. Acquire a substantial amount of experience corresponding to the chosen sorcery, with a slight chance of comprehending. Extreme version. P.S. Extreme version. The ultimate essence of sorcery techniques. Excluding domains. Without further hesitation, Shinji swiftly tore open the curse enhancement scroll, and a brilliant white light erupted forth. In an instant, faster than he could react, it surged into his mind. A wave of disorientation washed over him, and when he regained his senses, he found himself in an incredibly unfamiliar place, transformed into another person. Had he traversed yet again? No. Shinji quickly discerned the reality of the situation. This so-called curse enhancement scroll allowed him to experience another life from a primary perspective. In this life, however, there were no chaotic distractions, only the relentless scenes of cultivating and utilizing crimson blood manipulation, as if all other memories had been meticulously excised. Each day was consumed by practice, and yet more practice. How long had time passed? This question was utterly meaningless. The timeline was discontinuous. After the day's training concluded, it would leap directly to the next day's session. If there were no memories of the following day's practice, it would skip to the third. Therefore, in this bizarre world, concepts such as time, hunger, and the like were entirely absent and unnecessary. Shinji was even oblivious to his current identity. Everything around him, the people and objects, was a blur. He was compelled to accept the knowledge being imparted upon him. He felt the flow of blood, body temperature, pulse, and even the changes in each red blood cell. Gradually, he transitioned from being a passive recipient to actively contemplating this rare and invaluable experience. After an indeterminate duration, Shinji's rigid body suddenly trembled, and his dazed expression began to regain its luster. The surplus memories slowly faded away, leaving behind only the invaluable experiences of the repetitive training in crimson blood manipulation, which fully transformed into a part of his own essence. Shinji found himself momentarily stunned, realizing he had struck gold this time. The true reward of this mission was not the meager 5,000 curse soul points, but rather this curse enhancement scroll. If he were to experience this again, he was confident that he could comprehend and construct his own domain entirely on his own. Days later, within a dimly lit chamber, the flickering candlelight cast an erratic glow. Shinji sat cross-legged on the ground. Before him floated a massive blood orb. Suddenly, the orb erupted, only to eerily freeze in midair. From a distance, one could observe that the myriad droplets of blood, not only uniform in size, but also consistent in spacing, ultimately coalesced into a hollow sphere magnified several times. Suddenly, these blood droplets transitioned from stillness to motion, at one moment merging into an array of diverse weapons, and at another, transforming into a fierce clash reminiscent of dragons battling tigers. Even more astonishing, a series of blood characters arranged themselves in the air, forming an entire rendition of the memorial of the troops. After exhaling deeply, Shinji promptly directed all the blood suspended in the air into a nearby container. Although he had diligently practiced the crimson blood manipulation from another's perspective for many years and successfully retained this invaluable experience, the differences in his physical condition required a period of readjustment. Fortunately, his wealth of experience allowed him to complete this transition swiftly, transforming it entirely into his own combat prowess. Not only did he master various techniques with ease, but he also innovatively developed his own ultimate technique. It was only at this moment that Shinji dared to assert that even without his immortality, he was no longer a mere pawn to be easily dispatched. After thoroughly cleansing the remnants left in the secret chamber, Shinji finally departed. He wished to keep the cult of the Dark God unaware of too many details to avoid any potential vulnerabilities should conflicts arise. As he left, he was intercepted before reaching his chamber. Akagi Shinji, the esteemed leader, is awaiting you in prayer room number 1. Hurry. Understood. Shinji nodded, promptly altering his course. Upon arrival, he discovered that, in addition to himself, the leader, Takakata, had summoned others, including that foolish Hidan. At this moment, Hidan's injuries had healed remarkably, and even the eyebrows and hair singed in the fire had begun to regrow, though currently only in short, sparse strands. It would take some time for him to return to his former slicked-back hairstyle. At least he was no longer completely bald. Observing the future of the cult of the Dark God and his two capable underlings, Takakata felt his ambitions bubbling to the surface. 10 days ago, I procured a batch of sacrificial offerings from the land of grass. However, this batch, along with the escorting personnel, has vanished without a trace. I intend for both of you to investigate the whereabouts of these offerings. If they have been stolen, find those responsible and offer them all as sacrifices to our Dark God. Should it be the case of internal strife within the land of grass, Let them pay a grievous price. Yes, Lord Takakata, Shinji and Hidan replied in unison. As the cult of the Dark God expanded rapidly, there were scarcely any living souls to be found near the base. To maintain the supply of sacrificial offerings, it was imperative to raid for populations. Takakata understood that this was not a sustainable strategy. Thus, he had secretly commenced trafficking individuals across nations. The transaction with the Land of Grass was merely a test of waters. However, the current outcome seemed less than favorable. With the beheading blade now evolved into a cursed weapon, Shinji and Hidan set forth on their journey once more. According to the accounts from the Land of Grass, the convoy escorting the sacrificial offerings mysteriously vanished near the border between the river and rain nations. They dispatched search parties, but ultimately yielded no results, even suspecting that the cult of the malevolent deity might be involved, given their notorious reputation. If both sides believe the other to be at fault and are truthful in their claims, it is highly probable that a third party has intervened. Yet, the identity of this third party remains elusive. Someone audacious enough to ambush both the cult and the Land of Grass must either be a fool or look down upon them. Shinji hoped for the former. Otherwise, their mission would become exceedingly challenging, especially since the incident occurred in close proximity to the Rain Nation, which he knew all too well to be terrifying. He wished to avoid any suffering, no matter how slight. On the journey, Shinji did not hurry, but often ventured out to hunt. Whether it be adorable rabbits or fierce wolves and leopards, none could escape his lethal grasp. Eventually, even Hidan, observing the carnage, questioned his actions. What are you doing? Can you possibly consume all these animals? Don't expect me to carry them for you. Shinji looked helplessly at the 7 lanterns atop his beheading blade, none of which had illuminated. Indeed, attempting to exploit the situation proved more challenging than anticipated. Despite slaying so many creatures, he had yet to trigger a single soul capture. Was it required that he target only skilled beings? Would tailed beasts suffice? And how would one classify those who consumed the pig fruit or the reindeer who had devoured the human fruit? Well, that was a diversion. This world lacks animal-type devil fruits and druids, so perhaps this was a matter best set aside for now. With a sigh, he prepared several large cuts of meat for sustenance on the road, leaving the remainder to be devoured by any beast drawn by the scent of blood, a fortunate fate, as they would soon consume it all. However, whether by fortune or misfortune, not long after Shinji and Hidan set off, they heard shouts and the clash of battle emanating from the forest ahead. Under ordinary circumstances, such a scenario would likely present 2 possibilities. Either they would ignore it and move on, or Hidan, finding excitement in the fray, would rush in to eliminate the group, offering them as sacrifices to the malevolent deity. Yet, this time, Shinji could not simply turn a blind eye. It was not easy to find individuals to test his skills in such desolate wilderness. He hoped there would be enough adversaries to allow him several attempts at hidden strike to hone his senses. I will go take a look and take down a few of them, he declared. Hidan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Shall I join you? But wait, are you trying to compete with me? How dull. With that, Hidan unsheathed his bloodied scythe and leaned against a large tree. Just don't keep me waiting too long. Nodding, Shinji drew his beheading blade, resting it upon his shoulder as he strode toward the source of the commotion. Kill. Protect the princess. You ruffians are audacious indeed. Ha ha. Who would have thought our rare feast would turn out to be a princess? Brothers, we are in luck. Let us charge and eliminate them all. This plot is rather cliched. Fortunately, I am neither a hero nor a savior of damsels in distress. Well, after testing the blade, I shall take my leave. As Shinji approached, he immediately took in the chaotic scene before him. A band of 40 to 50 comprised of marauding warriors and wandering ninjas was launching a frenzied assault, while a group of guards desperately defended a palanquin. Kill, kill, kill. A wandering ninja wielding twin axes wore a cruel expression as he cleaved through a guard's skull, splattering red and white everywhere, eliciting maniacal laughter from him. However, he remained oblivious to the Grim Reaper, who wielded an exaggeratedly large sword and had silently crept up behind him. The 30-kilogram Executioner's blade felt weightless in Shinji's hands as he effortlessly raised it, positioning the opponent's neck perfectly into the semicircular notch of the blade. Execution. Swish. Thud. A head, still harboring remnants of excitement and cruelty, shot skyward, followed by a fountain of scalding blood erupting from the severed neck. Who goes there? The sudden turn of events momentarily stunned both sides of the conflict. After dispatching his foe, Shinji's expression remained unchanged. He simply held the executioner's blade before his eyes, scrutinizing it carefully. He discovered that the 7 kills lamp had finally illuminated one. It was evident that using other creatures as substitutes was futile. One must take lives for it to be effective. With this confirmation, Shinji felt considerably more at ease, as there were still ample materials available for his experiments. Hey, you bastard, where did you come from? Die? A bandit brandishing a spiked club, relying on his brute strength, charged directly at him. Yet, Shinji had no desire to even glance back. With a casual sweep, the executioner's blade cleaved the assailant in two. Excellent, that's 2 down. Who's next? Forget it. This one-by-one approach is too slow. I shall seek you out instead. With the executioner's blade resting arrogantly on his shoulder, Shinji strode toward the crowd. Although they had been momentarily intimidated by his brutal display, these bandits, composed of wandering ninjas and fallen warriors, were inherently wicked and, bolstered by their numbers, could hardly let a prime opportunity slip away. Thus, someone shouted in a voice laced with false bravado, "The enemy is formidable. Everyone, attack together. Watch out for that exaggerated sword. Surround him. Kill." Realizing the threat posed by Shinji, nearly half of the bandits surged toward him, eager to encircle and overpower him. The remaining members continued their assault on the guards, for that was the primary objective of their presence here. However, their sentiments would soon shift. Even when besieged, Shinji remained remarkably calm, for this ragtag group posed little pressure upon him. Suddenly, he swung his blade overhead, cleaving a hapless individual along with his weapon in two. A sweeping motion followed, and 4 or 5 others, caught off guard, had their abdomens sliced open, spilling their innards across the ground. Moreover, despite sustaining such grievous injuries, the individual could not yet succumb to death, instead dragging their intestines upon the ground while wailing in agony. Observing this, some onlookers began to harbor thoughts of retreat, hesitating to advance any further. However, the unlit 7-kill lanterns did not deter Shinji. He charged forth, unleashing indiscriminate slaughter. With each strike, lives were extinguished on the spot, sometimes more than one. This exhilarating sensation was reminiscent of a berserker unleashing fury upon a field of foes. For reasons unknown, Shinji suddenly recalled the image of Uchiha Madara, having been resurrected by Edo Tensei, single-handedly overpowering tens of thousands of shinobi in a grand display. In this realm, individual strength could indeed surpass that of a collective. Quantity held no significance. If it did, it merely indicated a lack of power. Perhaps, as Madara surveyed the multitude of allied shinobi, he pondered not on whether he could emerge victorious, but rather on how much time it would take to eradicate them all. In the blink of an eye, the 7-kill lantern atop his decapitating blade ignited entirely. Shinji abruptly halted, casting a swift glance around, and noticed a figure, presumably the leader, lurking at the periphery, issuing commands. The distance between them was a mere 60 to 70 meters, perfectly suited for unleashing a formidable technique. Without hesitation, Shinji activated, breaking the veil strike. In an instant, he vanished, followed by a sudden, stifled scream. Upon reappearing, he found himself 60 to 70 meters away, standing over 2 halves of a corpse. This spectral display of teleportation left the remaining spectators utterly dumbfounded. Once they regained their senses, they fled like frightened birds. Clearly, such a formidable adversary was beyond their capacity to confront. Had they not witnessed their leader being cleaved in two, they could scarcely perceive the trajectory of his movements. In the blink of an eye, they were rendered asunder. What chance did they have? It was time to escape and preserve their lives. Having executed, breaking the veil strike, Shinji felt elated. Although he was uncertain how others perceived him, the moment he activated the technique, he sensed a peculiar force emanating from the blade, enveloping his entire being. Mirroring the essence of teleportation, he found himself directly behind his target. The sudden shift in perspective momentarily stunned him, yet his hands wielding the decapitating blade exhibited no hesitation, lifting the blade in a fluid arc. By the time he regained his composure, his opponent had been bisected. This indicated that the strike following the veil breaking was imperative. If he had made no move, the energy unleashed from the decapitating blade would have compelled him to execute the strike autonomously. This aspect bore both advantages and disadvantages. Gazing at the now dimmed 7-kill lantern adorning his decapitating blade, Shinji felt a profound sense of satisfaction, for the merits far outweighed the flaws. This technique could serve as a precise, localized version of the Flying Thunder God, exhibiting remarkable practicality. glancing upwards at the enemies who had begun their retreat. Shinji revealed a hint of seriousness. Such excellent material for testing his blade could not simply be allowed to escape. As the words left his lips, a crimson mark in the shape of an X manifested upon his forehead. With a thunderous crash, he struck the ground, unleashing his doubled speed, and within a mere breath, he caught up with the fleeing group. He then descended upon them like a tiger among sheep, mercilessly cleaving and slashing. No one could withstand a single blow. The enormous, exaggerated blade was nearly guaranteed to inflict grievous harm. Merely touching it meant certain death. The fates of the fallen were often gruesome, either cleaved in two horizontally or split vertically in half, with the most merciful demise being decapitation. A situation both tragic and darkly comical. In the span of mere moments, none of the adversaries escaped. They were all utterly slaughtered. The unparalleled mobility granted by his technique, breaking the veil, rendered it nearly impossible for any foe to elude him. Once the 7 kill lanterns were fully illuminated, he had the option to delay the release of breaking the veil. The souls imprisoned within would be retained, though the duration of their captivity remained uncertain. Furthermore, the blade could only harbor up to 7 souls at once. Any subsequent victims would not trigger the soul prison effect. Thus, to ensnare a specific soul, one would need to ensure there was adequate space within the lantern, preventing it from reaching capacity. Enemies slain during the execution of breaking the veil would also not activate the soul prison effect, suggesting that during this process, energy was leaking, and he would need to wait until its conclusion to continue capturing new souls. Of course, it was also possible that the very strike annihilated the enemy's souls alongside their bodies. Having severed so many weapons moments ago, he noticed several instances of slight damage to the blade. However, as the blood upon it was absorbed, it healed at a visibly rapid pace. It seemed that following its transformation into a cursed weapon, the decapitating blade's regenerative capabilities had been significantly enhanced. Nevertheless, the issue of inadequate strength remained unresolved. Should he encounter a formidable opponent, it would not be surprising for the blade to break. Yet, for the time being, it sufficed. As Shinji contemplated the merits of his weapon, drawing upon previous experiences from his blade testing, he unknowingly returned to the vicinity of the palanquin that had been besieged. Clang. Observing the figure before him, a man wielding a massive blade and exuding an aura akin to a demonic deity, the remaining guards immediately tensed, drawing their weapons. Their intent was not to repay kindness with enmity, but rather, the pressure they faced was overwhelming, compelling them to seek a semblance of security through such measures. Just then, a soft and melodious voice emerged from within the palanquin. "Put your weapons away. Is it appropriate to brandish blades against your savior?" The guards exchanged glances, and ultimately, with gritted teeth, they returned their weapons to their sheaths. This was due not only to the princess's command, but also because they had come to realize that, given the overwhelming power of their adversary, even if they combined their efforts, they would be no match for his formidable blade. At that moment, Shinji unexpectedly halted his steps and cast a glance towards the palanquin. He had initially contemplated eliminating the entire group to avoid any complications. For anyone bold enough to brandish a weapon against him could readily be deemed an adversary. However, he was taken aback when a voice emerged from within the palanquin, rendering his prior justification moot. It remained uncertain whether the occupant had sensed his murderous intent or if it was merely a coincidence. As Shinji deliberated on whether to strike or withdraw, the voice from the palanquin resonated once more. "Thank you for your life-saving intervention. To express my gratitude, I would offer you a generous gift. Unfortunately, I am unprepared due to the haste of my journey, but if you desire, you may take anything you wish. Should you provide your address, I shall ensure that a token of appreciation is sent to you upon my return." Seeing Shinji's silence, the voice continued. "If you have any requests, I shall do my utmost to fulfill them." With a contemplative click of his tongue, Shinji glanced at the glimmering 7 kill lanterns atop his decapitating blade. After some thought, he secured the weapon upon his back. "Your gratitude should not be directed towards me, but rather towards these corpses," he stated with a profound significance before turning to depart. Given the smooth execution of his trial, he decided to spare them this time. Once Shinji's figure vanished from sight, many of the guards immediately felt their legs weaken, collapsing to the ground as they gasped for breath. However, the air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, causing some to blanch and retch uncontrollably. Inside the modest palanquin, a demure young lady heaved a sigh of relief. though her racing heartbeat remained somewhat alarming. Despite never leaving the confines of the palanquin, she had observed everything outside through the window, including the terrifying man who had slaughtered all the bandits with the ease one would use to dispatch livestock. And the moment the guards, unable to contain themselves, revealed a gaze reminiscent of one surveying the dead. In that instant, she comprehended that this man was not a heroic savior come to rescue her. No, he had merely come to kill and test his blade. And to test his blade on bandits could just as easily mean testing it on guards, or even a princess. A single stroke would bear no distinction. Thus, she could no longer restrain herself and commanded her guards to sheath their weapons, attempting to entice the man into taking what he desired and sparing them. Yet, he remained unmoved, which nearly plunged her into despair. Truthfully, even when confronted by bandits, she had not regarded herself as being in a dire situation, yet at that moment, she felt the brink of hopelessness. However, fortune ultimately favored her. It remained unclear whether it was her words that swayed him or if he was not as fearsome as she had imagined. In any case, he departed, and she survived. What did he mean by saying that we should be grateful not to him, but to these corpses? The princess murmured to herself, suddenly paling at the realization. She is now increasingly convinced that she indeed walked a fine line with death moments ago. The sheer number of those robbers enabled him to complete his test of the blade, which is why no other lives were taken. The princess, ever astute, swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. Had the number of robbers been even slightly fewer, a chill involuntarily coursed through her, leaving her somewhat unnerved. The image of that terrifying man, akin to a demonic deity, was firmly etched in her mind. On the other hand, upon Shinshir's return, Faidwan merely glanced at the bloodstains splattered on his clothing and surmised the situation, yet he could not restrain himself from asking, "Why the delay? Had I known your killing spree would be this drawn out, I would have gone myself." "You speak such words only when you can best me," Shinshir retorted. "At that time, whatever you say, I shall abide by." "Very well, it is a pact. Just you wait, I shall eventually bring you down. You will find yourself kneeling at my feet, begging for mercy." As he retracted his fist, a sinister smile crept across Shinshir's face. Such sentiments need not be vocalized. "Moreover, it appears you have overlooked a matter. I am the leader now. As the saying goes, 3 days without punishment leads to the roof being torn off." Witnessing Faidwan's arrogance rise once more, Shinshir felt compelled to teach him a lesson. Thus, he administered a thorough beating, leaving him refreshed and invigorated. The journey was monotonous, and thus we shall skip over the details. After several days, Shinshir and Faidwan finally arrived at the area where the sacrificial offerings had mysteriously vanished. It was a dilapidated town, ravaged repeatedly during the Great Ninja War, ultimately transforming into a desolate and ungoverned wasteland. Yet, many homeless souls had chosen to make this their refuge. To the east lay the land of fire, to the south the land of rivers, to the west the land of wind, and to the north the land of rain. Due to its unique geographical location, even through deceit and trickery, a multitude of people managed to survive here. As for various illicit trades, the area was rife with exiled thieves and rebellious ninjas. Thus, it was entirely plausible that the goods of the evil god cult had been lost in this vicinity, perhaps snatched away by some short-sighted faction. Shinshir had already acquired this intelligence from Lord Takakage before his arrival. Initially, he thought it was not the local populace responsible, but rather the people of the Land of Grass engaging in their own underhanded dealings. However, upon stepping into this desolate town, he suddenly sensed that something was amiss. The situation might not be as straightforward as he had presumed. "Do you smell that? Oh, such a heavy stench of blood could not have emerged in just a day or two. It is truly intoxicating." Faidwan inhaled deeply, a look of exhilaration gradually surfacing on his face. "Something feels off. Since our entrance, we have yet to encounter a single living soul. Could it be that someone has already come and slaughtered all the inhabitants before us?" Shinshir furrowed his brow, realizing matters had grown rather complicated. "We must search more diligently. There must be a survivor somewhere. Finding a living person will surely reveal what has transpired here." However, he could not ascertain whether this desolate, ruined town had genuinely transformed into a ghostly realm, or if their approach was flawed, as they had traversed for over 10 minutes without sight of a single living entity. It was as if they had encountered a specter. The group of homeless individuals had nowhere else to turn but here. The murmurs of Faidwan reached Shinshir's ears. Indeed, with so many souls adrift, it seemed likely that even in death they would find themselves lingering in this place. Where are all those people? Suddenly, Shinji stepped into a nearby dilapidated house, one among many such structures encountered along the way, with doors, windows, and much of the walls long gone. The interiors were often laid bare to view, revealing whether anyone resided within. Shinji hadn't given it much thought. Yet Fadewan's casual remark sparked a flicker of inspiration within him. Upon entering, he indeed made a discovery. What could possibly be of interest in such a wretched place? Fadewan continued to mutter. But at that moment, as Shinji crouched and then stood up, he spoke. I know where the people are hiding. Follow me. Once outside, Shinji felt compelled to investigate every house he encountered, regardless of their state of disrepair. Ultimately, in the third such dwelling, he used his foot to sift through the scattered straw, uncovering a wooden plank beneath. With a firm grip on its edge, he lifted it, revealing a dark opening before them. Is it underground? Fadewan asked, somewhat astonished. Shinji shook his head, uncertain, yet he suspected that many of these houses possessed basements, where people might be concealed. What is the challenge? Let us descend and see. Fearless and bold, Fadewan ignited a torch and leapt into the abyss without a second thought, unconcerned about its depth or any lurking dangers. Shinji could only shake his head in disbelief. Not long after, a voice echoed from below, "Come down. There's an old man here who is near death." Upon hearing this, Shinji tore open a small blood pack he carried, pouring its contents out before lighting his own torch and descending. The basement was no deeper than 5 meters, and upon landing, he spotted Fadewan standing a short distance away. Where is he? Shinji inquired. Right here. As he approached, he found an elderly man, perhaps in his 60s, leaning against the wall, his visage gaunt and frail. Lips severely cracked, barely holding on to life. Had they arrived any later, they might have encountered only a corpse. Hey, old man, wake up, Fadewan urged, shaking the frail figure vigorously. Seeing Fadewan's rough handling, Shinji quickly intervened, fearing that his companion might inadvertently harm the old man further. Give me some water. After receiving the water from Fadewan, Shinji gently moistened the old man's parched lips before carefully administering drops of water. Finally, after a minute, the old man stirred back to consciousness. Am I already dead? Are you here to collect my soul? I never knew that soul collectors lacked eyebrows, he croaked, his voice raspy, yet the meaning clear. Curiously, ever since that incident where Fadewan's hair and eyebrows were singed away, his hair had eventually begun to grow back. But his brows remained conspicuously absent. As the subject of his pain was broached, Fadewan's anger surged, and he was tempted to send the old man directly to meet the Reaper. Fortunately, at this moment, Shinji could still keep him in check. After restraining Fadewan, Shinji explained that he was merely a traveler passing through, having heard tales of valuable goods for sale in this place, and had come specifically for that purpose. Without caring whether the old man believed him, he directly inquired about his most pressing concern. Where had the others gone? What had transpired here? Upon mentioning this, the old man instinctively shuddered, seemingly recalling something horrifying. Monsters, there are monsters. Many have been slain. Shinji and Fadewan exchanged a glance, sensing that something was amiss. There was no need to hurry. They would proceed slowly. What sort of monsters are they? Why are you hiding here alone? The old man's face was etched with terror, his body trembling violently. Monsters that devour humans. They have eaten everyone. Only those who are still alive dare to hide in the cellar. I am old, of no use. So I was cast out to prevent wasting food. If the monsters are satiated, they won't seek us for a time. The old man's words were garbled, and his extreme fear made his speech incoherent. However, Shinji managed to grasp the essence of his tale. It seemed that one fateful day, a man-eating monster had suddenly emerged, and the inhabitants, unable to fight back, were forced to hide. Resources were limited, leading to the abandonment of those deemed worthless. This old man had been discarded as bait for the creature. Yet, against all odds, he had fortuitously stumbled into this cellar and survived. Without Shinji and Fadewan's arrival, he would have faced death, whether at the hands of the monster or through starvation and hiding. After realizing there was nothing more to extract from the old man, Shinji left behind some water and food before departing with Fadewan. Observing the situation, Fadewan merely shrugged, choosing not to comment. After all, he was just an old man. There was no need to risk further trouble over him. It must be said that Shinji's influence on Fadewan had begun to yield results. Do you believe what the old man said? Not entirely, but my instincts tell me that the disappearance of the offerings is likely linked to this so-called monster. Fadewan nodded in agreement. Without considering the truth of the matter, It was evident that a group from the grass country, laden with numerous offerings, had plunged headlong into the lair of a flesh-eating creature, and the outcome was all too predictable. Let us go and confront this monster. Do you know where it is? Fadewan asked, puzzled. Not precisely, but if the creature truly has a taste for human flesh, it would be illogical for it to ignore meat delivered right to its door. What do you mean? I mean that the monster will likely come searching for us. Clearly, the dilapidated town beneath their feet had long since become the hunting ground of this beast, and they had not only intruded upon its territory, but were also brazenly wandering about. If such audacious behavior fails to elicit a response from the other party, then Shinji finds himself at a loss for words. However, it remains uncertain whether his judgment was flawed, or if the creature happened to be resting, or perhaps had already departed from this place. In any case, they endured several hours of waiting, until the sun dipped below the horizon, without a single sighting of the purported monster. Frankly, I believe that old man is merely spinning tales, thinking that a fabricated story of a man-eating creature would frighten us. The disappearance of the offering surely has something to do with him. Impatient, Fadewan leaped from the rooftop. What are you doing? I am going to confront that old fool. How dare he deceive Lord Fadewan? He is clearly courting death. Shinji found himself speechless, yet he did not deter the fool. Perhaps, he mused, this ruckus might yield some unexpected results. Yet, it was not long before Shinji saw Fadewan returning, muttering curses under his breath. What happened? When I went back, I discovered that the old man had already fled. He must have concocted his tale and then felt guilty about it. Upon hearing this, Shinji couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. He hadn't anticipated that the opponent was such a seasoned performer, managing to deceive even him. But could that profound sense of terror, which had emanated from within, truly be feigned? Never mind, if they encounter him again, they would settle the score then. For now, they should find a place to rest and inquire with others come morning. Although this was the only course of action available for the time being, Fadewan continued to grumble incessantly, likely cursing the old man's ancestors for generations. Unbeknownst to them, night had deepened. Shinji and Fadewan found a relatively intact, dilapidated house, built a fire, and leaned against the wall to rest. The cold wind howled outside, while the fire flickered and danced unpredictably. Suddenly, a shadow flitted by. Shinji and Fadewan remained oblivious. Yet, had they looked up, they would have discovered a massive, human-faced centipede, several meters in length, coiled upon the beam above. This visage did not appear to be a mere pattern. The eyes of the face were incessantly roving, as if assessing the two below, and soon enough, saliva began to drip down. Finally, the human-faced centipede could no longer contain itself. It sprang forth, baring its grotesque mandibles, hurtling towards the two below. With a single bite, it could crush their bodies and savor the delectable juices. However, at the moment it lunged, Shinji and Fadewan simultaneously opened their eyes and grasped their weapons at their sides. In the next instant, both sprang into action. The decapitating blade and the bloody crescent scythe struck the human-faced centipede in unison, slicing it apart in mere moments. What in the world was that? Truly revolting, Fadewan exclaimed, shaking off the green ichor that had splattered onto his weapon. Shinji felt similarly, yet his thoughts were already elsewhere. For just as he had dispatched the bizarre centipede, the system unexpectedly received a new notification. The message stating, "Exorcise a level 3 cursed spirit and gain 200 cursed soul points," reveals an abundance of information. It appears that, aside from completing system tasks, there exist alternative methods to acquire cursed soul points. The grotesque face centipede encountered earlier must indeed be the so-called level 3 cursed spirit. Given its feeble nature, it likely ranks among the lesser entities within the realm of cursed spirits. Thus, receiving only 1/5 of the points required for a lottery draw upon its demise seems reasonable. Certainly, upon encountering more formidable cursed spirits, the rewards of exorcism would be even greater. Yet, one must ponder, how has such a phenomenon as cursed spirits materialized in the otherwise stable world of Naruto? Shinji found himself perplexed. Suddenly, he recalled the curse of the world S-will. Effect, unknown. P.S. Your unexpected arrival has led to certain unusual changes in this world. Might these unusual changes refer to this very situation? To be candid, during that treasure-hunting expedition, Shinji had already sensed something amiss. However, since he had unearthed that ghastly entity by his own volition, he managed to rationalize it. Yet, the unmistakable emergence of cursed spirits now served as a stark reminder that this world of Naruto had indeed transformed. As the term suggests, the so-called curse manifests as cursed spirits, birthed from the accumulated negative emotions of living beings toward various entities. In essence, these are the negative sentiments overflowing from humanity. Consequently, as long as humans continue to harbor fear and other negative emotions, cursed spirits will incessantly emerge. More importantly, the old man had not lied. He truly witnessed the existence of monsters. Although the reasons remain unclear, if the cursed spirits spawned in this world are visible even to ordinary people, then as these entities proliferate, the hard-won stability of society will surely be plunged back into chaos. Nevertheless, there exists a silver lining. By exorcising these cursed spirits, he could amass a substantial amount of cursed soul points, thereby rapidly augmenting his own strength. Additionally, the potency of cursed spirits varies, and this world's ninja system has cultivated numerous formidable warriors. Provided that the various ninja villages address the cursed spirit issue with seriousness, they should swiftly eradicate the majority. In light of this, the situation may not be as dire as he initially perceived. Yet, the anxiety within Shinji's heart remained unassuaged. Is this it? Truly feeble. Aside from being repulsive, it possesses no redeeming qualities whatsoever. Hidan continued to mock openly. After all, a creature of such meager power hardly deserves the title of monster. It is but refuse. Hearing this, Shinji sensed an incongruity. If it were merely a level 3 cursed spirit, the guards dispatched by the Land of Grass should not have suffered such a catastrophic defeat. The reality is that they failed to relay any information, suggesting a total annihilation. Where then lies the problem? Shinji glanced at Hidan and suddenly recalled a crucial detail. They may have fallen into a cognitive trap. Though the old man incessantly emphasized the existence of a monster that devours humans, he never mentioned that there was only one. It is inconceivable that a mere level 3 cursed spirit could transform this forsaken area into a desolate wasteland. It is highly probable that more formidable cursed spirits lurk within. Could they be level 2 cursed spirits, or even level 1 cursed spirits? Perhaps the most terrifying of all, the special grade cursed spirit? Shinji was suddenly overwhelmed by a sharp pang of anxiety. What was initially a mundane task had inexplicably morphed into a convoluted predicament. Although he contemplated retreating, he found himself reluctant to abandon the tantalizing prospect of cursed soul value, so close at hand. Moreover, it was likely too late for them to escape. With so many days elapsed, and neither the Grass Country nor the evil god cult having received any intelligence regarding the monster, indeed, they were unaware of its very existence. This could only signify one thing. The monster had claimed this place as its hunting ground, allowing no human to enter and leave. Should anyone attempt to flee, they would undoubtedly be seized and devoured at the first opportunity. Shinji had an unsettling feeling that his conjecture was perilously close to the truth. Tonight's night would likely not be tranquil. In the cellar of a certain house, a mother and daughter huddled together in the darkness, seeking warmth. Cloaked in a tattered blanket. "Mommy, I'm hungry," the child whimpered. "Be patient, my dear. Your father will return with food soon," the mother comforted. Her voice tender yet tinged with anxiety. Fearful of attracting the monster, they dared not even light a single candle. Had it not been for the gnawing hunger, the woman's husband would not have risked venturing out in search of sustenance. Over an hour had passed since he left, exceeding the time they had agreed upon, which gave rise to troubling thoughts in the woman's mind, whether he had abandoned them to flee or had been captured and consumed by the monster. The two of them, mother and child, would surely not survive alone. The woman's face bore a look of despair as her right hand gently stroked her daughter's hair, recounting once more the fairy tale she had repeated countless times before, attempting to divert her daughter's attention from their dire circumstances, as if that could alleviate their hunger. After a while, the tale concluded once again. The daughter suddenly lifted her head, her innocent eyes sparkling with curiosity as she inquired, "Will there truly be a brave hero riding a white horse to defeat the evil monster?" "Certainly," the mother affirmed with unwavering conviction, as if reassuring herself as well. "Is the white horse delicious?" the daughter asked innocently, her question tinged with bittersweetness. The mother could only respond with a bittersweet smile. "The white horse is meant for riding, not for eating. It is a hero's companion." Upon hearing that the white horse was inedible, disappointment clouded the child's face, and she asked, "Then if we could also become the hero's companions, we wouldn't be eaten, right?" "Mommy, I don't want to be eaten. Can I go find the brave hero?" The woman's heart trembled at her daughter's words, and she clutched her tightly. her expression a mixture of guilt and fear. She felt remorse for her inability to provide for her child and a deep-seated dread of losing her. After all, the narratives woven within fairy tales are mere fabrications. There will be no gallant hero riding a white steed, brandishing a long sword to vanquish all monsters and rescue them. Yet, the daughter naively believes that simply becoming a companion to a hero will ensure her safety from being consumed. How ironic. Just as the mother could no longer hold back her tears, a commotion erupted above her, as someone began to shift the wooden boards covering the cellar entrance. Startled at first, the woman then called out in a voice laced with both joy and trepidation, "Rinyi, is that you, Rinyi?" "Ah, it is I. I have returned and brought back plenty of food. Wait for me. I shall descend shortly," came the reply of her father. Upon hearing her father's voice and the promise of food, the little girl joyfully broke free from her mother's embrace. However, the woman suddenly, in a frenzy, pulled her daughter back and hastily barricaded the cellar's exit with the wooden planks she had prepared in advance. "Mother, what are you doing?" "It's father. Father has returned with delicious food." "Silence. That is not your father. It is a monster," the woman hissed through clenched teeth, tears streaming down her face. Although the creature outside had disguised itself convincingly, even its voice bore no hint of imperfection. She and her husband had long established a secret signal. Rinyi was not her husband's true name. It was merely a test. Yet the creature responded without hesitation, as if it had forgotten the code that should exist between them. Thus, despite the anguish it caused her, the woman had no choice but to fight for the lives of herself and her daughter. Thud, thud. The sound of something striking the wooden boards resonated from above, yet the door remained steadfastly closed. Then came the voice again, "Why can't you open it?" "It's me, Rinyi. Let me in. I've found so much food." The woman remained silent, huddled in the corner, clutching her daughter tightly, her hand covering the child's mouth to prevent any further attention from the monster, hoping it would depart upon realizing it could not enter. After a prolonged silence without a response, the entity above commenced another round of theatrics. "Who are you?" "No, don't take my things. Those are my food, my water." After a while, the voice cried out again, "Quick, let me in. A monster is coming. Please, I beg you, let me in," perhaps sensing her father's peril. The daughter began to struggle fiercely, desperate to allow him entry. In that moment, the mother summoned extraordinary strength. No matter how her daughter writhed, even if she bit her, she would not relent. Gradually, silence enveloped the outside, as if the monster had departed. The moment the mother relaxed, the daughter swiftly freed herself, pushing against the wood in an attempt to let her father inside. The mother rushed over to prevent her. Just then, a chilling crackling sound echoed above them. The woman looked up, her heart plummeting as icy dread coursed through her veins. The wooden plank at the entrance had been inexplicably split open by a sharp instrument. And at that moment, a terrifying, voracious eye was peering through the gap, fixated upon them. They had been found, the food. In an instant, overwhelming dread coursed through their bodies. It was over, everything was lost. Crack, crack. The creature outside was furiously dismantling the wooden barrier, as if it could scarcely wait to descend and relish its feast. Meanwhile, the little girl was paralyzed with fear, allowing her mother to embrace her tightly, utterly motionless. It was evident that she now understood that the voice they had heard earlier was not her father's, but rather a monster in disguise. With scarcely any effort, the planks at the cellar entrance were violently torn away, causing the supporting wood within to fall helplessly. Then, a green creature resembling a toad leapt down, its insatiable gaze sweeping over the mother and daughter pair. "I am Rinyi. I am so miserable. It is all your fault that I was killed by the monster." Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed once more. Upon closer inspection, it was the human head in the toad creature's grasp, its mouth moving as it spoke. The despairing woman, upon seeing the head of her husband, which had met a tragic end, crumbled under the weight of her grief. She covered her mouth with one hand, tears streaming down her face. "It's your fault for not letting me in. You caused my death," she cried. "Enough, you repulsive monster." In her breakdown, the woman seemed to have surrendered to her fate, no longer fearing to provoke the creature, as the outcome was ultimately inevitable. The toad monster, witnessing her reaction, was not angered but rather delighted. As a newly ascended level 2 cursed spirit, his abilities, though not combat-oriented, were quite entertaining. He could reactivate certain functions of the organs in a deceased human head, allowing it to speak, just as he had done previously. It was this very power that made hunting a breeze for him, having lured countless humans into his trap. Now, he was poised to acquire 2 exquisite new trophies. However, before he indulged in his meal, he desired to savor the intense negative emotions radiating from this woman. The fear and hatred of humans were delicacies he relished, serving as sustenance that would fortify his strength. Thus, he typically chose to torment his prey thoroughly before devouring them piece by piece, beginning from their feet. The despair of being consumed slowly by a monster often elicited the most profound emotional turmoil. Delicious. Come, let us be a family together forever. The toad monster continued to torment them with the voice of the woman's husband. Let us begin with this little one. The toad monster grinned menacingly as it lunged for the little girl. The child stood frozen, as if in a daze. The woman crouched down, enveloping her daughter in her arms, turning her back to the monster, and tightly closed her eyes. Yet, contrary to their expectations, the anticipated horrors did not unfold. Instead, an odd sound of tearing and a plop echoed from behind them. Mother, the brave hero has come to rescue us. The woman, unaware of the monster due to her back being turned, remained oblivious, but her daughter witnessed the entire spectacle. A man with short brown hair, his skin appearing rather pale, and clad in a flowing black robe, descended from the heavens wielding an extraordinarily large sword. In a flash of silver light, the repugnant toad monster was cleaved in half from head to toe. Upon hearing her daughter's words, the woman instinctively turned around in haste, only to find the lifeless body of the slain creature before her, with no sign of the hero. "Where's the brave hero?" she inquired, her tone laced with urgency. She did not doubt her daughter's account. The monster lay dead before her, an undeniable truth. Someone had indeed intervened to vanquish the beast and save them. With her husband having met a dreadful fate, finding such a powerful ally was crucial for their survival. Perhaps it was shameful to cling to such thoughts, but as a mother, her options were limited. Yet her daughter's subsequent reply left her feeling disheartened. The brave hero vanished without a trace. Having saved them, he departed silently, evidently wishing to sever any ties with them. The woman offered a wry smile, choosing not to voice her thoughts, her resolve only growing stronger. "We must leave. It is no longer safe here. Are we going to find the brave hero?" the daughter asked, her eyes glimmering with hope. The woman sighed faintly, stroking her daughter's hair. "The brave hero still has monsters to defeat. We must not become a hindrance, correct?" The daughter nodded earnestly, yes. "So the brave hero will certainly win, right?" "Indeed. The brave hero will triumph. He will surely prevail." Exorcised level 2 Cursed Spirit, gained 300 Cursed Soul Points, having slain the toad monster. Shinji hastened toward another location from whence anguished cries emanated. Exorcised level 3 Cursed Spirit, gained 200 Cursed Soul Points. Exorcised level 2 Cursed Spirit, gained 300 Cursed Soul Points. The rewards felt rather meager. However, considering the limited strength exhibited by the level 2 and level 3 spirits, he felt somewhat reassured. They were all easily dispatched with a single strike. Whether it was 200 or 300 made little difference. More importantly, the quantity of these lesser spirits was considerable, and they proliferated rapidly. In this light, with a bit of diligence and improved efficiency, substantial rewards could be earned. Thus, Shinji found little time to engage in idle conversation with those he had rescued. Instead of chatting, it was far more prudent to slay a few more monsters. It is noteworthy that due to his bond with Hidan exceeding 500 points, reaching the second stage, he was entitled to half the Cursed Soul Points from any spirits Hidan defeated solo while they were in the default team state. If he participated in a joint slaying, they would both receive the full amount of Cursed Soul Points. Upon realizing this, Shinji decisively opted to part ways with Hidan. After all, numerous demons were emerging in search of prey. Continuing to act in tandem would severely hinder their efficiency. Fade One harbored no objections to this. He had long yearned for a swift kill. Thus, the two of them, in an extraordinary moment of synergy, commenced their respective hunts. As they traversed a street, a noxious, slimy substance suddenly enveloped Shinshi's head. Not far off, 2 cursed spirits, possessing enormous heads yet diminutive bodies, gaped wide-mouthed. The previous assault of slime had emanated from their maws. Repulsive, this attack, reminiscent of viscous phlegm, thoroughly disgusted Shinshi. Without hesitation, he activated the executioner's great knife's breaking stealth strike, causing him to vanish from sight. Decapitation, execution. Thud. The head of a large-headed infant monster rolled to the ground. Ignoring the system notifications, Shinshi unfalteringly raised his blade once more, cleaving towards another of the grotesque infants. With a swift stroke, both were dispatched, and 400 points of cursed soul value were added to his account. Help! I don't want to die. Someone save me. Get out of my way. Don't block the path. Shinji instantly looked up to discover a throng of refugees desperately fleeing. Behind them loomed a colossal blue beast, towering over 10 meters, resembling a dinosaur. This creature not only boasted immense size, but also possessed a set of sharp, formidable teeth, glistening ominously. Its powerful limbs, though each with only 3 digits, were adorned with razor-like claws. With a mere flick, it skewered a hapless individual trailing behind and devoured them with a few chews. Its spine was cloaked in long, silky brown fur, possibly treated with some luxurious conditioner. Despite its gargantuan stature, the beast moved with surprising swiftness and agility, having already claimed 3 or 4 victims in a matter of moments. Were it not for its intent to instill terror and despair in these people, thereby absorbing their potent negative emotions to augment its own strength, they would likely have perished long ago. This was not mere cruelty. It was a method to render the prey more delectable and nourishing, especially the scenes of those who, in their desperation to survive, turned upon one another with treachery, epitomizing the basest instincts of humanity. Shinji, wielding his executioner's great knife, concealed himself within the shadows. Had he not just expended breaking stealth strike, he would have been confident in his ability to eliminate the foe instantly. However, he now had to consider the disparity in size. After all, he was not even as tall as the creature's legs. Was he to use his great knife for a mere manicure? Move aside. A man adorned with a Konoha ninja headband kicked a companion to the ground, allowing them to fall prey to the monster behind. As a chunin, he had attempted to escape, yet after witnessing the demise of all his comrades, he faltered. Each day was a struggle for survival, scavenging amidst the masses, while at night he languished in the crowds, subject to the whims of the hunting monsters. The secret to his repeated survival lay in his realization that these monsters were not merely engaged in slaughter or foraging. Rather, they seemed to revel in witnessing the most wretched aspects of humanity. The greater the despair, the more profound the terror and resentment, the more they delighted these creatures, satisfying their hunger. Upon this discovery, he began to actively cooperate with the monsters during each hunt, orchestrating tragic spectacles. After all, the more similar they were to him, the better he understood how to incite the deep-seated feelings of animosity and rage. Though he was initially uncertain of the accuracy of his hypothesis, the increase in his chances of survival validated his actions. It was not until last night's hunt that he found himself in dire straits, having inadvertently drawn the attention of 2 fellow ninjas who united to defeat him and cast him before the monsters. In that moment, he believed his demise was imminent. Yet, just as he was about to be consumed, a creature resembling a human intervened, halting the others and permitting his escape back into the crowd. It was then he comprehended that he was indeed correct. These monsters possessed intelligence and required his compliance. As long as he was willing to incite further panic and despair, he would survive until the others were devoured. Indeed, reality confirmed his beliefs. He had even dared to linger until the end, yet those monsters' initial target was not him. Thus, he ceased his hesitation and began to conceal himself within the throng, hindering others for the sake of survival. Yes, indeed, it was solely for the sake of survival. He effortlessly convinced himself of this rationale. Suddenly, he noticed a person at the forefront, a person whose actions had almost led to his own demise at the hands of the monsters. Although he had gained fortune from misfortune, this vendetta could not go unavenged. Resolutely, he began to form hand seals. Fire release, fire serpent technique. A fiery serpent, with its mouth agape, surged forward at great speed. The grass-hidden village was adept at studying and mastering the ninja arts of other nations, resulting in its ninjas wielding a diverse array of techniques. The searing heat that approached alerted the long-haired man, who instinctively leaped aside to evade the attack. The grass ninja, unfazed by the mist strike, closed the distance while continuing to form seals. He did not require a powerful jutsu to vanquish his foe. He merely needed to restrain him, preventing his escape until the pursuing monsters could conclude the encounter. When the long-haired man glanced back, he was met with both surprise and dismay. It was that wretched individual. How had he not perished? A sinister smile crept across the grass ninja's face. Fire release, ghost lantern. Countless ghostly flames swiftly surged from all directions toward the long-haired man. While the individual flames lacked significant power, their sheer numbers were overwhelming, and the delay had allowed the monsters to close in. The long-haired man's expression shifted dramatically as he dodged and shouted, "The monster is nearly upon us. Cease your attack, and I shall not hold it against you." The grass-hidden ninja continued to sneer coldly, offering no response, only intensifying his assault. "Damn it! If you wish to perish, do not drag me down with you." The long-haired man seethed with anger, his heart racing with anxiety. Seeing the monster drawing ever closer, he reluctantly chose to charge forward with all his might. Bang! 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 Several ghostly flames erupted around him, scorching him thoroughly, yet despite his injuries, he managed to escape. However, it appeared that the grass-hidden ninja had no intention of letting him go so easily. Water release, water whip. Preoccupied with fleeing the inferno, he failed to notice the danger beneath him, and by the time he sensed it, it was too late. A water whip had securely ensnared his right foot. "Now let's see how you escape. Are you out of your mind? The monster is right behind you. If you don't run now, it will be too late. I may be insane, but I will not die. You will be the one to perish." Truly, this man had lost his wits. The long-haired man deeply regretted not eliminating this menace when he had the chance, which had led to this deadly enmity and now retribution. Very well. Let us see if you live or die. He still believed he had a chance, as the monster was closer to the ninja. If the ninja fell, he might yet escape. However, what transpired next was utterly incomprehensible to him. The monster glanced at the grass-hidden ninja and, astonishingly, completely ignored him, instead charging excitedly towards the long-haired man. How is this possible? His composure shattered. He could not fathom why the monster would disregard the ninja and attack him instead. The grass-hidden ninja, witnessing this turn of events, was flushed with exhilaration. Though he was human, and though these monsters consumed humans and would eventually devour him as well, at this moment, he felt an exhilarating thrill. So what if he was a scoundrel? As long as he could survive, he would betray anyone, even if death awaited him. He intended to be the last human standing. Terrifying. The mindset of such a person was truly chilling. Some individuals are born to kneel, devoid of any backbone. What can one do? Just as the long-haired man seemed destined for demise, the blue monster suddenly lost its balance, its massive form uncontrollably toppling to the right. With a resounding crash, its colossal body slammed into the ground. Upon closer inspection, the blue monster's right forelimb had inexplicably vanished. In its place stood a young man with a pale complexion, piercing eyes, and an upright posture, wielding an extraordinarily large blade. The long-haired man staggered backward, only to realize that the water whip binding his foot had been severed at some point, leaving him unaware that he had been rescued. Save your breath for the next life. Now, get lost and stay out of my way. I didn't expect my savior to have such a strong personality. The long-haired man secretly assessed that his waist was likely thinner than the blue monster's arm and would be insufficient to withstand a single blow from the newcomer, prompting him to flee decisively. If being rude meant he could salvage his life, he would gladly endure a lifetime of insults. Before departing, he felt compelled to utter a warning. "Your Excellency, please exercise caution around that individual over there. If my conjecture is correct, he likely possesses an uncanny ability to gain the trust of those creatures, as evidenced by the fact that the monster did not attack him moments ago. The betrayal of trust is a grave offense." The expression of the grass-hidden ninja shifted dramatically. After all, the stigma of being a traitor is tolerable only when undisclosed. Once one's identity is revealed, not only will one be scorned, but the situation would also become exceedingly awkward. However, upon reflecting on the formidable prowess of that esteemed figure, he regained his composure. Even if the truth were to be uncovered, what would it matter? Ultimately, all present are destined for demise. The survival of many hinges significantly on the fact that those monsters regard the remaining inhabitants as mere bait, luring more individuals into this perilous locale. Otherwise, this place would have long since transformed into a desolate wasteland. Shinji refrained from uttering a word, showing no inclination to cast even a fleeting glance at the dubious individual. His entire focus fixated on the creature before him. Just by observing its size and the speed and strength it had previously displayed, it was evident that this beast was far beyond the level of the weaker ranks. When he struck, he experienced a rare sensation of resistance, though subtle. It was sufficient to attest to the creature's tough hide and sinewy flesh. With a thunderous roar reminiscent of a dinosaur, the beast attempted to rise. Shinji tightened his grip on the executioner's blade and aimed for one of its front limbs, delivering a decisive cut. There was a slight hindrance, yet under Shinji's immense strength, He successfully severed it cleanly. The blue monster, which had only just lifted its head, was once again sent crashing to the ground, landing in a most undignified manner. As Shinji evaded, he maneuvered to the creature's rear and, amidst its anguished cries, struck twice more, rendering its hind legs completely incapacitated. In the blink of an eye, the once mighty blue monster now lay prostrate, lamenting its fate. Believing the moment was ripe, Shinji leaped onto the creature's back, poised to deliver the fatal blow. However, just as he raised the executioner's blade high, the woeful blue monster revealed a cunning glint in its eyes. Suddenly, the brown fur upon its back sprang despite suffering a grievous and potentially fatal injury. The creature continued to wail and thrash about, demonstrating an astonishing vitality. Suddenly, Shinji emitted a muffled groan. He had been caught off guard and sustained several puncture wounds from steel needles on his back. The wounds themselves were not the issue, but rather the fact that these needles were laced with a deadly toxin. Instantly, Shinji regulated the flow of his blood to minimize its impact on his mobility, thereby slowing the spread of the poison. Although he possessed an immortal body and could grow stronger to some extent upon revival, Shinji was acutely aware that his immortality was not flawless. In the event of dismemberment, there would be no distinction between life and death. Furthermore, he experienced a nearly 3-second delay in regaining consciousness after dying, akin to reconnecting to a network, which instinctively drove him to avoid death in battle unless he was certain of victory. He had no desire to meet a tragic fate akin to that of Hidan in the original narrative, nor did he wish to be torn apart and devoured by these cursed spirits. Silently, he activated the crimson blood manipulation technique, expelling the steel needles from his body with a series of blood arrows, followed by the toxic blood. For one who could fully command his blood, this was a trivial matter. After purging most of the poison from his system, he immediately began to staunch the bleeding. "I will consume you," roared the blue monster, its neck severed yet still alive, glaring with blood-red eyes as it bared its jagged maw at Shinji. In response, Shinji raised his hand and burst 2 blood sacs, manipulating the liquid within to rapidly coalesce into a sphere. Crimson blood manipulation, blood star explosion. As the blue monster's jaws descended, the blood sphere floated directly into its mouth, and its smooth surface abruptly sprouted countless spikes, transforming from a mere ball into a deadly spiked orb. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the blood sphere detonated. Each spike, forged from Shinji's own blood into the hardest solid, erupted within the blue monster's maw. In less than a breath, the creature's head twisted and contorted before bursting like a balloon. A multitude of blood-red spikes shot in all directions, piercing through the surrounding brown furball monsters with chilling precision. Exorcised a level 1 cursed spirit, gained 500 cursed soul points. Exorcised 4 level 4 cursed spirits, gained 100 cursed soul points each, entering the state of crimson scales. Shinji unleashed a frenzied slaughter, wielding his decapitating blade to eradicate the remaining furball monsters. The system notifications flooded the screen. 1 level 1 cursed spirit and 23 level 4 cursed spirits. With this wave alone, he amassed 800 cursed soul points. Coupled with the points earned from previous kills and the labor of the worker, Hidan, his total cursed soul points skyrocketed to 200. Compared to before, it was a fortune gained overnight. Moreover, it was evident that the monsters here were far from being limited to those currently in sight. Upon reflection, it seems that slaughtering lower-tier cursed spirits proves to be more advantageous. Exorcising a single 4th-level cursed spirit effortlessly yields 100 cursed soul points, while the arduous task of vanquishing a mere 1st-level cursed spirit only rewards 500 cursed soul points. With the gleaming, pristine execution blade resting upon his shoulder, Shinji began to meticulously calculate the situation. After all, the prowess of a 1st-level cursed spirit significantly surpasses that of a 4th-level cursed spirit. Yet, the bounty from dispatching 5 4th-level cursed spirits equates to that of a single 1st-level cursed spirit, which appears somewhat inequitable. More importantly, it is evident that the numbers of 2nd, 3rd, and 4th-level cursed spirits vastly outnumber those of the 1st level. Is it possible that this foolish system has malfunctioned? Or does the system deem 1st-level cursed spirits to be rather inconsequential, thus justifying the similarity in rewards? After pondering for a while without arriving at a conclusion, Shinji accepted the system's determination, recognizing that he had no power to negotiate. He resolved to abide by these rules, as he had little to lose. Perhaps there would be an opportunity for a significant bounty. After surveying his surroundings and confirming his next destination, he prepared to depart. The concealed grass ninja, observing this, exhaled in relief, grateful that the formidable individual seemed to have forgotten his presence. Just wait. Do you truly believe these monsters are so easily dealt with? The ones that have perished thus far are merely expendable cannon fodder. All will meet their demise eventually. The grass ninja appeared to recall a terrifying memory of a monster ruthlessly tearing apart a high-ranking ninja, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. At that moment, a chilling flash of blade gleamed in the night. Clang! The dilapidated structure he had sought refuge in was cleaved in two. Almost forgot about you. Shinji, returning without a glance at the scene, turned to leave. Though he did not consider himself a virtuous individual, he would not hesitate to eliminate traitors. Just as the grass ninja, in a state of terror, attempted to plead for mercy, he uttered a single word before half of his body slid down the jagged edge of the severed building. Disconcerted, Shinji had not ventured far when he suddenly slapped his forehead. That individual had worn what appeared to be the headband of the grass village. He should have inquired about the whereabouts of the sacrificial offerings before executing him. Nevertheless, he quickly dismissed the thought. Whatever. I never intended to retrieve this batch of offerings anyway. Once he returned, he could easily assign the blame to these monsters. Thus, with no intention of uncovering the truth from the outset, Shinji turned back, retrieving the blood-stained headband from the grass ninja and stowing it away with satisfaction. Now he had the evidence. All that remained was to eliminate the remaining monsters, and he could return to report his findings. Following the sounds, he traversed 2 streets. Just as Shinji was poised to continue slaying monsters for points, he stumbled upon 2 factions engaged in combat, while nearby, within a dwelling, several scantily clad women sought refuge. Judging by their expressions, they appeared to have resigned themselves to their fate, eager to unleash the ugliness of their hearts in their final moments. As for whether the conflict arose from an uneven distribution of spoils, or simply a matter of who struck first, it remains unclear. Shinji, disinterested in provoking trouble, intended to depart in search of the monster's trail. Yet, to his surprise, trouble sought him out instead. Damn it, another fool eager to share the spoils. Let us eliminate this latecomer first, then we can engage in a life-and-death struggle. Fine, I'll trust you this once. After all, death is inevitable. And I've had enough of this madness. Perhaps it was Shinji's conspicuous appearance that prompted the previously warring factions to reach a sudden consensus. They aimed to join forces and eliminate him, the apparent interloper. It is possible that the executioner's blade in Shinji's grasp would typically intimidate such individuals. However, once they had resigned themselves to their fate, disregarding everything, even their own lives, the potency of that blade mattered little to them. It was akin to an apocalypse, with death imminent. Would one still tremble in fear at the sight of a gun pointed in their direction? What significance does it hold to die a second sooner or later? The frenzied, desperate mob now found themselves in such a psychological state. The more they were suppressed in their usual behaviors, the more they craved to embrace one last bout of madness in their fleeting moments of existence. Shinji could not help but laugh. Since someone sought death, he would not show mercy. This also provided an opportunity to empower his executioner's blade, reigniting the 7-kill lantern. Perhaps due to the fact that cursed spirits are not of human origin. His previous slayings of monsters with the executioner's blade had failed to activate the soul prison skill effect. The only lit 7-kill lantern was from the grass ninjas he had just dispatched. Viewed in this light, the executioner's blade curse seemed more suitable for human combat, particularly in chaotic battles. When employed against cursed spirits, its effectiveness diminished significantly, failing to unleash its full potential. Thus, it would be prudent to acquire a specialized tool for vanquishing cursed spirits in the future. Muttering to himself, Shinji felt no need to activate Crimson Scale Surge as he surged forward instantaneously. In an instant, screams and wails echoed. Severed limbs and flying heads littered the ground. In the blink of an eye, a dozen individuals lay dead, leaving behind a gruesome array of shattered corpses. Shinji was grateful for their selfless sacrifice, as they ignited the 7-kill lantern with their final breaths, creating an opportunity for him to employ breaking the concealment strike. Should he succeed in vanquishing all the monsters and rescuing the remaining individuals, these fallen souls would undeniably share in the glory. Alas, the lack of knowledge regarding these unsung heroes' names left Shinji feeling a pang of regret. True heroes carry out noble deeds without seeking recognition. Of course, They didn't even leave him a chance to pen a diary entry. Kill, kill, kill. Ha ha ha. I shall eradicate you all. Fadewan swung his bloody scythe with grandiose flair, pinning the encroaching lizard monsters to the ground. He was in a state of extreme exhilaration, though the origin of these monsters remains a mystery. A change in offerings to the sinister deity is quite appealing. After dispatching the last of the lizard creatures, Fadewan's gaze fell upon a nearby entrance. He sensed that within lay even more delectable sacrifices awaiting him. Grasping his bloodied scythe, he strode forward without hesitation. Such precious offerings must be presented to the dark god at the earliest opportunity. However, upon entering, the sight before him rendered him momentarily speechless. The twisting cavern spiraled in layers, intertwining in a perplexing manner. How could this be? From the outside, such terrain was inconceivable. Turning back, he discovered that the entrance had vanished without a trace, replaced by solid stone walls. This bizarre occurrence would unnerve any individual, yet Fadewan, confident in his immortal body, remained unfazed and pressed onward fearlessly. As he walked, he soon lost all sense of direction. The surroundings appeared increasingly similar, and retracing his steps became impossible. Fadewan furrowed his brow, cursing his misfortune. Rather than wandering aimlessly, he chose a spot against the wall to sit, though he preferred not to engage in deep thought. Being lost compelled him to remain still, adopting a strategy of inaction to counteract the uncertainty. He believed the monsters would inevitably reveal themselves, and that insufferable fiend would eventually come seeking him, though he found this unnecessary. With a haughty snort, he dismissed the thought. Minutes passed in silence. Yet suddenly Fadewan's demeanor changed. His bloodied scythe, resting beside him, had vanished. Although he appeared to be resting with his eyes closed, he had remained vigilant to his surroundings. Now, he could not fathom when or how his weapon had disappeared. Instantly, he sprang to his feet, eyes scanning the area with heightened alertness. Then, suddenly, his body stiffened. In his peripheral vision, a pale face with a gaping mouth and 4 eyes on its forehead loomed ominously, standing less than half a meter away. When Hidan approached, gritting his teeth, Fadewan swiftly drew a retractable black spear from his sleeve, aiming fiercely at the creature he had glimpsed. But with a swift motion, a sickening sound echoed as his forearm was severed, along with the spear, which clattered to the ground. Such incredible speed! Ignoring the pain of his severed arm, he quickly leaped backward, creating distance between himself and the creature. The monstrous figure had exerted tremendous pressure on him, displaying a terrifying swiftness that was nearly impossible to perceive and a strength capable of effortlessly shattering his limb. What in the world is this abomination? Fadewan increasingly felt that the world around him was becoming incomprehensible. Yet, in that fleeting moment of disorientation, he once again lost sight of his enemy's target. The next instant, a tremendous force struck him. With a thunderous crash, Fadewan was sent hurtling backwards, crashing through a thick, sturdy wall, and then rolling over a dozen meters before finally managing to come to a halt. Struggling to rise, he tasted blood in his throat and spat out a mouthful of crimson. Aside from other injuries, that blow had surely shattered at least 5 of his ribs. Cursed be it! I shall surely slay you and offer your life to the dark god. Fadewan, now seething with rage, stood up once more, his gaze fierce and menacing. In the next moment, the bloodied scythe of the blood moon came whirling at high speed, magnifying before his eyes. Boom! Where on earth did that fellow go? Shinji, while dispatching monsters and accumulating points, sought out Fadewan's figure. Not long ago, he had suddenly realized that he could no longer extract cursed soul value from Fadewan, which filled him with an uneasy premonition. Rather than believing that the bloodthirsty Fadewan had simply backed down, he suspected that the fool had encountered a formidable and troublesome predicament. Fortunately, the commotion they had created that night was considerable, coupled with Fadewan's striking appearance, allowing Shinji to finally arrive at the area where Fadewan had last vanished. The battle marks here were still fresh, and the kind of destruction wrought could undoubtedly be attributed to that very scythe. It seemed that Fadewan had recently engaged in combat with a cursed spirit right here. Shinji surveyed the surroundings and quickly confirmed that Fadewan had indeed been here. He then swiftly conducted a search and, without much effort, located an entrance reeking of ominous energy. If all went according to plan, that fool Fadewan had likely ventured alone into the true lair of the cursed spirits. Shinji muttered a curse under his breath. He also knew that if Fadewan were willing to remain in place and wait for him, he would no longer be the same Fadewan. He hoped there would still be an opportunity to retrieve the corpse of this imbecile. Once the bond value reached 1,000 points, he would claim the reward and then slice him into pieces to feed the sharks. Grumbling to himself, Shinji retrieved the cursed object, perfect perfume, and buried it at the entrance. Once he had completed this task, he hefted his beheading sword, sighed deeply, and stepped forward. As Shinji's figure vanished in an instant, a strand of black hair broke through the ground, sensing the surroundings like a radar. Upon stepping inside, Shinji was immediately taken aback by the sight before him. Was this a realm of life? No, that was not right. This was merely a pseudo-realm forcefully constructed through overwhelming cursed energy interfering with reality. However, it was undeniable. A special-grade cursed spirit surely existed here. Having made such a determination, Shinji glanced back and, as expected, the entrance he had come through had vanished. He could now be certain that Fadewan's current situation was undoubtedly dire. Once a cursed spirit reached the special grade, it represented an entirely different realm of existence. A special grade cursed spirit can effortlessly annihilate dozens of level 1 cursed spirits. Even more alarmingly, the disparity in strength between special grades can sometimes be even more profound than the gap from level 1 to special grade. Shinji vaguely recalls a certain king of curses once proclaiming, "You are a special grade because your power has reached that level, while I am a special grade simply because that is the highest tier." If extreme technique represents the ultimate mastery of all techniques outside of domains, then domain embodies the ultimate aspiration of every sorcerer. The term domain expansion refers to the act of sorcerers or cursed spirits expending vast amounts of cursed energy to construct a living realm imbued with their techniques. Within this domain, the practitioner receives corresponding buffs and guarantees that their techniques will strike true. In other words, it is an absolute advantage. So why does Shinji assert that what lies before him is a pseudo-domain? This is because it only contains cursed energy, devoid of any actual techniques. Simply put, it is akin to erecting a house without any guards or traps inside. Thus, when an outsider enters, they may find themselves in unfamiliar surroundings, yet they face no peril. If the homeowner wishes to eliminate the intruder, they must do so personally. A true domain, however, resembles a fully fortified fortress, where a mere flick of a finger can unleash a barrage of weaponry, obliterating the intruder into oblivion. While this description may not be entirely precise, it conveys the essence of the matter. Upon confirming this, Shinji felt an immense sense of relief. After all, he had no desire to venture into a genuine domain to confront a special-grade cursed spirit. Such an encounter would imply that his chances of victory were less than 10%, perhaps even lower. He needed to locate that fool, Hidari, post-haste. Murmuring to himself, Shinji resolutely quickened his pace and began a frantic search. After traversing an indeterminate number of caverns, he suddenly halted, his expression growing cold and somewhat terrifying. On the wall, a dismembered body was grotesquely embedded, arranged in a macabre display. The torso was above, the legs below, and the arms flanked each side, yet conspicuously absent was a head. Beneath the wall sat a humanoid entity. Though it bore a human form, it was unmistakably not human, standing at a height of 2.5 meters. With an inhumanly robust physique, pallid skin, and an unsettling 4 eyes protruding from its forehead, it was a sight that would terrify nearly every child. More disturbingly, this creature was perched upon a stone, clutching the bloody scythe that Shinji had crafted for Hidari in its right hand, while tossing a severed head in the left, seemingly amused by the act. Upon noticing Shinji's arrival, the bald, 4-eyed cursed spirit paused its antics, gripping Hidari's head tightly. Simultaneously, Hidari's tightly shut eyes suddenly flung open. Upon seeing the newcomer, he wasted no time in uttering, "Help me kill him. Make sure to cut him into 18 pieces, and consider it a favor owed." It is evident that the haughty Fadewan's utterance of "I owe you one" signifies the depths of his fury. One must remember that even when Shinji once bore the brunt for him and forged the bloodstained March scythe, such words had never escaped Fadewan's lips before. The bound character Fadewan has issued you a task. An eye for an eye. Content: eliminate this special grade cursed spirit, greed, and slice it into 18 pieces. Reward: Black Flash, 5,000 cursed energy, 100 bond points. P.S. It is said that to discipline a dog, one must consider its master. Now that someone has dared to bully your dog, it is up to you to handle it. Shinji nodded seriously, affirming, "All right. Even without this task from the system, I would still seek to vanquish this malevolent entity to avenge Fade One. After all, one's own dog could only be reprimanded by oneself. No one else had the right to lay a finger on it. Moreover, to reduce Fade One to a mere specimen displayed on a wall, and to toss his head about like a ball, was an affront that even I have never experienced. Shinji felt as though he had been consumed by darkness, with only his fearsome eyes glowing with a crimson light. Aware that the terror of this special grade cursed spirit far surpassed that of previous lesser foes, he began to prepare to unleash his true prowess. The familiar sanguine markings suddenly materialized, but this time, they manifested not merely as an X. The intersection of the bloodstains formed a hollow circle, with branches extending vertically upwards to the hairline, while the lower ends extended downward, piercing through the eyes and reaching the cheeks. Crimson Scales Surge. As an upgraded enhancement of Crimson Scales Surge, the attributes conferred by Crimson Scales Surge would undoubtedly be more formidable. Moreover, an essential caution arose. This monster's speed is astonishing. Fade One barely managed to utter this warning before the bald, bespectacled cursed spirit pinned him against the wall, much like a mural. Then, in a flash, the bald, bespectacled cursed spirit appeared before Shinji, brandishing the bloodstained march scythe in a downward arc. Its speed had once caused Fade One considerable distress. However, Shinji not only remained unflustered, but also precisely identified the opponent's opening and executed a preemptive strike with even greater swiftness. Boom. Crash. The bald, bespectacled cursed spirit was sent hurtling backward at an astonishing velocity, first embedding itself in the wall like Fade One, then crashing through the barrier entirely. A terrifying indentation marked its chest, collapsing it entirely. I possess the power to manipulate every element within my blood, enhancing any part of myself, including these eyes. Do not mistake me for that fool suspended on the wall. Fade One, I truly thank you. Technique revealed, achieved. The revelation of the technique allows for an enhancement in its effectiveness and power during combat. With a rustle, the bald, bespectacled cursed spirit emerged expressionless from the rubble, its cave chest almost instantly restored to its former state. Reversal technique. Healing. Utilizing cursed energy for healing, even the resurrection of severed limbs or the regrowth of a heart, is indeed achievable. Unless the true core is utterly destroyed, even decapitation or obliteration of the heart proves futile. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of special-grade cursed spirits. In comparison, Shinji genuinely perceives his own immortality as woefully inadequate. It is no wonder that Hidari suffered such a devastating defeat. Suddenly, the bald, bespectacled cursed spirit gaped wide, unleashing a wave of orange light. With a thunderous roar, the ground was cleaved, forming a channel over 2 meters wide and more than 30 meters long. Observing this, Shinji, having narrowly evaded the attack, could not help but marvel at the sheer destructive force that mere cursed energy could unleash. If allowed to continue evolving, it would indeed be formidable. In the expansive cavern, two figures intertwined, creating a cacophony of fierce physical clashes. Each punch and kick was imbued with immense power. The bald, cursed spirit, propelled into the air by a kick, began to compress its cursed energy. A brilliant orange sphere rapidly expanded between its palms. Kamehameha? Shinji had no time for banter and immediately sought refuge. In the next instant, a colossal explosion ensued. The ground was pierced, leaving him with no foothold, forcing him to leap to the lower level. The bald, cursed spirit pursued relentlessly, and Shinji instinctively struck down with a blade. The spirit raised its left arm to block, but at the cost of losing a limb, it gaped wide in response, feigning a strike. Apologies, I miscalculated. Boom. Struck by a compressed sphere of cursed energy, Shinji plummeted into the ground below like a cannonball. Thud. The bald, cursed spirit landed steadily, witnessing cells at the severed arm's stump swiftly mobilize, regrowing a new limb in the blink of an eye. With both hands pressed before him, immense cursed energy began to condense and flicker anew. He aimed to unleash a maximum power strike to obliterate his foe. The expanding and rapidly compressing orange sphere indicated that this attack would possess several times the might of the previous one. If struck, it would likely leave no corpse intact. For beings of Shinji and Hidari's caliber of immortality, serving a malevolent deity might be their only fate. The terrifying sphere shot forth with astonishing speed. It was over. The bald, cursed spirit brimmed with confidence. Yet, at the moment of his strike, he was at his most vulnerable. A decisive blow. The seemingly doomed Shinji traversed the spatial distance in an instant, appearing behind the bald, cursed spirit. This strike, carefully reserved since his entrance, awaited this very moment. The spirit's 4 small eyes widened in panic, exerting all its strength to turn and evade. But whoosh! The 2-meter-long guillotine sword sliced upward, cleaving through its torso, neck, and beyond. Splatter! The bald, cursed spirit was torn asunder. It was a literal rupture, indeed. At this moment, seizing the opportunity, Shinji unleashed a stunning blow. However, his situation was far from favorable. He was currently gasping for breath, striving to stabilize his breathing rhythm. The previous attack had left him significantly injured, a consequence of being struck down. Had it not been for the simultaneous activation of Heavenly Scale Surge and Immortal Body, he might have lost his capacity for resistance just moments ago. The special grade cursed spirit was indeed formidable. Its adept manipulation of cursed energy was incomparable to that of any of the lesser entities. Yet, all was not lost. The 4 eyes of the bald, 4-eyed cursed spirit suddenly slid from its forehead to the back of its head, fixating intently on Shinji. Simultaneously, the bisected halves of its body began to sprout an abundance of flesh buds, tugging at one another as if they were made of pliable clay, seemingly on the verge of rejoining. It was merely a matter of the body being cleaved in two. As long as the core remained intact, it could continuously expend cursed energy to heal itself. Therefore, to utterly annihilate it, one would either need a devastating attack capable of obliterating its core in one fell swoop, or exhaust its cursed energy to the point it could no longer regenerate. The former option sounded straightforward, yet aside from the 4-eyed cursed spirit itself, no one knew what its core was or where it was concealed within its corporeal form. Moreover, in the face of danger, it could easily relocate its core to evade destruction. The latter option was even more challenging. Engaging in a battle of attrition with a special grade cursed spirit was tantamount to courting death, was it not? Fortunately, Shinji never believed that a single strike would suffice to eliminate his opponent. Thus, as the 4-eyed cursed spirit began to heal, he commenced his next preparation. He casually plunged his massive sword into the ground, swiftly crushing 2 blood bags with his hands and transforming them into twin blood blades. Blood manipulation technique, blood blades. The blood condensed to form a surface outline, while the interior swirled at high velocity to enhance lethality. With a decisive thrust, he drove the 2 blood blades into the back of the cursed spirit before swiftly producing 2 more blood bags, crushing them, and forming yet another pair. This time, he pierced the entity at the waist, likely obliterating its kidneys, if it possessed any. At this juncture, Shinji's supply of blood bags had been entirely exhausted during the combat, prompting him to swiftly slice open his wrist with his fingertip, causing a torrent of blood to gush forth. One after another, blood blades mercilessly embedded themselves into the cursed spirit's body, eliciting agonized cries from it. However, by the time Shinji had rapidly inserted all 18 blood blades into various parts of the cursed spirit's form, the 4-eyed entity had completely reconstituted itself, regaining its mobility and retaliating with a powerful punch that sent Shinji flying. With a crash, he hurtled through the air, shattering a wall upon impact, and felt a distinct crack emanating from his arm. Clearly, even as he attempted to brace against the attack with crossed arms, he had been unable to withstand the overwhelming force, resulting in a fractured bone. As he rose from the rubble, Shinji surprisingly took a moment to brush the dust off himself. The bald, bespectacled cursed spirit was enveloped in a veil of confusion and unease. Just as he had sent that individual flying, he was about to extract the weapons embedded in his body, only to find them all mysteriously vanish. No, it would be more accurate to say they had transformed into a liquid and seeped into his being, disappearing entirely. The bald spirit sensed that this was not a benign occurrence and felt an overwhelming urge to expel it. However, within the span of a mere breath, all his wounds had miraculously healed. This was undeniably awkward. Yet, upon further reflection, he concluded that whatever it was, it could not possibly have any significant effect on him. Poison? He harbored no fear of such trivialities. Thus, he resolved to eliminate that individual outright. At that moment, the opponent suddenly spoke. Surely you do not think I am attempting to poison you? While the initial few blood blades did indeed contain toxins, those substances should have no effect on you. Your current demeanor suggests as much. Otherwise, the poison would have manifested by now. Shinji displayed an air of nonchalance, as if the battle had already reached its inevitable conclusion. Although the bald cursed spirit could not fully grasp Shinji's words, he understood enough to stride confidently towards him. This time, he was prepared, ensuring that his adversary would not have the opportunity to ambush him again. Then, he beheld his opponent crossing his hands into an unusual gesture, offering a smile. Let me demonstrate what true venom looks like. Crimson blood manipulation, ultimate blood deception. As Shinji unleashed this technique, the bald cursed spirit's body froze in place, his expression contorting with peculiar agony. A closer inspection would reveal that the blood blades previously discarded by the cursed spirit were merely empty shells. Within them, blood coursed at high velocity, having been stealthily guided by Shinji into the spirit's body through the wounds, lying in wait. With Shinji's activation of the crimson blood manipulation, ultimate blood deception, the blood was instantly awakened, unleashing a unique energy wave that displayed formidable aggression. This energy wave possessed neither lethality nor destructive capability. However, it was capable of crafting a flawless facade, deceiving all immune mechanisms within the cursed spirit's body. What ensued was a brutal and one-sided massacre. The blood left within the cursed spirit began to wreak havoc upon the red blood cells. Soon, a severe hemolytic reaction manifested in the bald cursed spirit. Before Shinji's crossing over, anyone with a modicum of common sense understood that blood transfusions must involve matching blood types. Otherwise, a hemolytic reaction could very well occur, except in special cases, such as with typo blood. The so-called hemolytic reaction refers to the destruction of the red blood cell membrane, either by the formation of numerous small holes or by extreme stretching that allows hemoglobin to escape from the red blood cells. In severe instances, this can lead to shock, acute renal failure, and a series of other terrifying symptoms. Even though certain symptoms may not manifest in the cursed spirit, it is akin to affixing a multitude of debilitating effects upon it. The internal destruction persists. Suddenly, the bald, bespectacled cursed spirit stumbles, collapsing to its knees, supporting itself with its hands, and violently coughs forth horrifying purple blood. More alarmingly, the blood not only darkens but also coagulates into clumps. The cursed spirit attempts to heal itself using cursed energy, and indeed, it shows some effect. However, it is immediately met with even more severe internal damage. If the terrifying blood originating from Shinji cannot be expelled, no amount of healing will alter the inevitable outcome. Yet, the bald, bespectacled cursed spirit, deceived by its own body, remains oblivious to the root of its affliction. Unaware that the issue lies within its own blood, it cannot address the problem specifically. This appears to create a vicious cycle. As the cursed spirit struggles, Shinji raises his beheading blade once more, approaching it with purpose. Though I could end your existence right now, I must honor my word. Do not perish before I have cleaved you into precisely 18 pieces. The cursed spirit suddenly erupts in fury. Although it cannot discern what is wrong with its body, it is certain that the source of its troubles lies with this individual. Thus, eliminating him would resolve all its issues. The cursed spirit's reasoning is not entirely flawed. However, its current physical state has deteriorated significantly in both speed and strength. With a swift motion, its hands twirl in the air before crashing down to the ground. 2. After uttering this inexplicable number, Shinji strikes again. This time, only the cursed spirit's feet remain. 4. Another blow. The two robust, pallid arms vanish without a trace. 6. With a series of swift strikes, Shinji wields the beheading blade as if he were a master butcher dissecting a carcass, methodically dismantling the cursed spirit before him. With each slash, he vocalizes a number, continuing until the final count. The blade glimmers with silver light, slicing through the air with deadly precision. Thud! As the beheading blade lands once more, the now motionless bald, bespectacled cursed spirit collapses like a stack of blocks. 18. Upon a careful recount, it is confirmed, perfectly and precisely. 18 pieces. Blood continues to surge forth, transforming into a long, twisted skewer, stringing together the scattered fragments like a skewered delicacy. After completing this grim task, he takes the meat skewer in one hand and shoulders the beheading blade, returning to the upper level. Though the upper level has been largely devastated, Hidan is somewhat fortunate that the mural remains untouched. Upon seeing Shinji return, his clothes tattered and his body marred with wounds while clutching a large meat skewer, Hidan inexplicably breathes a sigh of relief. He certainly would not admit that he had been worried about this rogue. It is merely because the outcome of Shinji's battle directly affects his own chances of survival in escaping this place that he displays a semblance of concern. After all, compared to that bespectacled creature, Shinji is perhaps only marginally better, just a mere fraction. Fade Wan, feeling utterly displeased, exclaimed, "Haha, you actually took that guy down. I knew you could win. But if it weren't for this scoundrel sneaking up and stealing your weapon, Fade Wan could have handled him alone. You wouldn't have had to step in at all." Shinji, unfazed, simply muttered 2 words, "Idiot." "Hey, that's the second time today you've called me an idiot. Don't think I didn't hear you. Hurry up and let me down, or I swear I'll chop you to pieces, you jerk." Fade Wan, now utterly furious and dismembered, could only seethe in impotent rage, his head mounted on the wall. Shinji paid him no mind, intent on resolving the situation first. Despite the apparent stillness of the special grade cursed spirit, it was merely a result of being ensnared by his blood deception, causing its cursed energy to deplete continuously. If left unchecked, once the vitality of the blood within the foe diminished, this bald, bespectacled cursed spirit would swiftly regenerate and return to full strength. Thus, to eradicate this menace completely, action was imperative. Strike while the iron is hot. With the audience now in place, Shinji ceased to procrastinate. His previous wounds reopened, blood gushing forth. The continuous loss of blood rendered his complexion increasingly pallid. Fortunately, he often practiced bloodletting and stored the excess for emergencies, combined with the confidence granted by his immortal nature. Thus, even with significant blood loss, he remained unconcerned. Had he anticipated such events before setting out, he would have surely brought more blood bags. But regretting now was futile, merely a lesson learned. Crimson blood manipulation, urgent starfall. A multitude of blood orbs precisely encased pieces of the ground beneath, ascending into the air. The next moment, all the blood orbs transformed into fearsome, spiked entities, resembling wolf fangs. Countless sharp protrusions pierced the flesh contained within, creating a veritable hive. The wolf fang orbs then began to collapse inward, transitioning from liquid to solid state, culminating in a resounding explosion of powder. Exorcised special grade, cursed spirit, greed. Earned 5,000 cursed soul points. Mission accomplished, rewards dispensed. Upon hearing the system's notification, Shinji finally ceased the flow of cursed energy, dispelling the state of crimson scale movement. He collapsed backward with a thud, his chest rising and falling erratically. This unique battle state, while significantly enhancing his speed and strength, imposed a considerable toll on his body. Coupled with the extensive blood loss and injuries sustained during the fight, not to mention the considerable cursed energy expended to forcibly employ ultimate technique. It was a remarkable feat that Shinji had held on until now. All he desired at this moment was to lie on the ground and rest quietly. With the special grade cursed spirit vanquished, the field of existence was immediately lifted, and the surroundings began to revert to their original state. "Hey, are you dead or what? If you are still alive, please remove me from the wall and reassemble me." Ignoring the raucous cries of Fade Wan, Shinji took the opportunity to assess his gains. Firstly, the exorcism of the special grade cursed spirit, greed, granted him a foundational reward of 5,000 cursed soul points, which is tenfold that of a level 1 cursed spirit. It appears that upon reaching the special grade level, the rewards have significantly escalated, no longer limited to the previous amounts of 300 or 500. After this battle, Shinji indeed felt that special grade cursed spirits were fundamentally different from their lesser counterparts. It is no wonder that the disparity in rewards is so vast. Moreover, after vanquishing this special grade cursed spirit, he also acquired an item, the cursed object, Greedy Eyeball. Effect: it can clearly detect the presence of cursed spirits within a 500-meter radius. Activation condition: feed it flesh and blood. P.S. Once I am well fed, I will assist you in locating your next prey. This greedy eyeball is actually the eyeball of the special grade cursed spirit he had previously exorcised, and it appears quite unsettling. However, its effect is highly practical, as it will aid Shinji in swiftly pinpointing the locations of cursed spirits, enhancing his efficiency in monster hunting, while also providing protection against ambushes. Of course, the prerequisite is to have sufficient flesh and blood to feed this eye, which symbolizes greed. This issue is not too daunting, as the activation condition does not specify that it must be his own flesh. Using animal flesh should suffice as well. Additionally, the task concerning Fade Wan was successfully completed, increasing his bond value from 100 to 600 points, bringing him a step closer to establishing a domain. With 5,000 cursed soul points gained. Merely defeating this special grade cursed spirit yielded an impressive total reward of 10,000 cursed soul points. Lastly, there was the reward Shinji coveted most, Black Flash. Black Flash, a spatial distortion that occurs when the discrepancy between the impact of a strike and the burst of cursed energy is within 0.0000001 seconds. Its power averages at 25 times that of a regular strike. To put it in simpler terms, when cursed energy is infused into a punch, if the force generated by the punch and the force erupted by the cursed energy occur almost simultaneously, with a discrepancy of merely 0.0000001 seconds, an astonishing level of destructive power is unleashed. This destructive force typically amounts to the 25th power of its usual strength. In layman's terms, it's akin to a critical hit in a basic attack. However, what Shinji values most is not merely the critical effect of Black Flash, but rather the necessity for precise control over the cursed energy within his body to execute it. This represents a watershed moment in the application of cursed energy. Lying on the ground, Shinji quietly absorbed the experiences and insights brought by Black Flash, filled with joy. The gains from this mission were tremendous, far exceeding his expectations. After a considerable time, Shinji finally opened his eyes and rose from the ground. If he were to face that bald, four-eyed cursed spirit again, he was confident he could obliterate it with his fists. Meanwhile, Fadewan had also exhausted himself with his curses, yet his eyes remained wide open. Why are you staring so intently? Trying to scare me? Shinji, unaccustomed to such behavior, swiftly delivered a blow to his head. You rascal! How dare you strike me? Ouch! Please stop. Have you heard me? If looks could kill, Shinji would have perished countless times by now. Unfortunately, Hidan lacks the ocular prowess of the Sharingan, rendering mere glares ineffective. Enough already, what do you want from me? Hidan, feeling cornered and perhaps in pain, seemed on the verge of tears. I had warned you not to recklessly rely on your immortality. You ought to use your brain more. Look at you now, without my assistance. You would be left hanging here, awaiting your transformation into a desiccated corpse. Hidan bristled at this, asserting that if it weren't for that four-eyed creature sneaking up on him and stealing his weapon, he wouldn't have suffered such a humiliating defeat. His stubbornness rendered Shinji speechless. What could he do? After all, Hidan was his own pet. The lesson had been imparted, and whether or not Hidan heeded it was beyond Shinji's control. Reluctantly, Shinji ceased his argument with Hidan and began to peel Hidan's dismembered body from the wall. With great reluctance, he cut his finger and squeezed some blood out. With blood as thread, he commenced the arduous task of stitching Hidan back together. However, his skills were rather lacking, and after only a partial stitching, Hidan could no longer contain himself. Hey, can't you make the stitches look nicer? What was the point of a grown man insisting on aesthetics? Should I embroider a bow for you as well? Shinji rolled his eyes, his tone laced with sarcasm. Hidan, through gritted teeth, retorted, forget the bow. But at least make sure the stitching is correct. Look at this haphazard mess. One arm will be longer than the other. Are you going to take responsibility for that? Upon inspection, Shinji realized, to his dismay, that indeed, the lengths were uneven. Yet, with his thick skin, he would never admit fault. Maintaining a serious demeanor, Shinji replied, if there's a discrepancy, it must be because a segment is missing. How can you blame me? Just compare the two arms now. If a segment is missing, I won't be Hidan anymore. I'll be half dead. I swear I will cut you. Enough of your complaints. Are you going to let me stitch you or not? I've never encountered someone so demanding. Hidan's face turned crimson, his teeth nearly grinding to dust, and ultimately, under Shinji's impatient gaze, he forced out a single word, stitch. Tired of the banter, Shinji, the so-called miraculous doctor, undertook a grand human stitching operation on Hidan. The entire procedure could only be described as a miraculous event in the annals of medical history. It was a daring act of stitching, met with an equally audacious willingness to endure it. It emphasized the harmonious trust between patient and doctor, despite the absence of anesthetics, proceeding with sheer determination. Upon reflection, it became evident that the length of the arms was uneven, the legs were misaligned, and an object resembling an appendix, the nature of which remained unknown, had fallen outside. Nevertheless, one could say that everything unfolded with remarkable and extraordinary smoothness. The patient immediately expressed profound gratitude, gripping the doctor's hand tightly with reddened eyes. refusing to let go, and insisting on presenting a gift, which was non-negotiable. In an emotional tremor, he extracted a long black spear from his bosom and pressed it against Dr. Shinji's neck, inquiring gently yet ominously, "Am I still in time to kill you?" Dr. Shinji shook his head, offering reassurance. "I understand how you feel, but this is my duty. Please put that away. It would be inappropriate for others to see." After several exchanges of push and pull, the recently stitched-up Hidan ultimately could not convey his heartfelt sentiment. As Dr. Shinji, citing the necessity for the patient to rest, bound Hidan and dragged him away. Finally, silence enveloped the room. After gagging Hidan, Shinji nodded in satisfaction. Soon, he returned outside, whereupon he raised an eyebrow. He recalled the buried perfect perfume from before his entry, originally intended as a contingency plan, which he had ultimately not employed. However, it had served its purpose by sparing him considerable trouble, as a dozen or so cursed spirits were blocked from entering, with a few unfortunate souls having been completely drained. As Shinji emerged with Hidan in tow, he beheld the chaotic whirl of black hair sealing the entrance, preventing the lurking cursed spirits from intruding. While these spirits were merely minor nuisances, their unexpected intrusion could have precipitated unforeseen complications. With a thought, Shinji commanded the flowing black hair to retract swiftly, leaving only a slender strand outside, resembling ink-stained seaweed, gently swaying and occasionally brushing against Shinji's hand, as if seeking approval while testing its master's intentions. Shinji smiled and caressed it a couple of times, commending its performance, and promising to allow it more freedom in the future, instructing it to return for now. Seemingly understanding the praise, the little black strand shyly burrowed back into the ground. Despite its basic instincts, it exhibited a greater intelligence than typical cursed objects. Bending down, Shinji retrieved the perfect perfume, discarded the bloody rope in his hand, and slammed the decapitation sword onto the ground. The one inside was already dead. Now it was their turn. The previously menacing cursed spirits suddenly paused, involuntarily retreating a step, as they sensed the terrifying pressure had dissipated. Instantly, they sought to escape. However, when they beheld the scars and bloodstains adorning the human's body, along with the pallid, sickly visage, they could not help but halt in their tracks. Perhaps the dreadful humans spoke the truth, yet it was evident that after enduring a brutal battle, his own condition was hardly better. If that were not the case, why would he engage them in such lengthy discourse? He could have simply taken action and eliminated them without hesitation. Contemplating this, they found themselves in a precarious dilemma. Should they flee now, once the human recovered? They would face certain death. Conversely, to remain meant inviting catastrophic consequences, surely demanding a grievous toll. Thus, the question arose, who would dare to be the first to probe? Suddenly, a peculiar mask adorned with a painted face soared through the air. Being one of the few first-level cursed spirits present, the playful figure stepped forward. Her motivation was not rooted in bravery, but rather in the belief that even if she were to falter, she could retreat unscathed. In an instant, her laughter reverberated once more, and along with it, the strange masks in the air began to multiply exponentially. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8. Within the blink of an eye, nearly 100 smiling masks filled the sky, casting an immense pressure upon them. They then launched an assault upon the ground-bound Shinji. Initially, Shinji felt a surge of anxiety. After all, his current state was far from optimal, and his reserves of cursed energy and blood were dwindling. Yet, as the confrontation commenced, a peculiar expression crossed his face. The masks were astonishingly feeble. In comparison, aside from their ability to fly, they were utterly inept, even less formidable than the previous creature that shot steel needles. With a mere swipe of his blade, he cleaved 1 in 2, feeling as though they were merely offering themselves up. The only lamentation was the absence of cursed soul value from the vanquished. Likely due to their nature of splitting, only the original could yield such rewards. Under normal circumstances, during moments of tedium, Shinji could have amused himself for an entire day by battling these masks. However, it was evident that these cursed spirits intended to wear him down through this tactic. Thus, he refrained from holding back. Having confirmed that the flying masks possessed no further abilities, he plunged his great knife downward, grasped the blood ropes binding the flying figure, and with his hands pressed together, he concentrated the blood within his palms. Crimson blood manipulation, supernova. With a thunderous boom, the compressed blood erupted skyward, resembling a shotgun blast that unleashed terrifying area damage. In a single strike, The air was filled with shattered masks plummeting like dumplings. Simultaneously, Shinji finally pinpointed the original. Only one mask emitted a sound distinct from the others after sustaining injury. With a sudden thrust, he propelled himself upward, leveraging the explosive force of the ground beneath him. Yet, at that moment, the mask attempting to escape unleashed another peculiar laugh. All remaining masks in the air surged forward, forming a barrier before Shinji. Shinji silently channeled his cursed energy, reflecting on those invaluable experiences. Black flash. With a force akin to thunder, his fist struck fiercely, igniting terrifying black sparks. Boom. Unyielding. The potency of black flash is not additive, but multiplicative. Shinji's punch, delivered without restraint, unleashed its full might, accompanied by dazzling black sparks. Every mask-wearing apparition in his path was obliterated in a single blow. Unstoppable, Shinji approached the true form of the masked cursed spirit. Hee. Although the laughter of the masked spirit remained, it was now laced with palpable fear. Boom. One punch shattered it. Exorcised level 1 cursed spirit, gained 500 cursed soul points. Shinji landed gracefully, exhaling a long breath. The mere 500 points of cursed soul value failed to elicit any surprise. Rather, the successful execution of Black Flash provided him immense satisfaction. The masked spirit was vanquished before it could even gauge his strength, frightening the remaining spirits into a hasty retreat. Shinji feigned a pursuit but did not act on it. Had those spirits truly surged forward, he might have found himself fleeing with Fijian in tow. He lacked the excess blood and cursed energy necessary to continue fighting. Thus, he opted for a method of intimidation, decisively eliminating a bold challenger to scare off the others. Fortuitously, Shinji's performance was convincing. The brutality demonstrated in his swift dispatch of the masked spirit effectively terrified the others. Without delay, he hoisted the still whimpering Fijian over his shoulder and swiftly departed the area. There was no need to take risks. A few days of recuperation would allow him to return and effortlessly eradicate the remaining cursed spirits. Resolute in his decision, Shinji carried the now-freed Fijian away from the town. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. With the eradication of the special-grade cursed spirit, many hidden fortunate souls within the decaying town finally escaped, spreading incredible tales and rumors far and wide. Meanwhile, Shinji discarded the cumbersome Fijian elsewhere and returned alone. Notably, upon regaining his freedom, Fijian's first act was to remove his own arms and legs. Then, with remarkable determination, he stitched himself up using his mouth, while Shinji merely assisted in stabilizing the process. Yet, the stitches crafted by Fijian were 100 times superior to someone else's clumsy handiwork, leaving that individual quite displeased. Once Fijian had completed the stitching of his arms and began his self-healing, the subsequent tasks required no further intervention from Shinji. Fijian skillfully managed everything himself. The healing process, however, was not progressing at a rapid pace. While minor injuries could be managed with needles, more severe wounds required a more cautious approach, necessitating continued rest. Meanwhile, Shinji was apprehensive about the possibility of another special-grade cursed spirit emerging in this desolate area. Thus, he returned before his injuries had completely healed. To his astonishment, he witnessed human survivors engaged in fierce combat with the cursed spirits in broad daylight. With the absence of a special-grade cursed spirit to maintain order, the remaining entities quickly devolved into chaos, each fighting independently. For the ninjas of this realm, cursed spirits beneath the special grade did not pose an insurmountable challenge. As news spread, several jonin had already embarked on missions to this locale. Should Shinji delay for a few more days, it was likely that the newly formed cursed spirits would be eradicated, resulting in a complete waste of valuable cursed soul points. Faced with this predicament, Shinji hastily sought out prey. Moments later, with a sudden flash of black, he delivered a powerful blow that obliterated a grotesque creature with a single punch. However, he frowned. This method was proving inefficient. He needed to eliminate the cursed spirits before more reinforcements arrived. Thus, he rummaged through his pockets, revealing a ghastly, pale eyeball. This was the cursed object known as the Greedy Eye, which he had acquired from his previous encounter with a special-grade cursed spirit. After surveying the vicinity, he soon discovered several grotesquely disfigured corpses. Without hesitation, he fed them to the cursed object. Astonishingly, the eyeball sprouted a mouth and teeth, voraciously devouring the flesh before letting out a satisfied belch. This bizarre scene was unsettling yet familiar to Shinji. Once the eye had its fill, He activated it with his cursed energy. The greedy eye soared into the air, emitting a transparent, fan-shaped wave of light that began to rotate in a 360-degree scan. To Shinji's amazement, a radar map seemed to materialize in his mind, marking all cursed spirits within a 500-meter radius of his position, with even a pinpoint overlapping his own location. This newfound ability was immensely advantageous. Content: Shinji stowed the cursed object away and grasped the hilt of his sword. After a brief 2 seconds, he leaped into the air. Suddenly, a grotesque worm with a menacing maw erupted from the ground, lunging at him. However, Shinji had anticipated this move, evading its attack and revealing its position. He swung his decapitating blade in a swift arc, delivering a lethal strike. The worm's body was severed, yet it writhed in a frenzy, its grotesque green blood splattering everywhere. With precision, Shinji brought his blade down, pinning the writhing segment to the ground. With a quick motion, he drew blood from his fingertip. Crimson, blood manipulation, blood star explosion. With a thunderous boom, the concealed worm was obliterated. Exorcised level 2 cursed spirit. Earned 300 cursed soul points. Shinji merely smirked, saying nothing further. Though merely a level 2 cursed spirit, its ability to burrow underground combined with the trait of being undying when decapitated makes it susceptible to ambushes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are still 5 left. A swift resolution is imperative. After murmuring a couple of thoughts to himself, Shinji swiftly hefted his decapitating blade and commenced his hunt. With the radar map obtained from the scan, the previously concealed cursed spirits were rendered visible, significantly enhancing his efficiency. In no time, he vanquished 1 level 3 and 4 level 4 cursed spirits, amassing another 600 cursed soul points. Shinji felt a surge of energy and prepared to relocate for another round. Flesh and blood were certainly not in short supply. A careful search would reveal the remains of mangled corpses. Thus, Shinji advanced, with even the most deeply hidden cursed spirits unable to escape the scrutiny of his greedy eye, ultimately transforming into his cursed soul points. His clean and decisive slaughter of the monsters left onlookers wide-eyed in astonishment. As Shinji reveled in his monster slaying and soul harvesting, 2 uninvited guests arrived in the dilapidated town. Clad in black trench coats embroidered with crimson clouds and adorned with conical hats jingling with wind chimes, their figures remained obscured beneath the voluminous garments. However, a fleeting glimpse through the brim revealed a male-female duo. Is this the town rumored to be haunted by monsters? It appears rather unremarkable. Pain merely took precautions, for the proximity was too close for comfort. Even if unrelated to the tailed beasts, it warranted thorough investigation. He chuckled inwardly, indifferent. His curiosity lay solely in whether the corpses of these monsters could fetch a good price. Do not let your guard down. I have no intention of bringing your corpse back with me, he warned. No one can kill me. He hoped his leader would not take offense to this remark. After all, gods and mortals are inherently different. This flattery caught Conan off guard, who shot him a bemused glance, her lips moving silently, ultimately choosing to say nothing. Meanwhile, Kakuzu smirked inwardly, thinking, little girl, you are still too naive. An awkward silence ensued, halting their conversation, yet their steps into the town did not falter. Just as they contemplated whether to split up for their investigation, a repugnant mass resembling mucus hurtled towards them at alarming speed. Upon noticing this, Conan frowned slightly and discreetly took a half-step back, her meaning unmistakable. Kakuzu, catching this with the corner of his eye, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth but stepped forward to quickly form hand seals. Fire release, head hardening. Faced with an unknown enemy, he exhibited no negligence, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed the area. The mucus-like mass appeared to encounter its nemesis, disintegrating without a sound, vanquished before it could emit a single cry. Kakuzu felt a disconcerting emptiness within his 5 hearts. Was that it? He exchanged a glance with Conan, both wary of making hasty judgments. Continuing their advance, a bizarre, spherical object bearing a human face suddenly soared towards them from the distance. Once again, it is Kakuzu who steps forward, drawing forth the black threads from his arm, liberating a portion of his combat prowess. Tentacle punch. With a resounding impact, a head-shaped balloon is obliterated in a single blow. With a snap, Kakuzu retracts his fist and casts another glance at Conan, who, though visibly perturbed, maintains her composure and replies, "After all, it is merely a rumor. Let us observe further." Indifferently, Kakuzu loses interest, dismissing the feeble creature before him as unlikely to yield any significant reward. Suddenly, the ground trembles violently, as if an enormous being were charging forth. Upon raising his gaze, he is astonished to see a bizarre creature, resembling a hippopotamus with a mouth, rampaging as though pursued by some dreadful entity. Kakuzu, however, pays little heed to these details, or perhaps has simply ceased to care. Noticing Conan's relaxed demeanor, he shrugs and decides to take action himself. Lightning release, false dark. A masked entity erupts from his form, unleashing a devastatingly sharp lightning spear. Before the frenzied hippopotamus creature can reach Kakuzu and Conan, it is struck by the thunderous projectile. A bolt of lightning bursting forth, while another finds its mark elsewhere, eliciting a chilling wail as it collapses to the ground. Pathetic, utterly pathetic. Kakuzu's displeasure grows. To waste his precious time on such trifles is infuriating. Let us depart. There is no need to continue this investigation. Just as he begins to voice his thoughts, an irate voice interrupts him. Frowning, he turns to see a figure emerging from behind the hippopotamus creature, wielding an exaggeratedly large blade upon his shoulder. It is Shinji, the relentless monster slayer. Had Kakuzu and Conan been observant, they would have noticed that the previous creatures, the snot monster, the head balloon, and the hippopotamus, had all originated from the same direction. Leveraging the advantage of his radar, Shinji had nearly eradicated all the cursed spirits in the vicinity. Faced with impending doom, the remaining cursed spirits, recognizing their fate, resolved to unite and confront him. Yet, their efforts were futile. Ultimately, as they disbanded in chaos, each fled in different directions. Shinji, determined not to let any escape, relentlessly pursued them, targeting only those of substantial worth. The weaker cursed spirits, classified as level 4 and level 3, were disregarded if they proved too time-consuming to haunt. The hippopotamus creature, being the last level 2 spirit, was valued at 300 cursed soul points. As Shinji freed his hands, he immediately set off in pursuit, only to be taken aback when someone intercepted him. Aside from Hidan, who was assumed to be in a team with him, he received no cursed soul points for the spirits slain by others. This was immensely frustrating. It felt as though 300 cursed soul points were slipping through his fingers. An egregious loss. Thus, the previous scene unfolded. He was eager to discover who possessed the audacity to steal his prey. Stepping forward, he was struck by the remarkable appearance of the individual before him. Kid, mind your manners. Otherwise, I shall extract your tongue and use it to sever your neck. Kakuzu's eyes widened, exuding an aura of lethal intent. How intriguing. You are the first to dare speak to me in such a manner. Shinji chuckled. Had it been any other member of the Akatsuki present, he might have felt a twinge of anxiety. Kakuzu? Truly beneath notice. The primary reason for Shinji's confidence lay in his acute awareness of this man's fatal weaknesses. As long as there was no throng of fools lined up to present Kakuzu with hearts, he was entirely confident in his ability to triumph in this confrontation. Of course, this was contingent upon Conan remaining calm. Should she inadvertently provoke Pain's 6 paths, it would spell trouble. He was not yet inclined to endure suffering, and he could hardly ascend several floors. Boy, descend to hell and repent, for you have provoked one you ought not to have. Kakuzu unabashedly boasted, launching a tentacle punch with ferocity. Whoosh! It was unimaginable that such a colossal beheading blade could be wielded with such grace by Shinji, who effortlessly spun it in an elegant flourish before precisely severing Kakuzu's outstretched right hand. You stole my prey and flaunt such arrogance. If I do not fell you today, I shall have no answer for Hidan's inquiries upon my return. Shinji raised the beheading blade, pointing it directly at the now somber-faced Kakuzu. Conan furrowed her brow at this sight, stepping forward, only to be immediately halted. Conan, do not interfere. I intend to teach this insolent boy a harsh lesson, one that will make him regret his existence in this world. Kakuzu was incensed. After a moment's contemplation, Conan yielded the battlefield. After all, given Kakuzu's peculiarities, combined with her presence at the periphery, everything remained under control. Shinji cast a glance at the 7 glowing kill lights on the beheading blade, feeling bolstered in his resolve. At this moment, he was poised to both attack and defend. Should he be cornered, he could always devise a way to eliminate Kakuzu and Conan, then retreat with Hidan back to the cult of the evil god. Pain's 6 paths were formidable, but the original Nagato was somewhat immobile. If the opportunity arose, he might yet be able to deliver a decisive blow. Thus, Shinji charged forth with his blade, eager to first gauge the waters and assess the cost of victory. Observing the audacious approach of this foolhardy lad, Kakuzu wasted no time in retaliating. A surge coursed through his back, and two rather ominous masked apparitions materialized upon his shoulders. Fire release, head of the flame. A ferocious inferno surged violently toward Shinji. Simultaneously, the other masked apparition opened its maw wide. Wind release, pressure damage. Combined ninjutsu, flame and wind turbulence. The flames, now augmented by the force of the wind, coalesced into an even more potent composite ninjutsu. The already considerable area of the inferno, bolstered by the powerful wind pressure, had its destructive capacity multiplied exponentially. Faced with such widespread AoE assault, even Shinji had to approach with caution. Blood manipulation, blood crystal prison. With a swift cut to his wrist, the blood that gushed forth enveloped Shinji, swiftly solidifying into a hardened form. Its crystalline appearance led him to dub it the blood crystal prison. This technique served both to protect himself and to ensnare his foes. With a resounding boom, the surging inferno instantaneously engulfed Shinji, akin to relentless waves crashing upon a steadfast reef. Yet, a reef, by its very nature, is not easily shattered by the tumultuous sea. At the heart of the fiery tempest, Shinji remained as unyielding as a mountain, though flames may evaporate blood. When he employed his crimson blood manipulation to crystallize it, the melting point ascended to unprecedented heights. Such heights could not be breached by ordinary flames. Thus, when the inferno subsided, under the watchful gaze of Kakuzu, the blood crystals enveloping Shinji shattered into a myriad of stars, while he himself remained unscathed. Mysterious patterns of blood began to quietly surface upon his visage. Shinji, feeling the boiling torrent of blood coursing through him, effortlessly traversed the final distance of several meters in the blink of an eye, standing before Kakuzu, his decapitating blade raised high, poised to strike at Kakuzu's neck. The icy edge of the blade shimmered with a chilling brilliance. Though it had yet to land, Kakuzu felt a slight sting at his throat. A chill ran down Kakuzu's spine, compelling him to abandon any semblance of carelessness. Earth release, earth spear. With utmost speed, he formed a single-handed seal, barely managing to raise his hardened left arm in defense. A sharp clang resounded as Shinji's blade collided with Kakuzu's obsidian arm, producing a sound reminiscent of metal violently clashing. Subsequently, a thunderous boom echoed as Kakuzu was propelled sideways, crashing into a dilapidated structure, stirring up a cloud of dust. Shinji, dismissing any notion of the no-harm principle, pursued him without hesitation, wielding his decapitating blade. At that moment, a torrent of black threads erupted forth, not only tearing apart the ruins, but also forcing Shinji to retreat. Upon closer inspection, Kakuzu had entered his Earth Grudge fear mode. Terrifying black threads danced in the air as if alive, concealing his body within their chaotic embrace. However, through the gaps, Shinji discerned a wound on Kakuzu's left arm, where the black threads were swiftly stitching themselves together. Undoubtedly, his earlier strike had indeed inflicted injury, albeit failing to fully penetrate the defenses. This realization brought a sense of relief to Shinji. "You impudent brat, your heart is already claimed by me. Perish." Enraged that he was compelled to resort to his true abilities so soon, Kakuzu unleashed a barrage of black threads from his back, intertwining to form 8 additional limbs, facilitating both his movement and attacks. Kakuzu resembled Dr. Octopus from the Spider-Man films, directing a colossal mass of condensed black threads down upon Shinji with ferocity. Boom. The ground was immediately cratered by the impact, and this was merely the beginning. Boom, boom, boom. Shinji deftly evaded, each movement allowing him to narrowly escape the descending fists. Kakuzu seemed to notice this awkward predicament, gritting his teeth before decisively unleashing 2 massive bundles of black threads, transforming them into a skyward tempest of black lines to ensnare his opponent. Shinji executed a series of swift slashes, sensing that this encounter was far from over. Casting a sidelong glance at the distance he had created from Conan, he promptly activated his blade technique, the Shattering Strike. As the 7 kill lanterns on his executioner's blade ignited, they coalesced into a unique energy enveloping him. In the blink of an eye, Shinji vanished from his original spot, reappearing like a specter behind Kakuzu. The entire sequence transpired so swiftly that neither Kakuzu nor Conan had time to react. However, the instant Shinji swung his blade, Kakuzu experienced a profound sense of tearing from behind, while Conan cried out in alarm, "Behind you!" It's too late. A fierce determination flashed in Kakuzu's eyes as he formed a hand seal with one hand, summoning a water elemental masked creature that lunged forth at incredible speed. Thud! Shinji's decisive strike was thus intercepted by the masked creature, though not entirely thwarted, for the shattering strike possessed double the destructive power of his usual blows. Consequently, the masked creature, which Kakuzu had hastily summoned for defense, was effortlessly severed in two. The momentum of the blade continued unabated, crashing down upon Kakuzu's back, now shrouded in darkness. In a critical moment, Kakuzu employed Earth Release to transition into his hardened defensive state. An ear-piercing screech akin to metal being sliced echoed through the air. A mere fraction more time, and Shinji would have cleaved him in two. However, the stout tentacles that emerged from Kakuzu were no mere decoration. With a resounding thud, they struck Shinji away. Coughing violently, Kakuzu's countenance shifted as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he had temporarily averted death, his condition was dire. One heart lay damaged, and his back bore a deep, gaping wound. Had he reacted even a moment slower, he might have been bisected. The severed black threads were a testament to the chaos that had just unfolded. How did that individual breach my earthly grudge and appear behind me in an instant? Kakuzu pondered, bewildered. He was equally perplexed by the sudden emergence of this seemingly unremarkable yet formidable opponent. With a rustle, Shinji rose from the rubble, shaking his head in dissatisfaction. The executioner's blade, though appearing razor-sharp, was merely an illusion. While it proved effective against ordinary foes, it faltered against those with formidable defenses, leading to moments of embarrassing inadequacy. In the original tale, it had been shattered twice, once while attempting to withstand the tailed beast bomb, and again when struck by the Raikage's fist. It was no wonder it was dubbed the Broken Blade. Its propensity to shatter was indeed a liability. Even now, despite having been transformed into a cursed tool by Shinji, its fundamental material had seen little improvement. Thus, it remained incapable of cleaving through the resilient. And when the moment for breaking arose, it would still succumb to that fate. Otherwise, how could Kakuzu have possibly retaliated after that strike? Undoubtedly, the shattering strike was a powerful technique within a limited range, and Shinji had no intention of relinquishing his executioner's blade. He could not help but entertain thoughts of crafting a more resilient and sharper weapon, ideally one that could effectively counter the cursed spirits. However, such aspirations remained merely fleeting ideas, as such formidable weapons were not easily found, let alone those with the potential to evolve into cursed tools. To be honest, he still had yet to decipher what the specific criteria for such a weapon entailed. Before Shinji could ponder further, the agitated Kakuzu had already initiated a new course of action. Aside from the destroyed Water Affinity Heart and the Earth Affinity Heart within his own body, the remaining 3 hearts transformed into mask-like creatures that swiftly converged in Kakuzu's remaining left hand. The masked creatures began to radiate a blue luminescence, infused with wind, fire, and lightning chakra. Observing this, Shinji dared not be reckless and immediately began to maneuver swiftly, unwilling to be locked onto by Kakuzu's impending assault, while also drawing closer to him. Although ordinary physical attacks could not penetrate Kakuzu's earth techniques, close combat remained one of Kakuzu's weaknesses. At least, compared to his formidable and adept 5-element ninjutsu, Kakuzu's close-quarter combat was rather mediocre. Shinji's strategy was simple. He must not allow Kakuzu to unleash his ninjutsu without restraint. Forcing Kakuzu to engage in a manner that was uncomfortable for him would significantly diminish his prowess. Kakuzu, with his arm raised high, wore a grim yet composed expression. While he was temporarily unable to pinpoint his adversary, he held little faith that Shinji could maintain such rapid movement indefinitely. He was certain that once the boy slowed, that single attack would send him skyward. Thus, Kakuzu chose to hold his fire, maintaining his charge. Both combatants were now acutely aware of each other's intentions, resulting in a palpable stalemate. Suddenly, Shinji momentarily faltered, yet Kakuzu remained unfazed, continuing his calm observation. As expected, Shinji's brief hesitation was merely a ruse, and he swiftly resumed his rapid movements. After 2 more feints, Kakuzu remained unperturbed. However, during Shinji's 4th pause, he abruptly turned and charged directly at Kakuzu, seemingly unconcerned with the massive chakra coalescing in his opponent's grasp. But as Kakuzu's eyelid twitched and he aimed his left hand at him, Shinji erupted once again with astonishing speed, darting sideways. In the crucial moment, Kakuzu resisted the urge to unleash his ninjutsu, refusing to fall for the ruse. The situation seemed to revert to a deadlock. Yet, suddenly, Shinji pivoted and charged once more at Kaku, brazenly disregarding the dazzling blue sparks in his hand. Kakuzu furrowed his brow. Although he initially aimed at the boy, he refrained from launching an immediate attack, wary of a potential feint. However, as the distance between them diminished rapidly, Kakuzu realized he could no longer afford to wait. If he did not strike soon, he would find himself in the defensive position. Die, kid. The Earth Grudge Fear is finally firing. With a tremendous accumulation of chakra, nearly at full charge, the chakra cannon fired. In that instant, Shinji's eyes were filled with a terrifying blue radiance. The proximity was alarming, and the velocity of the chakra cannon's assault was astonishingly swift. Although Shinji had mentally rehearsed his response multiple times in anticipation, when the moment arrived, uncertainty clouded his confidence in success. Utilizing his remarkable mastery over his own body, Shinji leapt aside with utmost speed, positioning his decapitating blade before him at a precise angle, and subsequently invoked the blood crystal prison for protection. This series of maneuvers was executed almost instantaneously as Kakuzu unleashed his final strike. In the next instant, the formidable chakra cannon collided with the blade. Boom. Crack. Due to the angle of impact, Shinji was merely grazed and was propelled backward by the overwhelming force, resulting in his weapon shattering into two fragments. However, thanks to the safeguard of the blood crystal prison, he only sustained superficial injuries upon landing. Unfazed, Shinji immediately lifted his gaze. His reckless assault was not without purpose. Obscured from view, Kakuzu failed to notice that, in addition to his adversary, Konan was also in the line of attack. By the time Kakuzu realized what had transpired as Shinji was flung away, it was too late. The powerful chakra cannon hurtled directly towards Konan. Boom! The earth trembled, and an entire row of weathered, dilapidated houses was obliterated. As the dust settled, the battlefield lay in disarray. In the center of the explosion, a figure with wings hovered in the air. The lower half of their body vanished, their expression cold and lethal. Had she not executed the paper jutsu at lightning speed, transforming her form into countless paper fragments that ascended into the sky, it was likely that not even a complete corpse would have been found. Konan's face was pale as frost, her heart seething with fury. Kakuzu, I demand an explanation. I was negligent. That young man's chosen path of attack was no mere coincidence, but a deliberate act. Kakuzu's expression was equally grim, not only due to Konan's inquiry, but also because he had just been outmaneuvered. Fortunately, Konan possessed the means to safeguard her life. Otherwise, even with 5 hearts, she would have been no match for that man's lethal prowess. Pain was, in his experience, the second most terrifying figure capable of extinguishing any desire for resistance, second only to the legendary sage of the 6 paths. Yet, he had almost inadvertently killed the most cherished woman of that man. Unforgivable. In a fit of rage, Kakuzu raised his remaining left arm, and the 3-masked creatures immediately entered a state of preparation. With his vast reservoir of chakra, he was more than capable of continuously unleashing such potent ninjutsu. Meanwhile, Konan cast a frigid glance at a certain someone, effectively inciting ire in 2 individuals with a single action. The answer lay in abandoning the situation after creating chaos. Shinji indeed patted his sides twice before hoisting the broken blade and striding away with an air of indifference. Had it been only Kakuzu, he might have persisted. However, following the failure to lure in the disaster, he had successfully drawn the ire of Konan. Facing 2 opponents is not entirely impossible. It merely requires an extraordinary effort. The dilemma lies in the fact that victory yields no rewards, while defeat spells disaster. Shinji is primarily focused on nurturing his cursed spirit and is reluctant to entangle himself with the formidable Akatsuki organization at this time. Had it not been for the frustration of having his prey stolen, he would not have sought trouble with Kakuzu. Having successfully destroyed one of Kakuzu's hearts and used it to strike at Konan, he feels a sense of vindication. Thus, Shinji decides to temporarily spare Kakuzu and Konan, choosing to settle the score at a later date. However, his magnanimity fails to resonate with either Kakuzu or Konan. On the contrary, they seem intent on pursuing him. Konan swoops down from the sky, while Kakuzu strides forward with determination to give chase. Observing this, Shinji kindly advises them, "Today is your lucky day, you should hurry away. We shall have a proper reckoning next time." Upon hearing this, Kakuzu erupts in furious laughter, declaring that there will be no need for a next time, as he is eager to witness how Shinji plans to punish them. You said it. Are you having any regrets? If I do not eliminate you today, I shall be the one regretting it. To Shinji's surprise, instead of fleeing, he turns around, his expression grave as he faces the approaching Kakuzu and Konan. Unbeknownst to them, he now holds an exquisitely crafted card in his hand. This peculiar action heightens the wariness of Kakuzu and Konan, causing them to instinctively slow their pace. Suspecting that Shinji might resort to some bizarre forbidden technique in desperation. To avoid falling into a trap, neither of them makes a move. However, Shinji's hesitation is non-existent. He promptly channels a surge of cursed energy into the card, activating it. In the next moment, a small zombie, no taller than half a meter, dressed in official attire and sporting rosy cheeks, materializes before them. The little zombie possesses an endearing appearance, with a talisman affixed to its forehead. As Shinji locks onto Kakuzu with his mind, the tiny zombie skillfully removes the talisman from its forehead and, with its big, glistening eyes, addresses Kakuzu. You unfortunate lad. Be careful not to fall and hurt yourself. After the utterance, it moistens its lips, reaffixes the talisman to its forehead, and vanishes from sight. What a surprise. A zombie that can actually speak, and with a dialect to boot. Furthermore, the adept manner in which it removed and reattached the talisman is perplexing. Such audacity, does it not fear the pursuit of the disciples sent by Joshu? In that moment, the plethora of absurdities leaves Shinji at a loss for where to begin his incredulity. Clearly, the card he had just utilized was the temporary curse card of the mischievous spirit he had previously obtained through a lottery. Temporary curse card of the mischievous spirit, effect, must trip while walking duration, 5 minutes PS. I cannot comment on its cuteness, but I suggest you protect your face. This method of usage was entirely beyond his expectations. Even after the little zombie disappeared, Kakuzu and Konan remained on high alert, their expressions a mix of caution and bewilderment. What had just transpired? Could that peculiar child be a manifestation conjured by the opponent? It seems unlikely. Moreover, how did he simply vanish? What a charade. Kakuzu believed he had discerned the opponent's trick and promptly turned to leave. However, he suddenly slipped, landing flat on the ground with a resounding thud. His left arm was occupied by 3 gathering mass creatures, and he had not had the opportunity to wield his severed right arm, resulting in an utterly humiliating fall. His face was unceremoniously pressed into the ground. A laugh escaped Shinji's lips, unable to be contained. His earlier hesitation to flee was merely to observe the specific effects of this card, which, thus far, appeared quite impressive. Kakuzu, now the target of mockery, seethed with unexpressed anger, unsure of whom to vent it upon. Regaining his composure, he took a step forward, only to slip again, crashing down once more. This time, the fall was even more severe, knocking out a tooth. What manner of ninjutsu is this? Kakuzu pondered, bloodied and bewildered. Beg me, and I may enlighten you. Came no response, prompting Shinji to turn away with a smirk. Don't think you can escape. Kakuzu was certain he had fallen victim to some trickery, likely linked to the strange child who had appeared earlier. Land of Wrath. A multitude of black threads bound together, forming 8 tentacles to facilitate his movement. Yet again, he fell with a thud. Konan, Kakuzu exclaimed, do not concern yourself with me. Pursue that individual. His expression darkened as he stood once more, having now fallen thrice, lacking the courage to take another step. Konan furrowed her brow, weighing the situation carefully. Kakuzu, growing anxious, urged, quickly, don't let him escape. With a heavy sigh, Konan ultimately soared into the air in pursuit. Once the vicinity was clear, Kakuzu hesitated, contemplating another attempt. He lifted his foot, moved forward, and then thud. A sharp pain shot through his nose, and he finally resigned himself to frustration. How could that individual achieve such a feat? Was there truly a ninjutsu that caused one to perpetually stumble? Despite his vexation, Kakuzu recognized that he could still accomplish much while remaining stationary. Moments later, the black threads elongated, deftly retrieving his lost right arm, which he began to stitch back into place. Just then, a figure suddenly returned. Bold move. Kakuzu immediately understood that the opponent had exploited the opportunity to shake off Konan and, seizing the moment, returned to confront him. Now rendered immobile, he felt like a sitting duck. Estimating the distance between them, he realized that, given the opponent's speed, he could not summon his ultimate strike in time. Refusing to be passive, 2 mass creatures leaped from his back, unleashing ninjutsu toward Shinji. Meanwhile, he activated Earth Release, Earth Spear, hardening his skin to bolster his defenses. Crimson Blood Manipulation, Supernova. The blood, compressed and released, erupted with the force of a shotgun, spewing forth a barrage of powerful projectiles. Jiaodu was suddenly struck head-on, letting out a muffled groan. Although the blood bullets failed to penetrate his defenses, the formidable impact forced him to stagger backward. This retreat proved problematic. Jiaodu instantly lost his balance, teetering perilously close to a fall. Despite his desperate efforts to regain stability, the distance between his head and the ground diminished ominously. Shinji understood that the broken blade in his hand could not breach Jiaodu's earthen defenses. However, if he could infiltrate Jiaodu's body with his blood for internal destruction, it might very well lead to Jiaodu's demise. Yet, at that moment, the two detached masked creatures had already unleashed their assault. Shinji faced two choices: endure the onslaught with his undying body and attempt to vanquish Jiaodu, risking relentless pursuit from Konan and the Akatsuki, or strive to preserve himself while imparting a lesson that Jiaodu would never forget. In the blink of an eye, Shinji made his decision. There was no need to stubbornly cling to a futile endeavor. With a powerful leap, he evaded the inferno and lightning below. Simultaneously, Jiaodu directed a barrage of black threads towards the airborne Shinji. Aware that he would become an easy target, Shinji knew that even a fleeting moment would suffice. Crimson Blood Manipulation, Bloodblade Destruction. He sliced open his wrist, releasing a torrent of blood he had previously conserved, which swiftly coalesced into sharp blood blades, hurtling downward. The blades' exteriors were remarkably tough, while the blood within flowed rapidly, rendering them exquisitely lethal. With a flurry of swishes, countless black threads were severed, unable to withstand the onslaught. Subsequently, Jiaodu and the two masked creatures were engulfed in the chaos. As Shinji landed back on the ground, the terrain lay in ruins, as if subjected to a relentless barrage of blades. Turning his gaze to Jiaodu, he observed tattered garments and a disheveled appearance. The severed black threads hung limply in the air, blood trickling incessantly from his lips, while the two masked creatures were reduced to mere fragments. At this juncture, Jiaodu had lost 3 hearts entirely. Had he not valiantly protected the wind tribute heart on his back, he would have been rendered as mortal as any ordinary individual. No longer the immortal ninja he once was. Now, Jiaodu was a mixture of shock and fury, with only his main body and the wind tribute heart remaining. His chances of victory were dwindling. Moreover, having been struck by that peculiar ninjutsu, he found himself unable to move without the risk of falling. He could very well meet his demise today. As Shinji surveyed the pitiful state of Jiaodu, contemplating whether to endure a period of blood loss to deliver a decisive blow, an origami spear suddenly whizzed through the air. With a resounding boom, Shinji leapt back, the ground erupting into a crater. This explosive force concealed a detonating talisman. At a critical moment, the previously discarded Konan had finally returned. Shinji pondered for a moment before turning away, yet not without leaving behind a thought-provoking remark. So, you rely on your numbers, do you? Just wait. I shall return and gather my own. This time, Xiaonan did not pursue him further. She lacked the confidence to ensure his retention and was uncertain whether he was merely employing the same trick again. If she attempted to confront him once more, it might very well result in her needing to collect the pieces for Kakuzu. Moreover, what if his words held truth? Should he possess companions of formidable strength? Wouldn't she be ensnaring herself in a precarious situation? There was no need to place herself in danger for someone irrelevant, particularly at such a critical juncture in the organization's grand scheme. How about you? You won't die? Kakuzu replied curtly, his tone not directed at Xiaonan. Yet his irritation was palpable. Having suffered such a significant setback and lost face before Xiaonan, he could hardly be expected to wear a smile. Xiaonan, however, was not one to stoop to Kakuzu's level. She merely inquired, "Can you still walk?" Uncertain, Kakuzu frowned, his mind steeped in frustration. "Let me take a few steps." Reluctantly, he nodded and lifted his foot, only to land with a thud once more. "Xiaonan, Kakuzu, truly exasperating." "Very well, I shall carry you through the air," Xiaonan suggested, shaking her head. "Unnecessary. I do not believe any ninjutsu can maintain its effects indefinitely." Kakuzu sought to preserve his last vestiges of stubbornness and pride. Xiaonan furrowed her brow. If that earlier individual truly went to seek assistance, their escape might not be so assured. "Huh, do you think I would fear him?" He scoffed. "Let him come. The more, the merrier." It would serve perfectly to replenish my missing heart. Don't ask. I simply refuse to yield. Even Shounen could perceive the facade of strength Kakuzu was attempting to uphold, yet his value to Akatsuki was considerable. He could not be so easily abandoned. Thus, she altered her approach. Soon, the organization will initiate that plan. Let us refrain from complicating matters at this time, shall we? Pain has issued new directives for us to return immediately. Kakuzu straightened slowly, his expression grave. Then there is no other option. Let us depart. However, should we encounter that individual again, I shall not let him escape. Shounen discreetly rolled her eyes, but chose to remain silent. Before long, with her paper wings, Shounen grasped the disheveled Kakuzu and struggled to take flight. The emergence of such an unstable factor near the rain country necessitated informing Nagato. As for Pain's new directive, it was a fabrication on Shounen's part. Kakuzu was well aware, but sometimes a mutual understanding was all that was needed to smooth over the situation. Thus, the ninja world is not merely about conflict, but rather the intricacies of human relationships. Meanwhile, Shinji indeed returned to seek Hidan. However, Hidan had yet to fully recover from his injuries and was considerably weakened. Shinji contemplated the futility of returning at this juncture, ultimately resigning himself to that regret. He also found himself perplexed as to why the system had not triggered more missions. If there were any wool to be sheared, he would undoubtedly pursue the target with unwavering determination, even if it meant confronting the formidable Hidan head-on. In fact, Hidan need not lift a finger. He could simply recline within the meticulously drawn ritual circle while his counterpart drew blood and offered it to him, only to subsequently stab repeatedly. Alas, what a pity! What troubles you? One moment you shake your head, and the next, you're foolishly grinning, only to be struck on the head? Hidan, do you know what commonality exists between a head and a backside? Shinsuke suddenly posed this question. What commonality? Both possess a mouth. Remember to use the one on top to speak next time, or I shall assist you in swapping it with the one below. Hidan's face flushed crimson, his eyes brimming with indignation. Yet, weighing the disparity in strength and the fact that the scoundrel meant what he said, Hidan decisively chose to acquiesce. If the two mouths were truly to be switched, he would rather embrace death. After engaging in some psychological manipulation with Hidan, Shinsuke resolved to further enhance his power before returning to the cursed god cult. Having discovered the correct method to accumulate cursed soul points, he now boasted a total of 2,800 points. A significant portion of this bounty stemmed from a special grade cursed spirit, which contributed 5,000 points upon exorcism, and another 5,000 for successfully dismembering Hidan into 18 pieces, bringing the total to a commendable 10,000. The remainder was undoubtedly rewards gleaned from vanquishing other expendable cursed spirits. Accumulating small fortunes had proven unexpectedly delightful. Previously impoverished and devoid of opportunities, he now relished a modest fortune. Even lottery draws no longer required a desperate one-by-one gamble for miracles. Thus, Shinsuke wasted no time and activated the system for 10 consecutive draws. Instantly, 10,000 cursed soul points were deducted, with little regard for the loss. He focused intently on the dazzling golden light. Soon, the radiance faded, and a series of notifications appeared. You have obtained a random life curse technique fragment X1. You have obtained Sadako's videotape X1. You have received the system's gratitude. You have received the system's gratitude. You have received the system's gratitude. You have obtained a random life curse technique fragment X1. You have received 500 cursed soul points. You have obtained a mummy's bandages X1. You have received 2,000 cursed soul points. You have received the system's gratitude. Shinsuke's expression darkened. Damn it. How could there be 4 instances of this absurd system's gratitude in a single 10 draw? It was hard not to suspect that this wretched system was pocketing kickbacks. Otherwise, what was it so grateful for? Aside from the 500 points replenished, he promptly began examining the other items. Random life curse technique fragment. Effect. Collect 10 pieces to synthesize a random life curse technique card, which grants a randomly selected life curse technique upon use. Cursed object. Sadako's videotape. Effect. When transferred to an individual, the recipient will instantly sprout a head of lush, smooth black hair, though their entire face will remain obscured by it. Method of removal. Transfer it to another person. It cannot be discarded. If discarded, it will automatically return to the holder. Indestructible. The destroyer shall be subjected to an everlasting curse. followed by the restoration of the videotape. Fear not, for the nightmare commences the moment you relinquish the tape. Cursed object, mummy's bandages, effect, instantaneous healing of injuries, with severed limbs capable of regeneration. It is effective when wrapped around any part of the body, but may only be used by oneself. Negative effect, death within 5 seconds following use. Cooldown, 2 hours. You might merely desire a dignified demise. Upon reading this, Shinji couldn't help but exclaim, "This is utterly absurd." Randomly generated cursed fragments are undoubtedly valuable. Collecting 10 pieces grants access to another form of cursed technique, a matter of great significance. If a tenfold draw guarantees at least 2 fragments, it implies that approximately 50,000 cursed soul points could yield such results. This price is exorbitant, yet not entirely outrageous when weighed against its worth. Moreover, one may acquire additional items during the process. As for the 2 cursed objects, Sadako's videotape and Mummy's bandages, the former appears to be a source of humor. Yet upon reflection, it is rather terrifying. He certainly does not wish to transform into a ghostly figure with long hair obscuring her face. Had it not been for the aforementioned note, he might have impulsively handed it to Hidan, allowing his beloved son to endure such torment, tenderly uttering, "Fear not, my child, for your father loves you." However, since the curse only activates upon his first act of submission, this peculiar item could remain in reserve for the time being. Should a circumstance arise where it proves useful, he could hastily discard it. If not, it would simply count as an additional draw from the system's gratitude. The mummy's bandages are indeed intriguing. Its effect is extraordinary, allowing for the instant restoration of injuries and the regrowth of severed limbs. Although the negative effect is equally absurd, death within 5 seconds, under different circumstances, it could only serve as a means of mutual destruction in dire situations. And with a mere 5 seconds to spare. Yet, Shinji possesses immortality. He fears not death, but rather a fragmented demise. This is splendid. When the time comes, he could wrap this around his forehead, rendering him impervious to dismemberment. To test its efficacy, he casually severed one of his fingers and wrapped the bandage around his arm with nonchalance. In the next moment, a miracle transpired. The severed finger was instantly restored, moving freely once more. Shinji's heart soared with joy, only to have his head tilt, and he perished. His face bore a smile of delight in death. An unsettling sight indeed. 5 seconds is far too brief. After another 3 seconds elapsed, Shinji, who had just died, suddenly revived. This was an unanticipated and abrupt demise. Moreover, more crucially, the system's curse had not been activated. Was it deemed a suicide? Quite so. Had he activated the curse upon death using the mummy's bandages, he could exploit a bug. If he were to remove the bandage for even a second, it would signify his defeat. Thus, he could languish in bed, dying and reviving endlessly. Each time he opens his eyes, he becomes stronger. Could that not render him invincible? However, it is evident that he is merely indulging in fanciful thoughts, for a cooldown period of 2 hours still looms ahead. Clearly, although this peculiar system has its quirks, it does not possess such blatant vulnerabilities to exploit. Nonetheless, the absence of pain is certainly worthy of a 5-star review. Shinji efficiently stowed away his belongings and, after a moment of contemplation, gritted his teeth and opted for another 10 draws. Observing his dwindling curse soul points, anxiety gripped his heart. Should he fail to procure something worthwhile, he vowed never to engage with this wretched contraption again. Amidst a stream of muttered threats, the radiant light faded, revealing the following. You have acquired 500 curse soul points. You have acquired 100 curse soul points. You have acquired 100 curse soul points. You have received the system's gratitude. You have obtained a random curse technique fragment X1. You have received the system's gratitude. You have acquired a curse tool transformation card X1. You have obtained a random cursed spirit experience card X1. You have acquired 100 curse soul points. You have obtained a random cursed technique fragment X1. Uncertain whether his previous threats had borne fruit, it was clear that the system's gratitude only manifested twice, while the total curse soul points acquired had significantly diminished, amounting to a mere 800. Beyond that, he still received 2 fragments of random curse technique, which increasingly appeared to be a guaranteed outcome. Truly valuable items were limited to just 2. Cursed tool transformation card, effect. This card allows for the forcible transformation of any item into a cursed tool. The form, abilities, and strength are contingent upon the properties and potential of the item. P.S. If one were to transform a mere stone, the result might just be an oddly shaped stone. Random Cursed Spirit Experience Card Effect. Upon use, this card grants a one-time experience of a random cursed spirit. After perusing the details, a smile of anticipation gradually spread across Shinji's face as he decided to use the Random Cursed Spirit Experience card directly. Special Grade Cursed Spirit Koni. Experience Card. Description. A curse born from humanity's fear and reverence of thunder. Curse Technique. Thunderbolt Spell Domain. Heavenly Punishment Hell. Unable to unfold. Fusion Time. 10 minutes usage count. 11. The card depicted a girl with the body of a deer. Her gaze cold and indifferent. She possessed a graceful countenance, adorned with long, lustrous black hair and silver eyelashes and eyebrows. Her upper body was clad in azure armor, and atop her head sprouted two massive, forked antlers resembling branches, with faint arcs of electricity dancing around her. Shinji carefully tucked the card close to him. Although he could not fathom why the domain was indicated as unable to unfold, it was clear from the card alone that this special grade cursed spirit Koni could not be deemed weak. It was undoubtedly far superior to the most feeble special grade cursed spirit he had previously vanquished. Just imagine the terror instilled by a cursed spirit birthed from humanity's dread of thunder. Fortunately, he had obtained an experience card rather than being compelled to confront such a formidable entity directly. This Cursed Spirit Experience card would undoubtedly become one of his most potent trump cards in the present and for a long time to come. Upon reflection, Shinji felt a mixture of reassurance and unease. He believed that it would not be long before a multitude of cursed spirits began to emerge throughout the shinobi world, inciting great turmoil. He was not particularly worried that these initial cursed spirits could overturn the entire shinobi realm. After all, the major ninja villages were not to be underestimated. Even the most ordinary special-grade cursed spirits would find little success against those formidable ninjas. His primary concern lay in the passage of time, which would inevitably give rise to even more terrifying cursed spirits. As long as humanity continued to harbor negative emotions such as fear and hatred, cursed spirits would inevitably manifest. This raised a pertinent question. What do the people of this world fear the most? Perhaps it is the ninjas themselves, or even the very essence of Chakra. The thought of cursed spirits born from such fears is enough to send a chill down one's spine. Furthermore, humanity also fears tailed beasts, war, and that ominous moon. Once the truth is revealed to many, what ghastly entities might emerge? Shinji had no desire to be a savior, but as long as he existed in this world, he could never remain aloof. He would always have to choose a side. Due to his identity and his ability to grow stronger by vanquishing cursed spirits, he inevitably chose to stand with humanity. Thus, all that remained was to pursue this goal relentlessly. In this light, he was indeed the one with the grandest vision. Shortly thereafter, in the Land of Rain, at the tower, upon the return of Konan and Kakadu, with a stern expression, departed immediately. Having lost 3 hearts, he currently felt quite vulnerable and was eager to seek out new hearts to restore himself to peak condition. Naturally, Konan had no interest in coddling him. After all, he was not her grandfather, and age alone does not command respect. Successfully bringing Kakazu back to life was a task well accomplished. As for the rest, she needed to inform Nagato and strategize further. Entering Nagato's chamber alone, she was met with the sight of the man behind the gaunt skeletal figure seated in a specially designed wheelchair, Nagato himself. The multitude of black rods embedded in his back seemed to tell tales of sorrowful pasts. "I have returned," she announced. Nagato nodded gently, his voice raspy as he inquired, "You're back so soon. Have you already gathered all the information? And what of Kakuzu?" The rumors circulating about a man-eating monster appeared to hold some truth, though its power was not as fearsome as claimed. On the contrary, the few we encountered were easily dispatched. Furthermore, we can confirm that this rumor is unrelated to the tailed beasts. With a change of breath, Konan's demeanor grew serious as she continued, "What I am about to disclose is the true harvest of this mission." A few minutes later, having recounted the unfolding events of the mission, Nagato contemplated thoughtfully, even appearing somewhat astonished. "So you were concerned that Kakuzu might not fare well, which prompted your hasty return," he deduced. Seeing Konan nod in affirmation, he could not resist asking, "Is that wielder of the decapitating sword truly so formidable?" "I recall the current wielder of the decapitating sword is a rogue ninja from the mist referred to as the bloodthirsty demon." "It is not the bloodthirsty demon," Xiaonan stated with unwavering certainty that they had previously gathered intelligence on the ghost man and had considered including him as a candidate for organizational evaluation. However, they ultimately decided against it, as the ghost man's strength and character did not meet their current recruitment standards. In other words, the individual Yu and Jiao Du encountered is likely the one who eliminated the ghost man and seized his beheading sword. This is the only plausible explanation. To have the ability to destroy Jiao Du's 3 hearts and then retreat unscathed in your presence. Do you believe this individual possesses the worthiness for recruitment? It remains uncertain. However, the capabilities demonstrated by this individual are quite peculiar and enigmatic. It would be prudent to observe further. Therefore, I entrust this matter to you. Gather all available intelligence regarding this individual. When the opportune moment arises, you may bring others for evaluation. Indeed. Yet, there is no need to concern ourselves with Jiao Du's opinions. Should he have any objections, he may approach me directly. The Akatsuki organization does not permit him to act capriciously. Although Jiao Du was personally invited to join the Akatsuki by Nagato, who oversees the pain, and has been entrusted with significant financial authority within the organization, there is one aspect that Nagato finds rather troubling. Since his joining, every ninja who has partnered with Jiao Du on missions has met their demise at his hands. The Akatsuki's development has already been sluggish, and recruiting new members is arduous. The situation worsens when, for every new recruit he and Xiaonan bring in, Jiao Du eliminates one shortly thereafter. Such a cycle would be unbearable for anyone. Nagato has often suspected that Jiao Du relies too heavily on his seniority. Thus, this opportunity may serve as a means to remind him of the fading terror from that fateful day. Xiaonan did not oppose Nagato's decision. After all, time is ample, and the outcome remains uncertain, so it is prudent to investigate further. After reporting her findings, she immediately closed her eyes to recall the details. White sheets of paper began to fall from her body, quickly adhering to one another, ultimately forming a lifelike paper figure. Upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably Akagi Shinji. After utilizing her memory to create a 3D representation of Shinji, Xiaonan circled around the paper figure 3 times. Finally, she recalled several notable features worthy of consideration, one of which was the peculiar necklace adorning his neck. She felt an uncanny familiarity with the design, as if she had encountered it before. Days later, Shinji returned to the evil god cult, accompanied by a nearly healed Hidan. Following the harrowing experience of being dismembered and mounted on the wall, Hidan's arrogance had somewhat diminished. As he recognized the limitations of his immortality, he yearned to grow stronger. Shinji was, of course, pleased with Hidan's transformation. However, he should not expect to hear a single word of praise from him. At most, he would relentlessly train Hidan each day, using words of encouragement in the hope that Hidan would grasp the underlying intention behind his efforts. Just like this, bang, bang, bang. Stop shouting, or they'll think I'm slaughtering pigs out here. Then why do you insist on hitting my face? Are you jealous that I am more handsome than you? Before I encountered you, I had never possessed the flaw of judging others by their appearance. However, upon meeting you, my vision has become clouded. With a cold smirk, Shinji beckoned to Hidan, who lay on the ground with a swollen face. Get up quickly, stop pretending to be dead. Weren't you supposed to slay me first once you grew stronger? Mustering some spirit would be appreciated. Or have you developed a technique to defeat me in your dreams? With gritted teeth, Hidan rose from the ground, his eyes ablaze with fury as he charged at Shinji. Mere moments later, a figure was sent flying back, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. While both gold and shards of glass may reflect light, I never anticipated a shard of glass would dare collide with gold. I implore you, use your intellect, will you? You lack advantages in strength and speed. What emboldens you to rush in head first? Is your intellect merely a facade to elevate your appearance? With an explosive strike against the ground, Hidan's eyes nearly ignited with rage. Although he was typically verbose, when it came to insults, he was not even worthy of carrying Shinji's shoes. Despite the time that had passed, the only insult he could muster repeatedly was a singular curse. Useless. However, upon rising this time, Hidan had indeed grown wiser. At least he no longer recklessly charged in to seek punishment. He began to maneuver, circling and searching for an opening. A perfect opportunity. Hidan leaped forward, only to be met with defeat once more. How could he have missed such a blatant bait? Had I known, I would have discarded you along with the trash this morning. Alas, I blame my memory for mistakenly perceiving you as a worthy opponent. As Shinji's tone grew increasingly mocking, Hidan's frustration escalated. He charged again, was knocked down, rose to fight again, and was defeated once more. What drove Hidan to madness was the incessant taunting that accompanied each of his defeats. Remarks such as, "It appears you've exerted yourself to the utmost. Yet you still fall short of my mere casual efforts. Or could you refrain from breathing? Even from this distance, I can sense the stench of incompetence." As Hidan endured both physical blows and mental torment, he gradually became disoriented. In this daze, all external stimuli began to blur. The walls, the interplay of light and shadow, and the incessant prattle, all seemed to fade from his consciousness, leaving only that insufferable presence. Focus, an unprecedented level of concentration. He could finally perceive Shinji's every movement with clarity and respond appropriately. Immersed in this newfound clarity, Hidan suddenly felt an absence of that previous agitation. His thoughts crystallized with remarkable lucidity. The most pronounced change was evident in his sparring partner, Shinji, as he discovered that, without resorting to the crimson blood manipulation, the long-harassed Fadewan seemed to have finally grasped something, beginning to exert tremendous pressure on him. To be honest, the speed of such progress was rather frightening. Shinji suddenly ceased speaking and devoted all his energy, striving to assist Fadewan in maintaining and adapting to this newfound state. After a while, Fadewan, fatigued, stumbled, breaking free from that intense state of focus. Shinji, however, showed no mercy. With a forceful flex of his fingers, a sharp crack echoed as he struck Fadewan's forehead, once again sending him crashing to the ground. Fadewan, already drained, was hit hard, stars dancing before his eyes, and as he braced himself against the ground, he began to gag. A few minutes later, after finally catching his breath, Fadewan shakily rose to his feet, gritting his teeth and declaring, "Bring it on." Yet, Shinji shook his head, suggesting that they call it a day, for he believed Fadewan had already discovered his own path to strength. Fadewan was initially taken aback, then recalled that extraordinary state, one in which he had completely discarded everything, with only the enemy in his sight. In that state, his reflexes would reach their utmost limit. However, the drawbacks were equally significant. Setting aside how to swiftly enter that special state, merely ignoring all factors aside from the target was enough to give Fadewan pause. Did the enemy not have companions? What if there were traps laid nearby? Nevertheless, this was undoubtedly a promising beginning. These shortcomings could potentially be addressed in the future. Thus, Shinji had uttered those words to Fadewan. Initially, Fadewan had harbored grave doubts about Shinji's intentions, suspecting that the rogue had merely agreed to assist him in training under the pretense of delivering punishment. Yet, after truly gaining something from that ordeal, his thoughts began to waver. Reflecting on Shinji's final actions and the genuine delight reflected in his gaze, those doubts swiftly dissipated, replaced by another thought. Was it truly necessary for that guy to be such a rogue? Of course, even with such thoughts emerging, the dissatisfaction remained. After a brief silence, Fadewan raised his chin defiantly, exclaiming, "This is far too easy. Since you've agreed to be my sparring partner, give it your all. Or are you afraid of being surpassed by the genius that is Lord Fadewan? Fear not. When the time comes, I shall grant you a dignified demise." "Huh? Are you certain you can withstand it? Know that today, I am only exerting 1/10 of my strength for you to experience." Shinji's expression was peculiar. Fadewan froze momentarily. But for the sake of pride, he stammered, "Just bring it on." "Very well, it's settled then." Seeing Shinji's decisiveness, Fadewan suddenly regretted being so boastful. Yet, it was too late for regrets now. The thought of enduring daily beatings and enduring mockery from his opponent plunged him into despondency. Should he simply escape? Fadewan gazed outside, lost in contemplation. As time passes, incidents involving monstrous attacks have gradually emerged across the ninja world. In the Land of Fire, specifically in the Hidden Leaf Village, the esteemed Hokage has announced that the unidentified creatures responsible for the recent disturbances have been dealt with. What is the extent of the damage? There have been some civilian casualties. However, elite ninja Kakashi Hitaki and Might Guy were dining nearby and promptly arrived at the scene. Shortly thereafter, reinforcements arrived and successfully eliminated the threat, with only a few combatants sustaining minor injuries. The elderly figure clad in the Hokage's robes, a pipe resting between his lips, appeared slightly relieved before issuing commands in an authoritative tone. Compensation for all affected villagers would be disbursed at double the usual rate, and immediate arrangements would be made to rebuild the damaged homes. Understood. As soon as the words left his mouth, A masked Umbu ninja knelt before him, quickly vanishing into thin air. Then came a knock at the door, as if the elderly leader was not to be granted even a moment's respite. Enter, Hokage-sama. There have been multiple reports of monstrous attacks within the borders of the Land of Fire, and we hope to dispatch personnel to address the situation. The elder furrowed his brow slightly, silently inhaling from his pipe. Have the investigative teams we previously dispatched not yet returned? Not yet. But they have transmitted the intelligence gathered thus far. The elder received the translated message and began to peruse its contents. Gradually, dissatisfaction became evident upon his countenance. What? After all these days of investigation, this is the best they could send back to appease me? Unidentified creatures are now attacking humans across the ninja world, and just today, a tragedy struck within the Leaf Village, resulting in numerous casualties. What am I to tell the people? This vague and unclear information is utterly insufficient. I demand an immediate dispatch of more personnel to uncover the nature of these creatures, what they are, how they came to be, whether their existence is mere coincidence or a result of human intervention. Only upon gathering concrete evidence may you return with a report. The ninja who had come to report dared not breathe audibly, hastily acquiescing. As he prepared to depart, he hesitated momentarily to inquire. Should we send aid to the affected areas? Prioritize those who have registered for assistance, then allocate our available manpower based on proximity and severity of the threat. Mobilize every available resource within the village, commanded the Hokage. Yes, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen, feeling the weight of the situation, recognized the limitations of their manpower, necessitating a focus on the most immediate threats. As for the remaining areas, he could only hope that clarity would emerge from the investigations. If only they could discover the origins of these mysterious creatures, the resolution would be far simpler. Alas, it is indeed a tumultuous season. Sarutobi gazed out the window, feeling as though he had aged yet another year. In truth, the response from the Leaf Village had been remarkably timely and compassionate. In contrast, the losses suffered by several other prominent ninja villages were significantly greater. In the Land of Lightning, the imposing Raikage was issuing commands with an air of authority. Mobilize every available fighter and eliminate those vile creatures. When necessary, one may bring along their companions. Regardless of the nature of those ominous entities or the identity of the puppeteer behind them, I seek but one outcome. The individual was drenched in cold sweat. However, if all personnel were dispatched, the village's defensive capability would be significantly compromised. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the Raikage, declaring, "As long as I am here, who would dare to seek death?" Indeed, in the Land of Earth, within a Wagakure, the Tsuchikage inquired, "Shall we remain passive?" The casualty figures among the common folk have been rising alarmingly. The elderly Oyuki, donned in the guise of a frail old man, wore a perplexed expression. Could it be that he had misjudged? These inexplicable creatures that had suddenly appeared were perhaps not the machinations of rival ninja villages. His attempts to draw out the mastermind through baiting had yielded no results. For prudence's sake, he should have continued to wait a few more days. Yet, as his subordinates pointed out, his prolonged inaction had already incited discontent among many. He feared that if he remained idle, the public's ire would erupt before he could catch the proverbial fish. Reluctantly, Oyuki suppressed his inner doubts and issued a new command. Let the Yellow Earth commence operations, prioritizing rescue efforts. Should they encounter overwhelming resistance, they are to retreat immediately. Any anomalies or suspicious occurrences must be reported to me without delay. Yes, Tsuchikage. Upon hearing that the Tsuchikage had finally changed his mind, the subordinates departed with renewed enthusiasm. Oyuki, observing their elation, felt no anger. After all, those who did not occupy his position could hardly comprehend his thoughts and decisions. If this were an enemy's ploy, what would happen if he sent out the majority of his forces, only for the village to be ambushed? Regardless of the likelihood of such a scenario, as Tsuchikage, he had to consider all possibilities. Being cautious is not a vice. In the Land of Wind, within Sunagakure, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, passionately addressed the assembly, esteemed colleagues. I believe this incident presents us with both a crisis and an opportunity. He unabashedly revealed the ambition gleaming in his eyes. The Land of Wind was impoverished beyond measure, so destitute that he, a Kazekage of one of the 5 great ninja villages, was compelled to extract gold from sand daily to fund the village's operations. Among the historical leaders of the ninja villages, none had endured such misfortune. Thus, his greatest desire was to transform Sunagakure into a prosperous and formidable entity, liberating himself from the identity of a mere tool, no longer toiling like a laborer in search of golden sand. Yet previously, he had seen no opportunities. Now, however, the others only perceived the threat posed by these mysterious creatures, while he discerned an opportunity, a potential for transformation within the world. Bang! Raza forcefully slammed his hands on the table, proclaiming, "I propose the immediate establishment of a new department, consolidating all remaining resources to capture and study these new beings. Let us attempt to subjugate and transform them. If we can find ways to harness the power of tailed beasts, why should we not seek to utilize other forces? Even if we were to take a step back, the mere discovery of a new direction for the creation of puppets from each other would significantly enhance our military capabilities." There is, however, an unspoken sentiment that Luo Sha has not articulated. Should the plan encounter obstacles, he might even be amenable to collaborating with the other party, provided they truly exist or possess intelligence comparable to that of humans. After all, much of the Wind Country comprises worthless sandy terrain, which he is indifferent to. Before long, the majority were persuaded by Luo Sha's words. A show of hands led to a unanimous decision, passed. In the land of water, at the Hidden Mist Village, Lady May, you cannot go. No more pleas are necessary. There's a Master Yuan stationed here. Even in my absence, it will suffice. But Koko, you are the Mizukage. How can you personally undertake such a task? The aloof and commanding Terumi May disregarded their concerns as she stepped through the door. If I cannot protect my own people, what worth is there in being a Mizukage? Inform Master Yuan that should anything befall me, they may select another Mizukage, for I am merely an acting one at present. For various reasons, the Hidden Mist has suffered greatly. Even though internal strife has largely subsided, the remnants of chaos are not easily mended. It will take years of recuperation to regain stability. This has resulted in a severely limited manpower for the village. Thus, when a large-scale monster attack ensued, the village's response was painfully inadequate. In desperation, the Mizukage, Terumi May, chose to take matters into her own hands. Each of the 5 great shinobi villages responded in what they deemed the most effective manner, simultaneously ushering in a new chapter in the shinobi world. Regardless of the correctness of their responses, they were undoubtedly timely and effective compared to the smaller nations and villages. In the process of the emergence of cursed spirits, it is the smaller nations with little capacity for self-defense that suffer the most. When a nation's leaders fail to safeguard the lives of their citizens, greater unrest ensues. It is at this critical juncture that certain individuals or factions recognize the existence of opportunity. For instance, an organization known as Akatsuki began to be employed by various smaller nations to hunt down unknown monsters, assisting in the restoration of stability. Due to their remarkable efficiency, they garnered much praise. Additionally, an organization named the Cult of the Evil God took advantage of the chaos to expand aggressively, amassing considerable wealth and offerings. Their doctrines and propaganda attracted numerous and scrupulous individuals of some capability. Logically, the expansion of the Cult of the Evil God should be a boon for Faden. However, in reality, the friction between the cult leader, Takakage, and Faden has only intensified. Within the base, a loud crash resounded as a brooding youth with a slicked-back hairstyle kicked the door open, emerging from a room where the cult leader, Takakage, wore a grim expression. Gritting his teeth, the situation was straightforward. The cult had recently recruited many individuals. Typically, those with a modicum of strength possess inflated egos. Upon entering a new environment, they tend to flaunt their power and status rather than temper their behavior. It is merely the misfortune of these individuals that they chose to provoke Fadewan. In such circumstances, the elders naturally reveled in their misfortunes, opting to remain passive observers, unwilling to offer any warnings. Thus, Fadewan sent all those who dared to trouble him to meet the malevolent deity. Initially, this matter should have concluded there. However, unbeknownst to him, among the deceased were relatives who had hidden away, managing to survive. That very night, they stealthily approached and inflicted a wound upon Fadewan. Although he emerged unscathed and swiftly retaliated, the incident thoroughly incensed him. It also led him to believe that the newcomers were not true followers of the malevolent deity, but rather heretics. Restless, he seized the bloodied scythe of March and, under the cover of night, eliminated the entire group of new acolytes. None escaped. Additionally, he lost 2 seasoned individuals who attempted to persuade him. When the leader of the Takiji sect arrived at the scene, he found Fade Wan, drenched in blood, fervently praying to the malevolent deity. The surrounding crowd stood in stunned silence, as those who dared to speak had already fallen. The Takiji leader was furious. But what infuriated him most was Fade Wan's blatant disregard for his commands. Ultimately, it was Akagi Shinji who intervened, persuading Fade Wan to return to rest. From that moment, the Takiji leader sensed a palpable shift in how others regarded him. In a camp rife with killers, the law of the jungle prevailed. If he could not subdue Fade Wan, others would certainly follow suit, leading to a loss of his authority. Yet Fade Wan was one of the 2 successful subjects he had sacrificed so many lives to obtain. He was reluctant to sever ties with him unless absolutely necessary. Thus, the following day, after a night of contemplation, the Takiji leader resolved to speak with Fade Wan. After all, the previous day's events had arisen from specific circumstances, and Fade Wan's poor demeanor might have stemmed from the recent bloodshed. As long as Fade Wan remained willing to heed his commands and acknowledge him as leader, he could overlook the transgressions of the previous day. However, Fade Wan had long harbored discontent towards this man. Daily commanded to perform various tasks, the offerings to the malevolent deity diminished in quality. The so-called expansion merely resulted in an increasing number of followers. What value did power, status, or wealth hold? Most crucially, why should he obey the orders of a weakling? He, Fade Wan, was the favored and loyal acolyte of the malevolent deity, perhaps alongside Shinji. The Takiji leader was not the spokesperson of the malevolent deity. With such thoughts in mind, it became evident how the ensuing conversation would unfold. Ultimately, the 2 parted ways in discord. "Leader, I am fine. Have someone clean this place up," Fade Wan stated. As the Takiji leader departed, his eyes reflected a chilling, bone-deep malice. He would not allow the weapon he had forged to turn against its master. If disobedience persisted, destruction was the only recourse. After all, Fade Wan was never the singular choice from the outset. Soon after, within a concealed chamber, Shinji sat across from Takahira. "What is your opinion on my proposal?" Takahira, the leader, spoke with a sincerity tinged with a hint of melancholy and helplessness, as if he had been compelled to reach this juncture. Upon hearing the proposal, Shinji understood that it was time to showcase his acting prowess. His expression revealed a mixture of temptation and reluctance. "I have always regarded Fade Wan as a brother. This puts me in a difficult position. Are you unwilling?" "Ahem, what I mean is, we need to discuss compensation." Shinji flashed a dazzling smile, his white teeth gleaming. "If we are brothers, of course, compensation is necessary. One must remember that the principle of compensation is what guided the esteemed ones of yore in their ventures." Takahira chuckled, unperturbed by the conditions. After all, a lion dares to make bold demands because it is a predator. After a lengthy and enjoyable conversation, the 2 emerged from the secret chamber. "Indeed, in comparison to you, Fade Wan is but a failure. Rest assured, Lord Takahira, I shall take care of Fade Wan." However, once they parted ways, the smile on Shinji's face vanished in an instant. If forced to choose between the evil god sect and Fade Wan, he would unequivocally select the latter. What could the evil god sect offer him? Merely status and wealth, those mundane trappings. Are such things truly significant in this world? And Fade Wan, he was his binding companion, a tool to continuously cultivate strength. The choice was clear. Yet, such frankness could not be displayed. After all, he had garnered experience in nurturing bonds. If he were to directly inform Fade Wan about Takahira's intentions, it would likely yield little effect. The entire affair must be filled with twists and turns to become a captivating drama. Thus, Shinji not only came to conspire with Takahira, but also agreed to assist him in dealing with Fade Wan. Moreover, he had deliberately piqued Fade Wan's curiosity and attention prior to his arrival. Casting a glance around the corner, a slight smile graced Shinji's lips as he nonchalantly departed. Once they had all left, a figure emerged from the shadows. A person who had followed Shinji all along, Fade Wan. At that moment, Fade Wan appeared to be filled with disappointment and fury. The already tumultuous internal strife of the evil god sect intensified. Believing himself betrayed, Fade Wan completely avoided Shinji, refusing to meet him. Shinji, however, did not actively seek him out. He merely maintained appearances, continuing to lay the groundwork for the forthcoming performance. He had even prepared several contingency plans in advance, ensuring that no matter how Fade Wan reacted, he would ultimately yield a substantial amount of bond points, merely a matter of quantity. Yet, Fade Wan's cold demeanor surprised him. He neither confronted Shinji nor unleashed a violent rampage. as if he were waiting for an answer. Contemplating this, Shinji began to comprehend the underlying dynamics. The chain reaction was once again triggered by an excessive bond value. Thus, even though Hidan witnessed the conspiratorial scene between him and the Takagaki leader, a flicker of doubt lingered in his heart. What if it was merely a misunderstanding? He remained uncertain, suppressing his murderous instincts as he awaited a justification to cast aside all restraint and unleash a torrent of violence. Truth be told, as Shinji began to fathom Hidan's thoughts, he felt a pang of emotion. When had a merciless executioner, one who slaughtered without a second thought, ever considered the feelings of others? Clearly, this individual held a unique significance for him. This posed a dilemma. A solution was imperative. After much contemplation, it became evident that the Takagaki leader must shoulder the blame. Consequently, Shinji promptly sought out the Takagaki leader for further discussion. Later that evening, as Hidan lay in bed with his hands cradling his head, a sudden knock at the door startled him awake. Without inquiring about the visitor's identity, he brusquely barked. "Get lost." The knocking ceased, only to be replaced by a voice from outside. "It's me, Shinji." Hidan fell silent for a moment. "What do you want?" he inquired. "I heard you've been here all day, not eating anything, so I brought you a little something," Shinji replied. "I have no appetite." "Take it away," Hidan retorted. "All right, I'll leave it at the door. Just remember to eat it later. Before I go, I want to say one thing. I've always stood by your side." "By my side?" Hidan scoffed derisively. Had he not overheard that conversation the other day, he might have believed it. Yet, this charade felt utterly insincere. The Shinji he knew would never speak to him in such a tender, concerned tone, let alone utter such sentimental words. Disgusting. If there was nothing amiss with the food, he would publicly perform a headstand. However, after a brief pause, he unexpectedly rose to open the door, retrieving the meal left outside and devouring it voraciously. There was no other reason. He simply needed a justification to convince himself. Halfway through his meal, his chopsticks clattered to the floor, and his complexion turned a sickly hue. "Now, no one can stop me," Hidan murmured, his gaze vacant. His heart was a tumult of confusion, doubt, pain, anger, and a sense of release. If the food was indeed poisoned, there was little else to discuss. This night would be one of reckoning. Just as he reached for his bloody scythe, his hand halted midair, as memories of the moment Shinji had entrusted him with that weapon flooded back. How ironic and absurd it was compared to the present. With resolute determination, Hidan withdrew his hand, relinquishing the scythe in favor of two retractable black spears, concealing them within his sleeves. This world had always been dreadfully mundane. It was time to seek some amusement. The slaughter was about to commence. Unfettered by the toxins coursing through his veins, Hidan burst through the door. "You," a devotee of the malevolent deity, merely cast a bewildered glance at Hidan, only to be impaled through the heart by his spear in a matter of moments. "Great Lord of the Abyss, your most faithful follower shall present the most exquisite offering unto you, and you shall be the first. Go forth and serve the Lord of Darkness, bathed in glory." Thud! The man collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open, filled with a profound sense of resentment and confusion. Even in death, he could not comprehend why this madman, Hidan, had chosen to act thus. Murder. Two other followers happened to pass by. One of them instinctively cried out in alarm. As they noticed Hidan's figure rapidly enlarging before them, they immediately sensed impending doom. "I didn't mean to, don't kill me." Thud, thud. Two swift and precise strikes severed their throats, silencing any further words they might have uttered. "Just 3. I must hasten," he murmured to himself, showing no signs of concealment as he continued his march outward. The earlier cry of murder attracted considerable attention, prompting several individuals to approach. Most were merely curious onlookers, yet some were tasked with maintaining order. After all, while the exterior might witness countless deaths without consequence, internal strife that allowed for indiscriminate slaughter would lead to self-destruction without any external intervention. "Hidan, what are you doing? Is it not enough that you have already taken so many lives?" Two supervisors exclaimed, their expressions grim. Had they anticipated such a commotion, they would have deterred the newcomers from joining in. Now, a number of lives were lost, and they faced the repercussions. Truly unfortunate. They silently cursed, feeling little fear of Hidan. They had not provoked this madman, and in their view, he would not last much longer. Yet, the complexities of fate often defy simple predictions. Die! With a clang, Hidan suddenly lashed out, pinning one individual against the wall, then lifted his leg to send another hurtling away. crashing through a wall in the process. The crowd erupted in chaos. Hidan was now indiscriminately killing. Anyone who appeared before him was not spared. Consequently, some fled to alert the leader, while others, harboring grievances against Hidan, began rallying others to join forces against him. A few simply sought refuge, for while they relished the act of killing, they had no desire to become victims themselves. At this moment, Hidan resembled a cold, relentless machine of slaughter, engaging in combat with all who crossed his path. Upon receiving the news, the leader of the Akagi sect was not enraged. Rather, he exhaled in relief. Ensure that my words are conveyed in their entirety. There will be others to deal with him. Do not falter. Yes, my lord. Onward, let us unite to slay him. Do not flee. If we do not end his life today, none of us shall survive. Invulnerability is not insurmountable. We must devise a method to dismember him. Observing his demeanor, it was evident that he had succumbed to poison. There was no need to fear him. The leader of the Takagata had issued a decree. Whosoever could present the head of Hidan would ascend as the next leader. Hidan had clearly resolved to annihilate everyone, inciting a collective fury. As the message from the Takagata leader spread, the throng surged forward, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust. An increasing number of individuals encircled Hidan, making it apparent that this day would culminate in either his demise or theirs. Yet, confronted with such a multitude intent on his destruction, Hidan felt no trepidation. Rather, a fervor surged through his veins. Yes, let the carnage commence. Those who fail to comprehend the suffering of others shall face divine retribution, you blasphemers. Suddenly, Hidan erupted into laughter, charging headlong into the crowd. Although every strike he unleashed claimed a life, he too sustained injuries amidst the chaos. In a brief span, the ground became strewn with corpses, and Hidan, drenched in blood, could scarcely discern which was his and which belonged to others. This spectacle instilled trepidation within the remaining onlookers, causing them to hesitate. After all, it was well known that the first to charge bore the greatest peril, while those lurking behind had better chances of reaping rewards. At that moment, a figure broke through the throng and approached Hidan. "Hidan, come with me and fight your way out," exclaimed Shinji, his face etched with urgency. "By the way, you didn't eat the meal I brought you earlier, did you? How despicable that someone would attempt to poison us." Hidan regarded him with a moment of silence. "Do you truly believe I would harm you? Today, I, Akagi Shinji, shall ensure your escape." Seemingly incensed by Hidan's skepticism, Shinji drew a katana and charged outward. Hidan hesitated momentarily, but ultimately followed suit. In the midst of the fray, it was unclear when Shinji had positioned himself behind Hidan. A sinister smile crept upon Shinji's face as he aimed a vicious strike at Hidan's neck. Victory seemed imminent. Many who noticed this shift exhibited expressions of joy. Yet, in the next instant, astonishment washed over their faces. For Hidan, with uncanny awareness, sensed the impending danger and reacted swiftly. With a swift thrust, a pitch-black spear pierced Shinji's heart at an almost unfathomable angle. How is this possible? Confusion flickered across Shinji's visage before his transformation spell dissipated, revealing another individual altogether. Hidan slowly withdrew the spear, stating, "It is clear you have been observing that fellow for quite some time. Your expressions and tone were remarkably imitative. And you did indeed deceive me when you brought me food. However, the moment you struck, I realized you were not Akagi Shinji. Your abysmal martial arts and lackluster swordsmanship were infuriating. And one last thing, even in the depths of hell, remember this, that scoundrel would never utter such nauseating words to me. Do you understand?" Bang! In a fit of rage, Hidan struck the head of his adversary with a devastating punch. As this blow was delivered, he felt an inexplicable liberation, as if the shackles binding his heart had been shattered, granting him a sense of ease. The realization that the poison was not administered by Shunsher was of paramount importance to him. However, to unveil the true face of his foe, Hidan inevitably paid a price. The impostor who had attacked him, though his final strike failed to sever Hidan's head, did land a blow upon his shoulder. Had Hidan not preemptively slain the assailant, that strike would have surely severed his arm. Even now, his left arm hung limply, blood gushing forth. What a splendid opportunity. Onward. A band of ruthless marauders seized the moment and surged forward. Hidan, eyes alight with madness, dispatched 3 with swift stabs, sent 2 flying with powerful kicks, and knocked one unconscious with his head, yet he could not evade the onslaught of blades that found their mark upon him. Most grievously, One strike cleanly severed his right calf. Despite losing his balance, Hidan refused to succumb. His hands moved with remarkable speed, stabbing and retracting in a blur. In the blink of an eye, he dispatched another 2 foes. Even seated upon the ground, having lost a leg, Hidan embodied the very essence of ferocity and brutality. None who dared approach him returned unscathed. Had he not been afflicted by poison from the outset, diminishing his strength, he believed he could have effortlessly annihilated them all. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Do not approach. He cannot move. Use the explosive tags. Yes, let us obliterate him. Be cautious not to blow his head off." Without regard for caution, the malevolent figures clad in black drew forth kunai adorned with explosive tags, mercilessly hurling them towards Hidan. Under normal circumstances, even with reduced speed, Hidan would have evaded such attacks. Yet now, with but one leg remaining and surrounded by adversaries, where could he possibly flee? In the face of despair, Hidan's laughter grew even more maniacal. "Huh, I am immortal. Even if I am reduced to mere fragments, I shall rise from the depths of hell to sever your throats." Before his words could fully escape, a thunderous explosion resonated. A dense cloud of smoke enveloped the area, obscuring the vision of all present. Yet their gazes remained fixated upon the epicenter of the blast. Although none believed their opponent could emerge unscathed from such an explosion, the uncertainty lingered until witnessed firsthand. Moreover, they were eager to seize the head for themselves, for whoever did so would ascend as the next leader of the evil god sect, an opportunity to rise to greatness. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a flicker of terror ignited in their eyes. Instead of Hidan, a blood-red cocoon materialized before them. Then, the sound of cracking echoed as the blood cocoon shattered, transforming into a mesmerizing rain of crystal. Amidst this cascade of crimson gems stood a figure, back turned towards them. Shielding Hidan, in one hand, he wielded a colossal crescent blade, while the other dangled a severed head. Oh, and upon his back hung a broken sword. TSK. You almost fell into the hands of a bunch of lackeys. You are indeed becoming increasingly capable, Hidan. No need for your concern. If you wish to kill me, just do it swiftly. Hidan held his head high defiantly. I even went out of my way to bring you a gift. And you actually thought I would assist this fellow in dealing with you. What a disappointment that is. As he spoke, a lifeless head was tossed into Hidan's embrace. It was only then that Hidan realized it was the head of the leader of the Akagi sect. That day, I distinctly witnessed the two of you. Are you referring to the day you hid around the corner like a fool? Though I have always considered you a simpleton, I never imagined one could be so utterly foolish. You dare to call me a fool? Go ahead, kill me, you scoundrel. What else would you be if not a fool? Initially, I merely needed to find an opportunity to quietly eliminate that waste from the Akagi sect. Thereafter, the cult of the evil god would be under our control. But what happened? You ruined everything. Do you understand, you imbecile Hidan? Holding Takaki's head, Hidan was splattered with spit from Shunshur. You never told me what your plan was. Hidan's face flushed crimson. I wanted to communicate with you, yet you avoided me. Sporting a face of rage as though betrayed. How disgusting. I was merely. Hidan suddenly became flustered, breaking down into incoherence, his ears turning red. Enough of this back and forth. Can we move or not? Humph, it's just a leg, it hardly matters. Useless in everything, yet the first to show off. Onward. Hidan seized his bloody scythe from Shunshur's grasp, then pulled a rope from his waist to tie around the circular ring of the scythe's handle. Although his physical condition was dire, his spirit was rejuvenated to an astonishing degree, akin to a moment of fleeting brilliance. I shall slay them all and offer everyone as a sacrifice to the great evil god. As you wish. Shunshur glanced at the 2 system prompts and nonchalantly unstrapped the broken blade from his back. Bond value 100. Triggered bond task. The final chapter of the cult of the evil god. Task. The final chapter of the cult of the evil god. Content. Together with Hidan. Annihilate the cult of the evil god and kill all remaining members as sacrifices to the evil god. Reward. Bond binding voucher X1. Curse soul value X2000. Bond value 100. P.S. Too brutal. Sob. Originally, Shunshur intended to advise Hidan to spare some while eliminating others. Then attempt a transformation under the guise of the cult of the evil god. However, upon the task's initiation, all other thoughts vanished. The lives of these individuals cannot compare to the allure of system rewards. Moreover, once the misunderstanding was resolved, Hidan immediately contributed 100 bond points, and upon task completion, another 100 bond points would be his. At that time, the bond value between him and Hidan would reach an astonishing new height of 800. He could almost envision the realm unfolding before him, beckoning him forth. It seemed lengthy, yet only a few words had been exchanged. Strangely, no one dared to initiate another attack. They all quietly retreated, with a monster like Hidan nearly decimating them. Now an even more terrifying creature had arrived. Furthermore, the elusive Lord Takakiri, a true jonin, was also slain. One must recognize that such a formidable figure would not have been able to suppress so many beneath him and elevate the evil god sect to its current scale. Do not underestimate the jonin. Their numbers within the entire shinobi world are rather limited. Anyone who attains the rank of jonin, even in the 5 great shinobi villages, holds a certain status. In smaller villages, they could nearly dominate. Yet now, the jonin Lord Takakiri has silently perished at the hands of Akagi Shinji. His head severed from his body. Why do the remaining individuals not flee? Would they prefer to linger here and meet their demise? You heretics! Why do you refuse to surrender? With a sudden motion, Hidan hurled his blood-soaked scythe, transforming it into a rapidly spinning crimson moon that swiftly pursued the stragglers. Accompanied by anguished cries, the bodies of these individuals were cleaved apart, blood splattering everywhere. Yet, rather than instilling fear in the others, these screams only urged them to flee with greater urgency. After today, the evil god sect is destined for annihilation, and they have no desire to accompany it to the grave. With a forceful tug on the rope, the bloodied scythe obediently returned to Hidan's grasp. He hurled it again, claiming the lives of more unsuspecting victims. However, this method proved inefficient. Shinji, unable to tolerate the slow pace, decided to intervene. He crushed 2 blood pouches, compressing the blood within his palms. Crimson blood manipulation, supernova. The compressed blood, akin to a shotgun blast, unleashed a relentless barrage upon the fleeing cultists, transforming them into a grotesque mass of flesh, lifeless amid pools of blood. While Hidan struggled to dispatch 5 or 6 individuals, Shinji had already begun to clear the area, having claimed at least 40 or 50 lives. Yet, continuing such straightforward slaughter would prove difficult, as the remaining survivors had fled to other locations. Casting a disdainful glance at Hidan, Shinji's expression conveyed his irritation. Were it not for the poison coursing through his veins and his injuries restricting his movements, these worthless fools would have been dispatched long ago. Oh, if you don't believe me, help stabilize my leg, and I shall hunt them down myself. You need not assist. Shinji shook his head. Searching for them one by one was too cumbersome. Let us simply block the exits. You take the main entrance, and I shall handle the secret entrance. Hidan's brow furrowed. What if they do not emerge? The supplies remaining here would suffice for months of sustenance. I should be the one to seek them out and eliminate them. Shinji suddenly smiled brightly. Fear not. They will undoubtedly attempt to escape. No sooner had he spoken than a multitude of black tendrils emerged from the ground, enveloping the fallen corpses one by one, beginning to feast. Hidan seemed to have an instinctive reaction to this phenomenon, nearly leaping up on one leg upon witnessing it, his expression shifting to one of unease. Quick! Fetch fire and oil. That cursed thing has appeared again. Fear not, for I have already tamed it, and now it will obey my every command. With that, Shinji summoned a small black creature, which, to the astonishment of Hidan, nuzzled against Shinji's hand, as if seeking his approval. How obedient! Unable to contain his curiosity, Hidan reached out with his hand. Slap! To his surprise, the small creature swiftly recoiled, and the multitude of raven-haired beings around them pointed menacingly at Hidan, ready to strike at any moment. How dare you strike me? Shinji, stand aside. Today I shall incinerate it. The small black creature retorted, dare to burn me? I shall consume you. Shinji, taken aback by Hidan's audacity to confront a cursed object, felt both amused and exasperated. Enough of this nonsense. The little one is quite aggressive and does not tolerate anyone else's touch aside from mine. Remember this, lest you find yourself devoured, and I shall be unable to assist you. Hidan scoffed. Humph, with this ghastly creature? One day, I shall surely burn it to ashes. Sensing Hidan's ill intentions, the small creature prepared to attack, and had Shinji not intervened, they would have surely engaged in a fierce struggle. Shaking his head, Shinji placed the broken blade upon the blood-soaked ground. To their astonishment, the damaged executioner's sword began to absorb the blood at an astonishing pace. swiftly regenerating itself until it appeared as good as new. Hidan, clutching a severed leg, was no longer surprised by such miraculous phenomena. Let us depart. As Shinji and Hidan made their way to the main entrance and the hidden exit, the scattered cultists of the evil deity encountered an unprecedented and horrifying crisis. The source of those eerie black tendrils remained a mystery, yet they attacked anyone in sight, leaving those captured as lifeless husks within mere moments. Even more disheartening was the sheer number of these entities, which seemed impervious to any form of assault. Even if one managed to sever them, they would inflict no harm, as if they were inexhaustible. Before deciding to unleash the small creature to cleanse the area, Shinji had prepared thoroughly, removing all flammable substances from within the base that could exacerbate the flames. Thus, unless one resorted to fire techniques, the small creature would remain unharmed. The creature, adhering to Shinji's orders, did not seek glory nor act recklessly. Instead, it incited panic, driving people outward. Having consumed countless flesh and blood, the small creature now encompassed the entire base within its hunting grounds. Before long, the main entrance of the base was thrust open. The radiant moonlight illuminated the rejuvenated visage of a survivor. Suddenly, a chilling howl pierced the air. A blood-red crescent moon soared over his head, drawing taut. It was then he realized that it was not a moon at all, but a fearsome and grotesque scythe. Thud! No. The longest blade pierced his body vertically, propelling him backward into the enveloping darkness. The remaining individuals could not help but glance back, only to behold a malevolent specter slowly advancing towards them. Its ebony skin was adorned with enigmatic white patterns, evoking immediate associations with demons and fiends. In the state of death's embrace, Hidan, with the assistance of Shinji, not only reattached his right leg, but also conveniently mended his left shoulder. As for the poison, he must have been poisoned dozens of times by now, assuming, of course, that he could die. Let us pray in the abyss of blood and darkness. May the malevolent deity endure. Within the dim corridor, flickering flames cast erratic shadows upon each face, reminiscent of clawing apparitions. Suddenly, a cry for help pierced the air, as the last remaining individual was ensnared by a mass of raven hair, swiftly dragged into oblivion. The figures ahead merely turned back with indifference before continuing their advance. This cannot continue. Once the expendables are all perished, it will be our turn. The man at the forefront, his gaze merciless, suddenly chuckled. Very well, hand over the torch, or you may take your place at the rear. Upon hearing this, the individual promptly fell silent. Though he was unaware of how the other had discerned the peculiar fear of fire that the dark hair possessed, the torch in his hand was his only safeguard. He was unwilling to relinquish it to another, let alone willingly place himself in jeopardy. As for exploiting this weakness to turn the tide, let us not forget. Within the base lurked two creatures far more terrifying than this wretched fiend, wreaking havoc. It was imperative to flee for their lives. Regardless, even if the cult of the malevolent deity were to cease to exist, they could rely on the spoils they had hoarded, combined with their current burdens, to forge a new life of happiness wherever they may go. It was all due to those two lunatics. They insisted on extermination. Who could blame them? Even if the leader, Takakagami, were dead, would we truly fight to the death over a corpse? The cult had painstakingly reached such a scale, only to be obliterated by two insane monsters, alas. A few could not help but mutter curses under their breath, for in their view, Hidan and Shinji's actions were utterly incomprehensible. Had they been in charge, they would have rallied the remaining members to support their ascension. Then they could have had whatever they desired. Yet, those two had the audacity to treat them as sacrifices, offering them all to the malevolent deity. Pleas for mercy or allegiance were utterly futile. It was preposterous. Were they brainwashed into folly? What nonsense about a malevolent deity? As they continued their tirade, a voice suddenly emerged from ahead. We have arrived. Suppressing their excitement, they pushed open the dark door, and the group filed out in haste. Pull me along. All right. A scream abruptly shattered the remaining members' fleeting sense of survival. The one who cried out was now slumped on the ground, clutching a portion of the body of the person behind him. Then, footsteps echoed, and a man wielding an exaggeratedly large sword emerged. Why the haste? Don't you want to wait for me to see you off? Shinji hoisted the beheading sword upon his shoulder, revealing a radiant smile. Had it not been for the bloodstains adorning his visage, this countenance alone could have captivated many naive young maidens. Akagi Shinji, must you truly pursue a path of total annihilation? The sinister man repeatedly clenched and unclenched his fists, reflecting the turmoil within his heart. If I were to concede, might I request that you all line up and extend your necks? The dark figure inhaled deeply, then abruptly let out a cold laugh. Had I foreseen this day, I should have eliminated you and that traitor, Hidan, back in the land of waves. Shinji paused momentarily, then realized, you were covertly watching us during our mission in the land of waves, weren't you? No wonder you were aware of Kuro's vulnerability to fire. You must have witnessed it then. The sinister man did not deny this. Instead, he earnestly stated once more, I shall say this one last time, allow me to depart, and you will incur no loss. I will not trouble you over a few dead souls in the future. Let you go? What of them? Their fates are of no concern to me. Well spoken, thus I must decline. The leader of the Takiji sect is awaiting you at the side of the dark god. The sinister man's expression soured. Did you truly believe you could outsmart me? With that, he stepped back, and to Shinji's astonishment, he became completely transparent and vanished. Not even a trace of his presence remained. A hint of surprise flickered across Shinji's face. Although he was no master of ninjutsu, the memories of his past life endowed him with the ability to recognize many things. The figure before him, suddenly disappearing and erasing all traces, bore a striking resemblance to the Moonlight Gale's phasing technique. No wonder there were no discoveries during the journey to the land of waves. Who could have anticipated such talent among the followers of the Takiji leader? Shinji felt a momentary surprise, yet did not take it to heart. The strength of phasing lies in its silent, stealthy approach, making it the prime choice for intelligence gathering and covert assassinations. However, in direct combat, the user of phasing would undoubtedly face significant limitations. Just as now, the opponent had concealed himself from Shinji's view, evidently preparing for a sneak attack or an escape. Unless Shinji's intellect had been dulled by Hidan, there was no way he would allow the adversary to succeed. Much like in the original tale, where the Moonlight Gale's attempt at ambush failed and he was swiftly dispatched by Maki, Shinji felt no urgency. He simply lowered the beheading sword and plunged into the crowd, commencing his harvest. I surrender, do not kill me. Akagi Shinji, do you not wish to become the leader? We can support you, please don't. I am privy to many secrets of the Dark God cult, including the location of the leader's private treasury. I will lead you there. It will all be yours. Traitors, may you meet a wretched end. Kill, kill. I shall await you at the side of the Dark God. Haha. Those who knew of the hidden door and followed the sinister man to escape were primarily mid to high-ranking members of the Dark God cult or individuals of considerable strength. They were aware of many secrets regarding the cult, which did not surprise Shinji in the least. Yet, this does not in the slightest affect the speed and frequency with which he wields his blade, for he remains indifferent. All the temptations mentioned by these individuals combined are utterly insignificant compared to the rewards of the system's tasks. After all, he has no use for them. In this realm, only that which can enhance one's own power is of true value. Ironically, he is but a useless ninja, confined to the practice of sorcery. Thus, from the very outset, these individuals were misguided in their pleas for mercy. They were entirely oblivious to what Shinji truly desired. In no time at all, they were all extinguished. Throughout this ordeal, that sinister man never showed his face. Shinji surmised that the opponent must have fled, and the earlier display was merely a ruse to confound him. He had anticipated this outcome long ago. Producing 4 bags of blood from his person, he crushed them all. Crimson, blood manipulation, blood mist concealment. As a vast amount of magical energy surged forth, all the blood surrounding Shinji simultaneously began to vaporize, swiftly dispersing into the air. A portion of his mental energy adhered to this blood mist, expanding outward in tandem. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. At a distance of 150 meters, a transparent humanoid silhouette became stained a deep crimson. Caught you. Shinji immediately glanced to his right rear, where, within his perception, the opponent was still moving with caution. After all, the invisibility effect of the stealth technique does not render one truly invisible. It inevitably leaves traces, such as marks and sounds, during movement. Thus, a proficient infiltrator, even while fleeing for their life, must remain vigilant, which consequently slows their pace. Boom. Shinji, while reducing the density of the blood mist, fiercely propelled himself towards the sensed target. Such a commotion naturally alerted the sinister man, who then noticed that he appeared to be coated in a layer of red dye. He immediately attempted to utilize his stealth to regain transparency. But as long as he remained within the blood mist, he would continually be tainted. More importantly, this blood mist harbored Shinji's magical energy, which could be accurately sensed. This perception was something the sinister man's stealth could not obscure. Discovered. A jolt of alarm surged through the sinister man's mind as he promptly endeavored to burst forth from the blood mist and conceal himself once more. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the distance between them had shrunk to within 100 meters. That distance was sufficient. The 7-kill lantern upon the executioner's blade suddenly emanated a peculiar, extraordinary energy, enveloping both Shinji and his sword in an instant. In the previous moment, Shinji had been several dozen meters away. In the next, he mysteriously appeared behind the sinister man. A decisive strike, a downward sweeping slash, sharp as a razor, seemed poised to cleave the opponent in two. The sinister man was struck with terror. How could it be so swift? While he was aware that this executioner's blade had been seized from the hands of the demon, Zabuza, in the land of waves, he remained ignorant of the fact that it had since been transformed into a cursed tool by Shinji, now possessing the ability to deliver such a decisive blow. After all, this occurred after the tasks in the land of waves, and he could not possibly trail behind Shinji and Hidan every day. As he seemed on the verge of being cleaved in two, a frenzied look suddenly flickered in the eyes of the shadowy man. Through the void, the grating sound of grinding teeth abruptly broke the tense silence. Shinji's decisive strike unexpectedly appeared to be obstructed by an unseen force, dragging slowly through the mire. Seizing this moment, the shadowy man swiftly evaded Shinji's lethal blade. Shinji furrowed his brow slightly. He was acutely aware that the destructive power of a decisive blow was indeed doubled. Yet, he found himself unable to sever the invisible barrier before him. It was not merely a wall of air, but rather a perfect replica of the shadowy man's form, crafted from air itself. Uncertain whether it was an issue of internal and external pressure, he found it difficult to penetrate further once he made contact. Just as Shinji prepared to withdraw his strength, he stumbled unexpectedly, for the air doppelganger that had obstructed his strike had vanished, causing him to exert too much force and nearly strain his back. Then came a piercing scream. Shinji's gaze had remained unwavering on his adversary, and now he witnessed a gruesome gash suddenly appear on the shadowy man's back, blood gushing forth. The trembling figure of the shadowy man vanished once more into thin air. Taking refuge behind a tree, the shadowy man was now drenched in sweat, though it was unclear whether it was from pain or sheer fright. The technique of Through the Void could be regarded as his life-saving ninjutsu. It allowed him to leave behind a highly resilient doppelganger, while he himself could make a swift escape. However, this technique bore a significant flaw. Any damage inflicted on the doppelganger would ultimately be shared with his true self. This was the genuine reason behind his previous injury. Yet, despite these shortcomings, surviving was an achievement in itself. Just as the shadowy man desperately sought a glimmer of hope, his expression suddenly shifted as he covered his mouth. Unfortunately, a violent cough erupted, expelling mouthfuls of blood. Poison? When did this happen? The shadowy man's eyes widened in disbelief until he noticed the crimson stains on his hands and clothing, realizing it was the blood mist from earlier. He had initially thought it was merely a means for his opponent to track him, never suspecting it contained deadly toxins. Instantly, despair engulfed his gaze. Sure enough, upon hearing the commotion, Shinji once again pinpointed the location of his foe and advanced steadily. For Shinji, the routine of bleeding out a portion of his own blood to mix with toxins had become second nature. Although he could not entirely evade the damage caused by these toxins, he could preemptively consume an antidote, and with his immortal essence, even death would not be the end. While this method proved somewhat cumbersome, it consistently yielded remarkable results. After all, poison was something to be feared by all, and legendary figures such as Hanzo the Salamander and Chio of the Sand had once earned their fearsome reputations through their mastery of deadly poisons in the ninja world. Had it not been for the peculiar Tsunade, who ventured into the realm of medical ninjutsu and subsequently unraveled the poisons that plagued these individuals, they might have continued their reign of chaos for several more years. There is no escape for you now. Step forward. As the words hung in the air, Shinji sensed the sound of slicing air approaching. The technique of phasing, several shurikens, having detached from the sinister man's grasp, remained transparent in their state. Clang, 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 a blood-red crystalline wall deflected all incoming strikes. Quite intriguing, yet still rather obvious, and the offensive power showed no enhancement. Shinji remained motionless, offering his critique. To be candid, the adversary's ability to develop phasing to such an extent was indeed impressive. However, upon further reflection, it was rather ineffectual. Take the recent technique as an example. Despite the shurikens becoming transparent, their power remained unaltered, and the sound still persisted. Employing such a tactic against an opponent of equal caliber was laughable. Even in a scenario of overwhelming superiority, it could only serve as a surprise attack. It was decidedly less practical than the previous air doppelganger technique. Whether driven by desperation or provoked by Shinji's remarks, the sinister man audaciously approached, thrusting a kunai towards Shinji's eyes. Shinji effortlessly raised his executioner's blade to parry the strike. Phasing assault. The sinister man, fueled by rage, began to flicker in and out of visibility. Each time he materialized to attack, he aimed for Shinji's vital points, retreating into invisibility after each missed strike, creating an illusion of instantaneous movement around Shinji. However, Shinji found himself nearly yawning from boredom. With each of the adversary's attempts, he could accurately intercept with his exaggerated executioner's blade, sending the man away empty-handed. The reason was simple. The concepts of flickering and true instantaneous movement were fundamentally distinct. Despite the sinister man's attacks appearing elusive and formidable, they were, in essence, mere basic strikes followed by a retreat into invisibility, circling around to strike again. The entire sequence was traceable. In essence, the sinister man's speed and striking power showed no enhancement. It was all flash and no substance, ultimately disappointing. Shinji concluded his assessment and, no longer toying with the opponent, seized the opportunity to deflect the attack while delivering a stealthy kick. With a resounding thud, the sinister man was sent flying, crashing into a tree. It was over. Enduring excruciating pain, he yearned to invoke Void Shadow once more. However, the now bored Shinji denied him that chance. Execution. With a surge of explosive power, the strike was as swift as lightning. Whoosh. A whole row of trees was severed cleanly in half. The sinister man remained frozen in a hand-seal posture, his eyes filled with terror. As the gentle breeze rustled through, a head rolled lifelessly to the ground. Shouldering the executioner's blade, Shinji gazed up at the luminous moonlight, squinting slightly. What a splendid day it is for a raid and annihilation. Before long, as the last individual hiding within the base was located and drained by the shadowy figure, Shinji rejoined Hidan at the main entrance. The shadowy figure informed me that there were no living souls left inside. How fares your side? Shinji cast a glance at the heap of corpses beneath Hidan, uttering a superfluous inquiry. No one can escape from Lord Hidan's grasp. Hidan bellowed with unrestrained laughter, patting his forehead. Indeed, that individual would merely be dismembered and displayed as a grotesque mural upon the wall. Shinji's derision caused Hidan's laughter to abruptly cease, replaced by his frantic attempts at justification. How can those abominable creatures be considered human? He rambled on with incomprehensible phrases about monsters not being human and his weapon being stolen, which elicited laughter from Shinji. What are you laughing at? Laugh again, and I shall end you, you scoundrel. Hidan rolled up his sleeves, furious. All right, I shall cease my laughter. Let us proceed with the matter at hand. Are you not to perform the ritual? I had the shadowy figure remove all the bodies. Let us commence. Over 800 corpses eventually formed a small mountain, their blood seeping into the ground and staining it crimson. The shadowy figure had only drained a fraction. Countless faces bore expressions of eternal unrest. A timid soul witnessing this scene would likely faint on the spot. Yet, the two instigators, Hidan and Shinji, appeared completely unfazed, as they collaborated to carve a grand ritual pattern into the earth, with the corpses at its heart. To the omnipotent and magnificent dark deity, we offer our most sincere sacrifices. May your cruel gaze forever rest upon me. May your wicked will guide my path. May your undying spirit grant me immortality. Under Hidan's malevolent yet sacred invocation, a torrent of blood flowed into the groove they had excavated, swiftly filling it. From above, one could behold a colossal crimson pattern, a totem of the dark god crafted from the blood of hundreds. Of course, Shinji did not believe in such nonsensical deities. He merely stood quietly to the side, awaiting the conclusion of the ritual. Finally, upon Hidan's completion of the sacrificial prayer, the ritual came to an end. The long-awaited system notification rang out. Quest, the final chapter of the Dark Cult, has been completed. Reward, bonding token X1, curse soul points X2000, bonding value 100 now. The bond value between Shinji and Hidan has reached an impressive 800 points, and his cursed soul points have been restored to 6,400. Moreover, he now finally has the opportunity to reap the rewards of others. 7 days have passed since the demise of the dark cult. It is akin to a mere ripple in the vast ocean, failing to stir even the slightest commotion. The 5 great nations are preoccupied with their own territories, dealing with cursed spirits, and show little concern for the small sects of distant lands. The surrounding minor nations would certainly refrain from sending their people to their deaths to glean information about the dark cult's movements. Consequently, almost no one is aware that the dark cult has ceased to exist. In the vast expanse of the ninja world, few are aware of the existence of the cult of the evil god. In such circumstances, the 2 traitors of this cult, Hidan and Shinji, along with their miraculous survival and glimmering hope for the future, embarked on a seemingly aimless journey. The bright sunlight filtered through the sparse branches and leaves, casting a warm glow around them. "Hey, don't we have plenty of money? Why must we still seek tasks at the exchange?" Hidan queried, boredly chewing on a blade of grass, puzzled by Shinji's recent actions after leaving the exchange. Shinji, perusing a bounty list in his hand, replied, "It's not about the money. Whether we take on tasks or not is inconsequential. My primary aim is to gather information. After all, the once mighty cult of the evil god now consists solely of us 2. Beyond the exchange, do you possess any other means to acquire intelligence?" Hidan was momentarily rendered speechless, letting out a dismissive sound as he spat out the grass. In truth, Shinji had not disclosed all his reasons. Utilizing the exchange to gather information was but one aspect. He could also post tasks or purchase items through it. He held no interest in human bounties, only considering intervening under rare circumstances. His true intrigue lay in the bounties and tasks associated with cursed spirits. It was evident that the world had transformed. Various factions were exceedingly fascinated by the suddenly emerging cursed spirits, and this included the proprietors behind the exchange. Consequently, a plethora of related tasks and bounties had surfaced within exchanges across the land. With the constraints of the cult of the evil god now lifted, Shinji could leverage the intelligence network of the exchange to hunt down cursed spirits, earn cursed soul values, and simultaneously pocket some extra cash. Moreover, should others acquire peculiar items after vanquishing cursed spirits, he could attempt to purchase them. It is worth noting that one method of forming cursed objects originates from the bodies of cursed spirits. For instance, when Shinji defeated the special class cursed spirit of greed, he obtained a cursed object, the greedy eye, fashioned from the spirit Si. He was uncertain if this was a unique occurrence, but he believed that once a cursed spirit attained special class strength, there was a significant possibility of it producing cursed objects. These objects varied in potency and possessed an array of bizarre abilities. Some even summoned calamities. Shinji considered himself to be the most knowledgeable about such matters in the world. Thus, if he could acquire them with money, it would undoubtedly be a lucrative venture. The only dilemma now was that the exchange was persistently collecting corpses, and it might not be inclined to sell to him. Shinji frowned slightly, gathering the bounty lists. "Where shall we go now?" Hidan asked, somewhat bored. After a moment's contemplation, Shinji replied, "Let us first head to the land of wind. I just saw a report stating that a cursed spirit, suspected to possess the strength of an elite jonin, has appeared within its borders. As a result, Sunagakure has lost 2 jonin along with several chunin and jinin. Cursed spirits? Is that the new name you've coined for those ghastly entities?" Hidan inquired, feeling a twinge of jealousy as he recalled a particularly unpleasant memory. The last time that bald, bespectacled figure spoke of himself as a special-grade cursed spirit, spouting nonsense. Shinshur maintained a serious demeanor while rambling, knowing full well that the previous bald figure had already met his demise and could not rise to refute him. Various inexplicable matters could conveniently be attributed to that unfortunate soul. Faidwan, upon hearing this, harbored no doubts. After all, he had been pinned to the wall and rendered immobile at the time. Once Shinshur and that creature descended to the next level, he was entirely oblivious to whatever words were exchanged. "Has he mentioned to you whether there are levels beyond special grade?" Casting a glance at Faidwan, whose complexion appeared rather unnatural, Shinshur feigned ignorance, remarking that perhaps special grade was indeed the pinnacle. He was uncertain whether the system acknowledged any tiers above special grade. Yet, even in the absence of such tiers, the disparity in strength among special grade entities could rival that of Kagaya Otsutsuki against Boruto Uzumaki. One could easily be annihilated. Of course, such thoughts need not be articulated, lest they crush Fadewan's spirit. Upon hearing that the creature which had earlier bested him might be the strongest, Fadewan's expression noticeably softened. For instance, imagine as a professional boxer being knocked out in a highly amateur community match. What would your feelings be? However, upon learning that your opponent was Tyson, would you not feel significantly more at ease, your frustration alleviated? This time, I shall not let my guard down. Fadewan's countenance bore a rebellious air, a quintessential example of someone who remembers the taste of defeat but not the pain of it. Shenshur found him unworthy of further attention. Dealing with a special-grade cursed spirit required self-reliance. Fadewan, merely a stray dog. Meanwhile, in the land of wind, within Sunagakure, Lord Kazekage, the reconnaissance team has sent word. Yet another village has been massacred, with all the corpses drained of moisture, resembling desiccated remains. It is suspected to be the work of the entity code-named Sand Spirit. Raza's expression darkened, instructing Maki to select 2 partners to form a Jonin team. He would also allocate 20 Chunin, emphasizing the necessity of locating the Sand Spirit. Upon discovery, attempt to capture it. If that proves too challenging, bring the remains back. Yes, Lord Kazekage. Once the team departed, Raza was reminded of the 2 Jonin who had previously perished, his heart heavy with sorrow. Initially, capturing those enigmatic beings had proceeded smoothly. Even the newly established research department had embarked on various endeavors, such as creating puppets from these unknown entities or extracting novel toxins. And some even entertained the audacious notion of sealing these monsters within human hosts to mass-produce inexpensive pseudo-jinchuriki. In essence, the research topics were as diverse as they were numerous. Naturally, achieving tangible results would require time. However, as time passed, not only did the growth of these monsters accelerate, but some also exhibited peculiar traits. The creature known as Sand Spirit was an exceptionally unique existence. Clad in a tattered black robe, 2 robust chains were intertwined around its form, with a circular ring at the center binding a red satin ribbon inscribed with incomprehensible incantations. A golden hourglass hung at its waist, while it wielded a bizarrely shaped serpent sword in its hand. Upon their initial appearance, they swiftly dispatched 2 elite Jonin and transformed numerous Chunin and Jinin into desiccated corpses, ultimately rescuing a batch of captured test subjects. Days later, Shinji and Hidan successfully infiltrated the Land of Wind. The Land of Wind can be described as the largest among the 5 great nations in terms of land area. However, the vast majority of its territory is dominated by desert. The annual rainfall is scarce, compelling the populace to establish villages around the oases scattered throughout the arid landscape. Ninjas nurtured in such a harsh environment possess remarkably resilient and combative spirits, embodying a fierce national character. Ugh, the sandstorm is utterly unpleasant, Hidan complained, spitting out the sand that had found its way into his mouth. If you close your mouth, the sand won't blow in, Shinji remarked, his hat pulled low. His expression equally resigned. The inhospitable conditions of the Land of Wind were simply unbearable. After traversing for so long, they were surrounded solely by endless stretches of desert. Oh, and let's not forget the occasional surprise from the sand scorpions. Feeling the vibrations beneath his feet, Shinji sighed and unsheathed his colossal executioner's blade, leaping aside just in time. At that very moment, a gigantic sand scorpion emerged from the ground beneath him, its menacing pincers aimed directly at Shinji. Yet, foreseeing the attack, Shinji acted with swiftness. The executioner's blade came crashing down, cleaving the scorpion in 2 before its pincers could ensnare him. Green ichor quickly seeped into the sand, and it wouldn't be long before the carcass was consumed by the desert. Not this again. Hidan kicked aside the scorpion's pincers that had fallen at his feet, his expression one of disdain, entirely oblivious to the embarrassment of nearly being dragged into the sand during their first encounter with the sand scorpion. Let us move quickly. These scorpions are social creatures, and we cannot afford to waste time here. Shinji flicked the green liquid from his blade, sheathed it on his back, and swiftly set off in the right direction. Hidan grimaced but offered no rebuttal, following closely behind. His dislike for this place was growing increasingly intense. Not long after their departure, a swarm of sand scorpions approached, feasting upon the remains of their fallen comrade, and soon they vanished without a trace. As the wind swept by, the scene returned to its original state, as if nothing had transpired. The sun gradually descended, and Shinji and Hidan finally arrived at the nearest village before nightfall. Nestled within a small oasis, It was astonishing to witness such a miracle amidst the desert. "Who are you?" As they reached the village entrance, two sand-hidden ninjas, their heads wrapped in cloth, stood guard with vigilant expressions. The imposing figures of Shinji and Hidan contributed to the pressure. One bore an enormous blade taller than himself, while the other wielded a fearsome, grotesque sickle. Despite Shinji's insistence that Hidan conceal his rogue ninja headband, they still appeared far from benevolent. "We are wandering ninjas. The recent unrest has made travel perilous, and we seek to see if there are any jobs available here to earn some remuneration." Though Shinji's words did little to assuage their wariness, the mention of them being wandering ninjas elicited instinctive disdain from the two Sand Village ninjas. This reaction was hardly surprising, as it was generally the case that only those unable to thrive within a ninja village, or those whose village had been obliterated, resorted to becoming wanderers. What genuine skills could one expect from such individuals? At best, they might bully the common folk or serve as henchmen and bodyguards for the affluent, earning nothing but contempt. "Begone. There is no work for you here." Wandering ninjas ought to seek employment in lesser nations, serving as lackeys to the uncultured nouveau riche. "Do you even know where you are? This is the land of wind. We, the Sand Village, have no need for outsiders' assistance." The two exchanged words, their demeanor decidedly condescending. Hidan's gaze shifted, a hint of something unsettling in his eyes as he turned to ask, "May I eliminate them?" Shinji glanced around. The crowd was too dense, and it would be unwise to escalate matters just yet, especially since he had yet to locate the cursed spirit and wished to avoid drawing undue attention. "Hey, what are you two whispering about? Hurry and leave." Just as Shinji contemplated whether to lure these two away for a swift resolution, a commotion erupted within the village. "The monster has been found. Run. Mommy. I want my mommy." "Everyone, remain calm. Evacuate to a safe location and leave the rest to us. Kaguya, prepare the ceiling." Yes, at this moment, the two sand ninjas stationed at the gate had abandoned their efforts to shoo away Shinji and Hidan, hastening towards the source of the commotion. Clearly, their presence in this small village was no mere coincidence. The Sand Village, now pursuing an elite path, did not have an abundance of ninjas stationed everywhere. They had received word of the recent disappearances and had come to investigate and apprehend. "Let us enter as well." This time, no one impeded their progress, and Shinji and Hidan swiftly arrived at the site of the conflict. "Quick, let not a single monster escape. Aim to capture it alive. Provide Kaguya with an opportunity. Beware of the monster's claws. They are highly venomous." A towering man, swathed in a headscarf and donning sunglasses, was vociferously directing a mixed team of 7 or 8 chunin and jinin, maneuvering puppets to encircle their quarry. Above, a similarly clad woman clutched a roll of cloth, seeking an opportune moment. The target of the Sand Ninja's assault was a cursed spirit resembling a mummy, bound in grayish-white bandages, with only a pair of vacant eyes visible. Its hands transformed into fearsome claws akin to those of a beast. Had it been merely this single cursed spirit, there would have been no need for such a grand display. Yet, from within the encirclement, one after another, rigid mummies emerged from the houses. The missing villagers had all been transformed into a legion of mummies, now serving as the spirit's minions. A cursory glance revealed at least 20 of them. Should it be allowed to continue, the relentless summoning of minions might spell doom for the entire land of wind. Fortunately, the discovery had come early. Moreover, these newly created mummies appeared significantly weaker than their master, which provided some measure of relief to the onlookers. The battle unfolded with a certain calmness, devoid of undue tumult. The terror of the mummy curse spirit lies in its explosive soldiers and the claws imbued with venomous curses. Even a seasoned jonin, if wounded and unable to receive timely medical attention, might meet a grim fate. However, the puppets employed by the Sand-Hidden Village adeptly countered the mummy-cursed spirit's capabilities. No matter how potent the venomous curse, it proves futile against an inanimate puppet. Thus, one by one, the mummy soldiers were dismantled and eradicated, leaving only the mastermind behind. The prepared woman swiftly unfurled a long piece of cloth. Binding technique. The lengthy, wide white fabric instantaneously enveloped the mummy-cursed spirit. Upon witnessing the mission objective finally sealed, the Sand-Hidden Ninjas collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Though there had been no casualties among them, it was due to their heightened mental focus and orderly cooperation. While the chakra expenditure during the battle may not have been substantial, the psychological strain was considerable. Clear the battlefield and secure all valuables to take back. commanded the burly man in sunglasses, prompting the others to busily comply. Even though he had not engaged much in the earlier combat, each of his movements adeptly closed gaps in their encirclement, and every attack bore fruit, whether in saving comrades or vanquishing foes. He was akin to a stabilizing anchor amidst the fray, as long as he remained in battle and his resonant voice echoed in their ears. He instilled immense confidence in all. It was evident that he commanded great respect from his peers. Even Jun, another Jonin, held deep admiration for this elder brother of the sealing team. Rumor had it that, in recognition of his contributions to the village over the years, a stretch of desert in the land of wind had been named after him, colloquially referred to as Malurgo. Thank you for your hard work, Jun. With a hefty bundle of cloth on her back, Jun quickly shook her head, stating that it was Malur who truly deserved the credit for the smooth capture, thanks to his prior reconnaissance and guidance. Let us not indulge in mutual flattery here. Your prowess is evident to all, otherwise the higher-ups would not have so swiftly approved your promotion to Jonin. Malur, with his palm the size of a fan, playfully patted Jun's shoulder, nearly toppling her. Observing this, the others immediately jested. Malur, do be gentle. If you break her, you won't be able to afford it. It's no matter if I can't afford it. Come join our puppet unit, and the entire Sand Hidden village knows we enjoy the finest treatment, long before the sealing team. How dare you? Trying to poach someone's elder brother in front of a lady. How shameless. I know not about being shameless, but I do know someone must have felt a pang at that last blow. What are you looking at? Off you go, off you go. Ha ha. This lad is actually blushing. The Sand Hidden ninjas exchanged banter while diligently searching and clearing the scene, leaving no remnants of the corpses unexamined. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events disrupted the entire operation. No one had noticed the subtle signs of wear on the special fabric that bound the mummy's cursed spirit, which was still struggling within. Suddenly, with a tearing sound, the mummy's cursed spirit utilized its claws and brute strength to violently rip apart the fabric sealing it. Just as the Sand Ninjas had previously countered their opponent with puppets that restrained claws and toxins, this prideful binding technique had met its nemesis. The mummy's cursed spirit was inherently wrapped in special cloth, granting it exceptional resistance to binding seals, as if it had grown accustomed to such constraints. Its escape caught everyone off guard. Before others could react, the mummy's cursed spirit charged towards the one who had sealed it. It sought vengeance. As the sealing practitioner had her back turned to the mummy's cursed spirit, by the time she sensed the impending danger, it was already too late. Fortunately, Mahler happened to witness this scene. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed her aside and steadied himself, crossing his arms in front of him and forcefully leaping diagonally backward. Whoosh! The mummy's cursed spirit struck down with its claw, leaving deep, long gashes on Mahler's arm. Yet, that was all it managed to accomplish. Realizing that this was its last chance to escape, the mummy's cursed spirit refrained from attempting to kill Mahler and the practitioner. Instead, it shot out its bandages, wrapping them around a distant pillar, and propelled itself forward. It had tried this method before, but clearly, no one had afforded it such an opportunity. Unlike now, when everyone was caught off guard. Disastrous. That creature intends to flee. Quickly, stop it. The villagers are in that direction. Damn it. It's too fast. We can't catch up. Find a way to bring it down, or sever its bandages. It was easy to say, but no one was capable of executing it. The shortcomings of the puppet force became evident. They lacked mobility and, apart from the puppets, possessed little else in terms of abilities. Just when everyone thought this mission would end in failure, potentially endangering innocent villagers, a crimson moon sliced through the sky, accompanied by a howling sound. It precisely severed the bandages the mummy's cursed spirit used for rapid movement, causing it to plummet to the ground. Then, a figure emerged from nowhere, waiting below. Grasping an exceptionally large, glimmering blade, the figure swung it with great force, executing a decapitation. Shinji wielded the executioner's blade with precision, cleanly slicing through the mummy's cursed spirit's neck. Thud! The dismembered body fell to the ground, and its round head rolled far away. Clay seal technique. Tea kettle seal. Mahler, rushing forward despite the injury on his arm, immediately cast the sealing technique. A surge of earth enveloped the still twitching body of the mummy's cursed spirit, ultimately transforming it into a brown tea kettle, successfully sealing it away. Following closely, the scroll dared not be careless. It was unfurled once more, enveloping the dislodged head before her in layers of binding seals. At last, they could be assured of their success. The emotions of the gathered sand-hidden ninjas resembled a tumultuous roller coaster, rife with peaks and valleys, nearly inducing a heart attack. Fortunately, a grave error was ultimately averted. Undoubtedly, gratitude was owed to the two who had arrived at the crucial moment. Was it truly you? Did we not instruct you to depart swiftly? How dare you trespass uninvited? The gatekeepers, the Hoka duo, instantly recognized Shunshur and Hidan, primarily due to their conspicuous appearances that left a lasting impression on anyone who encountered them. Shunshur, what on earth is happening? Morley inquired, brow slightly furrowed. These two are merely wandering ninjas who happened to pass by. They were previously barred from entry, but it seems they seized the opportunity to slip in unnoticed. Yes, they are undeniably furtive. They must have ulterior motives. It's possible their identities as wandering ninjas are mere fabrications, perhaps spies dispatched from other ninja villages, one of them ventured. Enough, Morley interjected sternly. Regardless of the circumstances, these two gentlemen have rendered us significant assistance. How can you speak so ungratefully? No, I comprehend your thoughts and understand the basis of your suspicions. However, prior to substantiation, the fact remains that these two gentlemen have aided us. Even if your trust wavers, you ought not to express such harsh words. Morley's displeasure stemmed from genuine frustration. Although the Hoka duo remained unconvinced, they recognized that further debate would yield no fruitful outcome, instead potentially branding them as ungrateful. Thus, they shot Shunshur and Hidan a disdainful glare before turning their backs. "Ah, my fiery temper," Hidan exclaimed, visibly irked, contemplating the idea of dispatching the Hoka duo right then and there. Shunshur, however, did not insist on restraining him. He merely suggested waiting for a more opportune moment to act. To turn hostile now would render our earlier assistance futile. Indeed, it may not be entirely in vain. That mummy curse spirit was a level 1, netting us 500 curse soul points, hardly a loss. In deference to Shunshur, Hidan sheathed his fangs, refraining from launching an immediate attack. Yet, anyone familiar with the temperament of a husky understands that such apparent docility merely masks an impending recklessness. My apologies. Their behavior is merely a reflection of their duties, and their words were not intended to be aimed at you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Morley, affiliated with the Sand-Hidden Village's Sealing Division. This is my partner, Juan. We are immensely grateful for your timely intervention in subduing that creature, had it escaped. The loss of innocent lives could have been catastrophic. Morley sighed, yet his manner exuded a forthright and decisive vigor, easily endearing him to others. It's nothing, I understand. Shunshur replied curtly, lacking sincerity. Not hold a grudge? How could that be possible? Have you consulted my dog about this? Upon noticing Shinji's demeanor, Mahler let out a wry smile, aware that the two brash individuals had inadvertently offended him. Nevertheless, he could comprehend the situation without taking it too seriously. After all, they were in the land of wind, the stronghold of Sunagakure. Even if these two possessed considerable strength, what could they do? Would they dare to strike against the people of Sunagakure? Such folly would be tantamount to courting death. Discontent was merely discontent, after all. Little did Mahler realize that there existed a creature known as the Era, fearless and undaunted, capable of both engaging in lively discourse and wreaking havoc. There was nothing that an Era would shy away from. Mahler, everything over there has been taken care of. You should tend to your wounds and bandage them, remarked June with a hint of concern. Mahler, however, dismissed the matter with a smile, assuring him, "Do not worry. I have just ingested an antidote pill, specially concocted by Lady Chio. I shall be fine." He then turned his gaze towards Shinji and Hidan, inquiring, "I heard that you two are wandering ninjas? I happen to have a commission for you, with a rather generous reward." "What commission?" asked Shinji, intrigued. "To escort us back to Sunagakure." Observing the sincerity on Mahler's face, Shinji was nearly convinced. Indeed, the facade of simplicity could be quite deceiving. "Where are we?" he retorted. "The land of wind, the stronghold of Sunagakure, with two skilled higher ninjas, adept in sealing techniques, truly require the assistance of outsiders to return to their village, accompanied by a cadre of Chunin and Genin? Only a fool would lend credence to such absurdity." Shinji discerned Mahler's true intentions. Though he spoke of gratitude, there was undoubtedly skepticism lurking within, questioning their motives and identities. Yet, due to the significant assistance they had just rendered, it would be ill-advised to sever ties. Thus, Mahler devised a plan that would allow him to keep an eye on them, while offering a reward as a token of thanks. Once they reached Sunagakure, he could easily decide their fate. For a lesser individual, it was possible they might find themselves betrayed, even paying for their own demise. However, Shinji was not so easily duped and immediately declined. No need. I understand you wish to express your gratitude through this means. Yet, we brothers do not partake in unsolicited offerings. It is an affront to our dignity. Isn't it merely a matter of acting? The seasoned actor, Akamatsu Shinji, is here. No, that is not my intention, Mahler stammered. I understand, and thus we are not angered. We merely hope you will refrain from further mention of it. You misunderstand. I comprehend. You genuinely mean well for us, but we must respectfully decline. You understand, don't you? You understand nothing. Mahler berated inwardly, his smile faltering. The most vexing part was that he could not discern whether this man was sincere or feigning ignorance. It seemed he had encountered a worthy adversary today. The reward is indeed substantial. Are you certain you do not wish to reconsider? Enough, or we shall cease to be friends. Who said we were friends? With a sense of fatigue, Mahler abandoned his efforts to persuade them. Very well, I shall respect your wishes. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out in Sunagakure. Indeed, I shall certainly do so next time. The two exchanged fervent glances before bidding each other a heartfelt farewell. Upon turning away, they discreetly mouthed greetings to each other's families, displaying commendable courtesy. Kakashi, Kaido, accompany them and keep a close watch. Remember, do not act rashly unless they exhibit any suspicious behavior. While our primary objective is surveillance, if an unforeseen circumstance arises and these individuals pose a threat to the village, you are permitted to act immediately, regardless of the consequences. Upon receiving Mahler's new directive, the two emissaries were instantly invigorated, akin to children exuberantly weighing 500 pounds. We shall undoubtedly fulfill our mission. They were inclined to assert that sending just the two of them would suffice. After all, two mere rogue ninjas, even if they had recently been salvaged, were hardly formidable. Had they occupied that position, they would have executed the same strategy with aplomb. This was indeed their conviction. Kakashi, Kaido, and the two other Sunagakure ninjas swiftly departed with utmost stealth. June, feeling that this course of action might not be prudent, observed Mahler with calm composure, recognizing both his gratitude and the necessity for vigilance. Currently, Lord Maki was leading a pursuit for Shaling, and should any complications arise, the blame would fall squarely upon them. I hope I am merely being overly cautious, yet thorough investigation remains imperative. Should their identities be confirmed as unproblematic, I shall personally extend my apologies. Upon hearing this, June displayed a look of discomfort, acknowledging that he had perhaps underestimated the situation. No, your innocence and kindness are your most admirable qualities. It is merely the world that is complex. Mahler gazed toward the horizon, his countenance imbued with the essence of untold stories, pondering who possessed the means to celebrate them. A tale had appeared in pursuit. Shinjitsu feigned ignorance with a soft hum. It was likely a Sunagakure operative, evidently not easily deceived. Shall we eliminate them at the first opportunity? No, let us bide our time. We shall act once the other Sunagakure members have distanced themselves. He hoped the two miscreants remained closely behind, not departing with the rest. Hidan muttered to himself, lacking in magnanimity, as he was known for his vengeful nature. This village, established amidst an oasis, was relatively prosperous, attracting many travelers who chose to pause here. Furthermore, since the conclusion of the last Shinobi World War, Sunagakure had forged a pact with Konohagakure, resulting in a flourishing exchange of trade between the land of wind and the land of fire. Despite the recent upheaval, the calm had returned, and numerous individuals emerged from their shelters, rejuvenating the area with vitality and vigor. Additionally, Shinjitsu noted a subtle detail. The indigenous populace exhibited remarkable adaptability. Although they had just endured harrowing experiences, they had already begun to regain their composure and resume their daily activities. Conversely, the outsiders and merchant caravans were visibly shaken, their faces pale with trepidation. Indeed, it is often in the most arduous of circumstances that one's character is truly refined. Shinshir couldn't help but muse upon this notion. However, if given a choice, he would undoubtedly opt for a life of utmost comfort. It is a given. If one has the option, who would willingly forsake sumptuous delicacies to subsist on meager fare? That would merely be self-inflicted suffering. Esteemed guests, welcome to our humble establishment. We offer 2 rooms and shall provide you with some local delicacies as well. Certainly, honored patrons, please step inside. Having found a clean and hygienic inn, Shunshur and Faden settled in. As the saying goes, with money in hand, one's heart is at ease. Shunshur saw no reason to deprive himself of comfort. Had it not been for a few loose ends yet to be tied up, he would have been tempted to indulge in the shamate-style massage the proprietor had recommended. Yet, he was uncertain what this shamate truly entailed. Before he knew it, night had deepened, and the village had succumbed to a profound silence. To preempt any unforeseen events, Mayor had already led his team back to Shane Village under the cover of darkness. Meanwhile, Jiaqing, Jai, and 2 others remained concealed in the vicinity, covertly observing Shunshur and Faden's movements. Good heavens, they are merely 2 wandering ninjas. In my opinion, there is nothing worth monitoring here. We could simply knock them out and take them back for interrogation. Everything would be laid bare in an instant. Why squander time on this? Jai expressed his discontent. To him, it was infuriating to see those 2 seemingly inept individuals feasting and drinking right beneath his nose while they braved the cold night, gnawing on rations. Naturally, he felt a sense of inequity. Jiaqing shared a similar sentiment, but more importantly, he had lost face due to these 2 he deemed beneath him and had faced reprimand as a result. Thus, he was eager to retrieve his dignity by forcing those 2 to beg for mercy. After their shift change, Jiaqing openly communicated his thoughts to his brother Jai, and they quickly reached a mutual understanding. However, the predicament lay in the fact that their assigned mission did not permit them to act on their own accord unless they could ascertain that these 2 individuals posed a genuine threat. The 2 furrowed their brows. If it were only the 2 of them, they could easily take decisive action without concern. Yet, the presence of their 2 companions restrained them, preventing reckless abandon. Should we inform them? After all, we are all from the same village. Surely they would not harbor animosity towards us for the sake of 2 outsiders. Upon hearing this, Jiaqing shook his head. This task had been entrusted to them by Lord Mayor, and even if they did not directly impede their actions, should they return and speak ill of them, it would place both of us in a precarious position. What if we offered them some benefits to ensnare them alongside us? That is unnecessary and hardly worth the trouble. What profit could 2 wandering ninjas possibly yield? Were it not for my wounded pride, I would not be here, swatting mosquitoes. That won't do, nor will that. So what do you propose? Jiaqing pondered deeply, a fierce expression crossing his face. Since they had resolved to take action, they might as well ensure they solidify the spies' identities. Wait here while I set the scene, and you lure them over. We'll catch them red-handed, with no witnesses to dispute our claims. We might even profit in the process. What do you say? A flicker of realization crossed Jiayi's mind, and he nodded vigorously in agreement. After reaching a consensus, the 2 immediately parted ways to execute their respective plans. Before long, a figure crouched outside the window. The window was quietly pushed open, and in the darkness, Shunji's eyes snapped open. Thud, thud, thud. 3 shurikens were hurled in a triangular formation directly toward him. Just as Shunji prepared to block, he raised an eyebrow, noticing that the trajectory of the shurikens was slightly off. As if the assailant were concerned he might evade them. Once the shurikens were thrown, the figure outside turned and fled, deliberately creating a considerable commotion, as if taunting him to give chase. Such an obvious bait could only fool the most foolish of individuals. Shunji shook his head, ready to return to his slumber, when he heard a noise from the neighboring room. He then saw a familiar figure dashing into the moonlit night. Very well. Whether foolish or not would be determined by Lord Douanaire. That imbecile. Shinji couldn't help but curse under his breath, then hefted his executioner's blade and pursued. If the adversary was so eager for death, he would gladly oblige. Meanwhile, Jia, who was feigning a hasty escape, initially worried that the others might not fall for the trap, soon realized he had overestimated them. A cold smirk crept across his face as he pretended to panic, deliberately controlling his pace to ensure they wouldn't give up the chase. However, it wasn't long before he noticed that the 2 rogue ninjas were not as slow as he had imagined, especially the one burdened with an exaggeratedly large sword. Despite being the last to emerge, he was rapidly closing the distance. This simply wouldn't do. Gritting his teeth, Jia disregarded everything else and immediately accelerated to his top speed. But when he glanced back, his heart sank. The man was merely 10 meters behind him. How could he be so fast? Panic truly set in, and he began tossing shurikens and kunai in a frenzy. Shinji, observing this display from behind, felt speechless. He had merely intended to apply a bit of pressure and test the waters. Was this the extent of it? Had he not been aware of the presence of Jiayi's comrades, he would have ended this farce already. rather than leisurely toying with him. Jia-e, of course, was oblivious to the fact that Shinji was holding back. He was putting forth considerable effort, feeling a pang of frustration. Jia-e employed every trick in his arsenal and finally succeeded in luring the adversaries to the designated location. They had now left the village, with only yellow sand surrounding them. It was clear that the assailants intended no good for Shinji and Fei Duan, especially when Shinji spotted several corpses lying on the ground, alongside scattered goods. He immediately began to piece together the assailants' intentions. At this point, Jia-e dropped the facade, turning to face them and exclaiming loudly, "You are not rogue ninjas at all. You are spies from Awagakure. I have already uncovered your exchange of information with your comrades, disguised as a merchant convoy. With undeniable evidence at hand, what could they possibly say now?" Fei Duan tilted his head, a look of confusion etched on his face, bewildered by this chaotic turn of events. Shinji was astonished. For today they had seemingly encountered true prodigies. Who would have thought to employ such cunning methods to frame and slander them? Even going so far as to sacrifice an entire merchant caravan? Shinji was certain that the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground belonged to the villagers of Awagakure, and their presence here was an undeniable fact. This predicament was akin to a yellow mud stain in one's trousers, impossible to explain away. Others might have succumbed to despair, but Shinji found himself unable to suppress a laugh. What are you laughing at? Now is the time to surrender and grasp any chance of survival. At that moment, Kaido felt a twinge of unease. He noticed that the demeanor of the two opponents was exceedingly calm, their gazes reminiscent of spectators watching clowns perform at a circus. Shouldn't a normal person feel fear or anger in such a situation? Yet, before he could pinpoint the source of his discomfort, Katsuya arrived with the other two. Following the original plan, what has transpired? Despite his inner turmoil, Kaido felt compelled to act, quickly concocting a story they had previously agreed upon. I followed them secretly and soon witnessed them exchanging intelligence. Upon being discovered, they swiftly eliminated others to conceal the truth and even attempted to kill me before you arrived. An implausible tale unfolded in the face of such damning evidence. Katsuya, enraged, pointed at Shinji and Hidan, exclaiming, "Indeed, I knew you had ulterior motives. Thankfully, Lord Mailer had seen through your disguise and commanded us to monitor you, preventing you from succeeding." Clap, clap, clap. Shinji could not help but applaud. What a remarkable inversion of truth, a murder framed as deception. But I have but one question. Are there only 4 of you? Kaido's unease intensified. But it was too late. Katsuya shouted to initiate the attack, and Kaido, unable to retreat, steeled himself to join the fray. 4 uniquely crafted puppets charged toward Shinji and Hidan from different directions, their weapons gleaming with a sinister blue light, clearly poisoned in advance. Lacking interest in such minor adversaries, Shinji turned to Hidan and said, "Do not let your fun go too far. We have important matters to attend to." "Oh," Hidan, already growing impatient, replied with a casual tone, unleashing a wicked grin as he drew forth his blood-stained scythe. Minutes later, shattered puppets lay strewn across the ground. Hidan was deeply engrossed in sketching the ritual, preparing for the sacrifice. In the midst of the ceremony were several dismembered and disorganized corpses and the barely conscious Kaido, who gazed upon the scene with despair. He could scarcely fathom the vast disparity in strength between the two parties. Nor could he believe they were truly willing to resort to murder. Did they not fear the bounty and pursuit from Sunagakure? What are you? We have been telling you from the very beginning. We are merely ordinary wandering ninjas. It is you who have sought your own demise. Shine would not let this opportunity slip away. With a swift stroke, Hidan impaled his adversary into the ground, incessantly chattering, an utter nuisance. Shinji cast a glance his way, reflecting inwardly, who are you to criticize others? When they conspired to ensnare innocent souls, they should have anticipated this day would come. Once Hidan completed the sacrificial rite, Shinji spoke, we must proceed elsewhere. Our time is limited. Although the events transpiring here would not be immediately discovered, urgency was paramount. As for the corpses, they would soon be consumed by the shifting sands, so there was no need for concern. A few dozen kilometers away, in a village where Shinji and Hidan had departed, Maki and his group were resting, weary from their journey. The traces of the sand spirits were nearly impossible to track, for they possessed a unique ability to meld into the sands. If they wished to evade detection, they could do so effortlessly in this boundless desert. However, the recent appearance of a sand spirit, which rescued a group of its kin, provided Maki with a lead. Through investigation and the strategic deployment of bait, they finally caught a glimpse of their quarry. The remaining challenge was how to fulfill Lord Kazakage's orders. The power and enigma of the sand spirits were evident to all. The two fallen jonin were a stark reminder of the peril they posed. The following day, they resumed their journey. After traversing a considerable distance, a figure emerged in the distance, struggling towards them, only to collapse before taking more than a few steps. Maki hurried to assess the situation and discovered it was a villager from their own community. "Jean, is that you? We were ambushed." Maki's expression hardened, his brow furrowing with concern. When Jean regained consciousness, he recounted the harrowing events. It turned out that Ma Lei and his party, traveling through the night, had fallen prey to the sand spirits, likely a consequence of their recent endeavors in capturing and sealing cursed spirits. After a fierce battle, the rest of the team perished, and Ma Lei, using his last reserves of chakra, managed to send Jean to safety before being captured, his fate uncertain. "Do you know which direction the sand spirits fled?" Maki inquired. Jean shook his head but quickly added, "Brother Ma Lei had a piece of cloth from me. Perhaps the sand bees can trace it." The sand bees, unique to Sunagakure, possess the ability to sense chakra and are often employed for tracking. Fortunately, Maki's team had sand bees on hand, so they released them immediately. Jean then produced a small piece of cloth from his pocket, imbued with his distinctive chakra. Once the sand bees detected the unique energy, they took off in a specific direction. When one mentions the desert, the first associations that come to mind are desolation, scorching heat, and barren wasteland. Particularly for those trapped within the desert, the torment of thirst and heat, coupled with the despair brought on by quicksand and sand scorpions, is overwhelming. The longer one survives in such an environment, the more acutely they realize their insignificance. There exists a profound reverence and fear of the desert. Thus, under the influence of humanity's collective negative emotions towards this vast expanse, the concept of Cybert was born, also known as the sand spirit of Sunagakure. This unique and powerful cursed spirit emerged from humanity's awe and dread of the desert. From the moment of its inception, Cybertot's intellect far surpassed that of ordinary cursed spirits, mastering human language and thought processes in an extraordinarily brief period. During this transformative journey, it witnessed the brutal slaughter of numerous humans by cursed spirits, as well as the capture and annihilation of many lesser counterparts by humans. All cursed spirits exist as a consequence of humanity, yet paradoxically, humans possess no actual need for them. Moreover, cursed spirits birthed from the intense negative emotions of humans inherently gravitate towards malevolence, instinctively perpetuating violence and feeding upon humanity. Upon recognizing this grim reality, Cybertot understood that the ultimate fate of the relationship between humans and cursed spirits would inevitably result in one dominating the other, establishing a grotesque symbiotic connection, distinguished only by which side assumes supremacy. After all, cursed spirits can never be entirely eradicated, as long as humanity harbors despair, fear, hatred, and other negative emotions. Cursed spirits will continue to emerge. Conversely, should humanity face extinction, cursed spirits would naturally cease to exist. Thus, after a period of observation, Cybertot resolved to gather a faction of cursed spirits for its own purposes, laying the groundwork to gradually strengthen their influence. At this juncture, it was evident that humanity, as a collective force, held absolute dominance, with those known as ninjas showcasing formidable power, rendering Cybertot's individual efforts insufficient to alter this balance. Hence, it sought allies and companions, yearning for a day when cursed spirits could supplant humans and assume the dominant role in their shared existence. Consequently, it began to employ force to liberate those cursed spirits captured by humans. Although it achieved success on several occasions, this drew the attention of formidable human adversaries. To prevent the disintegration of the faction it had painstakingly assembled, it was forced to hide with these burdensome companions. However, the sands beneath its feet signaled that humans had indeed tracked it down. The thought of escaping the desert had not yet crossed its mind, for it was in this arid expanse that it felt most comfortable and powerful. Camel Yoko, continue onward from here. There lies a village populated by many lesser humans. Take them there and await my arrival to regroup, Cybertot instructed, halting abruptly to address a woman covered in brown fur, adorned with a hump upon her back. Had a strong human adversary caught up with them? Master Cybertot, allow me to remain and fight alongside you, Camel Yoko declared, the second most intelligent among the team. Her loyalty voiced with fervor. Several other cursed spirits, possessing a modicum of intellect, echoed her sentiment, eager to confront humanity. Cyber Tot replied, its tone devoid of fluctuation, unnecessary. You are too weak. This was not a taunt, but a statement of fact. These spirits could not contest this assertion, as most had been rescued from human captivity by Cyber Tot itself. Before we depart, leave that human captive with me. The rapidity of their pursuit suggests he may possess some significance. I shall eliminate him. Execute my orders. Understood. Go forth, grow stronger. For it is only through such fortification that you may aid me. We shall not disappoint you. In the heart of the desert, the camel-riding Yoko pressed onward, accompanied by all the cursed spirits. Meanwhile, Cybertron remained behind, standing solitary as a rear guard. As long as he traversed the sands, he feared no one. It was not long before he found himself encircled by over 20 sand-hidden ninjas from all directions. Sand Spirit, Brother Mailer, he exclaimed, spotting Mailer lying on the ground with his eyes shut tight, unable to restrain his voice. It is you. Why do you not cherish your life, returning to face death? Is it for this man? Or do you believe these individuals stronger than I, capable of ending my existence? Cybertron first cast a glance at Mailer, then surveyed Majiki and the others. Finally, his gaze fixed upon the woman who had previously evaded him, or rather, one he had scarcely regarded. At that moment, Majiki and the others were struck with shock, although they were aware that these newly emerged beings possessed a degree of intelligence. This was their first encounter with an entity capable of articulate speech. This undoubtedly indicated that their adversaries might belong to a race with intellect rivaling humanity's. Most unsettling indeed. Majiki's heart sank. He refrained from immediate action, opting instead to probe for information and ascertain the extent of their intelligence, hoping to uncover knowledge they sought. What are you? Or rather, what are you all? Why have you appeared so suddenly and without warning? Cybertron appeared to be stalling for time on behalf of the other cursed spirits. Thus he did not dismiss Majiki's inquiries. Though you refer to me as Sand Spirit, which sounds rather pleasant, my true name is Cybertron. As for what I am, or what we are, I prefer the term cursed spirit. All things possess a spirit, and we are the spirits of curses. Cybertron, cursed spirit, spirits of curses. Despite the confusion in Majiki's mind, the information gleaned was invaluable. Moreover, it seemed that Cybertron was the first cursed spirit with whom they could communicate effectively. At least the first they had encountered. Perhaps there existed various hierarchies among these cursed spirits. Some could articulate, while others behaved like beasts, knowing only to attack humanity. Sans Cybertron, hand over the human to us. Perhaps we might establish a truce, provided you can restrain your kin and accompany us to meet Lord Windshadow. Majiki's proposition was nothing more than a ruse. He was acutely aware that Lord Windshadow would never relinquish such a golden opportunity and would undoubtedly continue to capture and study these so-called cursed spirits. He merely feared that his group would be unable to retain their counterpart. However, Cybertron, already well-versed in human behavioral patterns, was not so easily deceived. The one who bears the title of Shadow should be the strongest among you humans, am I correct? While I am indeed eager to engage him in battle, the timing is not yet ripe. I shall not risk myself. Majiki's heart sank further, for such intellect was undoubtedly on par with humanity's. As Cyber Tot confronts the pursuing Sand-Hidden clan, a multitude of cursed spirits swiftly mobilizes under the command of Camel Yoko. Faster. We must not squander Lord Cyber Tot's benevolent intentions. However, amidst their frantic rush, one cursed spirit relays a message that two humans have been spotted ahead. Should they evade or eliminate them? After a brief contemplation, Camel Yoko makes a decisive choice. It is illogical to abandon the food delivered to our mouths. If we, a legion of cursed spirits, shy away from mere humans, we might as well embrace collective demise and spare Lord Cyber Tot from disgrace. The grotesque countenances of the cursed spirits gleam with excitement. Before indulging in the main course, a taste of dessert is quite delightful. Closer, ever closer they advance. The two humans appear paralyzed with fear, rooted to the spot. This delectable treat is mine. The foremost lizard-like cursed spirit lunges forward with all its might, jaws agape. In a flash, a cold blade slices through the air. The lizard spirit's forward leap freezes mid-air, cleaved perfectly in two, sliding past Shinji's body. So many gifts delivered to my doorstep. Today must indeed be my lucky day. Hidan muses, jotting this moment down mentally, vowing to celebrate it annually. Who would remember such trivialities? Hidan carelessly dispatches a cursed spirit, turning away from the scene. Haha, bored are we? I thought you'd retort. Who would celebrate with a scoundrel like you? Indeed, who would celebrate with a scoundrel like you? Your next line should be, one day, I shall slay you. One day, I shall slay you. Hidan's face reddens with frustration. Give it up, Hidan. I shall be the nightmare of your life. Ha ha ha. Shinji bursts into laughter. Yet his actions remain swift, dispatching small cursed spirits with precision. Nevertheless, he feels the pace is lacking. Thus, he retrieves a blood bag and crushes it. Crimson manipulation, blood scythe. Instantly, blood transforms into dozens of crescent-shaped blades, wildly shooting forth. In the blink of an eye, nearly 20 cursed spirits, caught off guard, are sliced into pieces. The notifications of accruing cursed soul value resonate in a continuous stream. Shinji pays no mind. He cannot allow a single one of these unwelcome gifts to escape. Damn it, Camel Yoko nearly loses her composure. She never anticipated that two humans encountered in the desert would possess such terrifying strength, decimating her comrades in mere moments. When she next faces Lord Cybertot, she is at a loss for words. No, we cannot suffer further losses. Ant 2, Hedgehog, come with me. We must eliminate those two humans. As her command echoes, she dashes forward, followed closely by a cursed spirit resembling an ant-headed creature with a segmented body, and another, covered in black quills, reminiscent of a bear. As one of the few level 1 cursed spirits present, they represented the pinnacle of combat capability in the absence of Cybertron. Just as Fadewan was about to take action, Shinji preemptively interjected, declaring, "Leave these to me." Fadewan noticed that Shinji exhibited little enthusiasm when it came to slaying foes. Yet he exerted remarkable effort in vanquishing these cursed spirits. Crimson blood manipulation, supernova. With a gentle stroke across the blade of his executioner's sword, a torrent of blood projectiles erupted from his palms. "Let me handle this," roared Jinxiong, relying on his tough exterior to position himself at the forefront. Countless black needles intertwined chaotically, and despite being struck as if in a dance, they effectively formed a barrier. However, this was merely a feint from Shinji, a probing attack. Crimson blood manipulation, scarlet scales leap. An X-shaped blood mark instantly appeared on Shinji's forehead. With a powerful stomp, he materialized before Jinxiong, his executioner's sword poised for action. At that moment, however, Ant 2 surged forth from behind Jinxiong, seizing the blade with 4 hands, its strength so formidable that it momentarily astonished Shinji, preventing him from beheading Jinxiong at once. Then, the figure of the camel woman began to transform. The 2 humps on her back visibly shrank, as if some substance were being infused into her. The once diminutive camel woman ballooned into a towering muscle-bound giant over 3 meters tall. Die, with immense force. The powerful Barbie delivered a crushing blow, yet Ant 2 clung tenaciously to the executioner's sword. Observing this, Shinji smiled lightly and relinquished the sword, responding with a punch of his own. Black flash. With a thunderous crash, the transformed camel woman found no advantage and was sent teetering backward. However, an overwhelming force suddenly gripped her arm, rendering escape impossible. Looking at Shinji's right fist, before the black sparks could dissipate, several blood arrows ruptured the capillaries of his skin, swirling rapidly around his entire right arm. This was a spiral cutting machine formed by countless blood blades spinning together. Crimson blood manipulation, spiral slash. With a horrifying shriek, the camel woman's entire arm was shredded into fragments. Jinxiong, without hesitation, opened his arms to embrace Shinji in a bear hug. Yet, it is worth noting that the vast majority of humans possess 2 arms. Shinji raised his left hand, displaying a gesture of rejection. Crimson blood manipulation, spiral slash. With a sickening squelch, Jinxiong's head burst apart like a watermelon. Even with the dense needles on his body, gaps remained. And where there are gaps, cutting will occur. Shinji's spiral slash was composed of countless blood blades, as thin as a cicada's wing, yet spinning at high velocity. In the blink of an eye, one of the 3 level 1 cursed spirits lay dead, while another was grievously injured. Remember this, if it is not yours, it is best not to take it. Unbeknownst to him, Shinji grasped the beheading sword once more, lifting it with such force that he managed to elevate Ant 2 alongside it. With a thunderous crash, the sword struck the sandy ground, creating a deep crater. Ant 2, compelled to relinquish his grip, barely managed to escape. Yet, Shinji pursued with even greater swiftness. pressing the blade's edge against his neck. Execution. With a swift motion, a head was severed from its body. Then, with a clenched fist, he unleashed a black flash. Boom. Accompanied by a burst of dark sparks, the other head of Ant 2 exploded instantaneously, the lifeless body collapsing to the ground. Die. Camel Yoko did not flee. She understood the futility of escape. Thus, despite having lost an arm, she valiantly swung her remaining hand towards Shinji. A resounding boom echoed as a massive crater erupted in the sand, a testament to the immense power behind her strike, capable of reducing a human to mere pulp. However, it was too slow. Sheer strength without speed yielded such results. Camel Yoko felt an overwhelming pressure from an unfathomable force, despite the human standing before her. She felt ensnared in a quagmire, unable to move, trapped in her current stance. Damn it! Move, just move. She screamed internally, and miraculously, she broke free from her shackles. Raising her fist once more. No one shall disrupt the mission bestowed upon me by Lord Cybertron. Thud. An exaggerated beheading sword pierced vertically through her body. Any last words? Lord Cybertron will avenge me. Slicing through the air, Shinji yanked with force, cleaving her open like a cake, blood spilling profusely. Slaying 3 level 1 cursed spirits netted him another 1,500 points of cursed soul value, invigorating his spirit. Especially with so many gifts presenting themselves, he was utterly delighted. Today was destined to be a bountiful day. Rinka, Warichiro, coordinate with me. The enemy is formidable, do not underestimate them. The 2 elite ninjas brought by Maki were a man and a woman. The woman wielded 2 exquisite flower fans, each flourish unleashing tremendous power through her ninjutsu. The man, adorned in peculiar face paint, appeared both bizarre and enigmatic, manipulating a grotesque gorilla puppet. Wind release, whirling gust. Maki unleashed his most proud ninjutsu, summoning a tempest of sand to obscure the vision of the sand spirit Cybertron, creating an opportunity for his comrades. Warichiro commanded the gorilla captain to launch an immediate attack. As the enemy intercepted, the gorilla captain transformed, sprouting 2 additional heads and 4 arms. At that moment, all 6 hands wielded poison blades, and all 3 mouths simultaneously launched shards of razor-like weapons. In a frenzy of spinning and slashing, they dismantled the sand spirit Cybertron completely. Blade of the Wind. Maki proclaimed as he delivered the final blow, shattering the remnants of its form. No one bore a relaxed expression. Rather, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Sand doppelganger? No. That cannot be. Caution. It seems the target has just transformed into sand. In such a state, physical attacks and toxins are rendered ineffective. While reminding his companions, Ikaru remained vigilant of his surroundings. Suddenly, grains of sand danced in the air, as if imbued with life, coalescing once more into a humanoid form. As an embodiment of humanity's fear of the desert, Cybert is nearly indestructible as long as his body remains connected to the sands, granting him the ability to transform into sand and evade the majority of attacks. This is a significant reason why he managed to eliminate 2 elite ninjas while escaping unscathed. This was not the first encounter for Maki and the others. Had it not been for the confirmation that the Jinchuriki still resided in the village, they might have doubted whether this being was merely a counterfeit of Shikaku. However, the silver lining was that Q had seized the opportunity to rescue the unconscious mare. The desert reveals your fear, Cybert stated, wielding an oddly shaped serpent sword with a calm demeanor, as if merely stating a fact. Sand curse, sandstorm dance. With a gentle sweep of the serpent sword, a cloud of yellow sand erupted into the air. Hundreds of crescent-shaped sand blades surged forth, dancing through the sky. These sand blades were exceedingly sharp, capable of slicing through stone without leaving a trace. The sand-hidden villagers scrambled to evade or defend, finding themselves in a dire predicament. A scream pierced the air, as the overwhelming number and rapid frequency of the sand blades led to a tragic outcome, leaving some unable to escape and subsequently dismembered by the chaotic onslaught. Gather towards me, Ikaru shouted, swiftly deploying his second puppet, the armored rhino. It was uncertain what metals had been fused into the armored rhino's shell, but its defensive capabilities were astonishing. The sharp sand blade struck its surface without leaving even a white mark. Moreover, the massive form of the armored rhino provided ample cover for the remaining members. Maki surveyed the scene and noted the loss of Fortunen in such a brief span. If they could not discover the enemy's weakness soon, they could very well perish here today. In the desert, the ability to transform into sand presented an insurmountable challenge. They were unable to inflict significant damage, while the opponent could attack them without restraint. How were they to combat this? Indeed, reliance on sealing techniques seemed inevitable. Maki pondered, relieved that he had gathered 9 members from the sealing class prior to their departure. Judging by the enemy's displayed strength, while formidable, it was nowhere near as terrifying as Shikaku. Had Shikaku been the one to attack earlier, they would likely have been utterly annihilated by now. Thus, there remained a glimmer of hope. If they could restrict the opponent's sand transformation ability, they could defeat him, even capture him alive. With this strategy in mind, he promptly outlined the next course of action. As the multitude of sand blades finally dissipated, Maki and Zero swiftly charged out from behind the armored rhino. Blade of Wind. Tornado Tempest. With a swift initiation, Maki unleashed the unerring Blade of Wind, carving numerous gashes into Cyborg's form, rendering it incapable of immediate retaliation. Following this, Zero swiftly twirled and launched 2 ornate fans, summoning a colossal tornado that struck its target with precision. Most individuals would have been torn asunder by such a fearsome assault. Yet Cyborg, who could readily enter a sand-like state, completely disregarded the onslaught. However, when he attempted to escape, a look of surprise crossed his visage. The tornado had created a vacuum effect, ensnaring him within the confines of the wind barrier. Although it may have only been for a fleeting few seconds, Maki and his companions had indeed forged an opportunity. The 9 members of the sealing class quickly positioned themselves, stabilizing their forms amidst the raging winds, and began to rapidly form hand seals. Sealing technique. 9 pillars of sealing. Boom, boom, boom. 9 stone pillars erupted from the sand, each inscribed with peculiar beast-like patterns. A deep blue chakra membrane swiftly enveloped them, establishing a barrier. As the swirling sands dissipated, Cyborg regained his humanoid shape. He reached out to touch the shimmering membrane, only to have his right hand instantly disintegrated by the searing heat. Success. Observing this, Maki and the others finally relaxed their tense expressions. If even the 9 pillars of sealing could not restrain their foe, they would have no choice but to strategically retreat. In that eventuality, it might fall upon Lord Windshadow to personally seal the adversary. With a thunderous rumble, the 9 pillars shifted inward by several steps, and the luminous barrier shrank correspondingly. The 9 pillars of sealing functioned as a collective binding and sealing technique. Every 10 seconds, the pillars would contract, and after 9 such contractions, they would coalesce to completely seal whatever lay within. Thus, by merely waiting 90 seconds, they could successfully capture the sand spirit Cyborg. However, perfection is a myth in the realm of ninjutsu. The 9 pillars of sealing possessed significant flaws, such as the lengthy 90 seconds of waiting and the pillars themselves. Few contemplated that the very pillars, as the essence of the sealing technique, could be destroyed, but only from within the barrier. Nonetheless, these pillars were not easily vanquished. Their fortitude was undeniable, and they could siphon chakra from the caster to reinforce and restore themselves. Since the inception of the 9 pillars of sealing, they had only been breached once, during an attempt to seal the one-tail Shikaku. Unbeknownst to all, 10 seconds slipped by in an instant. The 9 pillars once again converged towards the center. During these 20 seconds, Cyborg did not remain idle. He endeavored to escape through various means, such as reverting to sand. Yet every attempt ended in failure. The available space for movement diminished once more, and at this rate, he estimated he had approximately 1 minute left. Cyborg displayed no signs of panic. Rather, he remained remarkably composed. He once more transformed into sand, merging with the grains beneath him, attempting to escape underground. Such a conspicuous flaw, how could the creator of this sealing technique have overlooked it? Each of the 9 stone pillars measures 25 meters in length, with 20 meters exposed above ground and the remaining 5 meters subterranean. The boundary of the barrier is delineated by the interconnected space formed by these 9 pillars, extending underground as well. Soon, 10 seconds elapsed, and the 9 stone pillars shifted once more. Cyborg emerged from the desert, reverting back to his human form. After a moment of silence, he seemingly entered a frenzied state, unleashing indiscriminate, large-scale attacks in all directions. Countless blades of sand flew chaotically, slicing through everything in their path. Those outside, including Maki and his companions, could hardly discern the events within, only witnessing the 9 members of the sealing team anxiously channeling chakra into the barrier. The assault on the light membrane was inconsequential, as it was designed to attract enemy attacks. However, under such indiscriminate onslaught, the 9 stone pillars were bound to endure considerable strain, which was the source of their anxiety. Fortunately, while the sheer volume and frequency of the attacks were overwhelming, their intensity was insufficient to compromise the integrity of the 9 pillars. Gradually, they began to feel reassured. They just needed to endure for less than a minute longer, and everything would conclude. As time progressed, the 9 pillars shifted inward 3 more times. Finally, the commotion within subsided, as if the adversary had come to the realization that their efforts were futile and that breaking the seal in such a manner was utterly impossible. Have they finally given up? Maki observed the stillness of their opponent, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Indeed, this ability is quite intriguing. It seems that humanity's capacity to dominate this world is not without justification. Powerful yet bloodthirsty, cautious yet greedy, there is much for me to learn. With that, he plunged his serpent sword into the ground. Maki's eyelids began to twitch, and his anxiety intensified. Be cautious. It appears this individual is about to unleash a formidable technique. No sooner had he spoken than he noticed the location where the serpent sword was embedded beginning to swirl slowly, then accelerating rapidly into a vortex that grew ever larger. At that moment, the 9 stone pillars also began to retract inward, colliding with the vortex in the blink of an eye. Then, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before their eyes. How is this possible? The pillars are sinking? No, not sinking. Upon closer inspection, it appeared as if the pillars were being consumed. The powerful cursed sand enveloped the pillars, rapidly causing them to weather and disintegrate into powder resembling sand. The sand technique transforms into the desert cycle. In an instant, the 9 members of the sealing team simultaneously spat blood. Their chakra proved too feeble to withstand the rate at which the pillars were turning to sand within mere seconds. They felt as if their very essence was being drained. Perhaps only 9 elite shinobi could contend with this force, holding out until the moment of successful sealing. Yet, to find 9 individuals proficient in sealing techniques and of elite rank within the entirety of Sunigakure would be exceedingly difficult. The barrier has been breached. The 9 stone pillars collapsed with a thunderous crash, subsequently consumed by a swirling vortex of quicksand, vanishing without a trace. A heavy weight settled in Maki's heart. His deepest fears had materialized. What should he do now? Should they retreat for the time being? Though they still possessed the strength to fight. Without a means to counteract the enemy's sandification, they would never accomplish the mission entrusted to them by Lord Windshadow. Prolonging the conflict would only lead to further peril. Suddenly, Maki's pupils contracted, and he shouted, "Be careful." Yet, it appeared to be too late. The moment Cyberder pulled out his serpent sword, the vortex ceased its motion. He then spread his arms wide, unleashing a torrent of yellow sand. The curse of sand march. In an uncanny manner, he lunged towards the 9 members of the sealing team, who were in a state of lethargy, at a speed that defied the naked eye. Maki could not intervene in time, helplessly watching as they were pierced through by Cyberder, their bodies stiffening as they lost all moisture, transforming into dried corpses. In an instant, the sealing team he had brought was obliterated. Damn it, wind kill array. Linghua furiously wielded her flower fan, generating a stream of true air to envelop the enemy in indiscriminate wind blades. However, this only managed to momentarily restrain the foe, failing to inflict any substantial damage. Jean-Yi pulled out a scroll he always carried, intending to summon other puppets to assist Linghua in the assault, but was halted by Maki. "Retreat. What did you say?" "I said retreat. If we continue fighting, we'll all be worn down here. I refuse to retreat. So many cannot die in vain. If we perish here without understanding why, their sacrifices will be utterly wasted." Maki's expression was grave. "As long as we relay this battle intelligence back, Lord Windshadow and the others will surely analyze the enemy's weaknesses. That will be our chance for revenge." Linghua and Jean-Yi exchanged glances, feeling reluctant, but ultimately recognizing the truth in Maki's words. With a frustrated punch against the sandy ground, they gathered their remaining companions and retreated. Linghua, concerned that the enemy might pursue, unleashed another tornado, severing the path between them. By the time Cyberder transformed back into human form from the sand, Maki and his group had vanished without a trace. Phew. After cleaving the last cursed spirit in two, Shinji hefted his decapitating blade and exhaled a sigh of relief. Though it was a gift delivered to him, Consuming it all proved to be quite the hassle. Fortunately, his loyal dog at home was up to the task, tearing and gnawing with fervor, ultimately helping him reap a substantial amount of cursed soul value. He amassed a total of 17,500 points, quite impressive indeed. With his previous total, he could now indulge in 2 more tenfold draws. Shinji felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Indeed, the method of slaying a large number at once proved to be the quickest and most efficient way to earn. However, such opportunities were rare and elusive. Typically, cursed spirits did not gather in large numbers. Their congregations were often a result of the presence of a special grade cursed spirit, which could draw lower grade spirits together. Moreover, not every special grade cursed spirit is inclined to comply with such actions. When it comes to special grade cursed spirits, the powerful can instill profound existential doubt, while the weak can equally provoke skepticism about the very nature of existence. Therefore, opportunities like this are indeed rare. At last, he has vanquished these malevolent entities. Fadewan discarded the bloody scythe, stretched out his arms, and reclined on the sand. Yet the next moment, he yelped in pain and sprang back to his feet. Shinji covered his forehead, utterly at a loss for words. How could a person be this foolish? Shaking his head, he chose to disregard the foolishness of his companion and retrieve the greedy eye, feeding it with the flesh and blood scattered on the ground. Though he believed he had eliminated all threats, a thorough search seemed prudent to ensure no stragglers remained. Once satiated, the greedy eye unleashed a series of invisible pulses. Should there be any lingering cursed spirits within its range, Shinji would promptly ascertain their location. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, suddenly. Shinji lifted his gaze toward the left front. Nothing. Although he saw nothing, he was certain of the presence of a cursed spirit over 300 meters away. Fadewan. Small. Shinji intended to caution Fadewan to exercise caution. However, before he could finish his thought, the sand beneath Fadewan's feet seemed to come alive, extending countless hands to ensnare him, pulling him desperately downward. Shinji muttered a curse under his breath, about to assist, when his own foot suddenly sank into nothingness. Quicksand. He was taken aback. Just moments prior, this area had not exhibited any quicksand. Yet, following their ambush, it had mysteriously manifested. This led him to suspect that the unseen cursed spirit was responsible for this sinister occurrence. With a sharp crack, 2 bags of blood burst open, oozing down his legs. Once he deemed it sufficient, he activated his cursed energy to exert control. With a series of crunching sounds, the blood mingled with the yellow sand, solidifying into a crystalline platform. He then leaped onto it, using it to propel himself out of the quicksand pit. However, at that moment, Fadewan was left with only half of his body exposed, besieged by numerous sandy hands pulling him downward. Should he be fully engulfed by the quicksand, even his immortal form would be rendered useless, condemned to an existence worse than death, buried beneath the desert. Shinji realized that the vicinity surrounding Fadewan had transformed into quicksand. Thus he refrained from rushing to rescue him. Instead, after ensuring his own safety, he hurled 2 resilient blood ropes towards Fadewan's hands. Bind them to yourself. I will find a way to pull you out. Fadewan, understanding the urgency, wasted no time. While resisting the grasping hands of sand, he strained to wrap the ropes around himself. However, the sandy appendages proved to be a significant hindrance, causing his descent to accelerate as he struggled. Estimating the situation, Fadewan decided not to persist. 1 blood rope coiled neatly around his chest, while the other wrapped tightly around his neck, securing a firm knot. Once he completed these tasks, it was no surprise that the blood cord binding him had been untied. Now, attempting to retie it was futile, for the quicksand was perilously close to engulfing him up to his neck. Pull! Fadewan shouted. Shunsher, undeterred, immediately exerted force to pull him out. Instantly, Fadewan's neck became constricted, turning a shade of purple, his face reddening from the strain, yet his body gradually inched outward. Had it been anyone else, they might have succumbed to either suffocation from the quicksand or strangulation. Nevertheless, neither Shunsher nor Fadewan entertained such thoughts. Even if his neck were to snap, recovery would be a matter of time. Being swallowed by the quicksand was the true peril. Crack! Crack! The sound emanating from Fadewan's neck signified his dire condition, as he was on the verge of losing consciousness. At that moment, Shunsher sensed an overwhelming sense of danger approaching from behind. Without a second thought, he knew it was the enemy taking advantage of his rescue efforts. However, he was already prepared. With a surge of mystical energy, bloodstains manifested upon his face, enhancing his strength and speed to the utmost limits of his physical capacity. Gripping the rope with one hand, he yanked Hidan out of the quicksand. Meanwhile, his other hand tightened around the decapitating sword, swinging it backward with all his might. This strike could cleave through even steel. Simultaneously, the blood swirling around him transformed into sharp blades, launching toward the adversary. Swish! A look of astonishment crossed Shinshir's eyes as his strike seemingly missed its mark. The enemy was not behind him. No, the chilling sensation of danger still lingered. It was then that Shinshir caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. Although the foe still retained a semblance of human form, it resembled a distorted, pixelated image, composed of countless particles. His sword had failed to inflict any harm, and the blood blades, upon contact, were inexplicably absorbed by the foe. It appeared that the enemy was intent on embracing him warmly. Yet, Shinshir understood that should he fall victim to this, his fate would be dire. He had to evade, but in his effort to save Hidan, he had allowed the enemy to draw too near. There was no escape. Boom. At that moment, the yellow sands beneath Shinshir erupted, and a thick black tentacle emerged, flinging him away. Hey, are you all right? Hidan, having freed himself from the blood cord, which left bruises around his neck, rushed to Shinshir's side, only to be struck dumb. For at that moment, Shinshir's condition was utterly dire. His right arm and leg, which had once wielded the sword, were devoid of flesh, leaving only a layer of wrinkled grayish skin draped over the bones, rendering them practically useless. This was the first time Hidan had witnessed Shinshir sustain such grievous injuries. Moreover, it seemed that the self-healing capabilities of his immortal form had been exceeded. In an instant, Hidan's eyes filled with blood, transforming into a terrifying crimson hue. The individual underwent a profound transformation, descending into a state of merciless bloodlust. The aura of terrifying malevolence emanating from him could even instill a bone-chilling coldness in the midday desert heat. What's the matter? You look ready to kill. Hey, come on, I just saved you. Even if you must take my life, shouldn't you first deal with that fellow? The incapacitated Shinshir lay on the ground, seemingly unfazed by his predicament, even managing to jest. If you hadn't rescued me, would you? Good heavens, how could you think that? You don't believe I've become this way solely for your sake, do you? I am not that noble. I merely used that opportunity to lure the opponent out. Alas, I miscalculated, and I bear no blame. Had I foreseen this outcome, I would have fled as far as possible, perhaps even leaving a memorial for you afterward. Shinshir wore a look of disdain. Yet, the more he spoke, the more intense the emotional turmoil within Hidan became, his murderous intent surging. I will surely slay him. This time, Hidan's tone was calm, almost as if it were a promise. Shinshir nodded nonchalantly, advising caution. That opponent is formidable, likely on par with the bald, four-eyed cursed spirit encountered before. No, it could even be stronger. If you cannot defeat him, retreat quickly. There is no shame in that. I will neither flee nor succumb. Ah, understood. First, do me a favor. These two limp appendages are quite bothersome. Please sever them for me. Hidan's body stiffened momentarily before he responded in a low voice. Very well. With swift strokes, Shinshir's incapacitated right arm and leg fell to the ground. Bond value 50. The renewed agitation within Hidan made him avert his gaze from Shinshir, turning instead to unleash his pent-up fury in the ensuing battle. Meanwhile, Shinshir lamented the increasing difficulty of enhancing their bond as time progressed. Though their strength was meager, insufficient for any significant contribution, they should not be so readily slain. The words came from the recently triumphant Sand Spirit, Cyborg, who had previously driven off Maki and others. He rushed forth, intending to rendezvous with his subordinates, only to stumble upon their lifeless forms along the way, with two human figures seemingly recuperating nearby. This revelation filled him with a sense of futility. In a fit of rage, he decided to eliminate these two humans. Hidan, with unwavering resolve, raised his bloodied crescent blade, pointing it at his adversaries, declaring his intent to utterly obliterate them, regardless of their nature. I will kill you without fail. With no time for idle chatter, Hidan charged forward. Cyborg, wielding his serpent blade, unleashed a torrent of razor-sharp sand blades toward Hidan. I must kill him. I will undoubtedly kill him. Unbeknownst to him, this singular thought consumed Hidan's mind, banishing all distractions. He entered that state of absolute focus once again, where every command from his brain received instantaneous response. Slow. Far too slow. I could perceive every trajectory of flight. There was scarcely any indication of deceleration as the figure plunged headlong, employing an array of astonishing maneuvers to evade the storm of sand blades. With minimal cost, it arrived before Cybertron, brandishing the bloodied scythe of the third month and striking down with ferocity. Meanwhile, as the figure engaged in a fierce battle with Cybertron, Shinji discreetly retrieved a bandage, binding it to his head without hesitation. The cursed item, the mummy's bandage, possessed the power to instantaneously heal wounds, even allowing severed limbs to regenerate. It could be wrapped around any part of the body to take effect, but was solely for personal use. The negative consequence: death within 5 seconds post-application. Cooldown time: 2 hours. Perhaps what one truly desires is merely a dignified demise. In the blink of an eye, Shinji's severed right arm and leg were restored, along with the minor injuries he had sustained previously, returning him to peak condition. However, before elation could set in, the 5 seconds elapsed, and he fell lifeless. 3 seconds later, he gasped for breath. Had he perished? He had returned to life. What a game this was! Though restored, he refrained from revealing his revival, continuing to lie on the ground, feigning death. To avoid detection, he buried his newly formed limbs beneath the scorching sand, enduring the pain in silence. Imagine the effort he expended for that paltry bond value. After orchestrating such a poignant spectacle for the figure, how could it conclude so abruptly? Observing the raging combat prowess of the figure, even if he were to falter, it would take some time before defeat could befall him. Yet, it was indeed a close call. Had he not been preemptively buried beneath the sand by the little black creature, he might not have evaded that last strike. The prospect of becoming a desiccated corpse left him uncertain. Alas, the little black creature suffered for it, enduring a blow for no reason. Its entire appendage had cracked and perished. Fortunately, the damage to its dark hair would not harm its essence. Regeneration would suffice. Little did he realize that aside from its fear of fire, the creature had encountered another nemesis. Shinji subtly manipulated a blood serpent to retrieve the buried perfect perfume from the sand. Knowing the adversary's abilities posed a threat to the little black creature, he had to reclaim it. Losing it would be a significant setback. Having completed this task, he squinted towards the ongoing battle. The sound of rapid collisions echoed, a symphony of weapons clashing. Once engaged in close combat, the figure entered a state of utmost focus, relentlessly pressuring its opponent. The bloodied scythe transformed in versatility, striking from both afar and near, leaving Cybertron unable to gauge the range of its assaults, leading to considerable misfortune. The latter had sustained no fewer than 7 or 8 cuts, were it not for its ability to enter a sand-like state to evade attacks. It would have likely been torn asunder by the wrathful figure. However, bolstered by its capacity to transform into sand, Cybertron had never truly regarded the figure as a serious threat. Even utilizing Fadewan as a sparring partner to hone his melee skills, Fadewan, while enveloped in a state of intense focus, was far from devoid of intellect. On the contrary, he swiftly discerned his opponent's intentions, his inner fury igniting with greater ferocity. How dare you practice your techniques on me? ///. Under Fadewan's frenzied onslaught, Seaboat could only maintain his sand-like state, utterly incapable of mounting a counterattack, let alone considering any other options. Of course, Seaboat was not obliged to treat Fadewan as a mere training partner. Realizing his ulterior motives were thwarted, he sought a swift resolution. Sands of the curse, advance. Seaboat spread his arms wide, charging toward Fadewan as if to offer an enthusiastic embrace. Having recently witnessed the devastating effects of this maneuver, Fadewan was not caught off guard. As he retreated, he wielded his bloodied scythe in a wild frenzy, each strike passing harmlessly through his foe, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Yet, he persisted, showing no intent to relent. In a state of utmost concentration, his gaze was fixed intently upon his adversary, scrutinizing every minuscule shift in Seaboat's form. Just as there are no insurmountable jutsu in the world of ninjas, he too believed that his opponent must possess vulnerabilities. Suddenly, a sharp sound rang out, revealing a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. I have found your flaw. The chaotic strikes of the bloodied scythe converged on a specific point. Within the swirling sands lay a corporeal serpent sword. With a powerful blow, Fadewan nearly dislodged the serpent sword, prompting Seaboat to instantly abandon his sand-like transformation, reverting to his previous state along with the sword to evade Fadewan's subsequent assault, thus managing to escape. Wan did not immediately pursue. The prior explosion of energy had drained a considerable amount of his stamina, and he took a moment to catch his breath. After a few deep inhalations, he finally steadied his breathing. With a sinister grin, he contemplated that the conditions for executing his attack, turning a person into a desiccated corpse, were likely the opposite. The crucial factor was that twisted blade. Even if you refuse to acknowledge it, I have already seen through your ruse. When you and that serpent sword become sand, it may seem as though all attacks are rendered ineffective, yet that moment also represents your most vulnerable state, where you can only defend passively. To unleash the attack that turns a person into a desiccated corpse, you must first materialize that serpent sword. In other words, to defeat you, I merely need to focus my strikes on that serpent sword the instant you make your move. Shockingly, before Seaboat could utter a word, Shinji, who had been hiding and playing dead, was the first to be astounded by this scene. Is this truly the same creature that only knew how to demolish and bite? How did it suddenly exhibit such heightened intelligence? In truth, Wan had not become smarter. Rather, in that extreme state of concentration, every ounce of his cognitive power was devoted to devising a strategy to vanquish his foe. As the memory-consuming programs diminished, the computational power became concentrated, resulting in a remarkable acceleration of thought processes. If it were the usual circumstances, Wan would rather lie on the ground, tasting the sand, than capture these intricate details or derive such profound insights. Shinji grew intrigued and continued to observe. He noticed Saberto, standing not far in front of Wan. Pause momentarily before speaking in confusion. Since you have already detected my flaw, wouldn't it be more advantageous to strike me unexpectedly in our forthcoming battle? Why reveal this and alert me to it? Why? The answer was, of course, uncertainty. After all, these conclusions were derived from the skirmish just witnessed by Wan. Firstly, he had no certainty about their accuracy. Secondly, if his assumptions were incorrect, the consequences could be dire. Thus, he preferred to forego the opportunity and probe his opponent's reaction. From the current perspective, it seemed he had indeed made the right gamble. Although Saberto had actively learned many of humanity's virtues and habits, he remained largely ignorant of the guile and machinations that characterized human interactions. Consequently, Wan successfully extracted valuable intelligence from him. Recognizing this, Wan scoffed with disdain. For the outcome had long been predetermined. He intended to ensure Saberto's defeat was unequivocal. You shall never be our equal, humans. Saberto's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. In truth, he was not particularly concerned about many matters, including the demise of his subordinates. He merely believed that to achieve his ultimate goal, he would require numerous allies and resources. Hence, he sought to rescue those of his kind who could only be deemed cannon fodder in the eyes of humanity. However, there was one principle he had always cherished deeply. He firmly believed that one day, curses and spirits would supplant humanity and seize control of this world. Wan's dismissive words irked him greatly, rendering him increasingly intolerant. He felt inexplicably diminished in comparison. Annoyed, Saberto declared, "You wish for my respect? Very well. I shall earn yours in turn. I am Saberto. Remember this name, human. Soon, you shall experience the endless despair that the desert brings." With a flourish of his serpent sword, countless crescent-shaped blades of sand surged forth, resembling ethereal sand spirits dancing in the air. Sand curse, dance of despair. As Wan wielded his bloody scythe to shatter the torrent of sand blades, he pressed on, determined to close the distance once again. In the blink of an eye, he bore numerous gaping wounds, blood streaming forth. Yet, in his state of death's embrace, his physical capabilities had been significantly enhanced, and his self-healing abilities had more than doubled. Thus, as long as he did not lose limbs, all injuries could be categorized as superficial. Observing this, Saberto lightly tapped his serpent sword once more. Sand curse, despair walker. Suddenly, from the desert ground ahead of Wan, countless hands formed from sand emerged, desperately grasping at all living creatures, intent on dragging them into the yellow sands and burying them. Like a wanderer trapped in a desolate desert, succumbing to thirst and scorching heat, suddenly returned to the realm of reality, Wan found himself in a predicament. He feared not the wounds inflicted upon him, but rather the relentless forces that ensnared him. Upon shattering these obstacles, an onslaught of sandy hands reached out to him once more. The frustration was unbearable. To exacerbate matters, his adversary raised the serpent sword again. The sand curse transformed into quicksand. With a mere thrust of the sword's tip towards the void, the yellow sands beneath Fadewan's feet began to sink rapidly, resembling a funnel. His heart sank along with the sands. As Cyborg abandoned close combat and resumed his ranged attacks, navigating through the vast desert became an arduous task for Fadewan. Rest assured, I shall not dispose of you so easily. I intend to compel you to submit fully, only for you to perish in this endless despair amidst the yellow sands. The sand curse morphed into the dance of sandstorm. With a swing of the serpent sword, hundreds of crescent-shaped sand blades surged forth. At this moment, Fadewan was ensnared by the sandy hands, his feet firmly grasped by the quicksand, rendering him immobile. Despite his desperate struggles, wielding the blood moon scythe to shield himself, he was still pierced by numerous blood arrows the next instant. Are you convinced? Cyborg inquired from a distance. Huh. To hell with your conviction. This was Fadewan's retort. The essence of Fadewan's power was largely manifested through the blood curse of Death's Harvest. Yet, the current predicament was that he could not approach his foe. Without proximity, he could inflict no harm. Without inflicting harm, he could not procure blood. And without blood, the ritual could not proceed. Having finally discerned his enemy's weakness, he found himself bereft of opportunity to exploit it. Forget about submission. Fadewan was on the verge of exploding with rage. The elements of time, place, and circumstance were all against him. Damn it. The sand curse became the dance of sandstorm once more. Following the third barrage of sand blades, Fadewan was nearly transformed into a gory figure. Yet, his eyes remained unchanged, filled with malevolence, fixated on Cyborg with unwavering intensity. It seemed that, given the slightest chance, even if he were left with only his mouth, he would strive to bite off a piece of his opponent. I have slowed the descent of the quicksand. Before you are completely engulfed, I have ample time to unleash 10 rounds of the Dance of Sandstorm. I am curious to see how many rounds you can endure. Fadewan grinned maliciously with his bloodied visage. A few rounds? This torment has lulled me to the brink of slumber. As a masochist, this physical anguish was precisely what he craved. What irked him, however, was the inability to share this exquisite suffering with his adversary. After enduring several rounds of the Dance of Sandstorm, Cyborg seemed to realize that this approach would not compel his opponent to submit. Should he simply eliminate this human? Suddenly, as if recalling something, Cyborg shifted his gaze to the space behind Fadewan. Among you humans, I have heard a term known as bond. I have long struggled to comprehend the essence of this term until recently, when a male human, in a desperate bid to save his companion's life, temporarily obstructed me at any cost. In the aftermath, I found the incident quite intriguing, as it illuminated the complexities of human emotion. Consequently, I spared the life of that male human and chose to keep him by my side. What transpired next was even more fascinating. The female human, who had escaped, seemingly did not value her rare chance at survival. Instead, she returned with numerous allies, intent on rescuing the man. In that moment, as I observed them, a semblance of understanding began to dawn upon me. This, it appeared, is what you humans refer to as a bond. At this juncture, Cyborg suddenly pointed his serpent sword towards the figure behind Fadewan, inquiring whether that individual was his companion. If it were not for the initial act of heroism to save him, how could he have so easily lost an arm and a leg? Now lying there awaiting his demise, I find myself curious about what you would sacrifice to save him. Or rather, how profound is the bond between you? Sand curse. Become sand soldier. As the words escaped my lips, a soldier formed from yellow sand materialized beside the lifeless Shunsher, brandishing a long spear, also crafted from sand, aimed directly at Shunsher's heart. I will kill you. I must kill you. Fadewan ground his teeth, his expression twisting into that of a malevolent specter. Even in this moment, he did not plead for mercy, nor would he utter any words of submission, fully aware that such actions would be futile and merely serve to invite ridicule from his adversaries. Moreover, Shunsher would undoubtedly prefer not to witness his grotesque visage. Yet, it is crucial to note that such an attack would not be fatal to them. Perhaps, by some twist of fate, that scoundrel Shunsher might even survive this ordeal. For reasons unbeknownst to him, this thought suddenly flickered in Fadewan's mind. With a swift thrust, the sand spear pierced Shunsher's heart. It appears that the bond between you is not as profound as one might believe. The failure to witness the anticipated scene seemed to deeply disappoint Cyborg. Yet this did not deter him from provoking Fadewan further. Although he knew Shunsher would not perish, Fadewan's temples throbbed, and veins bulged on his neck. You were correct in your previous conjecture. The storm dust golden serpent is indeed pivotal. It possesses two abilities, amplification and desiccation. However, during the sandification process, both abilities will temporarily cease to function. Your powers of observation are astute, but this is where it ends. Fadewan's recent performance had somewhat disheartened Cyberot. Revealing this information was merely a token of appreciation for Fadewan's endurance thus far. After all, in Cyberot's view, the dead cannot speak. He remains unaware of certain special techniques employed by ninjas. Furthermore, even if this weakness were known, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone to seize the opportunity to exploit it. Following several exchanges, it seems Cyberot has fallen into a certain fallacy. True superlative strength among humans is far more complex than he had envisioned. It is over. Sand curse, become infinite sandstorm. The Cyber Knight pointed his serpent sword forward, knowing that only upon witnessing death would the myriad of sand blades cease their relentless assault. However, at the very moment when the tempest of sand blades began to coalesce, an unexpected voice erupted from behind him. Fool, taste my hidden strike. Shinji, who had been pierced through the heart and deemed dead, was not only resurrected but also stood unscathed, wielding a beheading sword behind the Cyber Knight. Die. Without a moment's hesitation, the Cyber Knight instinctively entered his sand-formed state, narrowly escaping being cleaved in two. Yet, in the next instant, he regretted his decision, for the target had never been him, but rather the serpent sword clutched in his grasp. With a sharp clang, the vibrant serpent sword was sent soaring, struck by Shinji's pinnacle blow. A powerful strike that sent the golden weapon flying from the Cyber Knight's control. But in a moment of desperation, he emerged from his sand form right before Shinji's eyes, for within that state, he could not reclaim his sword. A massive arm of swirling sand shot up, reaching for the serpent sword that spun and danced in midair. Fugue. Shinji could not help but shout. Shut up and watch. The long-restrained fugue, fueled by pent-up fury, hurled his bloodied scythe with all his might the instant Shinji sent the serpent sword flying. The rapidly rotating scythe tore through the sky like a blood moon rising ominously. It struck the serpent sword before the sandy hand could seize it. With another clang, the golden serpent sword was sent hurtling once more. Meanwhile, Shinji decided he could no longer simply spectate. Damn it, even watching the show can get me hurt. Do you know how much it hurts to have your heart pierced? With a grunt, the Cyber Knight bore the brunt of Shinji's attack to reclaim the serpent sword, sustaining a deep and long wound across his back that nearly severed him in two. Realizing he had acted foolishly once more, he forced himself to regain his composure. As Shinji prepared to strike again, the Cyber Knight resolutely abandoned his attempt to reclaim the sword and retreated with a graceful sand form. In truth, Shinji's best course of action would have been to pursue and launch a relentless assault, compelling his opponent to continuously utilize the sand form, leaving him no room to maneuver. The longer this drawn-out battle continued, the more likelihood of victory would tilt in Shinji's favor. Yet, despite the Cyber Knight's loss of the serpent sword and the subsequent vanishing of the sand blades, the quicksand beneath Fugue's feet continued to consume him. If he did not act soon, they might as well erect a tombstone for him. Idiot Fugue, throw me the scythe, Shinji shouted. Call me an idiot again, and I'll make sure to end you. Though Fugue cursed vehemently, he nonetheless tossed the returning bloodied scythe toward Shinji. Its speed and power raised doubts about his intentions to harm his ally. With a clang, Shinji, in disbelief, deflected it with his beheading sword, then grasped it firmly. Come to me. Shinji's blood surged as he pulled with all his might, swinging the weapon with fervor. Due to the resilient rope connecting the circular ring of the bloody scythe to the waist of Fadewan, he was abruptly yanked from the quicksand, flung in a certain direction with such force that it nearly severed his waist. At that moment, the cyborg, having regained some distance, paid no heed to his own injuries and transitioned back into his physical form. With a swift motion, he crossed his arms and unleashed two torrents of sand, targeting the descending snake sword. The significance of this weapon to him was palpable. However, Shinji was equally quick to react, as he chose to save Fadewan. He had already devised a strategy. The trajectory in which Fadewan was thrown intersected with the path of the sand currents at a single point. Once I deal with that guy, you're next, you bastard. In midair, with no options left, Fadewan found himself hurtling into the sand stream, the swirling yellow dust obscuring his vision, leaving Shinji uncertain if Fadewan had succeeded. Yet, he would not remain passive, even while launching Fadewan. He had prepared for the next step. Crimson blood technique, blood piercing. compressing the blood to its utmost limit. It coalesced into a singular point and erupted forth like a bullet. This technique was chosen for its initial velocity, which could reach the speed of sound, aiming to catch his opponent off guard. The cyborg, though aware of Shinji's maneuver, was unable to evade due to the rapidity of the assault and instinctively resorted to sandification. Yet, an unexpected scene unfolded. The cyborg, while in a sandified state, was struck and emitted a muffled grunt. Could it be that a bullet formed from Shinji's blood had actually wounded him? Without hesitation, driven by a desire for confirmation, Shinji adopted another stance, palms pressed together at his chest, fingertips aimed at the cyborg. Crimson blood technique, supernova, as an extension of blood piercing. Supernova undoubtedly boasted a broader attack range. In the next moment, a multitude of blood bullets erupted forth. Although the speed of each individual bullet had diminished, the sheer density of the barrage rendered evasion nearly impossible. Then, even stranger occurrences transpired. Fully aware that evasion was futile, the cyborg opted to forego his invulnerable sandification, instead manipulating the sand to form a wall before him. However, in his haste, the wall lacked both density and volume, resulting in numerous blood bullets penetrating through and striking him. Remarkably, the cyborg chose to endure the injuries rather than utilize sandification to evade the assault. This behavior was utterly baffling. Shinji stared intently at his opponent, his mind recalling the initial moment of ambush when all his blood blades had been devoured and absorbed. At that time, he had been certain that the opponent's ability could counter his crimson blood technique. This realization had been one of the reasons for his earlier feigned death and covert observation. The sudden use of blood piercing was not intended to inflict harm, but rather to compel his adversary to sandify and relinquish the struggle for the snake's sword. However, it seems that things have taken a rather different turn. What could be the reason? Suddenly, Shinji contemplated a possibility. If his conjecture held true, then the loss of that serpent sword had indeed exposed the adversary's fatal weakness. Thus, while charging towards the enemy, he shouted, "Foolish Duan, have you obtained the item? If you're still alive, make a sound. Damn! If you dare to call me a fool again, believe me, I will return this wretched thing to that fellow and let him finish you off." Not far away, Fei Duan emerged, dusty and disheveled, clutching a golden serpent sword. Well done. Of course, when has Lord Fei Duan ever faltered? You can hide with that object. But now that the serpent sword is gone, the stage is set for my grand display. Shinji, disregarding the childishness and embarrassment of his words, was primarily motivated by the grievances he had suffered at the hands of his opponent. With his vengeful nature, he was determined to retaliate. To his surprise, Fei Duan actually retreated obediently, which astonished Shinji. He had anticipated needing to persuade him further. It seemed that the increasing bond value was proving beneficial. He was bound to mold that fool Fei Duan into his own shape eventually. At this moment, Cybertron suddenly realized that the development of events was beginning to spiral beyond his control. He found himself in a dilemma. If he simply wished to leave, he was confident he could do so effortlessly, as they could not detain him. Yet, if he walked away like this, what would become of his serpent sword? It was a part of his very essence, born alongside him, embodying his own strength. If he failed to retrieve it, his power would undoubtedly plummet. More importantly, without the serpent sword, one of his critical weaknesses would soon be laid bare. Return my weapon, and I shall allow you to depart. Shinji laughed heartily. Are you unable to see your current predicament? This is not about whether you can let us go, but rather that I have no intention of sparing you. No sooner had he spoken than Shinji launched himself forward, propelled by the enhancement of his Hidan leap, his speed so swift it was nearly imperceptible. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Cybertron, wielding his executioner's blade with ruthless intent. Cybertron immediately retreated, turning to sand. Without hesitation, Shinji crushed the blood pouch in his hand, unleashing a flurry of blood blades that sliced through the air. He then observed his opponent solidifying into form, manipulating the sand for defense. Just as I thought, I have seized upon your fatal weakness, little sand creature. Shinji grinned, revealing his pristine white teeth. Die! With a sweeping motion of his executioner's blade, he cleaved through the air. The three sand walls that barely withstood the assault of the blood blades were effortlessly split apart and collapsed entirely. Then, in a seemingly reckless act, Shinji hurled his executioner's blade forward. Sensing the oncoming rush of wind and stinging sensation, Cybertron understood that even if he struggled to conjure another sand wall, it would be instantly shattered. Thus, he resorted to transformation into sand. allowing the spinning executioner's blade to pass through his form before embedding itself in a nearby mound of sand. Sabertooth had a simple yet cunning plan. By utilizing his sand transformation, he could thwart his opponent's attacks while simultaneously disarming them of their most effective weapon, an endeavor that promised no loss. Yet, could Shinji be oblivious to such a straightforward strategy? His decision to relinquish his weapon was precisely to provoke his adversary into using sand transformation, thus creating the opportunity he sought. With a flash of black vengeance, the iron fist of retribution erupted in a cascade of dark sparks, striking forcefully against his opponent's chest. The might of this blow was formidable, however, it proved futile. In an instant, Sabertooth discerned the ineffectiveness of the attack, maintaining his sand form. Consequently, Shinji's powerful punch landed in empty space, inflicting no harm. Indeed, had he opted to revert to his corporeal state, he would have undoubtedly sustained injury. A sense of relief washed over Sabertooth. Yet, at that moment, he noticed a slight upward curve at the corner of Shinji's mouth, revealing a triumphant smile. As the capillaries in Shinji's arm burst, a torrent of blood infused with immense cursed energy erupted forth. Crimson blood manipulation, spiral slash. With a tearing sound, countless minuscule blood blades swirled and coalesced upon Shinji's right arm, which was pressed against Sabertooth's chest, forming a terrifying spiral of crimson-cutting winds. A piercing scream of agony echoed as the sand-transformed Sabertooth's chest was shredded, flesh flying, as a gaping hole was created. Enduring this exquisite torment, Sabertooth realized his fatal weakness had been unearthed. Without the desiccate ability of the Golden Serpent Sword, he was incapable of absorbing moisture from his surroundings. Ironically, when he assumed sand form, water became his Achilles heel. Any area saturated with water would render his sand transformation temporarily ineffective. Blood, in this instance, served as a substitute for water. Shinji adeptly exploited this fact, delivering a devastating blow. Had Sabertooth retained the Serpent Sword, he could have entirely compensated for this critical vulnerability, potentially becoming an adversary to techniques such as water release and crimson blood manipulation. However, the loss of the Serpent Sword had inverted his fortunes, rendering those very techniques capable of overpowering his sand transformation. It was as if fate had orchestrated this sequence of events. At this juncture, one must commend Hidan for his significant contribution. The ultimate outcome might have been drastically different had it not been for his intervention. Curse of Sand. Transform into quicksand. Despite his chest being utterly ravaged, the life force of Sabertooth, a special grade cursed spirit, remained remarkably resilient. As he manifested his corporeal form, a considerable amount of cursed energy surged into the yellow sand beneath his feet. This time, he was determined to unleash his power recklessly, expending cursed energy as if it were boundless. This reckless outpouring resulted in the ground beneath Shinji transforming into a quicksand pit, devouring him at an astonishing rate. Just as Shinji hesitated, a voice called out from behind him. "Damn it, Shinji, come out. He's finished." Turning around, he saw Hidan standing within a meticulously drawn ritual diagram, his mouth working hard to chew on something. In his hand, he clutched a handful of blood-soaked sand. Shinji immediately recalled that the position where Fadewan stood was precisely the spot where he had first injured an enemy with his execution blade not long ago. Thus, he hesitated no longer, swiftly solidifying the ground beneath his feet into a blood crystal longboard, propelling himself away from the quicksand. Gulp. He finally swallowed it down. It was indeed quite unpalatable. Now, it was time for you to experience true terror. Do refrain from crying, my dear. Ha ha. Amidst the maniacal laughter, Fadewan seized the bloody scythe and swung it directly at his own neck. With a sickening thud, Fadewan's head fell to the sandy ground, his body collapsing right after with a heavy thump. Suddenly, Saberto, half submerged in the quicksand, stiffened, a crimson line appearing around his neck. Then, his head rolled away. As it tumbled, his expression was one of utter bewilderment. He realized that he had underestimated these humans. Despite being a special grade cursed spirit, immensely powerful since the moment of his creation, with boundless potential that grew stronger by the second, this did not imply that the human realm lacked means to defeat him. In fact, the variety, strength, and peculiarity of their abilities surpassed his imagination. In the next moment, Saberto's headless body suddenly stirred. The exquisite hourglass that had hung at his waist, previously overlooked, was taken down for the first time and flipped. Buzz. The domain unfolded. Celestial hourglass. Time seemed to freeze. By the time Shinji realized that his opponent could wield such a domain, it was already too late. Surroundings remained an endless expanse of yellow sand, seemingly unchanged. Yet, Shinji understood that they had indeed been drawn into the opponent's domain. The sky had vanished, a black lid suspended above. He also noted that the yellow sand beneath his feet appeared to flow downwards incessantly. From a divine perspective, one would see that the domain Saberto had manifested was, in fact, an hourglass. Shinji and Fadewan resided in the upper chamber of this hourglass, hence the peculiar sensation. No one knew what dreadful events would transpire once all the sand had flowed away. At that moment, a figure materialized from the swirling yellow sand. It was Saberto, the same being whose head Fadewan had severed using the Death's scythe. However, now Saberto appeared fully restored, without a hint of injury. A weight settled in Shinji's heart. He knew he might have to resort to the experience card of the special grade Cursed Spirit, Connie. Should that prove insufficient, he could only hope for a fortunate draw, wishing for something that could turn the tide. After all, special grade Cursed Spirits capable of unfolding domains were fundamentally different from those that could not. Within the opponent's domain, any attack was guaranteed to hit. This fact alone was terrifying. All Shinji could do now was safeguard the serpent sword he had picked up from Fadewan, preventing the opponent from obtaining it. Otherwise, a single attack would render him a desiccated corpse. Yet, the unfolding events seemed less dire than he had anticipated. State your names, humans. The two of us, brothers by fate, stand unwavering in our identities. He is known as Sasuke, and I as Naruto. Should anyone dare to challenge us, let them come to Konoha. Sasuke and Naruto. Even Shinji finds himself at a loss, for despite everything, they are indeed children of destiny, capable of enduring the trials ahead. If an adversary truly dares to seek trouble with these two, it is likely that even with the activation of a domain, they would meet with grievous consequences. Sasuke. Naruto. I recall you addressing him as Hidan, while he refers to you as Shinji. Realizing the opponent is not easily deceived, Shinji boldly responds, "Oh, that is our surname. I am Sushi. No, Shinji Naruto. And he is Hidan. No, Sasuke." Cybertron diligently notes these names, his gaze momentarily lingering on the serpent sword held by Shinji. Next time, I shall personally reclaim what is mine. I will seek you out in Konoha, Shinji Naruto, Hidan Sasuke. With those words, he transformed into grains of sand, merging with the earth. Then, with a crack, the domain shattered. Shinji lifted his head, squinting at the sun. Damn, that fellow intimidated me. It was evident that the opponent's final domain was merely a means of self-preservation. Either the residual cursed energy was insufficient to sustain the domain's power, or the construction of the domain was incomplete. In simpler terms, it was a facade intended to instill fear. Shinji leaned toward the latter theory. If it were merely an issue of cursed energy, given the significance of that golden serpent sword, the opponent would not have hesitated to unleash the domain to eliminate them. Thus, the truth likely lay in the fact that the adversary had merely grazed the threshold of the domain's potential, but had not fully realized it. The domain they had just been ensnared in was likely a fragmented manifestation. The opponent retreated, lacking confidence in their victory. Yet, perhaps when they meet again, the adversary will have perfected their domain's form. If by then he remains incapable of harnessing its power, he may find himself merely at the mercy of his opponent. This simply cannot be allowed. Shinji secured the golden serpent sword, his gaze resting on the severed visage of Hidan, contemplating how to extract the remaining value from this encounter. He must devise a plan to swiftly elevate his bond value to 1,000. Hopefully, Konoha can lend some assistance and prolong this situation. Ideally, eliminating that fellow outright would be the best outcome. Wait a moment. It seems Sunagakure has been offering a bounty for that individual. Suddenly, Shinji recollected the purpose of his journey here. Might not intelligence on that individual's combat capabilities fetch a handsome price? Oh, the value of money pales in comparison to the desire to foster a friendship with Sunagakure. Shinji's mind was illuminated with clarity. Once he sells this critical information to Sunagakure, it will surely be enough for them to take notice. After all, without the serpent sword, the threat level would drastically diminish. The most significant danger remains that enigmatic domain, which could potentially be perfected at any moment. Of course, this matter is of no concern to him. He would gladly welcome Sunagakure's full mobilization to assist him in probing for weaknesses. Damn it, Shinji. Huh. I've called your name several times. What are you mumbling about over there? Ah, So you are still alive? How infuriating. Even in death, I would drag you down with me. Well, is there anything else? Shinji displayed an extreme level of indifference. Fadewan's face turned crimson as he managed to utter, "Why don't you help me stitch my head back on? If you had mentioned it earlier, how was I to know your intentions?" Shinji retorted. Fadewan shifted awkwardly, then murmured, "Make it look presentable, otherwise I'll have to undo it and redo it myself. Why haven't I seen you so concerned about your image before?" Shinji shot him a middle finger, delaying the stitching of his head. Instead, he retrieved the greedy eyeball. And only after confirming that no other cursed spirits were around did he pick up Fadewan's head and proceed to sew it back on using blood threads. Though his skills were rather lacking, Fadewan's frequent dismemberment made up for it. Thus, the result was passable, certainly better than the crooked stitches from the first attempt. Despite his dissatisfaction, Fadewan understood that if he continued to complain, that rascal might just sew his mouth to his rear and next time. That guy escaped? Oh, he really had me fooled. I thought it was the end, but it turned out to be a mere empty threat before he fled. When I see him next, I shall slice him to pieces. Fadewan's eyes glinted with malice as he spat on the ground. Shinji immediately gave him a thumbs up, reassuring him, "Rest assured. I won't stand in your way then." Having made the trip in vain, where to next? Fadewan grumbled while stretching his neck. Shinji caressed the golden serpent sword hidden within his robes, contemplating. This journey was hardly a waste. We have emerged victorious. We must seek out the location of the underground exchange in the Land of Wind. I am confident the intelligence we possess will fetch a handsome price. Although we intended to stir trouble for the sand-hidden village, if they were to brazenly approach the village to sell intelligence, it would not only jeopardize their earnings, but perhaps even their lives. Thus, intermediaries like the exchange become essential. Even the sand-hidden village would hesitate to antagonize the powers behind the exchange for such information. It is not that they cannot, but the cost is simply too high. Fadewan had no objections. After clearing the site, the two resumed their journey. 2 days later, the sand-hidden village acquired a valuable piece of intelligence. Presented before the Wind Shadow, Raza. The document detailed the various abilities of the Sand Spirit, Cyborg, excluding his domain, along with his weaknesses. It even provided several actionable strategies that appeared highly feasible. Has the authenticity of this information been verified? Raza inquired, setting the document aside. It has been cross-referenced with the reports from Maki and others. They match perfectly and are even more detailed, leading us to conclude its veracity. Concluded its veracity? The other party was cautious and cunning, having leaked this information through a specific underground exchange. After luring our people in, they did not show themselves throughout the transaction. We attempted to stake out the vicinity, but yielded no results. The funds from the transaction were likely withdrawn by the counterpart through an underground exchange. After some contemplation, Luosha chose to let it go. After all, according to the intelligence relayed by Ma Ji and others, the power of Sha Ling Cyber was undeniably formidable. The fact that the opponent could obtain such detailed information undoubtedly implied that they had engaged in combat with the adversary and managed to retreat unscathed. In this tumultuous season, it was unnecessary to offend a potentially powerful individual over a piece of intelligence or a sum of money. Of course, this was predicated on the assumption that the other party had not deceived him regarding the information. Inside the medical room of the sand-hidden village, how is the patient? Vital signs are all stable. Why hasn't he regained consciousness? We are not entirely sure. After a brief exchange, the physician shook his head and departed. The room was left with Ma Ji, Wan, and the motionless Ma Lu lying on the hospital bed. For reasons unknown, Ma Lu had remained in a deep coma since being brought back to the village. One was deeply concerned but felt helpless. Do not be overly pessimistic. It is already a significant achievement that you were able to return alive. Ma Ji offered a dry consolation. Wan, uncertain if he had absorbed the words, merely responded with a faint acknowledgement. By the way, it seems that Lord Feng Ying has obtained a crucial piece of intelligence. Perhaps during our next encounter, we may successfully capture Sha Ling Cyber, and then we might inquire about what was done to Ma Lu. There were indeed matters he could not casually disclose. Yet it was essential to share this tidbit with Wan to restore her confidence. After all, the recent string of events had inflicted considerable losses on the sealing team. With Ma Lu still unconscious, it would be even worse if Wan succumbed to despair. Upon hearing this, Wan nodded resolutely. If Brother Ma Lu cannot awaken, then the issue must lie with Sha Ling Cyber. Finding and subduing him is the only solution. Ma Ji felt a sense of relief at this display of determination. Moreover, due to this series of unexpected incidents, coupled with Ma Lu's lingering coma, the previous task of monitoring 2 wandering ninjas had gone unnoticed, resulting in the anticipated bounty not being issued as planned. Why on earth did we come to this godforsaken place to engage in such activities? I despise this feeling. Beneath the bright sunlight, with the verdant willows casting shadows, numerous pre-dug sand pits concealed one traveler after another, including Shinji and the grumbling Fei Duan. This was a tourism initiative concocted by the Land of Wind, euphemistically termed sand bath. Shinji had always believed that a sand bath referred to lounging on a beach or simply enjoying a spa indoors. However, the true origin of the natural sand bath lay in the remote deserts, where prolonged exposure to sunlight heats the sand, allowing half or the entirety of one's body to be buried beneath it for the experience. Naturally, the duration must be meticulously timed, otherwise, one might succumb before the experience even begins. The design here is remarkably user-friendly, situated on the edge of an oasis, with rows of trees nearby, their dense foliage providing a shield against the scorching sun. This allows the remaining sunlight to be absorbed by the sand, preventing the temperature from becoming excessively high. The warm, fine sand pressing against one's body is incredibly comfortable. To be frank, Shinji's experience is rather pleasant, especially after an intense battle. Finding solace in such a place is simply delightful. However, Hidan's experience is quite the opposite. Having nearly been engulfed by quicksand on 2 occasions prior, he feels exceedingly uncomfortable and lacks a sense of security. With only his head exposed and sunglasses perched on his nose, Shinji murmurs, "Stay calm. Let us not forget we have eliminated those lackeys sent by Sunagakure, and we've also swindled them out of a substantial sum. They must surely be on the lookout for us now." Hidan retorts, questioning the correlation between being wanted and lounging in the sand. Shouldn't they be making a hasty retreat? Suddenly, Hidan sits up, revealing his mediocre abs, which elicits several screams from nearby women. Shinji inwardly scoffs, lamenting the poor taste of modern women. He then explains, "If even your mind can conceive such an idea, do you think the villagers of Sunagakure would be oblivious? They will undoubtedly deploy personnel to scrutinize the exit routes. Attempting to leave now would be akin to walking into a trap. While forceful entry is indeed an option, since alternatives exist, there is no need to confront Sunagakure head-on. They would never anticipate that we would take the opposite approach, coming to such a deep area to openly bask in the sun." Hidan ponders this, feeling simultaneously insulted and enlightened. Indeed, the most perilous places often offer the greatest safety. Humph, what a futile endeavor. I truly wish to spend no more time in this sand-laden country. With that, he reclines back into his pit, shoveling sand over himself once more. Shinji watches, his lips twitching in exasperation. If he dislikes it so much, why not simply leave? After indulging in their sand bath and swiftly dismissing a group of infatuated women, Shinji and Hidan retreat to their respective rooms to rest. Lying on his bed, Shinji retrieves the serpent sword, examining it repeatedly. Storm Dust Golden Serpent Sword, sealed state. Description: a manifestation of a portion of the power of the Desert Curse Spirit, Cyborg. Effect 1. Not displayed. Effect 2. Not displayed. P.S. Do you comprehend the essence of exclusivity? This has been the umpteenth time he has scrutinized it over the past few days, each time yielding the same description. Clearly, this serpent sword is exceedingly unique, likely a fragment of Cyborg's power. Thus, until he vanquishes it, the sword's true power will remain concealed, and none but Cyborg can wield it. It is akin to the cursed object, Greedy Eyeball, which Shinji acquired long ago. Had he extracted the eyeball without eliminating the special curse spirit, he would find himself in a similar predicament, possessing a certain unique power, yet being utterly unable to utilize it. Thus, the situation grew rather awkward. After much contemplation, Shinji retrieved the cursed artifact transformation card, aiming it at the serpentine sword in his grasp. During the transformation process, unforeseen complications may arise, potentially leading to failure or destruction. Would you like to expend 10,000 cursed soul points for a forced transformation? Gazing at this notification, Shinji, who had been wavering for 2 days, finally made his decision with a resolute bite of his lip. Rather than holding on to it as a mere trinket, he deemed it better to take a gamble. Regardless of success or failure, this item could never return to its original state, thus relieving him of the burden of being coveted by a certain individual. This was a classic case of harming others without benefiting oneself. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that this was indeed a drastic measure. Just as he resolved to proceed, Cybertron, traversing the vast desert, suddenly felt a stirring within, as if something had shattered, severing him completely from the source. This is impossible. Naruto, Sasuke, Konoha. I shall ensure that you pay dearly. In his fury, it felt as though the entire desert trembled. Sanjian's reflections, having ascended to the 3rd level. I finally have the opportunity to share a few heartfelt words with everyone. Readers familiar with the author, Old Faceless, are aware that the previous book did not fare well, compounded by various life trivialities, leading to a hasty conclusion. This conclusion resulted in over 8 months of absence. During that time, I was engulfed in confusion, unsure of what to write, feeling as though my mind had been utterly drained, leaving me with an unsettling emptiness. On certain nights, I pondered whether my creative well had run dry, questioning if the scant talent I possessed had been completely exhausted. Days dragged on as I forced myself to avoid contemplating a new book, seeking refuge in various excuses. Then, one day my editor, the ever-kind Royi, unexpectedly reached out, inquiring about my recent circumstances and whether I had any thoughts about starting a new book. To be honest, I was quite touched. I never considered myself a noteworthy author deserving of an editor's attention, and I was both surprised and flattered. Thus, I engaged in conversation with Ruoyi about my current situation, discussing home renovations and significant life events. I had no clear ideas regarding a new book. Ruoyi is truly a warm-hearted person. Not only did he offer me words of comfort, but he also assured me that he would not forget me, encouraging me to share any new ideas with him for guidance. I was genuinely moved and grateful, yet still uncertain about what to write, leading to further delays in the emergence of a new work. Subsequently, every month or so, Ruoyi would check in, reaching out 3 times in total. I realized I owed him an explanation. In ancient times, Liu Bei's 3 visits to Zhuge Liang's humble abode were predicated on recognizing his immense talent capable of unifying the realm. What do I possess? Nothing of consequence. Yet, out of respect for Ruoyi's trust, I could no longer evade this responsibility. After some discussions with Ruoyi, the nascent concept for this book began to take shape. Having exhausted over 100,000 words, I personally crafted 7 or 8 versions of the introduction, followed by another 3 or 4 revisions with the invaluable assistance of my mentor, Rui. Ultimately, he decided to eliminate the first chapter entirely, reworking the contents of the second chapter to serve as the new beginning. Regarding the potential disadvantages of Jujutsu Kaisen, which many may not have encountered, Rui emphasized the necessity for a thorough explanation. This includes the interactions between the protagonist and Hidan, as well as the PUA suggestions that prompted Hidan to conjure his own interpretations. It is safe to say that Rui has provided immense support to me, Leowomian. Furthermore, we cannot overlook the crucial matters of contract signing and promotional placements. Thus, my gratitude knows no bounds. As of today, this book has garnered over 30,000 collections. While this may not be a particularly outstanding achievement, it is satisfactory enough to serve as a milestone acknowledgement to Rui and each reader. If all goes as planned, the book should be available for purchase early next month, marking the true test of Leowomian's success. I shall refrain from making any grand promises. I merely hope that readers will visit Shijian to contribute to a legitimate subscription, even if it is a mere few pennies. Only with tangible results will I dare to confidently declare to our perceptive editor, you truly possess remarkable insight. In this life, is it not all about maintaining one's dignity? The absence of dignity would indeed be a profound sorrow. Thus, I shall conclude my musings here, bowing in gratitude. Shinji exhaled deeply, having waved his arm vigorously. As long as there was no failure or destruction, this endeavor had already yielded gains. He no longer aspired for enhancements to his abilities. After all, under normal circumstances, this serpent sword could not have been transformed. It relied solely on the forced conversion effect of the cursed tool transformation card and a wager of 10,000 cursed souls. Achieving success felt akin to a stroke of serendipity. A failure would have undoubtedly been a grave loss. Yet, often it is the case that the less hope one harbors, the more delightful surprises one may receive. Cursed tool, serpent skin sword, turtle snake force release, reduces 60% of impact force when enduring physical attacks. Spirit binding. Each effective strike siphons a portion of the enemy's chakra or cursed energy. Once fully charged, the sword's serpent eyes will radiate a crimson glow. Golden snake dance. Unleashes all accumulated energy, momentarily awakening the true form of the golden serpent for an assault, with fangs carrying a petrification curse. Petrification curse irreversibly transforms the body into stone, significantly inhibiting regenerative abilities. Upon reviewing the new cursed tool, Shinji couldn't help but smile widely. Aside from the rather absurd name, each of the 4 abilities proved to be exceptionally practical. Turtle Snake Force Release serves as a defensive marvel. Spirit Binding continuously weakens foes. And Golden Snake Dance can be considered a powerful finisher. However, what captivated him most was the Petrification Curse, the irreversible suppression of regeneration. This meant that anyone afflicted by the Petrification Curse was essentially on the brink of death, particularly those formidable, special-grade cursed spirits that had long troubled him. With this ability, he could counter the reversal techniques employed by special-grade cursed spirits, and he believed it would undoubtedly bring forth an astonishing surprise. Shinji held the golden short sword in his hands, unable to part with it. At this moment, the serpent skin sword had undergone some transformations. Firstly, its length had diminished, now only measuring about half an arm's length. Secondly, its design had changed. The connection between the blade and hilt featured a serpent's head, eyes closed in slumber, from which the curved blade extended, resembling a venomous snake flicking its tongue. The hilt was adorned with scale-like patterns, yet felt smooth to the touch. Its color remained a brilliant golden hue, shimmering brightly under the sun. Shinji was exceedingly pleased as he stored it away. Should he encounter a formidable foe in the future, this sword could reveal its fangs. Most importantly, he no longer had to worry about Cybert taking it from him, for even if that individual managed to seize the sword, he would be unable to reclaim his powers. What you desire is the Storm Dust Golden Serpent Sword. What relevance does my serpent skin sword hold? Shinji laughed heartily, envisioning the opponent's frustration leading them to spew blood. Glancing at his remaining 400 cursed soul points, he decided against rushing for a lottery draw, opting instead to accumulate more. This treasure was hard-earned, and one never knew when it might be needed, as evidenced by the recent forced use of the Cursed Tool transformation card. Thus, it was prudent to save some for unforeseen circumstances. In retrospect, this journey to the Land of Wind had not only been worthwhile, but immensely profitable. Shinji felt a surge of joy as he perused the various intelligence reports regarding cursed spirits he had purchased from the exchange, contemplating his next destination for further gains. In a cave at the border between the Land of Grass and the Land of Rain, 2 individuals cloaked in fire cloud robes entered as the barrier was lifted. When the appointed time arrived, Nagato, situated in the Tower of the Land of Rain, activated the illusion technique, amplifying the thoughts emitted by the other members of the Akatsuki and projecting them as visions in a specific location. In the dimly lit cave, vibrant, colorful illusions materialized at their designated spots. Was this a prompt gathering for a new mission? Deidara, with his signature skyward braid, was the first to inquire, prompting a glance from Scorpion, who hid amidst the crimson flowing jewels, perhaps deeming Deidara too impulsive. The illusion of pain, the leader, spoke slowly. Recently, a class of unidentified beings has emerged in the ninja world. Thanks to the destruction and threats posed by these unknown entities, our Akatsuki organization has received numerous employment requests, resulting in substantial remuneration. The purpose of this assembly is primarily to gather your perspectives on these enigmatic creatures. Many were taken aback, unclear about the leader's intentions. Yet, they were indeed the right audience to discuss such matters, for countless monsters had perished at their hands. Weak, utterly defenseless. As one of the first to encounter these unknown beings, Kakuzu was quick to voice his opinion. For a moment, silence enveloped the others, seemingly reflecting Kakuzu's sentiments. However, after a brief lull, the usually reticent Scorpion surprisingly offered a markedly different viewpoint. The growth potential is remarkable and unique. After expressing this, no further explanation was offered, resulting in yet another awkward silence. Feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, Deidara could only muster a forced laugh and clap his hands twice, affirming, "Brother Scorpion is right." This immediately drew the concerned gazes of the crowd towards him, as if they were looking at someone mentally challenged. Scorpion felt an immense sense of humiliation, and a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps it would be best to turn this fellow into a puppet after all. Is there anything else? Pain inquired once more. What exactly is going on? Can we refrain from playing guessing games? Sensing the impending danger, Deidara hastily attempted to shift the topic. If it weren't for the knowledge that he meant no harm, merely being overly direct and occasionally speaking without thought. It could very well lead to Nagato using pain to subject Deidara to a devastating experience, allowing him to truly understand suffering. Goodness, is it so lacking in dignity to be a leader? To casually interrupt the leader's speech, does one no longer care about their standing? Little Deidara remained oblivious to the fact that he had offended two prominent figures in the organization with just 2 sentences, thus paving the way for his future inexplicable beatings. Returning his gaze, no longer engaging with the troublesome individual, Pain gestured. Itachi, since it was you who made the discovery, please elucidate. In this gathering, only Itachi and Kisame had first-hand experience, while the others were elsewhere. Itachi, upon being addressed, nodded slightly. Kisame and I's previous mission was in the land of rice, where we encountered similar chaos. However, this time we faced a particularly troublesome target. The individual claimed to be Hanami and possessed the ability to manipulate plants, along with formidable resistance to physical attacks. Even in our combined assault, they exhibited a capacity for counterattack and ultimately managed to escape. Upon hearing this, aside from the already informed Pain and Conan, everyone else was taken aback. The more one comprehended Itachi's prowess, the more astonishing it seemed that someone could evade his grasp. Is this for real? It must be a joke. Deidara was the first to exclaim. It is worth noting that when he was approached by Akatsuki, he was a self-proclaimed unmatched genius. Yet, he was completely overwhelmed by a mere glance from Itachi, nearly leading to his own demise. The subsequent encounters, filled with defiance, were no less humiliating. The frustration of knowing that he was prepared to counter the illusions, only to fall victim to them regardless, left him thoroughly defeated. Thus, from his perspective, the idea that such an extraordinary Itachi, paired with the so-called human-tailed beast Kisame, could allow their opponent to escape was simply unfathomable. In his opinion, there was no possibility of escape. At most, it would result in mutual destruction. When it comes to social dynamics, one must look to Deidara, often referred to as Starfish. His astonishment mirrored that of the others present. At this moment, Kisame chuckled, affirming, "This is indeed true. Though it also has something to do with the opponent's lack of awareness." Lack of awareness? What do you mean? It is quite literal. Itachi's most adept illusion technique failed to take effect, compounded by the opponent's notable resilience, which inadvertently allowed them to escape. When Kisame uttered these words, his expression was somewhat peculiar, a blend of amusement and the restraint that forbade him from laughing. It was indeed amusing to imagine that his first encounter with Itachi ended in such a ludicrous manner. Truly, for visual Jinjutsu, a blind opponent seems to be the optimal solution. Of course, neither he nor Itachi had revealed their true capabilities during the confrontation. Kisame felt it unnecessary, while Itachi merely wished to conserve his ocular power, lest he succumb to blindness before encountering that foolish brat. However, this was not a promising sign, prompting both Itachi and Kisame to promptly report the situation to their organization. As for whether the same intelligence was relayed back to Konoha, that remained a mystery. Upon hearing Kisame's explanation, the others visibly relaxed, finding the situation rather humorous. Really, was it necessary to gather everyone for this? Deidara began, continuing his trend of offending others. As expected, Pain's Deva Path and Itachi exchanged subtle glances in his direction. Scorpion, noticing this, silently mourned for Deidara for a brief moment, and resolved that should Deidara find himself in trouble, he would either join in the kicks or keep his distance to avoid collateral damage. After all, being mistaken as an accomplice would not bode well. They were hardly acquainted. Nagato contemplated inviting Deidara to meet him in the Land of Rain one day, while controlling Pain's Deva Path to continue. There is also another piece of intelligence. Zetsu promptly shared his unique accent as he relayed a report. A few days prior, within the borders of the Land of Wind, a cursed spirit codenamed Sand Spirit emerged. Cursed spirits refer to those enigmatic entities as a collective. This Sand Spirit named itself Sibert, and upon its arrival, it swiftly eliminated 2 Jonin and several Chunin and Jinin from Sunagakure, liberating numerous captured kin. Following this, the Kazekage dispatched 3 Jonin to pursue, but they only managed to retreat safely at the cost of 9 members from the sealing unit and several Chunin. Subsequently, a first-hand account of the battle with Sand Spirit Sibert circulated through the underground exchange, with Sunagakure being the initial buyer of this intelligence. It was noted within the report that Sand Spirit Sibert possessed formidable strength, particularly the ability to manipulate sand. Notably, It could completely transform into sand to evade attacks. Among other capabilities, after Zetsu concluded his report, Pain's Devapath spoke once more. What are your thoughts on these uniquely powerful cursed spirits that are emerging one after another? While they sound formidable, they pose no threat to us, right? The more chaos that ensues among the nations, the more advantageous it is for our plans. Deidara, though blunt and spirited, showed far greater acumen than Hidan. Even Kakuzu regarded him with newfound respect. You are certainly correct. But I believe the leader's concern is whether these cursed spirits might eventually impact our plans or grow to a level where they threaten the Akatsuki. Conan finally spoke, directly addressing the crux of the matter. Surely, that cannot be the case. Nothing is impossible. A month ago, would you have believed that a cursed spirit could escape from our organization's members unscathed? Itachi and Kisame, who are you implying? At this moment, Scorpion nodded in agreement with Conan's perspective. Over the past period, I have conducted some research on these cursed spirits. They seem to thrive on human negative emotions, and each possesses boundless potential for growth. After a brief pause, Scorpion continued. This implies that as long as there are sufficient humans to serve as sustenance, their power could undergo a remarkable enhancement in a short span of time. Their current weakness does not guarantee perpetual frailty. Just like the cursed spirit that escaped from Itachi and Kisame, it fled in a state of disarray this time, but next time we meet, the outcome may very well be reversed. Once again, Itachi and Kisame were called out. Damn it, it was just a slip-up. Must we have our names on everyone's lips? Do we have no pride? Itachi and Kisame exchanged glances, silently agreeing that the next encounter would end differently. With just a look, they reached a consensus. Can we harness this power? Pain, the Devapath, unexpectedly proposed an unconsidered avenue. The group fell into deep contemplation, with thoughts diverging. For a moment, the atmosphere became awkwardly silent. Truth be told, everyone present was proud and self-assured. Even among comrades, mutual recognition was a challenge, let alone with mere insects. Indeed, at least Kakuzu and others regarded those cursed spirits as bothersome vermin. While they could be easily crushed, the resulting slime was repulsive and required cleanup. It's akin to how no one would willingly rely on a cockroach's strength for any endeavor. Isn't it rather off-putting? After a while, it was Scorpion who broke the silence. I believe it is unnecessary. There are 3 reasons. First, these cursed spirits view humans as food and foes, creating an inherent and unchangeable opposition. Second, based on our current capabilities, we can achieve our goals without resorting to the power of cursed spirits. Moreover, the things we cannot accomplish, they are equally incapable of. Third, I simply do not like it. While there are 3 reasons, the most compelling is, I do not like it. No flaw in that reasoning, such as its audacity. Even though Scorpion has transformed into a puppet, he remains sentient and was once entirely human. Brother Scorpion is right. I too harbor disdain for those ghastly entities. I always yearn to obliterate them to smithereens. Deidara immediately leaped forward to support Scorpion, this time without earning a disdainful glance. No matter how formidable, a bug is still but a bug, and as humans, what we can do is simply crush them underfoot. Kakuzu also voiced his genuine thoughts. While Itachi and Kisame's views may not be as extreme, they understood one principle. Outsiders cannot be trusted. Although their organization, Akatsuki, stands apart from the major nations, a struggle for survival between them is inevitable. But there is one overarching premise. This is a civil war among humans. None of those present wish to be supplanted by a swarm of insects. After all, what meaning would world peace hold under such circumstances? Nagato had contemplated this as well. He merely feared for his own frail body, anxious that time was slipping away, which rendered him somewhat impatient. However, upon hearing the uniform sentiments expressed by others, he promptly set aside his worries. Thus, all tasks continued as usual. At this stage, the Akatsuki organization's developmental objective remained the accumulation of wealth, with Kakuzu tasked with managing the finances. Kakuzu nodded, daring anyone to contest his financial authority. He would not hesitate to retaliate. Conan, assessing the situation, continued to accept commissions. There were numerous requests, but the manpower was insufficient to meet them. This matter would be addressed later, should the others encounter formidable and unique cursed spirits again. Payne's tone turned grave as he declared, while ensuring your own safety, strive with all your might to eliminate any threats. Everyone responded in unison. Itachi and Kisame exchanged wry smiles, feeling thoroughly embarrassed. They resolved not to slack off next time. Once the meeting concluded, the illusions dissipated. Nagato glanced over at Konan, recalling the individual who had once destroyed 3 of Kakuzu's hearts. Although surprised, Konan recounted. Subsequent investigations revealed that the necklace worn by that person bore a design associated with a cult known as the Cult of the Evil God. However, when I managed to assemble a team for further exploration, I discovered that this cult had been entirely annihilated. The open ground was littered with hundreds of decaying corpses, and the earth bore a blood-stained design identical to that of the necklace, indicating they had been used as sacrificial offerings. Upon examining some of the corpses, I confirmed that the fatal wounds were inflicted by the target's beheading sword. A portion of the corpses bore lethal injuries likely caused by a multi-bladed scythe. If all goes as suspected, the annihilator of the entire cult of the evil god is likely the target and another individual. After that, we lost all trace of them. The act of slaying one's own cult is indeed heinous. The Akatsuki organization thrives on such talent. This intelligence was transmitted back, yet I had not had the opportunity to present it to you. Konan and Nagato, naturally, exchanged pleasantries no longer, as she began to scrutinize the information handed to her. The records predominantly detailed intelligence on the Sand Spirit cybernetic entity, but based on verbal accounts from personnel within the exchange office. It was confirmed that they had engaged in combat with the Sand Spirit cybernetic and subsequently sold intelligence to Sunagakure. While height, appearance, and accent could all be fabricated, the distinctive beheading sword and the red scythe were unmistakable and beyond imitation. Konan could nearly ascertain that they were indeed the individuals she had been seeking recently. The characteristics of the beheading sword and the scythe user matched perfectly. I shall immediately lead a team to the Land of Wind. No, I shall go personally this time. But your health. Occasionally stepping out for some activity is of little concern. The primary issue is that the others are all occupied with their respective tasks. If only you and Kakuzu were dispatched, it might not suffice to persuade the other party. Xiaonan furrowed her brow. If the opponent were alone, she and Jiao could join forces and utilize their true abilities to have a chance of defeating him. However, if the adversary had companions, the situation would be far more precarious. Thus, upon reflection, it seemed most prudent for Nagato to intervene personally. Are you planning to bring along the 6 paths of pain? No, just the Deva path will suffice. A confident smile graced Nagato's gaunt visage. Xiaonan could find no further justification to dissuade him and reluctantly nodded. All right. I will accompany you. Nagato understood this was a firm boundary, and he indeed required someone to safeguard his frail form, so he acquiesced. Meanwhile, Shinji and Hidan were oblivious to the fact that they had drawn the attention of the infamous Akatsuki organization, which sought to recruit them. Yet, even if they were aware, given their personalities, they would likely remain undeterred. 3 days later, feeling that the time was ripe, Shinji and Hidan donned their conical hats, stowing their conspicuous weapons in a box and following the tour guide out of the borders. Indeed, a tour guide, as they had joined a travel group hailing from the Land of Fire. Despite their somewhat suspicious appearance, even the 3-leaf village Chunin responsible for security deemed it inappropriate to allow them to join the journey. However, with a wave of Shinji's hand and the allure of money, the guide was quickly dazzled, eager to treat them like esteemed guests, disregarding any other concerns. It was unwise to reject such generous patrons based on unfounded suspicions. After all, they had hired leaf ninjas precisely for the purpose of resolving troubles, lest they squander their wealth foolishly. Thus, Shinji and Hidan seamlessly blended in. Along the way, the 3-leaf ninjas occasionally cast furtive glances in their direction, likely suspecting they had committed offenses in the Land of Wind, yet hesitant to confirm their suspicions. They feared that a misstep could jeopardize their mission, ensuring they would miss out on future opportunities for such funded excursions. Such watchful eyes were infuriating. Had it not been for Shinji's prior warning to Hidan to avoid causing trouble, Hidan might have unleashed his fury upon them, sending them to meet their dark deity. Strangely, however, their journey proceeded without interruption. The anticipated bounty notices and inspections were conspicuously absent, leaving Shinji perplexed. Was Sunagakure merely sluggish in their response, or was he overly sensitive? In any case, traveling with this tour group, Shinji and Hidan safely exited the Land of Wind. They then quietly departed, taking their box of weapons with them. When the Leaf Ninjas eventually noticed their absence, they were not surprised, but rather relieved. Heaven knows why they always felt an immense pressure in the presence of those two. The sooner they left, the better. Even the tour guide, momentarily dazed by the allure of wealth, found his burden considerably lightened. After all, one must always remain cautious. What if unforeseen circumstances arise? The weight of responsibility is not one he could bear. Fortunately, all ended well, and no incidents transpired. This unexpected windfall was indeed a stroke of luck. Within the depths of the forest, Shinji and Hidan, having shed their disguises, strode confidently along the path. Though engaging in a battle of wits with the very air around them was undeniably awkward, as long as he remained unperturbed, the discomfort would fall upon others. Thus, Shinji chose to remain silent regarding the matter. However, as they continued their journey, a figure obstructed their path. "Hey, good dogs don't block the way, move aside." The stoic Pain, clad in his fiery robes, addressed Hidan with an unwavering demeanor. Hidan, originally from the hidden hot water village, a traitor who fled after committing murder, has eradicated the rest of the evil god sect approximately 1 month ago. Surprised that the stranger recognized him, Hidan scrutinized Pain from head to toe. "I see. You wish to join our evil god sect, don't you? Ha ha ha, you have discerning eyes. What is your name, brother? How many have you slain? Are you willing to devote your life to the evil god?" Within the guise of a tree, cleverly crafted by Conan's divine paper technique, Nagato silently placed down his script in response to Hidan's enthusiastic interjection. He had intended to assert his authority by revealing Hidan's identity, employing a tactic he had used when persuading Kakuzu to join the Akatsuki. Yet, he was taken aback when Hidan, undeterred by the script, abruptly attempted to recruit him instead, leaving Nagato momentarily at a loss. "What's wrong, Nagato?" Conan inquired, concern etched in her voice. "Nothing of consequence. It has been far too long since I've dealt with those lacking common sense, and I momentarily failed to respond." He reassured her before redirecting his focus back to Pain. "I am Pain. As a disciple of the evil god, Hidan, and Shinji Akamatsu, I now extend an invitation on behalf of the Akatsuki for you to join us." What is this Akatsuki? I've never heard of it. It appears to be an inconsequential organization from some minor nation, far inferior to my evil god sect, Hidan muttered indifferently. Shinji, however, was taken aback. Under normal circumstances, they had maintained a low profile, never leaving behind their names, even while meddling in others' affairs. How did the Akatsuki come to know their identities? Just the other day, he had encountered Kakuzu and Conan, who had even threatened him upon their next meeting. Now, the Akatsuki sought to recruit him, and Pain himself had arrived. This suggested that Nagato was not far away. As Shinji pondered how to navigate this predicament, Nagato tightened his grip on the armrest of his wheelchair. Visibly irritated, who truly constituted the lesser organization? In the realm of mercenaries, the Akatsuki had firmly established its reputation, remaining unshakable at the pinnacle of power. Truly, such ignorance was astonishing. Why am I even wasting my breath on a fool? Choosing to discontinue the dialogue with Hidan, Nagato directed Pain's attention to the other individual. "What is your answer?" Shinji did not hastily refuse or take action. Instead, he inquired, "I have a few questions. Is it true that your organization has a grotesque figure with a face that seems to demand millions from everyone, and a beautiful sister with wings?" Pain glanced at Conan beside him and continued to control Pain's Deva path, saying, "You will naturally know once you join." In truth, even without his prompting, Shinji was already aware, considering that their attire mirrored that of couples. Who would believe them if they claimed otherwise? Enough of your nonsense. This is the attire of the Akatsuki members. Upon joining, one must wear it. That was close. Nagato nearly faltered in maintaining his mysterious and authoritative demeanor. He began to feel that his journey here was a sheer waste of time. "All right, I understand. Is that sufficient for you?" Pain hesitated for a moment, moving his lips as if to speak, and then impatiently asked, "Are you finished? How do you know about our intelligence?" Immediately, Pain's voice took on the deep, enigmatic tone of an old sage, Akatsuki, all-powerful. To uphold his image, Nagato exerted considerable effort. However, the reality was that he had unearthed some experimental data from the destroyed base of the evil cult, which contained information about both Hidan and Shinji. Yet, if anyone inquired, he certainly could not respond in such a manner. That would be utterly lowly. Nagato was contemplating how to maintain his character and showcase the strength and mystery of Akatsuki should the other party press for clarity. To his surprise, Shinji simply responded with a nonchalant "oh" and moved on. Next question, what are the benefits and working conditions in your organization? What are the working hours, job responsibilities, compensation? And do you offer social insurance? Nagato was momentarily taken aback. Had he not seen the serious and earnest expression on Shinji's face, he might have thought he was being mocked. Benefits? Is your organization a shady company? To not mention benefits at all is quite outrageous. As they prepared to leave, Shinji did not forget to put on an act, glaring fiercely at Pain before spitting on the ground in disdain. This little verbal maneuver rendered Nagato utterly dumbfounded, leaving Pain's Deva path stiff, almost as if he had become a vegetable. So you are leaving? I have a feeling that fellow is quite formidable. Since his so-called Akatsuki seems to lack promise, why not let him join our evil cult? As he spoke, Hidan became increasingly excited. Shinji quickly pulled him back, preventing him from turning around. If I were to chisel away at his head, I suspect it would be filled with canned herring. What an absurd idea. He was so blatant in his desire to shake off the other party. How could he not see it? Nevertheless, it must be said that Hidan's intuition was indeed extraordinary. He could instantly discern that Pain was no ordinary individual and even sought to recruit him as a subordinate. For this behavior alone, Shinji felt compelled to give him a thumbs up. However, Shinji harbored no envy whatsoever. What was there to envy? It was a trait of intellect. Just a moment. Upon hearing this, Shinji not only did not halt his steps, but instead quickened his pace, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving only a blurred silhouette behind. Nagato, infuriated, began to grind his teeth in frustration. Without uttering a word, Pain ascended into the air, intercepting Shinji and Hidan with greater speed. The discussion regarding benefits had not yet concluded. Why the urgency to depart? Ah, Lord Evil God has sent word, awaiting our delivery service. The more outrageous the statement, the more readily it flowed from Shinji's lips, showing his indifference to whether the other party believed him. To put it plainly, his verbal prowess had not been honed, exposing his shortcomings. You are mocking me. Pain stated this fact in an exceedingly indifferent tone, causing the atmosphere to turn icy. Yet, Shinji remained unperturbed, continuing to jest, merely curious about the reasoning. What merits are there? Surely we can improve. At this point, Nagato had lost the desire to listen to the two of them babble nonsensically. He raised Pain's hand, declaring, once you witness what true divine power is, you will understand the reasoning behind it. Shinra Tensei. Boom. Everything around, flowers, trees, insects, birds, and beasts, was instantaneously repelled by an irresistible force. Although Shinji had sensed Pain's intent and prepared for defense when Pain raised his hand, he was still sent flying, disheveled and covered in dirt. Hidan fared even worse. The abruptness of Shinra Tensei treated him like a bowling pin, smashing through 5 trees before he finally fell. When he got up, he was dazed, only to then realize he had been struck. I've changed my mind. Even if you agree to join the evil god cult now, it's too late. I shall dismember you, you bastard. Hidan, wielding his bloody scythe, charged forward recklessly. Shinji couldn't intercept him. In the next moment, Hidan was sent flying back at an even greater speed, crashing into more trees. If that fool Hidan were reliable, even a pig could climb a tree. Drawing his beheading sword, Shinji refrained from rushing in, instead waiting for the opportune moment. He recalled that Pain's Shinra Tensei had a cooldown period, the shortest being 5 seconds. All he needed was for Hidan to serve as bait once again, enticing Pain to unleash Shinra Tensei, thus allowing him to activate his hidden strike, instantly traversing the distance to eliminate Pain while Shinra Tensei was still on cooldown. The script was written flawlessly and was highly feasible. The adversary would never suspect that someone could discern the flaw and concoct a countermeasure in such a brief span. Yet the pressing question remained. Where could I first go to slay 7 individuals to kindle some excitement? Shinji gazed at the extinguished 7 killer's lamp atop his beheading sword, lost in contemplation. Ever since his battle with the cybernetic sand spirit, he had refrained from causing any disturbances. After leaving the land of wind, he had yet to locate an unfortunate soul to reignite the 7 killer's lamp before Pain arrived, leaving him merely staring blankly, unable to utilize hidden strike. It appears that refraining from taking lives has become a troubling custom. Shinshur, rendered speechless, abandoned the notion of a swift resolution and opted instead to engage in a prolonged exchange. Fortunately, this time, only Tendo had come seeking trouble. Rather than the entire 6 paths of Pain, he slashed his wrist, initiating a deliberate bloodletting. With the technique known as crimson blood manipulation, supernova, a vast quantity of blood was compressed, transforming into potent blood bullets that surged forth with tremendous kinetic energy. Tendo, expressionless, began to pose for the almighty push. What folly! These blood bullets, shattered and deflected with ease. Yet, this was precisely the moment Shinji had been anticipating. With blood-piercing technique, he pressed his palms together before him, compressing the blood and concentrating all the energy into one singular point. Boom! A singular blood bullet tore through the air at supersonic speed. Tendo's Rinnegan immediately detected this stray projectile, but the almighty push was still cooling down, rendering it unable for a second deployment. Was it a mere coincidence or a realization? This thought flickered through Nagato's mind for but an instant as he commanded Tendo to raise his right hand slightly, tilting his head to the side. Universal pull. A terrifying gravitational force enveloped the blood bullet, diverting it from its original trajectory. Crack! The blood bullet struck the ground behind Pain, creating a small crater. While a trickle of blood escaped from Pain's right ear, a result of a freshly opened wound. It was peculiar that a mere vessel, devoid of sensation, could bleed. Perhaps it was related to Nagato's unique method of preserving these bodies. In that moment, the relentless Hidan charged forward once more, brandishing his blood-stained scythe towards Pain's head. Pain's eyes widened as he exerted even more force. Almighty push. With a resounding crash, Hidan was propelled over 100 meters away, his weapon slipping from his grasp. However, Shinji felt compelled to commend Hidan. Brother, splendid work. For the most effective way to counter the almighty push was to employ a strategy where one acted as bait while the other seized the opportunity to strike. After all, it was merely a matter of who would falter first. Shinji thought, as long as I am not the one taking the hits. Crimson blood manipulation, skybound blood scythe. Dozens of razor-sharp red crescent blades encompassed all of Pain's escape routes, whistling as they flew. At this juncture, Nagato could ascertain that the adversaries had discovered the flaw in the almighty push within a remarkably brief span of time. The seemingly mindless individual had evidently positioned himself as bait to afford his companion a chance to attack. With this realization, Nagato steeled himself, no longer underestimating his foes. Two black rods slipped from his sleeves into his grasp, and in a flash, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, shattering each incoming blood blade. Even if the cooldown of the almighty push had been exposed, it did not imply that Tendo was rendered defenseless. Hidan! Shinji shouted. Another strike was imminent, and he vowed to eventually eliminate Hidan. Damn it! Hidan cursed, yet he recklessly charged forward, drawing the enemy's fire. However, this time, Pain was not easily deceived. In his initial assessment, he concluded that the threat posed by Hidan was significantly less than that of the individual known as Shinji Akagi. Moreover, in a straightforward close-quarters battle, he believed he could emerge victorious without difficulty. Thus, the anxious Hidan finally approached Pain. Why not use that move again? Do you have any idea how painful it is to be sent flying and crash into a tree? I will surely make you a sticky mess. The sound of clashing weapons rang out violently. Amidst Hidan's manic laughter, Pain's defense remained unyielding. Yet, as the saying goes, a prolonged defense must eventually falter. Relying on the unpredictable range of his peculiar weapon, Hidan subtly released his grip. Then with his other hand, he seized the rope at his waist. Just as the bloody scythe, initially evaded, turned back to strike, it seemed poised to inflict harm upon Pain. A sinister grin crept onto Hidan's face, revealing his certainty of victory. Noticing this through his Rinnegan, Nagato wasted no time in unleashing Shinra Tensei once more. An invisible and terrifying repulsive force instantly blasted everything away, sending Hidan reeling and causing him to feel a surge of frustration. However, Shinji, who had been lurking in the periphery, seized the opportunity and charged forward with his executioner's blade aimed directly at Pain. Clang! Anticipating the attack, Pain expertly positioned his two black rods within the circular opening of the executioner's blade, bracing against it firmly. The sound of grinding teeth echoed as Shinji and Pain engaged in a contest of strength. Although it appeared evenly matched, the balance was shattered when an enigmatic and distinctive blood mark appeared on Shinji's face. The blood manipulation technique surged forth. The blood within Shinji's body began to flow at an accelerated pace, and an overwhelming power began to emanate from him. The most apparent change was that the executioner's blade, previously suspended in midair, began to steadily press downward, until, with a sudden thud, it pierced Pain's right shoulder. A look of unexpected surprise crossed Pain's face. He seemed taken aback by the sudden surge of strength from his opponent. Had he not manipulated the trajectory of the blade's descent with his black rods, it would have undoubtedly struck his head instead of his shoulder. Noting the unwavering gaze of his opponent, Nagato realized that if this continued, Yahiko's corpse would suffer even greater damage. Though Pain's Naraka path could restore the body, Nagato could not accept that. More critically, the 5-second cooldown period had ended. Shinra Tensei. With a resounding boom, Shinji was propelled away by an irresistible force. Yet, before being sent flying, he clung tightly to the Executioner-S blade, using that momentum to inflict a second wave of damage upon Pain. Having sustained such severe injuries, an ordinary individual would have long since lost their fighting capability. However, it is essential to remember that Pain was merely a corpse under Nagato's control, akin to the puppet techniques of Sunigakure. Despite sustaining considerable injuries, Pain remained magnificently poised. However, he was somewhat taken aback, as he had anticipated that the individual named Hidan would immediately charge at him, leaving no respite. He had even devised a strategy for the ensuing examination, such as surviving his own assault. Indeed, even while wounded, Nagato insisted that he was merely assessing the newcomers and had deliberately held back. Yet, the unfolding events consistently defied his expectations. Spitting so much blood, am I dead? He mused. I have plenty of blood. A couple of spits won't suffice. You know I engage in bloodletting daily. Shinji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glared back. Why did his complexion consistently appear so unwell? Almost sickly pale? It was no wonder. Daily bloodletting does indeed render one pallid. He relied entirely on his remarkable self-healing abilities to stockpile blood for combat, to the point where he sometimes felt like shouting at Hidan, "Damn it, I might as well stop being human. Have you acquired it?" He inquired. "What do you think?" "Very well, I shall send this deluded boy to meet the dark deity," Hidan exclaimed with delight, promptly wiping the blade of his decapitating sword and tasting the blood smeared upon it. Although the sword would absorb blood at a notably slow rate when self-repair was unnecessary, Hidan, having consumed Pain's blood, erupted into uproarious laughter, his skin swiftly transforming to an inky black adorned with white stripes. He then sliced his palm with a kunai, letting his blood drip onto the ground in a steady stream, and began to sketch ritualistic symbols with his right foot. In the midst of these actions, 5 seconds swiftly elapsed, and Pain's purported weakness vanished entirely. Yet, Shinji did not hasten to strike. Instead, he positioned himself defensively before Hidan. This peculiar behavior immediately caught Pain's attention. Shinra Tensei. As Pain raised his right hand, Shinji sensed imminent danger. However, with Hidan conducting his ritual behind him, there was no escape. In an instant, Shinji, gritting his teeth, was pulled through the air by Pain's force. The black rod capable of sealing chakra flow was aimed directly at him. Although Shinji carved 2 furrows in the ground with his feet, it merely delayed the inevitable by a fraction of a second. Clang. Shinji positioned the decapitating sword horizontally before him, successfully blocking the strike and avoiding a fate akin to being skewered on a stick. All he needed to do now was buy time until Hidan completed his ritual. As for whether Hidan's curse technique, death by blood, would affect a corpse, to be honest, he was uncertain. After all, who would frivolously investigate whether a technique could impact the deceased? However, as long as the connecting medium, blood, remained, it should pose no significant issue. So, that fellow named Hidan is your trump card? Pain's sudden, piercing inquiry left Shinji momentarily bewildered. Though the nature of his actions remained shrouded in mystery, the recent transformation signified something profound. However, as an omnipotent deity, the warm-up had reached its conclusion. One must endure the agony of this world and strive to survive. In a moment of confusion, Shinji could not help but glance back, his expression a tumult of emotions. I believe it would be wise for you to reconsider, he cautioned. For should you truly perish, it would only lead to greater complications. With utmost sincerity, he implored the other to think twice and avoid self-destruction. Yet, Pain retorted obstinately. I shall not heed your warnings. This confrontation must be avenged. Thus, he unleashed the almighty push. Wait, don't. Boom. The terrifying force instantaneously engulfed a significant portion of the forest, reducing it to mere rubble. In the blink of an eye, Shinji and Hidan vanished from sight, cast away to an unknown location. The might of the almighty push was undeniable. When unleashed to its full potential, it could obliterate an entire village, yet this instance, while devastating, merely decimated a part of the woodland. Regrettably, Nagato sighed, overwhelmed by a fit of violent coughing. It was not solely the immense toll that the almighty push inflicted upon his body that troubled him, reducing his lifespan once more. It was the unexpected severance of his connection with Pain's Deva path at the moment of unleashing the technique, leaving him oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Are you all right, Nagato? Why resort to such a technique? Conan inquired with concern, her voice carrying through the distance, even amidst the cataclysmic noise. After a prolonged bout of coughing, Nagato waved his hand dismissively. The image of a god should embody invincibility. Those two adversaries are indeed formidable. To avoid unforeseen circumstances, I had no choice but to command Pain's Deva path to employ the almighty push to eliminate them swiftly. However, something has gone awry, and I have lost my connection. Lost your connection? Conan exclaimed, her shock palpable. Nagato's expression darkened further. Indeed, if my suspicions hold true, it must be the result of their final, desperate counterattack, which has disrupted the Chakra receiver on Deva path. What kind of assault could possibly breach the repulsive force of the almighty push? It is simply unfathomable. Conan's face reflected her incredulity. Even now, Nagato could not formulate a solution. Amidst the devastation, the blood-colored crystals that remained on Shinji's body began to fall away. Despite his last-minute defense using the blood manipulation technique, he had been too close. He had nearly absorbed the full brunt of the almighty push. Before he even hit the ground, he had already experienced death. When he reopened his eyes, every inch of his body ached, countless bones fractured, and his internal organs likely displaced. His severed blade lay in multiple fragments. Yet, Shinji was certain that Pain had also met his demise. For during his flight through the air, he had managed to catch a glimpse of Pain's Deva path collapsing to the ground. If all went as anticipated, Hidan's curse technique had indeed succeeded. Pain unleashed a devastating, close-range Shinra Tensei with zero defense aimed directly at himself. Whether Hidan lived or died remained uncertain. But at that moment, it was evident that Pain's Deva path was beyond recovery, destined to be relegated to the realm of scrap and salvage. What was the point of all this? It seemed foolish to insist on such a desperate move. Is this how one attracts followers? Which recruitment officer in a talent market would resort to coercion, wielding a firearm to compel signatures on a contract of servitude, threatening to fire if one refused? How absurd. Shinji, seething with anger, vented his frustrations for a considerable time before managing to lift his barely mobile left hand to retrieve a tattered bandage. Hastily wrapping it around his arm, the moment the mummy's bandage took effect, a cacophony of bones shifting and realigning echoed from his body. Mere seconds later, he opened his eyes wide and met his demise with a resounding crack. Even in death, blood poured from his mouth in a gruesome display. Yet, moments later, he successfully rejoined the living, his once vacant, dead fish eyes regaining their glimmer. Damn, if it was 5 seconds. It was 5 seconds. There was no allowance for even an extra second. Though Shinji cursed vehemently, he cherished the bandage, carefully unwinding it and storing it away. For most, it was merely a trifle, a means to die with a modicum of dignity, but for him, it was nothing short of a miraculous artifact. So what if he had to die once? Was that not the price to pay? Fully revived, Shinji pushed aside the half-toppled tree that had pinned him down and began to search the vicinity. Not far off, he discovered a beheaded blade lodged in a tree, with little more than the hilt remaining. He pulled it free, and indeed, it lived up to its name as a severed blade. Shinji smirked, deciding against discarding it. One grows accustomed to such breaks. When time permitted, he could dispatch a few bandits, and the blade's edge might very well regrow. What? Use his own blood? Shinji quickly shook his head. His blood was far too precious to squander in such a manner. Beheading blade, love evidently changes, once. It was fondly referred to as sweetheart during its days of slaying, but now, with a new affection, the old love is cast aside, not even a drop of blood to spare. Bah, what a wretched scoundrel. Damn it, someone help me. After a lengthy search, Shinji finally located Hidan, whose head was the only part visible, protruding from beneath a mound of timber. A large swath of the forest had been uprooted and pushed here, and that Hidan had not been entirely buried was a stroke of luck. Uncharacteristically, Shinji set aside the insults hurled at him and drew his serpent-skin sword, swiftly slashing at the encumbering trees. The sharp blade effortlessly severed the timber pinning Hidan down. Grasping Hidan's head, Shinji attempted to extricate him as one would pull a stubborn turnip. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Could you be gentler? No, any issues with that? Under Shinji's rough treatment, Hidan was soon freed. At that moment, Hidan's condition could only be described as utterly miserable, his limbs sprawled in grotesque positions that defied normal human capability. a sight that could drive one to madness. Heaven knows how many bones had been shattered. Even 2 fractured ribs had pierced through the skin, gruesomely protruding outward. How does that feel? Shinsui perhaps uttered a trivial question. Hidan cast a glance at him, then gauged the disparity between their states, deciding to momentarily follow his instincts. Not well at all. It feels as though my waist is broken, and I have no sensation in my hands or legs. Additionally, could you check if a bone has punctured my lung? I feel as though I can scarcely breathe. Observing Hidan's ghastly condition, Shinsui couldn't help but offer some words of comfort. Rest assured, you won't die regardless. Hidan replied, you lie down for a while. I'll go see how that fellow is faring. Given my own dire state, I refuse to believe he can be faring any better. What on earth is this ninjutsu? Its destructive power is immense. Hidan mumbled to himself, and Shinsui, feigning ignorance, quickened his pace. He estimated that if Pain's Deva Path was indeed in trouble, the main figure would soon arrive. Even if the principal did not come, the other Pains would undoubtedly make their appearance. Troublesome indeed. In a matter of moments, Shinsui once again laid eyes on Pain's Deva Path lying lifeless upon the barren ground. As he approached and turned the body over, face up, he couldn't help but click his tongue in dismay. Quite a tragic sight indeed. The entirety of the black rods had been nearly obliterated. Without the chakra receivers, even Pain's Deva Path was but a corpse. Nonetheless, it must be said, the destructive capability of Pain's Deva Path was extraordinary. Yet alas, he remained entirely unaware of Hidan's abilities. Compounded by the fact that Hidan's curse technique could indeed affect the deceased due to the presence of blood as a medium, leading to his own swift demise. Otherwise, the outcome might have been far more dire. This encounter with Pain served as a wake-up call for Shinsui, revealing that his recent growth and strength had reached a bottleneck. To break through, he either needed to construct a domain swiftly or unlock new techniques. However, the 150 bond points required for the former were exceedingly difficult to accumulate, as even ordinary daily interactions had ceased to yield any significant results. The last emotionally charged performance had barely added 50 points. Thus, relying on bond point rewards to construct a domain seemed a distant prospect. Consequently, he would need to exert greater effort towards acquiring new techniques. Currently, he possessed only 4 fragments of the random life technique, still 6 pieces short of synthesizing a complete technique. Assuming a minimum yield of 2 pieces per 10 draws, he required an additional 30,000 curse soul points to obtain the new technique. This predicament was rather awkward. Had he not converted the snakeskin sword, he would have been nearly there. However, he currently held only 14 for 100 curse soul points, roughly half of what he needed. It appeared imperative to devise a method to eliminate more cursed spirits promptly. Shinsui furrowed his brow. Seeking them one by one would be too cumbersome. It seemed the others had already departed. When Konan and Nagato arrived at the desolate battleground, Shinsui had long since vanished with Hidan. While Shinsui held no particular animosity towards the Akatsuki organization established by Nagato, he simply did not wish to labor for others without recompense. What benefits are there? Merely relying on grandiose promises to expect unwavering loyalty is naive, indeed. Even when the Akatsuki was initially formed, it is likely that many members inwardly cursed one another as fools. Had they glimpsed even the faintest glimmer of hope to escape when confronting Pain's Deva Path, they would undoubtedly have shunned any notion of joining the Akatsuki. Consider the others. Konan and Nagato share a childhood bond. Their mutual understanding is evident. As for Tobi's true identity, it is hardly worth mentioning. Kisame was led astray by Obito, while Itachi remained an enigmatic triple agent, his loyalties shrouded in ambiguity. After his defection, Sasori ceased to regard himself as human, utterly consumed by his pursuit of eternal art. Deidara's situation is even more comical. He was confronted by 3 individuals, and while he attempted to resist, Itachi's mere gaze rendered him powerless. Choosing not to join meant certain death. What would you decide in his place? Then there is Orochimaru. Why would he choose to defect despite being aware of the Akatsuki's formidable strength, continually pursued? Itachi's overwhelming prowess was one factor, but Orochimaru had also grown weary of being exploited. Upon realizing that obtaining the Sharingan or Rinnegan was futile, he decisively cut his losses. Upon reflection, what issues arise? Not a single member of the Akatsuki joined out of a belief in the organization's potential. Rather, each was merely a laborer exploited without compensation. Moreover, the coercive recruitment tactics were akin to holding a gun to their heads. To be frank, Shinji has no regard for the Akatsuki's ideals or Nagato's juvenile aspirations. Nor does he care for Kagaya's resurrection schemes orchestrated by Black Zetsu. Convincing him to join any organization is rather simple. Ensure that his efforts are reciprocated. It is unreasonable for him to toil daily, only to surrender all earnings to the organization, rushing to the front lines at the first sign of danger. Is that not foolishness? Engaging in charity? Selfless devotion? Do not speak to me of ideals for peace in the shinobi world. That is mere deception. Thus, unless Nagato can offer Shinji an irresistible advantage, he would remain steadfast against joining, even under the threat of a tailed beast bomb aimed at his head. This is the true reason for Shinji's refusal. Nagato lowered his gaze to Yahiko's lifeless body, frowning slightly, and then, as if speaking to himself, mused. Did you witness how the Deva path was destroyed? As soon as he finished speaking, a carnivorous plant emerged from the ground beside him, enveloping none other than Zetsu. This was truly unclear. Initially, I utilized the Shunshin technique to observe from a distance, but once the Deva path unleashed the Shinra Tensei, I promptly fled, unaware of what transpired thereafter or the nature of the Deva path. However, I did witness a moment of great intrigue. This explanation was reasonable. Nagato himself understood the immense power of his Shinra Tensei. Please recount the events that followed. Under Nagato's inquiry, Zetsu could only detail everything he had observed upon resurfacing. With each revelation, both Nagato and Konan grew increasingly astonished, their brows furrowing in disbelief. Particularly when they heard that Shinji had not only survived the devastating power of the Shinra Tensei, but emerged entirely unscathed, they were left in a state of astonishment, questioning the very feasibility of such an occurrence. Moreover, it seemed that he had inscribed a message beneath the corpse of pain. Upon hearing this, Nagato immediately instructed Konan to gently remove the body of Yahiko, revealing a note addressed either to him or to the Akatsuki organization. Greetings, are you interested in a transfer? Pardon the interruption, let us start over. Recruitment notice. If your organization has faltered, or if others wish to switch to our cult of the evil god, I assure you, our benefits are unparalleled, double the salary, gifts during festivals, and arranged travel. Let your organization's leadership take notes. This is how one recruits and poaches talent. If you lack the capability, then refrain from causing trouble. Nagato, with an impassive expression, read these words before promptly obliterating the note with a localized Shinra Tensei. Anger surged within him. Not only had he failed to impress, but he had also been subjected to mockery. Which direction were they headed? Nagato adopted a forbidding demeanor, indicating a direction with a casual flick of his finger. Over there. Continue confirming their whereabouts. I must return briefly to restore pain. Do not worry, Nagato. My mind remains unclouded by rage. However, next time, I shall bring the 6 paths of pain to discuss the issue of benefits thoroughly. Clearly, this unexpected humiliation weighed heavily on Nagato's mind. According to Zetsu, the adversary had withstood a close-range Shinra Tensei without a scratch, igniting his curiosity. Even if it was not executed at full power, it was inconceivable that they could emerge unscathed. Could he possibly be a tailed beast? More importantly, Nagato's preliminary assessment criteria for engagement was survival. This indicated that Shinji and Hidan had, in fact, met his initial standards, at least in terms of strength, aligning with the recruitment criteria of the Akatsuki. Yet the dilemma remained. They showed no interest in joining his organization. Their taunts were blunt and clear. Offering no benefits while expecting unwavering loyalty was rather fanciful, wasn't he it? This left Nagato feeling somewhat insecure. He had previously recruited individuals like Kakuzu with success. Why the sudden failure now? However, upon reflection, it seemed there was merit to their assertions. Nagato, are you all right? Konan inquired, her concern evident. Nagato shook his head. I'm fine, though I have expended quite a bit of chakra. Let us return. Konan nodded in response. Entirely unaware that Nagato was already influenced by the adversary's verbal assault, lost in thought, the duo soon departed with the body of pain, while Zetsu utilized the shifting technique to retreat underground. Yet, his thoughts were not consumed by Shinji and Hidan, 2 inconsequential figures. Rather, he was preoccupied with intelligence regarding cursed spirits and potential issues that could arise. After all, his meticulous plans would not allow any individual or monstrous cursed spirit to jeopardize his endeavors. Is there a chance to harness the power of cursed spirits to advance our plans once more? The previous meeting, where Nagato tested everyone's attitude towards cursed spirits, stemmed from his own thoughts, and he merely sought a means to articulate them through Nagato's words. He is the one who truly does not care whether the collaborating party is human or ghost. As long as the goal can be achieved, any cost is acceptable. Haven't we already dealt with that fellow? Why should we flee? If one were to call you foolish, it would be an understatement. Did you not hear that he hails from the Akatsuki organization? Can you guarantee that he is the only one who has come? What is there to fear? Even if a few more join, they would not stand a chance against Hidan. Observing Hidan's tenacity, even in his half-paralyzed state, insisting on boasting, Shinji was deeply moved and without a second thought, loosened his grip. Hey, you idiot. What are you planning to do? Hidan, lying helplessly on the ground, panicked as he saw Shinji turn to leave. I fear that if someone chases after us, Hidan might unleash his powers and mistakenly harm me. Hidan's face flushed with embarrassment. Yet he stubbornly replied, You need not worry. My current condition is not optimal. I wouldn't misfire at you. Let's spare them this time. Once I recover, I will take them down one by one and send them off to meet Lord Jashin. Upon witnessing Shinji roll his eyes and walk away, Hidan quickly changed his tune. Look at you. If you were truly so formidable, you wouldn't be lying incapacitated now. Shinji retorted, and after a prolonged silence, Hidan grasped the wisdom of not suffering immediate losses. He muttered a few inaudible words, decisively ceasing his protests. In truth, he understood better than anyone how terrifying that previous adversary truly was. Frankly speaking, he not only failed to comprehend that final move, but he was also astounded by its sheer destructive power. Had he not possessed immortality, he would have reported to Lord Jashin on the spot. It could effortlessly annihilate a small nation. However, it was precisely because of the adversary's prowess that their triumph felt more significant, especially since Shinji had a modicum of credit in it, amplifying their own strength. Hidan was unconcerned with the opinions of the vanquished. After all, who would care about the thoughts of the deceased? It is likely that when he next encounters pain, standing unscathed before him, his eyes will widen in disbelief. Lying on a makeshift wooden bed, Hidan watched as Shinji pulled the rope ahead. Although Hidan indeed possesses immortality and formidable healing capabilities, swift recovery without future complications necessitates treatment. Reluctantly, Shinji had no choice but to drag Hidan towards the land of fire. Upon arrival, even if members of the Akatsuki pursued them, they would dare not act recklessly. After all, the Akatsuki was not yet prepared for war against the 5 great nations. After a while, the rather bored Hidan suddenly inquired, Why is it that, although we both possess immortality granted by our Lord of the Evil Gods, your recovery from injury is so remarkably swift? For instance, during our last encounter in the Land of Wind, I personally severed your limbs, and yet, in no time at all, you were completely restored. What prompted this question? Well, it simply crossed my mind. Listening to Hidan's self-righteous response from behind him, Shinji was rendered speechless. He then articulated the answer he had long prepared. It's because we are different. You may sustain fatal wounds and remain conscious, but I experienced genuine death each time, only to resurrect 3 seconds later. Moreover, you were the only one capable of mastering death's embrace, while my relentless efforts proved futile. I have always been regarded as your inferior counterpart, a fact you should already be aware of. Hidan's expression shifted slightly, and after a moment of internal conflict, he remarked, that's merely the self-righteousness of some pseudo-cultists. They understand nothing. Perhaps, Shinji continued, it is precisely due to the significant flaws in my immortality that I compensate in other areas, such as sorcery, or even enhanced self-healing capabilities. It must be said that Shinji's half-truths convinced Hidan without any doubt. Furthermore, this line of reasoning provided a justification for Shinji to utilize more sorcery in the future, allowing Hidan to indulge in his own self-justifications. Suddenly, Shinji shifted the tone of the conversation and jested, Wait a moment, you weren't trying to comfort me just now, were you? Huh, comfort? Why don't you go die already? If I, Hidan, were to leap from here, get chopped into pieces, and thrown into the sea to feed the fish, I would never comfort a scoundrel like you. How utterly disgusting. Get lost. As Hidan, his face flushed with agitation, unleashed a torrent of expletives. An untimely system notification chimed in. Bond value 5, bond value 5, bond value 5. Shinji was taken aback, and then couldn't help but cast a glance at the irate figure behind him, who was both berating him and simultaneously boosting his bond value. Without any effort, He had acquired 15 bond points. I never expected you to be this kind of person, Hidan. I truly misjudged you. Don't stop. Keep it coming. Alas, regardless of Shinji's eager anticipation, he ultimately only received 15 bond points, bringing him to a total of 865. The elusive milestone of 1,000 was tantalizingly close. Having reaped the benefits, Shinji chose not to expose Hidan, allowing him to continue his outburst while he quietly basked in his good fortune. After a while, once Hidan had exhausted his pent-up emotions, he surprisingly uttered a statement that left Shinji utterly astonished. I wish to re-establish the cult of the evil gods. What do you think? Is it possible? Even after racking his brain, Shinji never anticipated that Hidan would suddenly harbor such an idea, leaving him momentarily speechless and stunned. Indeed, it appears that our aspirations may be rather fanciful. It is true that the cult of the evil god has dwindled down to just the two of us. All others, including the leader, have fallen by our hands. How could anyone possibly wish to join such a sect? Before Shinshur could express his thoughts, Fadewan had already launched into a lengthy discourse. This immediately alerted Shinshur to the possibility that Fadewan's sudden idea was not a mere whim, but rather a notion he had contemplated for quite some time. After all, given Fadewan's simplistic mindset, how could he have formulated such extensive thoughts and analyzed the disadvantages of recruiting for the cult? Recognizing that Fadewan might be serious, Shinshur adopted a more solemn demeanor and began to ponder whether there remained a necessity to resurrect the cult of the evil god. From the outset, he had regarded the cult merely as a temporary sanctuary, a stepping stone to greater power. Even without the incident involving Fadewan, he would eventually sever ties with such a nefarious organization. In his view, even as a villain, one must possess a moral compass and refrain from engaging in indiscriminate malevolence. Consider the enduring popularity of the Akatsuki organization. It is inextricably linked to Nagato's unwavering commitment to achieving peace. In colloquial terms, this serves as a foundation upon which one can later redeem themselves. Although I am a villain, and although I have taken lives, my intentions are noble. I strive for world peace, a future devoid of sacrifices, where no child is left to wander in despair, and everyone can live happily and joyously. What do you think? Does it suddenly seem less intolerable? One might even feel compelled to defend it, passionately asserting it was a matter of necessity. Shinshur, however, was not particularly keen on establishing his own power base. His past experiences taught him that an increase in numbers often leads to a plethora of complications. The tranquility he currently enjoyed was far too precious to abandon. Each day, he woke naturally, traveled freely while vanquishing curses, trained his pet, and engaged with anyone he found displeasing. What could be more delightful than this life? If pressed to articulate an ideal, it would perhaps be to ascend to the pinnacle of the ninja world while decisively overcoming all curses, firmly establishing who truly holds dominion over this realm. Yet, with his companion harboring such aspirations, he could not act unilaterally. Perhaps that scant 100 and more bonds of value could hinge upon this very matter. After all, when the effectiveness of manipulation wanes, one must resort to discussing ideals and ambitions. However, the original form of the cult of the evil god should be left behind. Should one pursue such a path, the god of harmony would inevitably emerge to consume everyone, resulting in a net loss. Thus, even if the cult were to be revived, it must be approached with caution. The doctrine must undergo a transformation. Indiscriminate killing cannot be tolerated. A change is imperative. Shinshur believed that a focus on hunting curses would be a commendable direction, for they are merely manifestations of pent-up hormones seeking release. What difference does it make whom one slays? Furthermore, the practice of offering sacrifices to the evil god could remain in some form. You truly intend to impose a prohibition. In mere moments, Hidan would vehemently confront you, branding you a false believer. Thus, while this cannot be outright banned, a clever pretext must be devised to placate Hidan. What shall we offer as a sacrifice? Perhaps the cursed spirits or foes personally vanquished. The rationale being that the dark god relishes such sincere tributes. Ordinary mortals, akin to ants, should not be presented. The dark god holds them in disdain. This reasoning is sound, is it not? Lastly, we must resolutely prevent the inclusion of any riffraff into our ranks. Better to have a scarcity than a surplus. If we were to allow a horde of nefarious individuals, it would undoubtedly tarnish the hard-won sanctity of the cult Hidan and I have labored to reconstruct, rendering our efforts in vain. The specifics can be modeled after the Akatsuki organization. Even in villainy, if one is to play the antagonist, it must be with grandiose deeds that reverberate through the ages. What folly it is to merely bully the weak, snatch lollipops from children, or pilfer dentures from the elderly. Indeed, if we are to act, let it be with audacity. If a few genuinely brave souls emerge to attempt the assassination of the Hokage or the Tsuchikage, Shinsuke would joyfully feast thrice upon their graves. Success is of little consequence. What matters is the fervor, the renown. After much contemplation, Shinsuke earnestly inquired of Hidan, "Do you genuinely wish to rebuild the cult of the Dark God?" Hidan paused, seemingly grasping the gravity of the question, and then solemnly nodded. "Truth be told, with your level of ignorance, it would take a century to restore the cult. However, you have chosen a formidable elder brother. Share your thoughts." Just as Hidan was preparing to retort, he caught the latter part of Shinsuke's statement, prompting a disdainful scoff and a slight upward curl of his lips. Soon enough, Hidan articulated his thoughts, albeit lacking any substantial ideas. "Are you suggesting that we simply invite anyone we find appealing to join us, and if they refuse, we compel them until they comply, or worse, eliminate them and seek another?" "Precisely. I estimate that it will not be long before our cult becomes infamously reviled, sinking into the mire." Shinsuke, exasperated, concluded Hidan's statement. "I knew it. With your intellect, how could you devise any viable strategy?" Hidan's face flushed with indignation as he retorted, "I refuse to believe you possess any brilliant plan." Shinsuke chuckled, confidence radiating from his gaze. "A brilliant plan? None at the moment." Alas, Hidan cursed under his breath, choosing to ignore him. Were it not for his broken back, he would surely be incapacitated. "Spare me your grandstanding. Do not rush me. I meant to say that while I lack a brilliant scheme for now, I do have a couple of mediocre alternatives. Enough with the preamble, speak swiftly. In truth, these ideas bear resemblance to your previous notion. However, we shall not rely on mere luck, but will approach our targets with certainty." Hidan could not suppress a dramatic eye roll. "Do you truly believe me to be foolish? Wasn't the Akatsuki's middle school fantasy merely a repetition of this? They are probably already 6 feet under." Shinsuke, somewhat taken aback, remarked, "Well done, your intellect has indeed sharpened. Proximity to brilliance breeds brilliance. Get lost. Are you certain? Continue speaking." Shinji smiled, choosing not to dwell on it, realizing that appearances can be deceiving. "What I mean is, when the time comes, we can entice others to our cause." "Entice?" "Yes, for instance, that overly dramatic individual from before. You wanted to recruit him, did you not?" Is that feasible? What could possibly be the issue? As you said, if it doesn't work, we can simply overpower him. If that fails, we can always replace him. After all, it's advantageous to sway even one individual. Faden instinctively felt skeptical, yet his intellect could not conjure a valid reason for his unease, leading him to entertain the rather frightening notion that perhaps this plan might indeed succeed. Moreover, it need not be limited to the Akatsuki. The 5 great ninja villages and their smaller counterparts are also ripe for recruitment. Surely, in any location, there are individuals of untapped potential or those who feel discontented. Much like you did during your time in the hidden hot water village. Otherwise, you would not have defected. There are undoubtedly many like you, and we can certainly devise ways to bring them into our fold. That does seem somewhat plausible. Besides enticing others, when the opportune moment arrives, we can make grand appearances at significant events, elevating the reputation of our cult. Who knows, we might attract seekers drawn by our notoriety. By then, not just anyone would be permitted to join. Those who cannot even best a novice ninja need not apply. With a grand gesture, Shinji fully embraced the notion of expansion. Yet, ironically, Faden was captivated by this approach, his eyes gleaming with excitement like a ravenous wolf. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest." "Wait, hold on. Let us not rush. What is the matter? I mean, while reconstructing the cult is relatively easy, ensuring its sustained development poses a significant challenge. We cannot afford to cultivate a new generation of false acolytes only to eliminate them ourselves. Otherwise, what effort are we exerting here?" Shinji looked at Faden with earnest encouragement. Upon reflection, Faden realized that while he had long harbored thoughts of rebuilding the cult, he had never considered the details so thoroughly. Without Shinji's strategic guidance, he would indeed be left waiting for a century to achieve his goal. Thus, he resolutely declared, "I shall be the leader, and the rest shall be at your discretion."